Well. It looks like it's about time to inject some Stormgate into your life. Welcome, one and all, back to the Stormgate EGC Open Qualifiers. Hold on a sec. You're already thinking, wait, what's going on here? I thought the qualifiers were done. We've got a special qualifier, courtesy of the fact that there were a few badasses from the StarCraft universe that were unable to participate on the first weekend. So we are going to have one more qualifier to fill out our roster. That's right. So far, we have got 12 participants for the main event of the first major Stormgate tournament. But we still need to fill that roster. That dance squad is fought short of a rodeo, which is why, by the end of the day, out of our 6 very fly guys, we're going to have 4 heading through to the main event. I'm, of course, KP, your ever faithful host and companion, here to take you through the action across the entire weekend. But some of you might already be wondering, what's going on? There's a tournament going on? I didn't even know about this. How could I enter it? You could have entered it last weekend. You could have been with a chance. We already saw that qualifier feature a lot of renowned players, some of them making it through as expected, and others, sometimes goats of RTSs, fast becoming the mutton to be munched on by others. That's right. We saw Age of Empires players. We saw StarCraft players. We even saw a bunch of Warcraft players turning up. And of course, we also saw a few players cheekily making it through easy peasy via their rankings on the ladder. So I think it's actually only fit that we open up before anyone says, where's X player, where's Y player, run down the list and just letting you know who is already qualified. Don't worry, you'll see these people from tomorrow. We've got Kiwian, Lucifron, Parting, and Vortex that all managed to qualify via their rankings on the leaderboard, those absolute grinders at the top. Parting with an insane win rate, by the way. I think he had 341 games and only 14 losses. And then for our qualifier last weekend, we saw Eric, the only other Vanguard to get added to the rotation, joined by several Infernals. We have Boss, Exo Striker, Hydra, Kel, Krolu, Night Phoenix, and Snockstar. And all these people grinded hard for a good reason, because already we are looking at the first major tournament that's going to have a $10,000 prize pool, and all of them want the lion's share. So what can we expect to see here today? It's a round robin format, folks. Because we've got 6 people, we want to make sure there's plenty of partying going on. So we're going to have best of 3s throughout the day. 15 series in total between Clem, Dark, Elazer, Kelazure, Probe, and Skillus. Probe, who managed to be invited into this event due to some unforeseen technical issues, it only seemed fair to bring him in. And also, in fairness, because I've got a funny feeling everyone else on that roster is probably playing Infernal, it only feels right that we give Vanguard 1 extra shot to not be completely outnumbered at the main event. So we are going to kick the day off, of course, with a few of the people who are already staying up late. Probe comes to mind, Dark as well. Basically, the people that are tuning in from Korea, Australia, wherever you may be, we're going to try to prioritize making sure that it's a reasonable time of the day. As I'm sure most of you are aware that typically in a lot of RTS scenes, especially if they're global ones, it can be very tough for those players that live over in the SEA and China regions. But as the day goes on, I think a lot of people are looking forward to seeing a few of these people clash. I can already tell you that a few of these players have been hard on the grind. In fact, already I have seen Elazer move up to 4th on the leaderboard. A lot of these people are unknown in their quality, though. They may have a prestigious career in StarCraft. The question mark is on them as to whether it can translate across to an entire new RTS. But I think it's only appropriate that I am not the only person dancing all day and all night on this broadcast. We are going to have a few different casters throughout the day. There'll be a lot of familiar faces. I know a lot of people already saw that we've got the likes of Tastosis in, we've got Zombie Grub. We're going to have plenty of people coming. But on the opening shift, I have the pleasure of introducing a fellow Brit as well as someone from Down Under. I'm going to be joined by Dumu as well as Pig, the first half of this special qualifier. How's it going, boys?
Doing great, mate. Thanks for having us here. I'm here coming, of course, from Down Under, and unfortunately revealing the fact that we are, basically paid actors to pretend that the Earth is indeed round with this green screen behind me. But happy to cast some Stormgate anyway. It's my side job on the other end of pretending that we are indeed a very much circular planet.
Dimmu, you're a little bit closer to my side of the flat planet here, buddy. Like, are we on the Infernal edge or the Vanguard edge so far? How have you been feeling about Stormgate?
Well, I go in as a complete newbie to Stormgate. I played it quite a while ago, then recently got into playing when Infernals were introduced, and it's like, holy crap, those guys are pretty damn strong. Looking forward to see what the players bring today, because I'm going to be asking Pig a lot of questions. He's played this quite a bit, and he says he knows kind of what he's on about. Asked a lot of the pros their questions as well, and I'm sure a lot of people are very new, so I'm going to try and help people out, because, hey, they might know as little as I do about this game right now.
It's crazy as well because, you know, depending on how much practice some of these players have done, we might just see some dog rushes that GG out 3 minutes in. We've all experienced plenty of that in our time watching as well as playing the game. I guess the first thing that comes to mind is how many people are going to be copy and pasting what Probe does, as I think he's been one of the lead people in the community putting out a lot of info, and whether that'll give him a competitive edge. Because, you know, I felt bad to do it, but I was looking at the stats of these players from StarCraft, obviously a different RTS, but only fair to look that way. And I saw that, you know, Probe, for example, he's had a bit of a rough time against these players. I don't want to do him dirty, but it's just fair to say. Because I thought it was an interesting way to kind of start this day off is who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be the natural gifted people like Clem that come to mind, right? Some of your all-times great in StarCraft? Or is it going to be the relentless grinders, of which I believe Probe and also I believe the other one that's added a lot of games in recently has been Eliza rather, from the qualifier. You know, is there anyone looking at this that you think is a shoo-in pick of our 6 contenders?
This is the exciting thing about early days, man. Betas, alphas, early times in competitive games, you never know what's going to happen, right? Because how much time has everyone put in? And also, do they even need to put in much time? Because guys like Dark and Clem, especially, having insane pedigree in StarCraft 2, and they are just so mechanically gifted and they pick up games so fast. You'd think these guys, you know, basically winning the biggest tournaments in StarCraft right now don't have much time to play. And they don't, but the few times I've seen them kind of hopping on their stream, having some fun playing, or run into them myself on the ladder, they've already figured out what everything else is kind of within the game without even knowing the unit names. You know, they'll be like, oh, the little woofy guys. I made some of them, and then what's the big siege tank thing or the flying? I did that, and they're beating top pros already. So is that enough to take on a guy like Probe that's got hundreds of hours in it, a Laser that's put in a few more hours actually grinding out field orders? This is going to be a lot of fun to find out.
And I guess the thought there as well, Dimmu, is like obviously some of these players, maybe they had a little bit of a layover, maybe they didn't get back as quickly to practice. There was a patch that dropped, I believe, on Tuesday, which means some people may not have had an appropriate amount of time to squeeze in a lot of extra games here. My first thought is, I'm sure you've seen a few of the stat breakdowns. Infernal's looking a little bit beefy still to this point. What's the chances that we see everyone but Probe just whip out the Demon Boys?
I mean, I think Clem is, you know, I look at Clem and I'm like, oh my god, he's a little Luke Skywalker, like the last hope. You know, I can't see him doing as dirty and playing the Infernals and what have you. But honestly, with this game being where it is right now, I can very much see a lot of these guys that are very competitive. They want to win, and they're like, okay, what's doing well so far? And they're like, well, it's a nice prize tournament, isn't it? Let's whip out the demon dogs and all that jazz and go with it. But yeah, I hope for a little bit of variety. I know Infernals feel slightly more complete overall, like they've got all those abilities at the top ready to call to action and stuff. So yeah, I just hope for some variety, like everybody, I think, at this point.
I think one interesting thought here is whether we're going to get anyone who's a double dipper, shall we say? Because I was looking at the qualifiers, and one that me and Dimmu will both know, actually, Recon was the only player in the top 64 that played both factions. In fact, the admin team just put him in his own column called Unknown. Do you think we're going to have anyone getting a bit spicy here, maybe dipping into both factions to throw a curveball in the qualifiers?
That would be so cool. I have no idea if that's going to happen or not. You know, part of me thinks, like, I was talking to Probe the other day, and he was like, oh, I managed to randomly win an Infernal versus Infernal game versus Parting, but I didn't really feel confident. That matchup's chaotic, and I don't really know what's going on. And I'm like, it might be tempting. I imagine it's pretty scary to actually do. I think this early on, probably not. I mean, I'm looking at this player list, and I'm like, none of these guys strike me as just a throw caution to the wind. Let's just YOLO. Let's just, I've only played like half as many games of this race, but I've got a cool strategy. Fingers crossed it happens, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Well, we'll have to see. I think one thing that kind of has me a little bit curious is maybe, I know there's been a little bit of controversy around Jagged Moor, a map that at the moment looks quite powerful for the Infernals. So I'm curious to see how a few of these players are going to execute there. The big one that comes to mind for me is still Probe. As right now, like we're looking down the list, we were just talking before we came online, we're trying to figure out what their mains are going to be. The only thing we're quite sure of so far is that Laser should be maining the Infernals, and we're expecting Probe to come with the Vanguard. So I'm especially excited to see how he's going to try to execute that, because with the patch changes, I think there's been quite a drastic overhaul. Something that came to mind to me is that maybe the reason Infernals look so strong is the whole kind of power creep of going camp to camp. And I think one big change we did see there, Pig, was that the speed camps got nerfed from 5 creeps down to 3. So maybe we see a little bit less snowball potential in the other game for Infernals.
Yeah, I think that's a really important one to focus on. The ability, like we saw some guys like Theory and the like, they would just chop their trees down to get to the speed camp at the very start. Like the whole build orders were based around get the speed camp, get 5 fiends, and just YOLO it. I think the other big thing is, of course, the I always forget the exact name. It's like something manifestation, basically the lava inject mechanic where you just refill the charges on a building. You would get that really early after like a couple of creep camps. Now it's 40 animus rather than 25, which is a big nerf to that, and it slows down the sort of early game imp explosion that Infernal players were getting ahead with. So I think that's pretty good. Of course, on the other side, Fiends are just as fast as dogs now. They're a little bit faster. Dog upgrade takes longer to upgrade, costs a little bit more. So the dog openings have been nerfed, but so is the Infernal opening, and we're yet to see where that settles in terms of who came out on top.
And yeah, I was thinking to me, like, obviously, early days Stormgate, you've both been there since the beginning of StarCraft, right? Like, how does this kind of compare in some feelings? Because I think one thing that got brought up is if you reach the late game with Vanguard, the Atlas drops and the fact you can still deploy the artillery, evac them out, replace them, is kind of reminiscent of something that we saw balance-wise maybe earlier in StarCraft. Do you kind of have that feeling there might be quite a few broken strats that haven't been ironed out at this point in development?
I mean, there's going to be, I would say, dozens of broken strats that have not yet been ironed out or discovered or anything like that. Like even StarCraft 2, which has a massive player base, like only over the last 6 months did people really discover how good Cyclones were, like in certain matchups. So yeah, even when you've got like massive player bases and some of the greatest RTS minds, overall RTS coming up with stuff, it still takes a while. So throughout the course of this tournament, I can't imagine that people aren't going to pull out new stuff or stuff that just looks really strong. I already heard about like Parding being a guy that's using some recall-esque jobber, and it's like, why is he the only one that does this? And people are like, oh, that's what makes him the best. He's the only one that does it. And I'm like, okay, if it's as simple as that, like, I think everybody will get on board. But yeah, early days, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to get out of this. I think some people felt like one or two of the units we're seeing at the moment maybe feel a little bit more tier 3-esque, so we'll see how strong those are going to be. But I don't think we should delay any longer. It sounds like we've got the map draft ready to kick off. We're going to be opening up with Dark versus Probe. Just a reminder, people, this is a round-robin group stage, best of 3, so plenty of action to come. Don't have your jaws drop and tears come in your eyes if your favorite loses one game or one series. There's still plenty to play for. But boys, onto the map draft. Have fun with the series.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. Of course, big surprise, Broken Crown, map 1. Oh my lord. That's going to be obviously the map that we always start on, and we've seen about 1 billion games on it so far. But this is going to be very fun to just kind of explore and figure things out. And obviously, as we were just saying, there's going to be broken strats. There's going to be things that seem very powerful. And there's going to be a lot of kind of just watching in awe and seeing what the players can pull out. Are there players who just look to overwhelm with their multitasking? I've heard that Parting is basically so good because he's always dropping you. And then late game, he's always dropping imps in your base, the self-detonating, exploding workers. I guess we should be quite noob-friendly in our commentary because we can have a lot of new people who haven't really played or watched much of the game yet. Yeah, he literally single-handedly found out that 9 imps would blow up a base, and they had to nerf that immediately in the most recent patch. So Parting's already affected the balance a little bit, but he's still been going for that very quick 4-minute gaunt drop. That's something we'll be looking at, of course, later on in the tournament. Early on, though, looks like we're going to be starting off with Probe against a Dark. So Dark's going to be a bit jet lagged from Katowice. He's just over there in Poland. But both players are playing late at night, 2 a.m. for Probe. It's about midnight for Dark, and Probe has a vastly more experience, but it's hard to bet against Dark, isn't it, Ben?
I mean, when you talk about these players and their pedigrees, like they both competed in StarCraft 2, but in very, very different realms. Like Probe, he was the king of the Oceanic region for quite some time, specifically the Australian region, as you very well know. But Dark was, or is, kind of a king of the overall scheme of things. And yeah, he's just an absolute beast. And we're going to get right on into it over here, Piggy. So, spawning over here in the bottom left of this map that you very nicely talked about, it's going to be the blue Infernal player. It's going to be Dark.
You know, it's a race that is somewhat inspired, I think, by Orcs, Zerg, a few of those different factions from different RTSs over the years. So, very cool to see. And it's going to be opening up immediately with the Conclave. That is going to allow him to build gaunts. Of course, in the top right side of the map, in the red, representing Vanguard, none other than Probe. And he's going straight for the overcharge there. Now that increases build speed as of a couple patches ago. So he's going to use that to speed build the barracks. And the fact that he's got 2 guys on his second resource, the Ethereum, that means he's most likely going for the early dog upgrade. He wants to get the, the tech resource up, go for that upgrade, which gives you a massive bonus to light damage. And it means with these early dogs, you can try to both harass workers, which he's already being very annoying with, but also the gaunts, the ranged units with the infest mechanic, are very vulnerable. So he'll be trying to run in, snipe those units, and really keep Dark kind of penned up inside his own base and away from the creep camps.
Yeah, kind of cool already, because very often when you see players take on new games, it's like, okay, all my workers immediately on the main resource, right? Not like the gas equivalent, but here you see Probe very much splitting his works up, and he's got a goal of what he wants to do. One thing that makes these guys very similar to Zerg, but also not like Zerg at all, the way that they don't have lava, but their buildings come in waves like lava would be. So you can stack up to 3 of every kind of unit, and once you've got 3 available, you can pop out 3 guys almost instantaneously. So kind of like Zerg in a way, kind of not, but it allows you to be very much like, oh, if you're getting attacked, you can pop out 3 attack units from a single building and be very good aggressively and defensively. And here, he's got a little gaunt fella, and is it a Hellbringer? That big fella with the big axe?
Brute. I always want to call them an abomination from Warcraft, because they're such a big chunker, but it is the Brute, splits into the Fiends. This is a really dangerous move out, though. Probe's going to catch that, and he's going to go straight for the Gaunt, which is a very valuable snipe, but very nice micro by Dark. That was actually really good circling of the Brute there. Most people would have lost that Gaunt, but Dark already showing he's made of sterner stuff.
And that little bar that you see on top of these guys, you see the green health bar? Like, I'm gonna be very noob friendly here, Pig, because I'm also very noob at this game. Oh, gonna be able to snipe down one of these Gaunts. That'll be nice. One is taken. Okay, right, so just to finish my point, the health bar there that you see on these units, Vanguard, all fairly normal. Those green health bars, the red health bars, that's how much health they have. Infernals, very different. They start off, and you see this on this creep, this kind of white health bar. It's almost like a shield that regenerates when you're on creep. So they, similar to Protoss in a way, that they just kind of have this shield that you generate, but also very different again.
Brutes are really slow to wind up their attacks, but look, they do 30 damage in attack. Dogs only have 120 life. Finally getting those Gaunts, but I gotta say the first fight went very badly for Probe because he lost 2 dogs. One of them he tried to pull away, and the spider, the creep, actually finished it off. And then he lost another one to a Brute, and of course the creep camp, the spider, the plus 40 Luminite was grabbed by Dark. But it's not over yet. The dogs are very heavily damaged. Now this map has flowers all over it, these little bonus resources you can pick up to heal your units. Probe's dogs are so damaged, he might want to try to go around and get those. But of course, the moment he backs away, Dark is likely to run out and start taking some of these creep camps in the middle. So it's an interesting decision. Like, Probe just moved to the right, grabbed a flower, healed up 1 or 2 of his dogs. And there's only a few of those on the map. I don't think they respawn or anything like that. And you'll notice he's fast expanded behind it. Now, interestingly, some players do sell or salvage their biokinetics lab, their upgrade structure that allows you to get the dog upgrade. Probe didn't choose to do that this game because he's like, nah, I'm going to need that to build Exos, the kind of man with the gun later on. I don't want to, bother rebuilding it. Even though right now there is a 100% refund cost for all your buildings for Vanguard. It's just the build time that really costs you.
And you see here, Probe's done a good job of just being out on the map. He's got his expansion up and running now as well. He used that boost for his bobs so they could run over, build it a lot faster. So economically, you could say that he's in pretty good shape. Dark, on the other hand, he's getting up his natural now by the looks of it. And he's really been all about getting these resource camps on the map. So maybe doing a little bit of cashing up resource-wise in his own way. And now Probe really has to respect these big boys that are on his side of the map. And it looks like he will be using a bob inside that building just to make sure that he can heal everything, all those scouts back up to full health.
Yeah, and that's a sentry post. So the way that works for anyone new watching is basically it has a basic attack, but any unit you put on it, it gives a different function. You put a dog in it, it gives like big vision. Put a bob in it, a worker, repairs nearby mechanical units and that sort of stuff. So that was a great way of healing up the dogs. Yes, the dogs are mechanical units. They are robot dogs. They aren't biological dogs. So you guys can feel okay if you're ever murdering them as an Infernal player. It's totally fine.
And how do these Lancers do against these bad boys? Nice surround coming in. I don't think Dark's going to be able to get away from here very nicely. Does drop that creep, but Probe very quick to snipe it. And this is definitely a win on the board for Probe, isn't it?
Very huge. And you can see they're already getting 2 of the brutes to split. Ooh, the Lancers actually, they don't do a lot of damage, but they slightly outrange the brutes because they actually have 2 range with their spear and they do kind of splash damage in a line. So the Lancers can out-micro the brutes. They're also very, very tanky against gaunts. So the way the gaunt works, the ranged guy, is he infests you, does 1% of your life per second for 10 seconds. So it, tickles at you. Problem is, Lancers have an ability which reduces all incoming damage by 3, so they literally just don't take damage from the infest. That being said, Dark now has the early gaunt drop. If you don't open up hangers to get the Hornets, the anti-air flyer unit, this drop's so annoying. If they start killing your bobs, then they will spawn fiends off those workers, which kill more workers, and it spirals out of control very quickly. For now, obviously, Probe's on top of it. He's tracking it very nicely, and he's going to start building exos soon, so he has the guys with the guns to shoot them down. But it just keeps him pinned on the defensive, and it's quite annoying. And if he ever gets distracted in tunnel visions on a fight, this ends up in one of his worker lines. It could go really bad really fast.
Yeah, and I believe this guy could also drop creep for the units that it even drops down. You see that Probe's very much respecting this, going to be getting down buildings very quickly, and Vanguard, a little bit different to Terran in that respect. I'll compare a lot of stuff to StarCraft because that's my game, but they can actually speed build buildings if you have more workers on the same building. And here, Dark just being very annoying with this drop, not necessarily getting direct damage done, but it is lost mining time. And back at home, he's getting a lot of Therium here at this base. You see that?
Oh yeah, big Therium transition going on. Only on 2 base. Normally players are trying to get up to 3 or 4 bases in the near future. The dog run by is a good idea, gets a good scout, and he sees that it's very fast Magmadons from Dark. So, I mean, this makes sense. Dark coming out with an aggressive style rather than a macro style. He's probably not going to have as much experience as Probe in the late game. Ooh. But man, that's a lot of imp kills going down. Those imps should probably not be fighting right now.
My goodness, you can really tell that these scouts are doing extra damage to light now, can't you? Because, I mean, they're absolutely butchering these units, and a couple of shots per hit. This is definitely not great for Dark, and it looks like he's getting thwarted on the offense as well.
Yeah,
so much really Therium. Rough. I really would love to know what his eco's looking like right now, because it must be all over the shop.
Well, when you go this heavy into Therium, it's already like, okay, you're going super Therium heavy, you're going like lots of Magmadons and stuff. But then you add to that the fact that, we just saw that he lost like 8 guys on Luminite, and Dark has to like pull off, fix his economy. But he hasn't. His natural, Dark's natural is not mining Luminite correctly right now. His main is still not fully saturated either. So looking at the workers, you can see all 3 Luminite lines very healthy for Probe. Whereas you compare that to Dark, and it's like, oh my, you're barely mining Luminite. And he finally fixes it up there on the expansion. But that is like, dude, he's broke. He is in a very bad position. If he didn't lose his army on the front, it might have been okay. But Probe is miles ahead right now.
In Probe, you see this. He's got a nice amount of Lancers, good amount of Exos as well that can deal very good damage on those back lines, very similar to a Marine, both in the way they play. They can run faster if they do a little tax if you get the upgrade, and the Lancers, they have some kind of buff, right? Is it when they take damage or do damage?
Yeah. So every time they take an instance of damage, they get a temporary move speed and attack speed buff. So basically, when you've got like the gaunts that do bounce damage, fiends that do very low damage, and remember that's also reduced by 3 each time they hit a Lancer because of their innate armor. So then you've kind of got this Lancer that takes very little damage, but each instance is making them stronger, and they just become like absolute like dudes on crack, man. It's like having 7 stims on a Marine or something like that from StarCraft. They just sprint around the field, stabbing things so frantically. I think each buff lasts about 10 seconds. But it gets crazy. So in the big fights, normally you see the gaunts here, the ranged guys, they kind of hide on the back line, and the Lancers will go after them. And they will specifically try to fight them because they're like, we want to take damage from you, and we want to take you down before you infest all of our units. And it's something where, against a heavy Lancer composition, you really just want a few gaunts in your army as the Infernal player to infest everything. Any more than that has big diminishing returns because the Lancers just get on top of them and shred them, and there's almost no way to protect them. Interestingly, Dark is going insanely tech heavy. He's going straight for Hellborn on 2 base. This is actually insane. So the Magmadon, right, the big Kodo guy is like a big tanky, and he can stun the ground around himself and do AoE damage for like 6 seconds around himself. The Hellborn behind that is like a long-ranged artillery unit. They just throw fireballs, but they're really expensive, like crazy expensive, very slow moving. If they ever get jumped on, they'll just crumble. Normally, I'm like, when you get to 200 supply, it's almost always a good idea to go Hellborn. Dark's doing it on like 80 supply or something. With the observing interface, the beta, we don't have the full stats, but he is massively outnumbered. And I feel like we're watching like a mech player in StarCraft on one base with a planetary fortress inside his main base and 2 tanks behind it. Like Dark is so turtled up, and his economy is very weak right now. He's hoping that Probe gets over eager, clumps up, runs into the Hellborn attacks, takes some big Magmadon splash, and he can make some sort of crazy comeback. Problem for him is obviously, if you look at Probe's side of the map, he's on 4 base, he's macroing like a beast, and he has overwhelming numbers.
Yeah, I mean, Probe must be very confused right now, because where he just went for that healing camp, it's usually a 3rd base by, like, you know, minute 3, 4 kind of thing. But, yeah, his army's so huge. Dark trying to run in there with lots of Explodey boys and get some decent damage, but Probe still has a lot of units remaining, and that economy absolutely shattered.
Yeah, Dark teched up to so many different things there. It felt like Magmadon's Hellborn, but that dog run by really put him in the dirt. And whenever you do a fast tech build, oh, there we go. There's the nice boost from the med techs, by the way. Just boosting those exos so they could run forward and focus the Hellborn down. The Fellhogs that spawn around the meat farms does actually take out those exos, but you've already cleared this entire expansion of workers. So Probe's like, okay, maybe you eventually hold this, maybe you don't. I'm on 4 base, and Dark has to tap out. No GG? No, the tech, of course, I'm pretty sure it doesn't show the text when you're observing right now, so I think Dark probably would have dropped a GG, well played, or something like that in the chat. But a pretty decisive game for Probe, and we get to see the experience between a guy who was recently in the very, very top of a $500,000 StarCraft tournament and practicing for that, versus a guy who's played hundreds and hundreds of hours of pretty much every version of the alpha and beta of Stormgate.
Yeah, you very much felt that Probe was doing a lot of the, well, when I say the correct stuff, it was smooth. Like, he got his dogs out, he got buildings up at good timings, was constantly using that boost on his workers, not for, like, defensive purposes, which I remember it being done very back in the early days, but they had big armor and stuff. It was all about getting buildings up fast, and he really utilized that boost. He had a very, very, very heavy, is it Luminite, the first resource? Very heavy Luminite. Yeah, very heavy Luminite income on all 3 bases, very little gas, but... Therium, this is going to take a while for me. And so we managed to muster out a very, very big barracks-heavy army of just exos, lancers, you name it.
Yeah, and that's a very well-rounded army. It does fall off pretty hard when you get to these giant forces, and there's like 6 Hellborn in like a concave all throwing fireballs, and they're hitting the exos that are clumped up, and Magmadons are flanking in, and you've got like imps, you know, the explodey workers coming in from the side and blowing up, and that's where that sort of Bioforce falls off the Lancer Exo Medtech. But we were nowhere near that stage of the game. Next map is going to be Secluded Grove, interestingly. And I do wonder if Probe, say, for instance, goes for a dog opening again, do we see Dark maybe do the wall off? Something that's become popular recently is players are like, they just leave in, they build 2 buildings at the ramp, they leave 1 imp on standby, and then whenever the dogs try to run in, they just throw down a meat farm in the middle to block it. Dogs can't get in, they have to run away because they're getting killed by the other units, then you just cancel it, and you just leave the imp on standby. Very common tactic. StarCraft 2 PvP, for instance, building a pylon to block adepts from shading into your base, you know, this sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious what he's going to do as well, because I know if I'm feeling a bit better or a bit more well-versed in a new game compared to my opponent, and I get to test out the water game 1, sometimes you can look for something a little bit more crazy, you know, a bit more like in your face, and you know, he's dipped his toes now. Now he gets a real feel of, oh, you didn't have this, you didn't have that. That was a bit late there. Maybe I can just do this. Let's see how it goes. Either way, I think we're going to get into it very, very shortly between these 2 guys. Probe still playing the Vanguard, Dark still playing the Infernals.
Yeah, it's going to be cool to see. I think it's really interesting because we actually saw a surprise. I saw someone in Twitch chat going like, oh, is Mana, where's Mana in the bracket? Mana actually had a surprise falling out in the qualifier to, I believe it was Exo Striker took him out, which was a bit of a surprise because Mana has actually been looking fantastic, but it just shows how competitive this tournament is and how quickly the landscape's changing. There are so many high-level players competing right now, and it's incredibly difficult to kind of predict who's going to actually be making it through or not. Now, we did see Pro bring out some very creative strategies recently, by the way. Dark kind of did the meta opening, kind of. It was a little slow in his expansion, but other than that, I would say the 2 things that Dark did differently that game that Pro might be looking to capitalize on with his knowledge is, oh, you moved out against a dog opening. I might just do dogs again, because if you try to move out and I can keep sniping those gaunts and stopping you from creeping, that'll be great. And remember, the first fight went really bad for Probe. He lost 2 dogs for 1 gaunt. He didn't get the resource gap. He had to kind of pull back and heal before he did anything else. I think for him, he might do the same thing. The other thing he might be thinking as well, he did go for that gaunt drop, Dark did, right? He goes for the gaunts, drops them inside the Luminite mine. And that is a move which is kind of countered if you get Hornets out. So if you tech straight up to tier 2, you get the hanger, you build Hornets. It's basically just a very powerful flyer, which was super OP recently, got nerfed a few times, but it still seems quite good. Part of the reason is there's just not a lot of anti-air that aren't, you know, the gaunts, which are very fragile early on. So it kind of forces the Infernal player to basically be building all these gaunts. And whenever you get low hit points on one of these Hornets, you basically just return it to hanger. It flies home, heals up, and you can keep bringing them back in and trading and harassing. And it really forces the Infernal player into an awkward position. And I know Probe's been a big fan of Hornet openings in general. So we'll keep our eyes on it in game 2 and kind of see, you know, what ends up happening there.
No, absolutely, absolutely. We're just getting things ready in the meantime. But is there anything that you felt would be far more normal from Dark as an opening there? Because you talked about how he was teching up very quickly, so he noticed lots of Therium and, you know, not too much of the initial resource. But is there anything that you more commonly see from Infernal players these days?
Well, I'll talk about that in just a sec. I guess we're in game now, so we've got Probe in the bottom left, and that is, of course, Dark in the top right there. So I think what we'll see is probably, you touched on it before, Ben, with your fantastic knowledge of RTS fundamentals, which is heavier Luminite. You know, much bigger Luminite focus, right? Don't necessarily you know, just go so hard into Therium. And be a bit more careful with your move outs. Don't offer them fights at the wrong time. Now, notice the dogs hunting down those little nodes. This map, rather than giving you healing, the flowers actually give you a little bit of resources, which is what those dogs were doing. So the dog was going around and grabbing the resources at the start. Does look once again like the dog opening. And I think this is a really good idea because it's a solid opening. It puts pressure on it. It's going to reveal any sort of weaknesses from Dark. So this is pretty meta, going 1 Iron Vault, which of course builds the Brutes, 1 Conclave, which builds the Gaunts, because it gives you that mix of, oh, if the Vanguard player fast expands, you use the Gaunts to creep everything, get lots of Fiends, and if they're playing aggressive with dogs, you just kind of expand using some Brutes and Gaunts to help you expand. So as Dark, the problem is he doesn't have scouting, and you don't get a super early scout, so he needs to kind of either split one of his early Brutes, get it across the map to scout, or wait until he sees the extra dogs and then just kind of go, okay, let's not move out to creep this time, preserve my Gaunts, defend my Imps, and let's not take that crazy worker damage that he took last game.
No, absolutely. One thing I've noticed about Probe, like when I've been playing Vanguard, which I gotta admit, not the most in the world, whenever I see like the Therium, I'm all about getting that Therium mining camp like right next to it. Whereas he's not been doing that at all. Is it just not worth it? Is the long distance mining just not really that much of an issue?
That's a great question. So I actually can literally answer from the horse's mouth because Probe's taught me just about everything I know about this game. So I asked him this question a week ago. So he said it about doubles the mining. It's actually really efficient because he has only mined enough for the actual upgrade this early. He didn't mine. He goes in, he gets 1 Gaunt, but he's going to lose a couple dogs again. And
it's 2 for 2, right?
Yeah, which is a good trade.
Yeah.
It's not a bad trade. He can't heal the dogs, though, on this map, so they do have to kind of go home. Gets a Fiend as well. I like that Dark's trying to scout with one of the Fiends. That's actually a really nice way to get a bit of value. Fiends used to decay over time. They don't anymore. And by the way, actually, I guess we can talk about the split mechanic on the Brute. So it used to be you have to split the Brute or you don't get any Fiends. They thought that was a bit too brutal, so they removed it. So whenever the Brute dies, it just splits, right? But then they were like, well, that removes some skill expression. So now they've made it so if you manually split the Brute just before it dies, the Fiends spawn with their full white armor. And if you don't do that, they spawn with no white armor, right? So there is still an advantage whenever you do manually split those Brutes just before they die. So if you guys want to keep an eye on Dark on the micro side, how quick is he? Whenever you see a Brute about to die, try to look at the Fiends that pop out of it. If they have the white armor, it means he manually split it just in time.
They should have done something like that with Banelin's pig, you know, that would have been very good in my heyday, you know. All right. It's very valuable for Probe to get this vision tower right outside of Dark's base, though. So he's going to have very good vision. Even with these scouts, they get to see a lot using their ability. And yeah, he's got Dark right where he wants him, just on the other side of the map. But it's got to be said, his expansion in this game wasn't quite as fast. But I also feel that Dark's build in general, he got his expo up faster, seemingly got out on the map a little bit quicker as well. Just, you can tell that he already did a little bit better. We were laughing at this dancing Bob.
Yeah, the Bobs are kind of the stupidest unit in the game right now. I think that's something that's high on Frost Giant's list. Sometimes it's good for units to be able to be surroundable and blockable for, I think, Warcraft 3 style micro in a game. The Bob, though, is a special level of stupid sometimes. It just gets stuck on just about anything. But yeah, you'll notice this map has so many resource camps. So he's like, oh, you're turtling up, you're defending. I'm just going to run around and take all the resource camps, says Probe. But it looks like they might cross paths because the Gaunt Drop's going to the top left, but it flies right through the vision tower. And the dog should see that heading to the left side of the map. Probe should be very well prepared for that when it arrives.
Yeah, it's nice that Probe already has like a tower situated at his base, and you see the Dark here. He's all about dropping that Shroud here, going to go for the resource camps, and Probe, he knows where he is, absolutely does. Was tempted to slow him down a little bit, but it's hard to slow that down with just the scouts that you have available.
Yeah, instead he just takes the other resource camp and then just runs away. So they're like, okay, I get one, you get one, no worries. The Doombringer, the transport, by the way, it actually used to have to be landed to both pick up and drop, whereas now it only needs to land to drop. It can actually pick up while flying, which gives it a bit more micro ability, you know, picking up units when they're in trouble and that sort of stuff. Now, the health camps are very tanky and hard to take down, but hold that thought. Dogs are going to go into the Luminite mine and look for some damage. Already one of the Gaunts going down. You can see the dogs are getting veterancy upgrades just before they die. So it gives you a small boost. There is an experience system just for Vanguard units where they can get, I think, 3 upgrades. Each one gives about, I think, 10% hit points and damage. So it is pretty damn sizable, especially later on if you have a lot of the Exos, the Marine type unit, triple veterancy, they become kind of disgustingly powerful. So if you can preserve his units well, Probe will get heavily rewarded for that.
You can definitely see that Probe is doing the same thing again. We're absolutely prioritizing the main resource here, so really filling that up with workers on both base. Just had this kind of like small trickle income here on Ethereum, which is absolutely going to allow him to get a lot of units off. He had like 3 barracks in his main base as well, which is absolutely going to be piling out very solid units very quickly, be it like Exos at this point, Lancers, they're all a very good mix. I feel like the time of the Scout is over at this point, and yeah, we see in that natural lots of just solid, good battle units there in the mix.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where if you preserve the dogs, their time is definitely over, but it's kind of like if you have a few Reapers left alive or something like that in StarCraft.
Ooh.
Oh, Probe reacting a little slowly, not pulling those Bobs away as fast as he could have. He only loses 1, though, not too bad. Sentry Post with the Exo in it, you can see he gets a nice big gun on it. They kind of nerfed that a bit a few patches ago, but I think it recently got a bit of its range back. So, actually, no, it got extra anti-air range, and I think that's specifically because of this drop was being so annoying. And they're like, we need to give this a little bit extra anti-air range, the Exo turret, just so that it can try to limit the crazy annoyance of this drop that is all over the ladder right now. That Doombringer tracking the army home dark. He's got a decent little army. The little guys, the Fiends, are really weak against the Lancer Splash, and they do very little damage. So you really want to have, I would say, a good number of Brutes to try to deal with the Lancers. However, the Exos, of course, are very much the thing you want to target. If you can target down the Exos, the guys with the guns, the real damage dealers, that's going to be way more effective. Likewise for Probe, if he can get his Lancers on top of the Gaunts, that'll be great. Right now, Dark's army is way better than his, though. That is a huge army. So many Magmadons just came out. What the heck?
Yeah, those Trample boys are definitely strong. And I mean, once Probe sees this army, he's probably going to be like, what the hell have you been cooking over here? Because that is way more than he had in Game 1. And Probe, having his army on this side of the map, definitely not a bad thing for him, given that that army, as long as it's over here, can't attack you. As far as I'm aware, there's no Nidus Worms or anything like that in this game just yet, or transferring that Shroud over to the other side of the map without that Doombringer. But yeah, Probe's definitely going to have to be a little bit careful this game, because, yeah, Dark's got a very tech-heavy army.
Okay, I think he saw a unit rallying out. He should realize, because his third just built, so Probe is literally just invested in a third base, as the attack's coming through the middle of the map. He did use the scouting, the flying dog there as a top power ability. He's going to have a Bob overcharge available. He's trying to mass build sentry posts on his third. Dark's actually not even interested in the third, though. He's going to go to the natural. Or is he? Oh my god, Probe's like, where do I defend? It's a very scary army. Keep an eye on the Magmadons. If they get on the Exos, Probe's in trouble. If he can get them away, that'll be good. The other thing is, if a lot of Bobs start dying, there's going to be a mass Fiend spawn from the Infest. That is also going to be very scary. But Dark is super committed. He needs to find damage right now.
He certainly does, and you see that Shroud is dropped, so his units will continuously regenerate that shield slowly but surely. And yeah, one Trample Boy does get taken down on the front line here, and Probe's microing pretty damn nicely. A big drop down. Tries to land, but Probe very quick to maneuver out of it, and that gun in the back, that sentry as well. Probe's handling this very nicely.
Oh, he's also got a Rampart. He uses the Rampart ability. That gives a plus 200 armor on the command post there so that it doesn't get focused down. Very well done. Exo Lancer microing back and forth, and technically, the Magmadons can wreck the Exos. Technically, the units could do really well here for Dark, but you see what happens with Micro and pulling back to a defensive position. Probe just absolutely massacred this. None of the Magmadons landed their hits in a big way. Everything got focused down. And the moment the front line disappeared, you see how fragile those Gaunts are. Remember what I said earlier in that game one? You want a few Gaunts to kind of spread infest. You don't want any more than that. They are so fragile. Dark knows he's done for. That was kind of like almost a two-base all-in, you could call it. And not only did he lose the fight, he lost the fight terribly, killed very little army. Probe just out-microed that army really, really well. And we see that even though those units are powerful for Dark, he didn't have the ability to close the distance and get on top of Probe's units. And this is why the modern meta is you kind of need to ambush the Vanguard player and flank them. And that just wasn't something he's able to do when Dark's attacking into a defended base.
Yeah, it was very tricky for him to attack into Probe there. And you could feel it, like, Dark in StarCraft 2, if he wants to attack you, he's going to attack you. Like, there's going to be no hesitation, whereas you saw him there on the map, like, kind of wandering across. It's like, oh, do I go here? Do I go there? Like, he was obviously not super well versed in what to do and when to do it, whereas Probe, it was like, all right, turrets coming down, speed building here, they're finishing just in time. If you attack me over there as well, I've got this nice little wall. And, like, none of the units of Dark were really getting on top, right? It was all, oh, I'm going to trample. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm dead. So I think Probe, he just looked more well-rounded here in every way. Like, his build orders were clean. His micro was solid as well. And definitely a nice start to the day from Probe, because I believe this is a round-robin situation where every player is going to have to play every player. And, ooh, next series of the day, going to be Clem going up against Dark. So I think this might be far more well-matched as far as, you know, how much these guys have actually practiced, given that they were both top 8ers at the recent Katowice for StarCraft 2. Going to be awesome.
Heck yeah. Well, it's going to be really fantastic to see. Obviously, Clem against Dark is a very fun match. I feel like Clem hasn't played as much as Probe by any means, but he's hopped on. Like, there have been days where I'm like, wow, Clem won 3 online tournaments today. This man is being grinding StarCraft for 10 plus hours, and you'll see him playing a different RTS, you know, at night for like a few games. And you're like, what? Where do you find the time to do this? But I think Clem just is like, he just enjoys hopping on and trying things out. So he's been kind of learning Stormgate naturally that way. I do expect him to be more experienced than Dark, but it should be much closer in that realm of, you know, experience difference than the last match.
No, absolutely. Like, Clem will be playing the Vanguard today as well. But speaking of the other man that we just saw previously, playing for Team Talon in his game StarCraft 2, maybe here as well in the future. Who knows? It is Dark.
And his opponent in the bottom left playing for Team France. And of course, Team Liquid. It is Clem.
Yeah, I've got my Team Liquid shirt on today, you know, representing my boy.
Yeah, man. I mean, what a great pickup Clem has been there. Has really put a big mark in the scene for them. Instrumental in Team Liquid's winning a lot of money last year at the team championships over in Gamers 8 as well. So players won his first big premier tournament in StarCraft at the end of last year. Oh, that was a almost snipe. He has to emergency throw down a meat farm there just to save the imp, even though it wasn't time to do that. Better than losing the worker though for Dark.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like, these workers work in the same way as drones do from StarCraft and StarCraft 2, where you can actually, when you make a building, you turn them into the building itself. So very similar. And Clem, this game, we see a very different way of approaching it. And this was my first way of approaching it when I started playing this game, where I was like, you know what? I'll gather as much Luminite as I can, and then go for an expansion as quickly as possible. And this way, you will be less out on the map and be less utilizing the creeps. But as a StarCraft player, this feels very right to just boost your economy straight away in this way. But there's far more avenues to take when it comes to Stormgate in what you can actually do on the map.
Yeah, well, I mean, if this was Warcraft 3, this would be a terrible idea, right? Because then Dark's going to take all the creep camps, he's going to get all the experience, he's going to have a level 4 hero when you're at level 1, and you're like, well, this is bad. Heroes are everything, but you don't have such big rewards. There's no boots of speed for your units on this map, so it feels like, yes, Dark can creep now and get some of that, but his expansion is going to be so far behind, even with some resource camps, getting some fiends up, that obviously does flow into him creeping faster and faster. Clem will just be speeding up that tech tree, up that money a lot faster. And I'm really curious to see how it goes, because Dark was under the gun and under the pressure of a much experienced player the entire game in the last set. This time, he's got more room to breathe, maybe get in his comfort zone, build a little bit more comfort, and we're going to see how powerful infesting these creeps is.
Yeah, so far this very much, like you brought up Warcraft 3, this very much so far looks like a human versus undead, where the human expands as quickly as possible, but then they play like the little kid on the playground, and there's a big kid that you don't know where he's hiding, so you're like staying indoors, and you're like, no, 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 but just letting him creep like crazy. And Dark is actually allowed to play his game thus far. Still doesn't have an expansion going down, but you can see that he's just meandering around the map, getting those resource camps. His units are a little bit lower, but this should definitely say that Dark is definitely doing what he planned on doing, whereas Probe just shut everything down straight away.
You know, it's funny because I kind of liked it when people were hopping in for Next Fest and everyone was able to play Stormgate, and they're like, oh, this is going to be less frustrating than StarCraft, right? Like, I'll hop in, like, the first game anyone accuses Infernal, there's a dog in their base biting their workers, and they're like, what's happening? What do I do against this annoying dog? And, of course, your opponent, no matter what level they are, is try-hard microing it, even if they're floating money and not spending it at home, just because they're like, oh, I have a dog attacking imps. I think it is overwhelming if you don't have a lot of experience in the game. You don't really know how to handle those pressures, and we saw, of course, Dark fall quite far behind and just get stuck building way too many units on one base. This time, he's got a bit of a faster expand up. One way you can catch up is trying to build a quicker third and fourth, because you can't speed build it. You see, this expansion's already full of workers for Clem. He's doing such a good job of boosting out his bases. And if Dark wants to compete with that, he should go for 4 base. What we saw in the last series, though, is both games, Dark did the same thing. And that is, I'm going to try and do a massive Therium 2-base timing. And he's already pretty heavily onto Therium, so I think Dark once again might be going fast Magmadons and just trying to make that work. But he's up against a very different build from his opponent. You're going to see these early hedgehogs.
I love how Clem's microing them already, like a little sim marine, you know, proper stutter stepping them even against creeps and what have you. Now Clem's actually moving up to a 3rd base, pretty much as Dark just finished his natural. So I would definitely say that Clem is ahead in a lot of ways. Now, hedgehogs, are they great in straight up fights? I mean, they're not bad, but there are better units, right? They're mainly used for the mobility and what have you. And Clem will have to be careful about this drop on the map from Dark, because this bad boy, if left unopposed, it can definitely get a lot of damage done. And so far, Clem is very good about just making sure that he's got his units in the right places. And hedgehogs, to get an anti-air shot, it looks like they have to set up to do it. So Dark looking to just avoid all of that malarkey.
Their anti-air is pretty pleb. It's not great. It's definitely their backup usage, but it's the only thing he has that shoots up right now, so it makes sense that he's doing it. The drop has not been able to actually drop. It's basically been a flying scout this entire time. So it is forcing Clem on the defense, though, but Dark not taking a 3rd, and it feels like Dark, I don't think he has a ton of imps on his expansion yet either. Remember, you can build imps. I believe it's every 17 seconds you get a charge on your shrine to build a new imp. And you start with like 2 extra imps at the start of the game, as well as starting with a charge that insta-builds. And even if you miss macro, you can just, bam, build all 3 at once, right? If it's gone to max charges. Whereas if a Vanguard player misses building Bobs, they have to just keep building. It's kind of, you know, Terran versus Zerg in terms of like, if you make macro mistakes, it's a bit more punishing with Vanguard. But you've got speed build, which really helps make up for it. Dark, though, is sitting on 2 base for a very long time. You see he's made a lot of gaunts here as well. But because he didn't really get to creep all that much of the map, I don't know if it's been all that fantastic. Ooh. And look at this ambush. Oh my god, the Hedgehog ambush almost got the Doombringer. That was a cute move.
There is an upgrade as well for these Hedgehogs where I think they can become better at dealing with the air, but that Doombringer does make it all the way home here. And you see, back on the Shroud will generate or regenerate that shield rather, so we'll be rearing to go in the near future. And Clem just making sure that, hey, you haven't got this cheeky base over here, have you? With that scout over there, so still utilizing it. And he's taken his 4th base here as well. Like Clem, his eco's left totally untouched, and he's looking real sharp here. Even getting a bit of a brute there on the front door, I believe.
Yep. Pulls the Hedgehog back just in time to get out of there. I think it's... Oh, no, it looks like... Yeah, I think they're the same move speed, but he does turn it around and we'll lose that Hedgehog. Dark is getting massively out macro. He's going Hellborn as well. Okay. I think we are starting to learn that Dark is brand spanking new. Gotta call it the way I see it here, Muslim. Two base Hellborn is not it. It's I'm trying to think of analogies from other games.
2 base Ultra. I mean,
yeah, 2 base Ultra. Maybe not Ultra, because Ultra is actually a good fighting unit. It's got to be something that's like 2 base. It's like Tempest, but like, you know, there are specific Tempest builds. Maybe Tempest. Mate, is there like a 1 base mass flying gnomish flying machine build from Warcraft 3? That sounds like it might be a similar one in that you're like, this on its own doesn't do that much.
Yeah, mass flying machines. I mean, there was a time that it kind of worked, I guess, but yeah, most of the time, no, it doesn't. No, I'm kind of feeling where you are. It's like skipping bio, skipping mech, and going like 1 base mass Raven. Although I say that, and it's like, okay, that sort of has a place as well, I guess. But no. I mean, yeah, Dark's definitely not playing the most optimal way, because everything that I've heard about this game so far, Pig, it's Infernals are great. They make Vanguard look kind of bad in return. But what we're seeing today is completely the opposite. So maybe our Vanguard players are just bringing it in very different ways.
Pretty cool, though, to see that we do have Clem, you know, of course, playing Vanguard and as well as Probe and already getting a few more of those players into that top bracket to even out the numbers would be great. Bit of a Hellborn move out here for Dark, but just the 4 out of 12 on that expansion is what makes me kind of go, oh, his economy is so low. You know, his economy is so very low. He's got a crazy amount of Ethereum mining, but it's just there's only so much raw material you can build if you've got everything on the Ethereum rather than the Luminite. So he's basically just going all Ethereum, you know, none of that core resource, and yet he takes a 3rd. Dark is absolutely bananas. This is insane. This build makes no sense at all. I'm being a little harsh, but Dark is clearly very new, man.
I mean, you're allowed to be harsh. You're absolutely allowed to be, because apparently he's played like a good 13 or so games on his account, maybe ladder, and maybe he was as unfortunate as me as well that he lost to Loco. Because, yeah, that was definitely one of the low lights of my career for sure. So he's got a lot of heavy tech units here. Very low economy. 16 workers on Ethereum and 5 on Luminite. That's, yeah, it's bonkers, Pig. It's bonkers. And Clem, he went for this fast Hedgehog build and went into bio again afterwards. So his build's a bit crazy as well. But, hey, I like where this is going for Clem so far.
It feels like Clem's kind of just getting a feel for it. Like, this is one of those things you see in very top-tier RTS players where they sense what their opponent's goal is. You know, you see a small thing they're doing, you're like, oh, he's being a bit more defensive than players normally are. And you just reactively, instinctively go super greedy. That's what Clem has done in this game. He does not need to attack at all. He's 5 base against barely 3 bases, but he's still poking around and acting like he's the one doing the big scary attack. Now, obviously, you don't want to wait too long because Dark is building a great late-game composition of like Hellborns, Magmadons, multiple Doombringers there. The thing is, it's just going to take him so long to max out. Clem probably has about 8 to 10 minutes, I would say, before Dark's army reaches a supply where it scales to that point where it truly is like next level scary. All the early lead Clem has doesn't mean anything if you both hit, you know, your max supply, and he's got a better army than you, right? But right now, Clem's got a mobile scary force, and I think against this very static kind of Hellborn siege style army, he could split up and attack multiple angles. Maybe drops for Clem would be great. or if he can just lure Dark into the open even once and surround him, he's going to be great. Dark, on the other hand, he wants to focus fire his Hellborn on the Exos, the guys with the guns. They're fragile, they clump up a lot, they'll take massive splash damage. And remember, the fireballs do splash exactly the way it looks. Hits the target and then does a cone of splash damage behind the target it hits. If he can hit those guys, that'll be big, but he's got a target fire.
I mean, I tell you what, Pig, these big Hellborns over here, so many. He has so many of those big bad lads, and they do a lot of AoE damage. I mean, Clem, what does he really have to work on here? Like, I can imagine one of the dream scenarios is getting some Atlases out, maybe getting the drop ships for them as well, just making sure that he can do something, but that is a surprising number of those big heavy tech units, and wow, he's real hunkered on down here. Yeah,
this is like the Dark who would try to just make Lurker Viper and just camp until his opponent goes crazy in ZVZ sometimes. It's kind of cool to see him mixing it in. Air swap would be great. I'm pretty sure Hellborn don't attack air. It is one of the newer units, so maybe someone will correct me if I'm wrong on that, no doubt. But there's not much anti-air right now. And I don't even know if he has the ability to build that many Shadow Flyers, which is like a Scourge from StarCraft 1, essentially, reactively. So air swap is an option. The other thing you can do, like you said, Atlases with evacs. So those are kind of the siege tank type unit. They slightly outrange the Hellborn. Very similar range on both sides, and you kind of need vision to actually outrange them. But then it'll just be like, oh, I have siege units, you have siege units. And I think the Atlases will slightly win that fight, but I haven't really seen too many of the battles to know exactly how that fight goes.
No, I just know that these units, the Hellborns, aren't exactly speedy. So if you can land anything on them, it definitely can help a lot. But Dark is trying to get some dropship action going along, and he's got a big trample boy here that definitely slowed down Clem a little bit, but I feel like Dark, every time he pokes Clem to see how big he's growing and how big his army is, it just kind of makes you go like, whoa, no wonder I'm sat back at home, you know? And yeah, he's proper lurkering on down, isn't he? This is just like his StarCraft 2 style when he's a little bit behind.
Yeah, I'd like to see Clem just split his army in half. Half goes to the top left, kills that fourth for 3. Other half goes to the bottom right, and then when Dark's army moves to the top left, the other half, the army of Clem, just dives in the right side base, blows up the static defense. Kind of just do that split multi-prong. You've got a lower tier mobility focused army. Dark has he's got his meat farm wall off mass Hellborn army. He's trying to squeeze it around the wall off. Oh man, he might want to get rid of one of those meat farms, or he's just going to bug his units out. Those are some chunkers, guys. These guys do not know the meaning of diet. They are not going to get in and out of these walls very easily.
Yeah, that feeling when it takes your army a full minute to get outside. Also, his army, like, I can't believe how many chunky boys it is. It's, you got the freaking Hellborn on the back line. I tell you what, though, Clem cannot
It's a bad spot for Clem.
Yeah, Clem cannot charge into that at all. And Dark finally getting to where he wanted to be. And yeah, he feels it's go time. And Clem does have an answer to this.
He's got to get a bit of a surround. Clem needs to spread more than this if possible. He's like dangerously clumped right now. And if Dark can lure him into the choke point, this could go well for Dark.
Yeah, and he's got those siege tanks, the Atlas, out on the map now. And they do have an upgrade where they can put an AoE on the ground that deals damage over time as well. And you can see that they are enough to send Dark packing.
They are. That one Hellborn shot was scary on those Exos, though. I really feel like just... this reminds me of don't do this at home, kids. It's like when you see Clem microing against disruptors, where he's just like, oh yeah, I'll just walk right up to the edge of the shot. And like there's a shot chasing him and he turns around and runs towards it because he knows the pixel is barely going to miss his units and then he can run in and punish it. That's what he's doing right now. Any sane Vanguard player would split their army off and try to surround them or flank. Clem is relying on his instincts and his insane speed to dodge these shots and just kind of not get too in range. But it's incredibly dangerous because it's so many Hellborn.
Yeah, I like Clem, technically, like perfect world scenario. Dark cannot truly charge through here, just like Clem cannot charge through here either. Like, if he does start getting some dropships out and start utilizing the mobility of his army, because it can be fast, it really can. But this is getting to a point where Dark, I think he's got less supply in the workers, but those Atlas shots, those are big over here.
Oh, he's exposed. Clem doesn't pounce, though. Clem's still looking to focus on the big frontal army. I mean, Clem's army is still definitely bigger. Dark needs like another minute to really properly catch up.
Yeah, like, Clem is very fortunate. Oh, I mean, that's a great position for Dark to start shooting at from the high ground here. And Clem, I tell you what, Dark can actually shoot from the low ground as well over here. But Atlas are getting very forward and chaos is going to ensue.
Nothing to deal with the Lancers right here, Ben. They're just jumping on top, and the Exo's behind it. There's just no front line. It's pure Hellborn, and it looks scary. But you got to realize there's just no Weavers to back it up. No tanky boys up front. Nothing to take the brunt, and you can see how quickly those Hellborn crumble. They are a massive investment of cost, but they need other units supporting them. The Flayed Dragon comes out. That's 400 Animus and a ton of resources. It can infest areas in an area. Infest units in an area and then suck that infest up to heal itself. It does good damage, but it is a one-man. And unlike, superheroes out there, that dragon is not going to hold this 200 supply army.
No, I mean, this is a massive army from Clem. It features nearly everything that Vanguard has, doesn't it? So many Atlas on this low ground, just sieging on here. And Dark's army is disappearing, along with this work account as well. Exo's on the front line, they're getting healed. He even was using that bubble ability. Does the bubble ability heal mech units around it, or how does that work?
So there is a top bar shield, which you can use once you get to tier 2 as Clem, a blue shield, which blocks 1,000 damage for up to 10 seconds on a single unit. And then there's the green bubble, the glowing bubble, which basically is the medtech putting Nano Swarm on mechanical units, and it heals nearby other mechanical units. It doesn't heal bio, but they also have their just small little green healing, which also goes on those bio units as well from the medtech. I didn't notice a sentinel in there, which does the actual bubble, which is what I would refer to that. So I think it's actually called something bubble, which is basically like a big 50% damage reduction sort of guardian shield ability. And that comes from the sentinel, which is the science vessel / fairy dragon is what I refer to it as when I didn't know its unit's name before, when we saw pictures of it. So that one, I don't think we saw that in that game, but I think you were just talking about like the green sort of one, right?
No, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I was just seeing these big green bubbles around units popping up, and I'm like, I think I read about that, where it heals your mech units and not your bio units. But Clem had a real good mix of stuff there, didn't he? And those Lancers, you can really see, like, this game feels like it's got a lot more hard counter-esque going on in it when it comes to which units do what, as opposed to, like, if you see your opponent making an army and you're making an army, there's going to be counters that you can make where it's like you can't come up with the same army in game, or rather game in, game out kind of thing, which is very nice to see. And Clem, he just got around to making a way bigger army than his opponent, and it looked damn strong, honestly.
Heck yeah, dude. It's kind of fun because these are very different games to what we saw in the other qualifiers, where like, because we've got these players who haven't played as much but are still insanely talented. Like we saw the insane macro of Clem in that game. It was just like, what? He's skilled. On the other hand, we also see the builds are nowhere near as like refined and stuff, and the meta isn't quite there. It's more of like players figuring things out and using their high skill to adapt under pressure. In the qualifiers, it was like, oh, this guy's doing this build and he's trying to counter it with this. And there was a lot more of that like meta game of players who've been grinding the ladder. But so far here, Clem and Dark is a bit of a fresh one. It's going to be interesting to see. I want to see Dark massively change it up, because so far we have just not seen him show any RTS fundamentals that you would expect from a god of StarCraft 2 in terms of like build a big economy and then do a thing. For him, he's really focused on specific tech-heavy, Ethereum-heavy units and getting an advantage with it. Hasn't worked out for him so far, but maybe here in Game 2 on, of course, everyone's favorite map. I believe this one is Jagged Moor, controversial map that we're going to be going into here. In the top right, we've got Clem. In the bottom right, we've got Dark. And this is the map with the siege camps and a massive push path, except for, of course, the narrow path where there's some trees, which only small units can move through.
Yeah, I mean, this map, I remember when this got shown on Twitter, and I was like, this to me screams scrap station in a lot of ways, right? Like, you've got to go around this long way around the map by ground, but there's going to be bits where you can break through in the middle, I believe, to make it a little bit shorter, or even using air to just completely bypass everything. And what are these massive red spots on the map here, Piggy?
Oh, I think you'd like those, Ben. Those are siege camps, mate. They're very strong creep camp, but if you kill them, you get a catapult that looks exactly like a catapult straight out of Warcraft 1. It is definitely a placeholder graphic, I would say. It's fantastic. It's a big bright red catapult, and it'll auto push your opponent's base. Kind of turns this map into a Dota game. You're like, oh, quick, we've got a mega creep wave. Let's go with it, you know? So you kind of try to push with that. It's similar to an Atlas in strength. so it can outrange static defense and siege through players. So if you're playing at someone who does like a greedy economic build and is relying on sentry posts or something, you get one of those with your army, and it's actually fantastic for timing pushes.
Yeah, I mean, it already looks very interesting to me. Like, I'm looking at it, there's a lot of Luminite deposits knocking around here, lots of green deposits as well for that Therium. And right now,
the double patches, it's kind of a weird map like that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely can boost a certain economy. And hey, if you're Dark and you're like, oh my goodness, 2 greens in one spot, he's going to go for it, isn't he?
I've got to imagine you're right. I mean, the thing is, I feel like having the ability to build the scrapyard, the Therium drop-off point, which Vanguard has and Infernal doesn't, is a big advantage on this map, because the double green patch is kind of off on its own, and you don't really want to build a shrine just for that. But then, obviously, you have to if you're going tech-heavy as Dark. On the other hand, we've heard a lot about, you know, things doing just fine, as that Bob does pull off things doing fine for Infernals on this map. Bobs can repair the dogs. That's what Clem was doing there, and we're going to see Dark is already pushing right across the map. What is this? I guess he knows it's CP first. He just wants to put on some pressure and then maybe steal the camps on the enemy side of the map. It's a very early pressure from Dark.
It's very quick, isn't it? And I mean, if there's one thing that I've looked at from Clem's build, it's that he doesn't have that many battle units out very quickly. And Dark, you know, he walked all the way over here and he's like, I'm nabbing your resource camp, matey, which is definitely a play. But I mean, maybe he could have dealt a little bit of damage quicker, although with Vanguard's ability to just boost their workers and getting so much armor and value out of them.
They use steroid overcharge and they kill everything. The Bobs are actually an insanely powerful fighting unit when they've got the overcharge. Notice how he doesn't even trigger it, though, because Clem's like, yeah, this is not really that scary an attack. I can just defend with this Lancer. And he's already got a Hedgehog out as well. Hedgehogs do bonus to heavy units, so they're good at picking off the brutes. And they are so microable that they're really fantastic. This is also just a crazy attack to be doing for Dark, because it's the longest rush distance in the entire map pool. Similar to how he did a timing push on Probe on one of the longer maps. So Dark hasn't been picking his builds for the maps too well. Makes sense. Someone who hasn't got that much experience on the maps. But actually killing a few of these units quite nicely. And getting those Fiends getting good damage. In low numbers, the Fiends don't take a lot of splash from the Lancers. And they actually do okay as that Hedgehog gets chased to the main. He's going to pull some Bobs to try and repair it. And it looks like it should barely survive.
I mean, this is just cool, and I mean, you know, you're questioning Dark on his like choice to do this on the longest rush distance map, but I'll have you know that he was voted the highest strategic mind over at StarCraft 2 Katowice, which still a lot of players also were like, what the hell? But no, I mean, very cool to see the Hedgehogs used here. Like Probe was very much about getting out those scouts, the dogs, in time, whereas Clem, totally different approach, and he handled that pretty damn nicely, actually.
Yeah, for those who don't know Dark from StarCraft, he is one of the most consistent players whilst playing like an absolute mad lad. He kind of just does random things sometimes and just kills people with killer instincts. He makes some of the best comebacks in StarCraft. He has so many years of making what we often refer to as disgusting comebacks, because it feels like he should be dead and he just finds a way back into it. So he's very creative. He's one of the most clutch players in basically all of RTS. Clem, on the other hand, very solid, fantastic multitasking, micro. He's got great macro. His speed is pretty much the best in the world of any RTS player we've ever seen. Maybe Raynor being the only one we could say is up there with him. But the drop comes in, does get a Bob or two, you know, not a bad drop for Dark, finds some damage. What I really want to see, though, is that third base going down, like the moment this is moving across the map. And even on the mini-map, I can see he's got very few imps on his expansion. And this is something where you really want to be saturating that Luminite immediately. But instead, he's building a third on the double green. You called it, Ben!
I knew it. I knew it. He is a man that loves his heavy tech, doesn't he? And I'm actually far happier with how Dark's playing this game, even with that rush at the start, because this dropship is doing what you very much fear as a Vanguard player. And look, you see it just disrupting the flow of that Luminite, very, very hardcore, and he's actually getting expansions up behind it. And Clem, he wanted to be left alone. He wanted to be killing the siege camp very quickly. We saw that with the Hedgehogs, and it's totally been stumped.
Yeah, nicely done here. He did lose 2 Gaunts in the drop, but he's still got, I think, 2 Gaunts and 2 Brutes. So it's still got the main damage in the Brutes, the infestability of the Gaunts, their bounce, of course, very good for spreading that infest as well. Going to find the third base of Clem. So Clem definitely under a lot more pressure, as you pointed out this time. And the drop did get deflected from there, but just forcing the Bobs to pull away every time is fantastic. And Clem now starting his transition into a little bit more Therium, building some sentry posts. And Dark, of course, no doubt about to send a ton of imps over to that third base in the near future. He's on 11 out of 12 in his main. You do want to get 12 out of 12, though the first 10, I think, are the most efficient. And I do think Dark's expansion is natural. Second base is also looking a bit healthier. So he's definitely got a little bit of a better base for his economy, but he needs to keep working on that. As Clem is now going to start taking those siege camps, preparing to get a big push going potentially.
I like the fact that the siege camp pig is 2 giant chickens and 2 rocket deers with very strange heads, you know? Like, it definitely surprised me a little bit when I was playing yesterday, and I was like, what the hell? I keep pulling my units away, and yeah, the deer keeps on rocketing them. And
the deer does not headbutt you. It shoots rockets. There's like laser mooses and stuff. I like that they were like, okay, how do we make sure people know these are placeholder, kind of like temporary green images? They're like, chickens with Viking helmets, let's go.
And yeah, that tank is on its way now. And Dark, he has a pretty decent army to maybe take this on as well, but I feel like, I mean, those chickens and those deer definitely deal quite a bit of damage. It's not going to be super easy for him to deal with that. And Clem, again, going for this kind of hedgehog-esque army here, which very mobile, but again, very long distance around the map to really sort things out. And what happens when 2 of these siege things go at it against one another? Oh, big ass shot over there.
Yeah. That's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun. The catapults do kind of get very funny when they're both fighting, high ground, low ground. They usually trade out with each other. And do kind of counter each other that way. This is going to be interesting. Clem, I don't think this is a super committed push for him. And once again, Dark is massing Hellboy. This man is obsessed. You know what? Infernal players only think about one thing, and it's disgusting, Ben.
I mean, I'm even though they pack a massive punch, these Lancers, if they do run and get on top, it's definitely going to be brutal. And Dark does have his siege engine stay alive here with this little bit of Hellborn support over here. Definitely an unusual game, and yet again, and I do wonder what Clem's going to be piling out here, because he's got a lot of barracks online, but Dark definitely getting a more of a feel for it, and you can definitely tell that this map has been more to his liking with his playstyle as well.
Indeed. I feel like if Dark could just take that double Luminite base and secure that, his turtling on Hellborn style is great, but for now, he's going to go for another drop in the main. Undefended right now. Oh, he doesn't unload it. He hasn't queued it to unload. Both players not watching right now. They are distracted by other things going on.
They do drop, and is that a Hellborn in the mix? I mean, I saw the trample boy. Yeah.
Magmadon is, if you get 2 Magmadons and they're not looking, they will trample and kill the whole Bob line so quickly. So it is actually one of the scarier kind of drops that you add in there, especially if you one Magmadon and a few, Gaunts for Infest is like, bam, man. Juicy if you get that landed. Dark once again with his, this is going to become like a famous meme economy, He's got so many. I think he's got about 30 imps mining Therium at this point, maybe at least 20. Basically as many as he's got mining Luminite. And he's not interested in a third base. He's interested in just massing units, taking these camps. Looks like Dark will take the speed camp on the left side of the map. The only speed camp on this map, indeed. And yeah, he's just going to kind of keep roaming, getting some creeps. I don't think you can really force fight with this army because you've got so little meat to protect. Essentially, it's Hellborn. And what have you got protecting that? Fiends are worthless. They'll just disappear in a big fight. The Gaunts also will get jumped on by the Lancers. He's got 1 or 2 Magmadons. It is basically a few pieces of artillery. And I don't know if you know much about Modern Warfare, but if you're rolling howitzers onto the front line, things aren't going to go too well.
Clem, he is having to defend over here, and those Hellborn are actually doing what they're very good at here, which is getting some splash on these workers. Even a big AoE blodge there, but Clem does move out of it, dodges it very nicely. But taking out this army from just one angle is a little bit tricky, but you see.
He's got to run. Good pullback by Dark, though, because like if he gets flanked, he's screwed. But if he pulls back before the flank happens, that's a really good move.
Absolutely, and yeah, Clem was getting ready to wrap around that, and still that little fiend over there dealing a little bit of damage, being a nuisance, and Dark, he's definitely taking better fights this game for his army, but he has to be so careful here, Piggy, because this army from Clem, and this is what I was worried about, yeah, it's real damn fast.
The Lancers are so buffed up from that buff as they took the damage there at the start. Look how fast they move and attack. Lancers get on crack as they take damage, man. They're so tanky, and every time they take that damage, they get a temporary buff, movement speed, and attack speed, and they are blasting their way through. Honestly, I think Clem already did good killing some Hellborn. He second-guessed himself. He was like, oh, let's pull back. He turns around, keeps attacking. The Lancers just will not go down, man.
Oh, they're all so red here. Like, Dark must be like, why aren't these things dying? And look at Clem's army, just hunts him down. Now he's got some medics in the back as well, which can absolutely get some good healing going on here. And Dark's army got absolutely wiped out, but Dark would not be Dark if he didn't have, I'm gonna guess, a good 7 more Hellborn back at base. I'm gonna say something ridiculous. All right, there's a few. Getting a bit of a meat shield for them as well. And oh my goodness, that's so much Ethereum that he's just absolutely mining out here.
Yeah, his main base has actually run out of patches, so he really needs to transfer off that main base Ethereum. Because basically, if you leave 5 workers on a Ethereum patch, it will constantly just stay at the same level that it's at, right? So if there's a lot that's already popped out, you can put a few extra on, slowly eat through the excess of Ethereum. But he's got 12 on a Ethereum patch that has nothing on it left in his main. So essentially, only like, you know, a couple of those are mining effectively, and the rest are kind of just hanging out. So something that Dark needs to fix as his third base, which is a double Luminite base, does start getting up and mining. Clem, though, is already ready to push again. He's breaking those rocks, which, much like trees, you can mine down with your workers, taking a siege camp, and he might even take the other siege camp and do a double catapult push, which would be beautiful.
It would be, and now he's got a far more direct way of getting through the middle, right? And that siege engine, does it go through this middle with this army? I'm kind of excited to see, because that's quite a lot of AoE firepower in the mix as well. And yeah, he's just going to go marching through, and from this attack angle, I can't imagine Dark was super ready. I say that, though. It's a lot of Hellborns at the top of this ramp again.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that... There's not a lot of Exos. There's a lot of Lancers, though. And a bunch of Imps just rallied through that fight, and they're actually distracting a few of the attacks, which is kind of nice. The Lancers try to run in, and they are getting on top of their Hellborn. Some of them are going down. It's an awkward spot to fight, though, for Clem. And it feels like this time, with all those meat farms, the Fellhog spawning, the Magmadon that he kind of moved his whole army into, if there's any time to defend, this would be it for Dark. But the numbers are there for Clem. And the units, you know, it looks always like there's way more Infernal because the units are so big, but just because the units are small doesn't mean they're not valuable for Clem, right? Especially with the upgrades he's got and everything like that. The big green bubble there, the Nanoswarm, only works on mechanical units, so it doesn't really heal any of those units that he put it on. Normally, you just want to use the auto-cast heal on the medtechs on your infantry, and then you can use the infusion, the speed boost as well, which gives them that kind of crazy temporary speed boost. That will heal the Atlases, of course. So the big green bubble going on the Atlases is fantastic. Because remember, the unit it's on gets healed, but also the units adjacent to it. Previous version of the game, that's stacked. So as you can imagine, Ben, if you got a bunch of the big Vulcan mechs or the Atlases in a big clump and they all have one on them, they're all like stacking the healing, and it was just unkillable. It was a very fun, special time to be a Vanguard player.
I remember there was one very brief moment in StarCraft 2 where they made Medevac heal stack as well, and it was gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous and filthy at the same time. But yeah, both of them are absolutely ramping up this game. Dark, very healthy here with a Luminite here on that double base. Clem on the other side of things, absolutely the same. In this game, you can really tell that Clem isn't massively just out-ecoing his opponent this time. Dark's very much been more in his element here, getting out these massive tech units, and also, given that the only real way to attack at the moment has been around the edge of the map, but Clem went through the middle here, it's been far more defensively set up for him.
Yeah, it's interesting because normally it's the Infernal player dropping, but we haven't seen as much of that in the last few minutes. Like, Clem has been much more frontally focused with his army and using it kind of just as a big mobile ball. But I do think, especially as maps evolve, I mean, this map's just also not the best for doing like run-bys and stuff, but we have seen a lot of one-directional fighting, whereas if you watch like Parting, the best player in the game right now, there's a lot more multi-prong usually. But these guys, especially on this map, it's unsurprising to see them locked in a frontal struggle, right? The siege unit's facing off now. We've got 6 Atlases getting on that front line. Hellborn's starting to skirmish with them. I don't know who wins this fight. Atlases, I think, do a little more damage, but the splash damage does, of course, work on both sides. And a couple of Hellborn get popped. One of the Atlases goes down. Ooh. The Nano Swarm's really good. That is a Weaver coming out, pulling one of those Atlases to the high ground and punching it to death.
Absolutely, and those Atlas are punching out a lot of damage there from the low ground. You can really tell that when they go up against Hellborns, they do a good job, given those Hellborns don't move and shoot very easily, and they don't move very quickly at all. And Clem, my goodness, coming out with a flank, and who's flanking who? I mean, this dragon's doing good damage over here. Some tramplers over to the far left as well, and I don't know, is Dark going to be able to hold this? More healing units than actual damage units here, but holy cow, that Atlas count is growing massively.
Medtechs have a very small attack that can attack air as well, so it's funny to watch them all trying to attack the Flayed Dragon. It's like having a pack of Arbiters attacking a battlecruiser in StarCraft 1. It's comical how little damage they do. And actually, this is a good flank for Dark right now. This is really cool. His Flayed Dragon's coming in clutch. He's taking out a lot of these units. The Brute's reinforcing in. He's taking out all the Atlases. There's just a few Medtechs, a few Lancers left. I think Clem's going to need to disengage from this position because he just doesn't have enough anti-air to kill the Flayed Dragon.
No, absolutely not. That's been a true MVP, hasn't it? And Clem, trying to get away here, has been expanding more behind it, and yet again. But what's he going to come up with his next army? Because Dark, he held, man, and he's got more resources on his side of the map to still mine out by the looks of it. I think he's having a far better game here, far better showing.
Yeah, definitely doing way better this time around on the big long rush distance map. Also the one where we put pressure on at the start. You can see actually having extra Luminite mines nicely filled up. And because it's split map, those Luminite bases will mine out soon. Interestingly, Clem's main base hasn't mined out yet. And that either means Clem has messed up his mining in his main on his Luminite, or something weird has happened. I don't know exactly what, but it's weird to see, you know, Dark's one fully mined out and his one's still going. We'll keep an eye on the expansions and see if that kind of holds true for the others as well. Because I thought Clem expanded a bit faster than him. You'd expect Clem's second and third base to mine out earlier.
Yeah, he definitely has expanded faster. You got to remember that Dark was the one doing those drops and stuff. And on a map like this, Clem just hasn't been able to really get into the main base with anything, right? He's been very, evasive of using any sort of drop mechanic here. And he's also been very much, even though he's been the one pushing, he's not been going for that right base, the forward right base, which I'm a bit surprised about because I feel if he cuts that dead through here, because he can go through there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Ben. I think that would be a killer move. Keeps attacking through this other side. We'll kind of see what goes on here, though. Where are all those Hellborn? Oh, did he just accidentally infest the ground there? Accidental ability usage for Dark on his own base there. Now he uses the Shroud Stone that he meant to call in. He's not saving Animus for a second Flayed Dragon. He's just spamming it out right now. Hellborn are creating a firing line, but his meat shield is almost completely gone. The Flayed Dragon gets popped. I think Dark maybe should have used the Hellborn to kite a little bit more and then gone in with his little guys. It's a bit of a trade, but I think if Clem can get those Atlases back, it's better for him.
Absolutely, and the Hellborn are getting popped by those Atlas as well. You can really tell that he's utilizing those to really find that back line.
Oof.
Hellborn from the high ground, though, able to get some good shots in here.
Atlas is answering, though, and you can see that the Atlas damage is crazy. No energy for any more nano swarms, though, so one of the Atlases does go down. Imps are flaming on. Remember, when the imps flame on, that's the workers. They basically suicide. They light a fuse, and they will detonate after 4 seconds if you don't manually get them to blow up on something. So if the enemy just runs away or shoots them down in time, it is, of course, a big cost throwing away workers for that. But it looks like he's done it. Clem just breaking through here in these engagements. He's had an economic advantage, and Dark not quite able to hold his own against Clem's macro. Ooh.
Pretty nice game, honestly, from these two, eh?
Incredible game. Good casting on that, lads. Wow. I think, first of all, considering we just saw back-to-back Darks, how are we feeling about the progress? I think, obviously, Clem came in looking like an absolute baller, but like Pig, from what we saw at the start of this, I know Dark has a little bit of a fetish for Hellborns, but are we starting to get the feeling that he's starting to find his stride, right? Like, do we use this first series, second series as an indicator of what's to come, or do we think that Dark can start to get some points on the board later?
I think Dark is probably looking like one of the weaker players in the group right now. It's a cool style, and like the fact is, he did make some of those fights look pretty competitive. His drop micro was good. His micro with like moving it around, being annoying was great. But I think it's going to be hard if he can't get some momentum early. Like I feel for Dark, if he's just microing and he's like using that control, he could make it work. But I think he's got to find a way to get some early pressure off or something like that. It feels like Probe really handled him very calmly. But maybe against some of the other guys, if he could get some momentum, or if he could take an earlier third base, there's always a chance. Dark's a guy I never count out because he learns so quickly.
And speaking of pressure, Dimu, like we saw it go the other way in the second series, right? I think it's fair to say that Dark got opportunities to try and actually take control of the map. We saw him actually playing the game a little bit actively. Infernals at the moment seem to dominate the idea of rotating through the creep camps. But Clem, I think surprising a lot of us here, because a lot of people thought he hadn't put much time in or had much time to actually commit. I think someone was saying that he was actually messaging people for StarCraft scrims earlier today. So not bad coming out of him. Do we trust in the power of Vanguards? Because I've got some cool news for you, my friend. It turns out we are at least going to get one Vanguard player through to the main stage from this qualifier. Clem, Probe, and Skillus are all playing Vanguard.
I mean, definitely nice to mix things up because, you know, talk of the town when I was over in Katowice, it was like, oh yeah, Infernals, they're damn strong, they're damn strong. But so far, we've not seen Infernals win a damn map over here. And maybe that's Dark to blame very much so, you know, we've only seen him as Infernals representative. But yeah, it's just nice to see what these players are bringing.
Most definitely. And let's take a quick look forward because we've got more series to get through and we need to make sure we're blitzed for this day. 15 best of threes, folks, we're going to be getting through today. Next up, we are going to have Probe versus Kelazur and Dark versus Laser. I want to get your guys' thoughts going into those. Probe versus Kelazur first. That's going to be Vanguard versus, I believe, Infernal. And then Dark versus a Laser should be our first Infernal on Infernal. I'll go to you, Pig. Like, what are you expecting out of these two matchups?
Talking about the second one first, I think a Laser is very scary. He picks up games really quick. He put in a fair amount of time grinding Stormgate, and I know he was very highly ranked on the ladder. So that's just an incredibly scary match where I think we're going to see some proper just controlling, aggressive play from a Laser. The other match, though, is going to be really exciting and interesting to see kind of what goes on with that Probe match. So I have no idea. The fanboy in me that's a good friend of Probe says, go Probe, you're going to defeat everyone. These guys have been too busy thinking about silly StarCraft tournaments in Poland. You're going to get it. You're going to get it in the bag. On the other hand, I think these guys have such pedigree. And I know that like Skillus, for instance, has done a bit more just enjoying dabbling in Stormgate and figuring things out for fun. Whereas I don't think like some of the players, it's like, okay, am I going to grind this or not? Skillus has just been having fun playing the ladder, figuring things out. So I think he's got a bit more of a feel for the game than, say, for instance, Dark here. I think he's going to give Probe definitely a run for his money.
Ooh, how about you, Ben? Are you backing your fellow believer in the human, should we say? Do you believe in the power of like Australia here? Has Kelazur got something a bit spicy for us in the next series?
I mean, honestly, this one, like as a European, this is kind of like the battle between the leftovers, isn't it? Like the Australians and the NA players, like going at it. It's like, oh my goodness, what are they going to bring? But no, I'm excited because Probe's been putting in a lot of hours. I liked his build. I thought it was actually very good at getting stuff done. And Kelazur, I know that he is a guy that was formerly of Team Liquid with his new Team R8. He got a bit of an early elimination at Katowice, but he's the kind of guy that he played a bit of AoE4 when it came out, quite a bit of Zero Space when it came out as well. It's not going to be a super walk in the park for Probe, but I'm excited to see what Kelazur will bring with Infernals here.
Most definitely. I think we highlighted before Probe, he's definitely opened up looking phenomenal. It's the guy coming in who, you know, if you look at the StarCraft record, not impressive, but I think it's fair to say out of the 6 players here, he's been the biggest grinder. So let's see if he can grind another one out for the Vanguards or if Infernals can bite back. Let's get into the map draft for Probe versus Kelazur.
All right. It's going to be awesome to see what goes on here as we move forward. And yeah, Probe against Kelazur there. Sorry, I was getting nice and confused saying Skillus. But yeah, Kelazur is a guy who has got a knack for RTS games and picking things up and doing pretty well here, there, and everywhere. So, of course, we will be starting on Broken Crown once again. And then it is going to be loser's pick from there. I think it's going to be just very exciting to see. You know, we didn't get to see Probe really super duper challenged in the first series. Now we're going to see if he's going to have more of a challenge going into this one.
No, absolutely. Like, Probe was very good about getting things going. I liked his build as well, going for that early Ethereum, getting that tech upgrade for those scouts, and just having a good 6 or so, just being on the map, being a nuisance, getting the creep camps that you want for resources, primarily, but then using them later just for a swift attack. Definitely getting a lot of damage done. And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side, your Australian brethren, it is Probe.
Heck yeah. And in the top right, we've got Kelazur, of course. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what happens, man. This is interesting because Probe's already changing it up. He's going expansion first. You can tell because he doesn't have anyone on Ethereum just yet. So he's just going to do a single dog to scout. You know, you can call this harassment. And it is. He doesn't really care about losing hit points. Normally, you don't want to be too crazy with the dog. But this is, of course, Broken Crown. You've got flowers to go heal on the map. So just wasting mining time, being a nuisance, and of course annoying your opponent as much as possible. Now Katowice has not gone for an Iron Vault. He's just gone for one Conclave, and that is interesting. So it feels to me like he's probably just going to use a few Gaunts defensively and try to get a quick expand up of his own. Maybe follow that up with a quick third. We might have a proper macro game on our hands.
Absolutely, a few units are moving out here. So we got a little bit of Therium here, right? With these little fellas, and now he's moving out just to maybe confirm that he can get his natural down.
Yeah, the dog block is so frustrating if you don't escort it down. So very common to do this. I do feel like at some point we might have guys like hide the imp down there, and then the dog comes in to scout. It's like, oh wait, he doesn't have any buildings, and they run back to the expansion, and like the shrine has just barely got down in time. But because the dog has a big vision ability as well, no one really does that. They always kind of, okay, get out either a brute or two or a couple of gaunts, move them down, escort your imp down to the expansion and get it started. But I think Probe feels really happy seeing that, because he's like, well, you're stuck defensive, and I've already got my expansion up. I speed built it. I'm just now finishing my barracks. I've got a nice momentum advantage. So really well done by Probe to do that. And of course, now we have the second building coming in there and the meat farm following that up. Of course, remember, each time you build a building, it consumes an imp. So there's like a nice little balancing act you can do as an Infernal player of like trying to delay that meat farm as long as possible, and you just keep building buildings to kind of unsupply block yourself.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see how these players are utilizing like how many workers to put where. Like having 10 workers on the Luminite here early on. The most efficient that you can get, even though 12 will probably up it a little bit. It's one of those things like in StarCraft, right? For a long time, we just put as many guys on minerals as we could, but then it was like, okay, like 2 per patch, maybe 3 on certain patches will be the most efficient, but Katowice going for the 10 there, filling up the Ethereum afterwards, and here, just like you said, a few Gaunts here to just make sure that he's not going to take any cheeky damage, and moving over, transferring these workers to this base as well. A far different Infernal game here from Katowice compared to Dark.
Oh, and he's going to go take his trees down by the looks of it to the right. So he's going to open up the path to the kind of triangular third base. So he's going to be all defending like high ground ramps. Also gives him a path to maybe sneak out without the dog seeing him to take the speed camp on the right side of the map. So that quick third for Katowice, very just conservative macro play for him. Those Gaunts, no match for a big pack of dogs or lances or anything like that on the map, but I think he's pretty sure from the fact that he's only seen one dog where he can just infer without even scouting that Probe has also fast expanded. So he sneaked him out, takes a resource camp on the right side, does Katowice, and then he just pulls back. Very, very conservative and chilled out play.
Yeah, absolutely. So from this point on, is this a far more normal Infernal opening as opposed to what Dark did, and what is the follow-up? What are we most likely going to see from Katowice here?
It's going to be an interesting choice because he spots the hangar, and that immediately tells him don't bother building a Doombringer. If he was planning to do a fast Gaunt drop, which everyone does, I think he's going to change his mind now, because he's like, well, you're going to build Hornets and shoot that down, so let's not even bother. And I think he's going to be happy that he's so Gaunt heavy, because Gaunts shoot up, and whilst Hornets can be annoying, they're they're going to be vastly outnumbered. Now, Hornets are a great harassment unit, though, because you can always return to hangar with a double speed all the way back to the hangar, and then it automatically heals them up slowly until full life. The problem is you can't control them once they return to hangar until they're fully healed. But look at this, already forcing a Shroud Stone, second one to be built to try and save that imp. And remember, he's also got, because he's tier 2, Probe has the armor. He can activate the 1000 armor shield on that, 10 seconds, can only use it once every 2 minutes. But that's a really good way of, if your opponent starts shooting, say, a Hornet in the front of your army, you just shield it, shoot down a few Gaunts, and then run away before it dies. Probe has to preserve them, though. Think of this like Phoenix harassment as a Protoss player. If you lose a few Phoenix, it's terrible. But if you just keep them all alive, they just keep getting value over time.
I mean, he's forced out a lot of towers from Katowice, like a lot of towers. But Katowice, not going to be feeling too bad about that. He is on 3 base, like we know about. I'm not entirely sure if Probe knows for sure if there's a third base up. I mean, we've had very different skill levels in this group shown so far. We do see Probe is just scouting over there. It's like, okay, no base over here. And by the looks of his blue units on the map, we'll be looking at the other third spot, but just utilizing this to get some damage done, denying the vision camp of Katowice. And yeah.
Hornets were super cracked on a previous build, by the way, but in case anyone's wondering, they've been toned down a bit, so they're pretty well balanced right now.
Oh, he's boosting those buildings as well. Those supply depots can be upgraded just to make sure that they, I think it's two things that they have at this point in time, increasing production speed by 25% while also adding supply to those depots, and that looks like what Probe is doing here. Very, very heavy air-based army from him.
Solar habitat, 25%, like you said. The other one is the rampart, which is like the defensive shield you can put on a building to give it double, basically plus 200% hit points. Like, it makes it way tankier for a while. So very good abilities. Mass going into 4th base already for Kelazur. Really respecting the double Hornet play. The thing is, like, what do you do from here as Probe? You can't stay on Mass Hornet. You're gonna need to get a bunch of Lancers, but Lancers are so good against Gaunt. He might be like happy to just do it. Or maybe he'll try to go into a mech army like Vulcan Medtech, because Vulcans have +1 range in the most recent patch, which means extra splash damage, you know, extra big cone of splash damage, and they're so good against Gaunts and Fiends. So we might see Probe skip adding the infantry entirely and do that. But it does feel kind of weird, because like the Gaunts are just not the best unit in general as a combat unit. But if Shadow Flyers come in, the Scourge type unit, it will destroy Hornets in the previous patch, because it would do full damage in an AoE, where you'd basically blow 2 of them up and you could kill like 8 Hornets. Now it only does 50 damage. It used to do 125. So the Shadow Flyers, the Scourge type things, are just nowhere near as good at dealing with the Hornets, and that's what Probe is looking to abuse. Also, when we get to that point, we don't see any Shadow Flyers yet, but if we get there, he's also going to pop the top bar shield on the front Hornet and absorb those Scourges just before they hit it. So those are some interactions we'll look for later in the game. For now, though, it's just mass Gaunts against mass Hornets, and we do see Kelazur with an economy advantage, so he's doing pretty all right.
Absolutely. This Hornet number is starting to get really scary, by the way. Like, they can even take out these towers pretty nicely, but I don't know if they want to tango with that many Gaunts all in one go right there, and apparently not. You see some of them speed boost, fly home, so they can get repaired. Nice play out of Probe so far. Honestly, not too much damage done on either side of things. Kelazur trying to do some damage with these little fellas here. Might get a little bob for his trouble, and yes, he does.
Yeah, 1 bob, not too bad. It was 5 or 6 Fiends, so maybe not directly cost efficient, but I think it's okay. Most of those Fiends he's basically been getting from creeps. So yeah, I guess it is cost efficient. They're free units, right? So you can't argue with free. Still heavy on the Gaunts, and man, I'm so curious to see what this fight looks like. So Probe did show this double hanger style just the other day. There was a replay versus Parting, which he kind of happily shared around, because he just tried the build for the first time, and I think he didn't think he'd actually be using it in the tournament at all. But now apparently it's powerful enough. He's using it here in the tournament, which does surprise me, but it does shut down any drop play. The first Hornet does die there, so a slight mistake for Probe, you could say, but he's killed so many of these shrines. Remember, each one you're killing a worker, plus the 50 Luminite for the shrine. Sorry, not shrine, Shroudstone, I should say. Shrine is actually their command center, but he's already got good value out of it, and it looks like a Lancer transition on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, he is going for those Lancers, which we've already seen used to great effect by Clem in a previous series as well, right? Like, they are strong, when they take damage, they get faster, they seemingly deal more damage as well, get right on top of things. And Gaunts, they are fairly flimsy. Yes, they're range, but if you can get on top of them with some big, bulky boys like Lancers, I feel like Kelazur needs another unit in this mix.
Yeah, it's definitely not a complete army yet, is it? It's like, well, it can defend these guys, but it can't do much else. And he's kind of very much turtled behind his static defense. And we're seeing this sort of critical mass where the Shroudstones just go down. 2 of them go down. The Imps have to evacuate. Picking off the Fellhog's not the most effective. That just gives Animus to the other player. Oh, Lancer's running on the right. Get another Shroudstone snipe. Yeah, he's doing pretty good, man. Magmadon's coming out to try and deal with those Lancers. But look at that. He returns a bunch of them home to heal. Takes out the shrine. And what I love about his defense is Probe has always a Bob in a sentry post next to his hangar. The hangar's default healing is pretty slow. It's not very effective. But if you have a Bob there in the healing tower, it actually tends to heal them. Unfortunately, he's a bit too far to the left, so he's out of healing range because they've returned to the left hangar. But normally he has that set up really nicely to speed up his healing.
And there's the Scourge type units there. What was their name again? Doing that suicidal attack?
Shadow Flyers, yeah.
Oh. And I mean, like, the way that Infernals work, you stack up units on buildings. So at one point in time, any unit from a building, it can have charges. So the maximum charge is 3 units, and boom, you can summon 3 of those, like, almost in an instant there. So absolutely catching Probe a little bit off guard there with that attack. And right now, this is like one of the most even games we've had all day.
Yeah, really like very respectful defensive for both players, like just both being more macro focused. There are players who are just fighting for map control all game long, and this is definitely the opposite of that. Big Magmadon count. Now, the Magmadons are quite good, but they're kind of clunky, right? So it's all about getting on top of your opponent's units. Interestingly, Probe is going Vulcans, Medtechs, and Lancers. So he's going to have healing plus Vulcans. If he can get to a critical mass of Vulcans, they are one of the better armies. Watch for those Shadow Flyers, and look for Probe as well. I don't know what server they'll be playing. Kelazur, of course, lives in the Netherlands. Probably playing on like an American server. Halfway between both of them is what you'd expect. But it's definitely going to be interesting if he can pop shields in time or just pull back and return to hangar before the Shadow Flyers connect. I think Kelazur probably wants to come in with maybe 10 to 15 Shadow Flyers if the you know, it's such a big amount of Hornets. And if he can split them to come from two sides and sandwich them, Probe's going to get caught.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a little bit tricky here. Like, those air units, the Hornets, definitely a pesky little bugger, and that is a respectful number. And oh, nice connection by Kelazur. You can definitely feel that if Probe was maybe playing with zero ping, maybe he'd be able to out-micro it and get that snipe going, but those flyers definitely quite quick. And this ground army isn't so fast, but it's meandering about, getting a little bit of control going on, and so far it doesn't look like it's being bolstered that heavily, like this main little bunch here, but we know Infernal, especially with this kind of, oh, lovely, trampling through this to get onto the speed camp, that will absolutely speed things up for Kelazur.
We don't see any Weavers yet to deal with these Vulcans. They're also a very tanky front line, so that could be an issue. Oh, he does lose one of his Hornets there. The multiple Shroud Stones doing pretty well. Harassment for Probe, though, has been overall pretty darn effective. Losing the occasional Hornet is not the end of the world. Hellborn are finally out now as the finishing piece of the composition for Kelazur. Kelazur finds the Bobs on the double Therium on the south as well. Great catch here for Kelazur. Getting aggressive. He might try to take the base below that as well.
Oi. And yeah, we got a drop over to the left side as well by the looks of it. Those Trample boys getting some damage done along with the Gaunts as well. Hornets are very quick to clean things up. Lovely bubble on those air units, and oh my goodness.
Oh,
that's a lot of Lancers on these Gaunts, but the Trample boys coming in dealing a lot of damage, but Probe's army deals so much damage.
The Magmadon's doing really good, and the Gaunts mostly pulled away, and Infest is going to come down on top. Is there enough damage behind this, though, for Kelazur? Roots coming in from the north trying to help out. As the Hornets arrive, though, especially with the Nanoswarms on those Vulcans, you could see how much damage those Vulcans were tanking. They heal so much life. It's like a rejuvenate from a Druid of the Claw in Warcraft. Obviously describing this game through references to all of our other favorite RTSs, but that was a great hold for Probe. And with the Hellborn now getting caught by the Hornets, there is no retreat with this slow army. That is a disaster for Kelazur.
I mean, it really feels like these Hornets have been MVPs in this game, right? Just right from the get-go. It's very hard to take them out with this much firepower, but they're doing a lot of damage absolutely everywhere. And we're seeing new units in every game here. These Vulcans very good at just smashing out lots of damage on the ground here. And that Medtech being used here to heal all those mech units in one blob. I mean, he switched. Absolute unit comp. He switched, and it's worked out wonders.
One of the Shadow Flyers is still stuck in its charge animation, chasing all the way to the hangar on the other side of the map. That was hilarious. I think it ended up getting all the way to Probe's base. So there is like a funny micro there, which Probe was always trying to do, where he's like recall to hangar with his front guys as the Shadow Flyers get close, and they're just like locked in this chase. The idea being something else Probe has that can shoot up, can hopefully shoot the Shadow Flyer down before they get back to the base and it connects. So pretty nice micro on both sides. The Shadow Flyers, you can really see the effect of that nerf though. And Probe has just used the early Hornets to control the map. He shut down that drop, came back, cleaned up the other army. He's now on the front here, and maybe wants to pull back from that because the Hellborn plus Choke Point, all those meat farms. But he can take these bases to the left, and he can say, come out into the open and meet me there. And there's mass Shroud Stone everywhere, but it's so expensive to build all these Shroud Stones. And I feel like, you know, there's something we know as high-level RTS players. Massing turrets is really good up to Gold League, right? And then beyond that, it starts to have diminishing returns. Static defense can't move, and the Hornets have forced so much static defense from Kelazur just because that's the only way he could have dealt with it. Blade Dragon comes out, but you can just see the numbers advantage for Probe because his whole army is all in one spot, and he's overwhelming so nicely.
Yeah, I mean, even that Dragon came out here, but the Hornets are enough to deal with it. And I mean, a lot of units just don't shoot up here, and Probe's army, I mean, jumping in here with the Vulcans as well, that big rocket jump, getting lots of damage done, and Kelazur, yeah, not long for this game here.
What an ID, by the way, there for Kelazur. Username 2, legendary ID. I believe Stormgate I think it uses like your Steam ID or something, but that's just a funny nickname. Love seeing that. Anyways, that was a good game for Probe. Definitely a very different game. I think we got to see a very big change in the pacing. I do wonder, thinking back on that game, do you go for the Shadow Flyers earlier and try to sandwich the Hornets? It does feel like there's maybe a bit of a limit in terms of what you can do as the Infernal player. Because the Gaunts, it felt like you're stuck moving between your bases, losing Shroud Stones repeatedly. It felt like Probe got ahead, even though he was slower to the thirds and so on. It just took Kellezer so long to get a fourth base because he was spending all of his money replacing Shroud Stones, running imps around. Maybe the play is still to go for the Shadow Flyers and just get enough of those out early enough.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I saw quite a few players where they were like putting that spire on certain building or certain places, and it would be like as soon as the Hornets came, then you make 3 pop and you deal with it kind of thing. So definitely a bit of building placement could be different as well for Kellezior, but overall, definitely nice play out of both of them. Like they both got to do what they wanted, both got to really get things going. I think we're going to head into this next map as well, and none of that jagged moor map for this little showing here will be a far more normal map with that big double juicy base in the middle.
Yeah, Secluded Grove will be the next one. The double juicy base, man. I was watching a game the other day where it was just mass Hellborn against mass Atlas fighting over that middle base for like 10 minutes. It may have been one of the silliest games I've ever watched. But Secluded Grove coming in now, and we will be going into game. In the top right, we've got Kellezer on the Infernal side, and he's opening up once again. Same opening, just a single Conclave to get some Gaunts out.
No, absolutely. Kellezior spawning over here in the top right, doing that thing that you talked about here. Maybe going to go for a very similar build to game 1. And Probe, I already see on that minimap here, Pig, that there are a couple of little bobs here, getting that Therium. Oh, just one for the time being, but already a different approach here from Probe in game 2.
Yeah, I think he said with the dog opening, you do need 2 dudes on Therium to get it, so he might put another one on there in a moment to get the upgrade. Early habitat, it could just be unupgraded dogs. I have heard some people are doing that, where they're like, but then in that case, I guess he wouldn't probably want any Therium mining. We'll see exactly what Probe has in store for us. Definitely something a bit more aggressive, though. Won't be as passive of an early game. And why would you go dogs here? Well, you might think a rush is not as strong because it's a big map, but dogs are so fast. The bigger the map, the better, because counterattacks can't hit you as hard. Dogs kind of suck at fighting against brutes defensively. And you've got so many resource camps on this map to pick up. So if you pin them in their base, force a lot of defense, and then you just go clear up all those resource camps, it kind of pays for itself. And I think it's just in general a very good opening for Probe. So he's going to come in, does see the expansion. He was busy, of course, picking up the resource drops up to this point on this map. And managed to get like a few little, it's a tiny bit of Luminite and Therium from those. That's why you only need 1 worker on the Therium. I've answered my own question, Ben. I was like, oh, don't you need 2 for the upgrade? No, it's fine. You just pick up the bonuses on this map.
No, I mean, Probe's definitely got a lot of this stuff ironed out by the looks of it, and Gaunts are going to be the unit of choice. Now, they're light, correct me if I'm wrong, so the Scouts won't be too terrible against those. And, I mean, Probe's been very good about being very decisive about what he wants to get done, and Kellezior being very careful with those Gaunts, and rightly so, I feel.
Yeah, it's a wise choice, being super duper careful. Problem is he doesn't have a wall off, I would say, for Kellezer. Remember what we saw in, I think it was the very first game versus Dark today, we saw like 10 plus imps go down to a 5 dog run by. And I was mentioning how a lot of players have started building their buildings at the ramp and then walling off reactively with an imp on standby, because otherwise the dogs getting in the main is just so deadly. So I definitely think that's something which might hurt Kellezer in this game, the fact that he doesn't have the setup to build the reactive wall off.
Absolutely, and 6 dogs definitely seems to be a magic number for a lot of these players, and you see this timing from Probe. It's almost exactly when these workers moved on over, and sending 1 scout. He hasn't revealed how many he's got, actually, so being a proper little nuisance here. And Scouts, again, gets to see big scan going on. Those Gaunts get to see how quickly they do fall, and lots of eco damage being done here, but nice little hold by Kellezior, it's got to be said.
Only 1 imp and 1 Gaunt. Only like 1 dog died, so he can pull back and heal, but does mean he's not taking resource camps right now. And actually, like, Kellezer might be brave enough to move out and try to take something. On this map, you do need to break your Therium patches open, which Kellezer just did. You see the green dot just appeared on the minimap. That's going to mean that's going to start spawning those out. So if you don't break those, it just sits there, closed up, no Therium spawning, right? And not only does Therium spawn to a certain amount around it on the ground, but if you don't mine it for long enough, it enriches after a certain amount of time, which means you can mine it. I think it's double the speed. It's definitely it's some ridiculous advantage. So there's actually, that's another reason why going for a heavy Luminite build can be super good, because you go for a heavy Luminite build and then bam, you make up for it by double mining on your Therium later on, and you catch up on all those tech units.
And you see here that Probe is going for that Bob inside that sentry gun there, just to get the healing going. And does it not cost you anything besides inactivity time on the Bob?
That's right, yeah. It's really efficient, super duper efficient. And all repair actually is free in Stormgate right now. It's just the time it costs. It is slower, I find, than, say, StarCraft repair, which cost... In StarCraft, it was like 25% of a unit's original cost to get it from 1 hit point to full hit point repairing. In Stormgate, it's free, but it's the worker repair time that is, of course, the real cost.
Absolutely. And Katowice being very quick to add on these Scourge stones, these tower-like things in his bases, and I mean, probably a little bit scared about creeping out on the map, and with the fact that there are still these dogs alive, so kind of like that by him. Obviously, it does cost you a worker each time, but they're very cheap, honestly. I think it's like 25 Luminite or something like that. But yeah, Katowice is starting to get good Therium numbers rolling. He's got good Luminite on both bases as well. Probably going to be looking, and as I was just thinking, taking a third base very close to the center of the map here.
That's a really interesting third, actually, because if they go into attack it, they're kind of trapped in the forest and they can't escape. So it's really scary to push that base, even though it is kind of exposed for Probe. However, I've seen a lot of players start to tear down the trees and actually start to take that one out, as it does look like, are we lagging a little bit in the game? Is for you as well, Ben?
I definitely see a little bit of running on the spot going on and things like that. So
Might have had a little crash there, yeah, or something like that. We'll see what happens. Hashtag beta. That is what goes on sometimes. No worries. Our team will get that production issue sorted out, or that tech issue sorted out in a moment, and we'll get that one fixed for you guys. It is funny because in the replays in general in Stormgate, whenever you pause the replay or things aren't like going on actively,
things are still running on the spot.
They all run on the spot, or if they're attacking, they look like they're attacking. So it always malfunctions in my brain a little bit, where I'm like, what's happening? Are we still playing? And then you're like, oh, no, I paused a replay, or my game kind of froze up, or whatever happens. So it's kind of funny. But we are back in here. It looks like it was just a bit of a hang, and the players have now resumed. So no worries. No harm, no foul, as the dogs are cleaning up the resource camps in the south side. Here comes a big push for Katowice, but yeah, not really committing with it, because of course he's taking a third. So as chunky as his army looks, a lot of that is very fragile Gaunt. It's dangerous to move all the way across the map with that.
No, absolutely. I mean, it is a slow army as well, isn't it? Like, he's done a good job of just running around, making sure that he's not taking too much damage. In fact, did he just take that out with just those fiends there?
Yeah, it's going to be cool to see what develops from here, because double hanger again. Probe is like, I'm going to do the same thing. But of course, he'd invested in a heavier opening. So I personally would not have expected this. I just assume when I see a dog opening, you're going to be going for, what you expect. It's just Exos, Lancers, Medtechs. Hornet's already denying the Therium mining, and just that lost mining time alone is great. We don't see the shield being used that much by Probe on his Hornets. He's been very conservative with waiting for it, but if he can just stand and fight one Gaunt, there we go, there's that shield we were talking about. Maybe activating it unnecessarily since there's nothing attacking him right now, but he's getting massive damage. All the other fiends on the map, did they get caught by the dogs? Where are the Gaunts? The dogs are up there in the natural as well. Oh my god, chaos is happening in this game. And it seems like, I think the dogs must have either caught the Gaunts or they're all pinned at the third base. And that is a disaster. Oh, they're all on the drop. That's why he's dropping the base. This is crazy, but the overcharge is so tanky. And with the healing bot there as well, oh my gosh, this is going so well for Probe.
So well, and even that dropship over there on the left side, oh my goodness.
Oh!
Popped open. Those units are left in that wasteland over there. And yeah, I mean, everything went absolutely P-tong here, didn't it? And Probe, he's starting to utilize that big Therium deposit that he opened up a long time ago as well. And Katowice, how does he come back from this one?
Wait, what was that Britishism? It went absolutely pear-tong, did you say? What was that?
P-tong.
What's that mean? What's that for? I've never heard that.
Well, it means tits up, mate. Absolutely
Okay.
terrible. Absolutely terrible.
That one I'm familiar with. Yeah. Pear-shaped tits up are ones I regularly use, but P-Tong, I was like, okay, that's a new one.
Yeah, I'll have to look that one up specifically because I remember saying Wano, like Wano, a while ago, and
Oh, yeah.
then I found out like nobody knew what I was talking about, and it was a proper only Nottingham slang-esque thing, and I was like, oh my goodness, like I've been saying this for so long, people don't understand me.
That's amazing. Yeah, I always love hearing like just real super localized, regionalized slang. There's always like some real gems that come up there. But lots of buildings going down for Kellezer right now. So I think he's going to try and go the Shadow Flyers this time rather than relying on the Gaunts, realizing they are so fragile versus the Hornets. And they just don't have the mobility to keep up with them. So I think he's going to go for Shadow Flyers behind this, try and get some production charges. But the Hornets will not be stopped, man.
I tell you what, these Hornets have done not only a good job harassing, but great at denying that drop, right? And get to see some of these Flyers pop out, and they getting some connections going, but the fact they can just go toe-to-toe with these towers. And you say this unit was nerfed, right?
Yeah, dude, it was cracked when it first got buffed in the patch. It was insane. I remember I was like, oh, it's day one. I was like, hey, Probe, what build are we doing, man? And he was like, Hornets. And I was like, come on, man, I'm really new. I'm just starting to like really grind the game and learn builds. And he's like, no, seriously, just build Hornets. And I was like, oh, okay. I got my first rage from a ladder opponent within like 2 games. I was like, oh, okay, this unit's cracked. They hotfixed it within a day, nerfed its bonus to light a bunch. And I think they might have even nerfed it again slightly. But it's still really good just because of the limited anti-air of the Infernal. And now because the Shadow Flyer, which was the thing which really dealt with it well, has been nerfed, we're seeing Probe seems to have very renewed faith in it. I'm not sure if the Shadow Flyer cost off the top of my head, but what we've been seeing so far is Kellezer is just kind of on the back foot. He's only going in with 2 or 3 at a time, and he's usually trading 2 or 3 Shadow Flyers for 1 Hornet, which I imagine is a positive trade for Probe. I don't know the exact numbers, but I'll check in with you guys later on in the tournament once I have a chance to check in on those numbers.
Oh, that's nice. So you can see that turret being used. So it's got one of these, either a Lancer or an Exo in there, just getting some nice damage. So gets to do that, deal with that run by very efficiently. And lots of Brutes in the mix for Kellezer over here. Now, Brutes, what are they going to deal with well in this kind of situation? Because so far I'm seeing Lancers, I'm seeing Hornets. So far, Kellezer's army just looks kind of outmatched and outgunned, if I'm...
Yeah.
But correct me if I'm mistaken.
I mean, in a pitched battle, I think the Brutes do pretty okay against the Lancers. Like, they kind of all just stand and fight. If it's just Lancers versus Brutes, the Lancers kind of hit them, run away, and don't really... They kind of do a bit better. And they definitely get buffed from the damage, but, like, I guess the reason the Lancers perform better is it's all the gaunt bounces and the little things doing damage buff them so much that the Lancers do get out of control. If it was just Brutes versus Lancers, it would be a bit more fine, but even the Fiends are also going to buff them. Oh, that's huge. Oh, a base and a Shroud Stone. That's so painful. Kellezer, he needs to go heavy on the Shadow Flyers, man. He's coming down now. Not a very surprising angle with them. Let's see how the micro goes. I don't think Probe has a shield up.
Oh, but he is able to just get on out of there and then repair up back at home very nicely. This base very much towered up by Kellezer, and I mean, it's been a pretty damn good base for him. I don't think Probe can really do too much about that unless he does massively commit like you talked about earlier. And Kellezer's army just wandering around the map, getting some good creeping going, but Probe's been good about expanding as well behind it, and he's just been a proper annoying sod, hasn't he, with these Hornets all the time.
Yeah, he's showing, even when, like, it feels like the dogs aren't achieving that much in his early games, but it just feels like he's always in control and he's going first, and he's not really giving the other players a lot of chance to get in control of the match or really handle what's happening. I mean, Probe is just showing that next level over his opponents, and, you know, I was saying to him the other day, I was like, come on, man, these guys have all been at Katowice, you've been grinding this game, you know so much about this game compared to everyone else, you're going to smash. And I think he had a good attitude. He was like, nah, man, these guys are so good. Like, the Laser especially so high on the ladder. They're all so gifted. Like, I actually think it's going to be really hard for me to get out of this group. But so far, there hasn't been a crazy amount of competition until this match, where Kellezer has been putting up a good fight, but it still feels like Probe is just inching ahead with that Hornet harass. And I keep thinking about, like, if Kellezer can kind of scout him coming, flank him with Shadow Flyers from 2 sides, we could see, you know, 6 Shadow Flyers blow all these Hornets up or something like that. But notice Probe's even pre-splitting them a little bit. Just kind of saying, look, just in case I'm caught off guard. Spriggan's coming in. Wow, mass Spriggan swap. That I was not expecting. Wow.
So what are these units capable of here, Pig?
They are the most underused, unexplored unit in the game. They just don't get used that much. They're kind of like a Mutalisk analog. They do increase damage to targets that they're attacking. That stacks up to like 30-40% damage increase. We could see Shadowflyers landed a few hits, but no big like, we really want 4 Shadowflyers landing in the pack of like 8 Hornets to get the super value. We haven't seen that just yet. I think from what I'd heard, people said Hornets should beat Spriggans cost for cost. But because Kelazur kind of exploded into a large number, it looks like he's kind of trying to play Mutalisk, Scourge, and say, look, I'm going to use the mobility. Your Hornets will have to move to respond to defend your bases. When you do that, the Scourges, the Shadowflyers, are going to blow up your air units. Probe's trying to pre-split here.
I think Pro's doing a good job of pre-splitting, and so far, those Spriggans that you talked about, well, looks like there's a reason that people don't really use them. I don't know how pricey they were, but they absolutely, they definitely caught Probe a little bit off guard, but...
Oh, and these Shadowflyers trickling in as well. So you've really got to come in with like all your Shadowflyers at once. You can't trickle in or they just get gunned down.
My goodness. Okay, so Probe is kind of back to that army mix they had in game 1, where he gets Lancers, he gets Hornets out, he went about point A to point B in a very different way, but that army is so powerful. But Kelazur, he's got some tech in the mix as well. Solid anti-ground mix, like the Tramplers, the Hellborns in the back as well. And Probe just being very careful, even though he just took out that massive air switch going on.
Yeah, the scary thing about Probe is he seems to know how to navigate each stage of the game, which is always it's always the most annoying thing. As an RTS competitor, I'm sure you know this, is like there's always these guys who are like, they're really good at 1 or 2 things, and you're like, oh, he's very dangerous here, but if I just get to this other part of the game, this player is going to be out of his element. He's not going to know what to do. And Probe hasn't really shown like, oh, he's really weak in early game or he's really weak in late game. He kind of just seems to have good experience in all of them. So it's a little bit hard to figure out, if there's any just obvious advantage you can take as Kelazur.
I like that. He put the bubble there on one unit there, taking a lot of damage, and it was the one getting focused. But Kelazur retargeted a little bit, and now these flying boys are flying in. Probe making pretty good out of a kind of chaotic situation there. And honestly, yeah, these Hornets absolutely been worth every penny here. They've just been so much value for money.
He only lost like 2 there for so much damage, so can't agree with you more, Ben. I don't know, man. Feels like Probe is running around the map, and I definitely feel like Kelazur's getting that experience that I've had a lot playing this game when I play against one of these guys who's good at the map control and the pressure, but he's also expanding fast behind it, and you're like, oh, okay, I weathered the storm. I've got a 4th, I should be okay. And you're like, oh, he has a 5th base? Oh, damn, okay, I'll take a 5th. You're like, oh, he's on 7 bases? Oh, this Hornet's killing one of my bases? And you're like, oh my god, it just feels like Probe is everywhere right now. He's got the big Vulcan medtech ball. This is a very scary army. How do you deal with this? Magmadon struggling to get on top of it. He needs to wait for the Hellborn. Kelazur forced to attack to a choke point to try and defend his base, but his Hellborn aren't really able to do much. You see, he's trying to pull back to let the Hellborn fight, but look at those heals on the Vulcans. They are tanking so much.
I mean, you can't even see the Hornets in the fight here. They're over to the north doing something else, taking out all the workers, I believe. So even if this fight doesn't go his way, eco-wise, he's doing great. Those Hornets still alive. They're flying back home as well now. The Vulcans dealing lots of damage. And those Hellborns, I mean, every time I've seen them today, they are just not able to get done what they need to get done, which is clear out that Vanguard army. And look how many Vulcans are here alive. And my goodness, what a fight from Probe.
Yeah, this is just great play for Probe, navigating every stage of the game so well, smoothly transitioning. Kelazur has to tap out there. And I think I just want to reiterate what my impression has been from the Hellborn. People, when it first came out, they were like, terrible unit, not that good. But then I kind of was like, okay, well, let's investigate it. And I really started to come to the conclusion that when you're above 200 supply, 220, 230 supply, you start to get to this point where the Hellborn is actually very effective in big fights. And it's also very effective when it's in an arc defending a choke point. When it's in an arc and they're all shooting, it's great. But because they're so chunky, the Magmadons are so chunky, we're often seeing these Infernal players who are like already back on the back foot. Their army's a bit smaller. And then the Vanguard player kind of gets them out of position. And they're trying to like attack through a choke point and all their stuff stuck behind each other. You really want to be like defending with those guys. And I'm not sure if you want to be doing do some imp drops, do some flame on to hit a worker line, send some other units to counterattack. But you really want to set up that defensive position with the Hellborn as much as possible. And Probe is just so ahead in the positioning and the map control. He's always catching them out of position and having the numbers advantage.
Yeah, it was very good play out of Probe, honestly. Like, you can really feel that he doesn't get stuck on a unit comp or stuck with what to do with his units. He's constantly looking for something to do, which he just seemed comfortable. And I mean, that kind of stuff really comes from when you play a lot of games, and just the fact that he was very willing to do very different openers as well. He wasn't stuck on just one thing. It was like, all right, how do I make my opponent uncomfortable? How do I do this? How do I do that? Overall, very impressive play out of him, because as a RTS and StarCraft guy, he's a name that I haven't heard of for a long time, but he absolutely single-handedly dominated a whole region. So nice to see that the hours that he's putting in are absolutely coming to fruition.
Yeah, it's really cool, man. I mean, Probe has looked fantastic, and showing time and effort pays off while working a full-time job and adulting and all that good stuff, which is great. He's just having passion for the game, and he's been enjoying the progress. He's been saying, it's just feeling kind of smoother patch to patch, and it's been fun to see the game start to evolve, units get added in, and all that sort of stuff. But time to move on to the next match, Clem against Skillus. It looks like we've got there at the top of our screen, so that's going to be a fun one. Clem showed mega macro Vanguard play earlier today. Now, Skillus, I believe, wasn't he also a Vanguard player? I think he was the other one, right?
Who, sorry? I think Skillus is also going to be playing Vanguard as well.
So our first Vanguard mirror, actually our first mirror of the day in at all, which is surprising.
Absolutely. And I mean, when I think about my Protoss friends over in StarCraft 2, it's like, I know a lot of them will be waiting for those very high health boys and not having to make as many units, whereas so far with both these lads, you have to make a lot of units. So I feel that's kind of like a little bit of a no man's land for them in a little way. But still, when I hear that Infernal is as good as it is, very surprising to see so many of these guys whipping out the Vanguard, eh?
Yeah, this is going to be really cool as well, because I feel like this matchup is the most fleshed out matchup, especially if you look at like the previous build like a month ago. Infernal versus Infernal was such a meme. Like, it was just like fiends sporting, and fiends could spawn other fiends. So it was just this, it was like a weird demon rebirth party. It was super freaky. It's just things exploding. There's been a lot of good, clarity updates since then and stuff that have made Infernal versus Infernal better. But this matchup was already good months ago. It was already like really well rounded. You see a lot of different units. I don't guarantee that, because this is obviously competitive, money's on the line, $10,000 tournament. One guy might just cheese the other out. You never know. But we do tend to see very dynamic play in this matchup. So we're going to be going into it now. Our game in the top right side, we've got the red player, Gillis.
Oh, I see. Is that going to be a regame going on there? I don't know if what I'm seeing is correct or not. I believe. It's a beta. It's a beta. These things happen, Piggy.
Sometimes they host up the wrong map, or they get excited and someone picks the wrong race, or this or that. So I'm sure we'll be into the next game momentarily, my friends. But yeah, so I guess just to prep you for this matchup, you don't expand at the start usually. A few players have said you can survive, say, early dog openings and that sort of stuff if you choose to do it, but it's just very dangerous, and your opponent will kind of harass you, force a lot of defense, pick off a bob or two, take all the creep camps. You'll end up behind. So most players are going either dog opening, or to counter the dog opening, they're going early Lancers, since Lancers just take no damage from dogs and can fight them off. Wouldn't be surprised to see wall-offs from the players as well, since if dog run-bys is such a scary thing, being able to wall off to block those dogs is a good way to stop it. So I expect a bit more of a tech-oriented opening for the sides, and it's going to be interesting to see how it's evolved, because honestly, I don't think I've cast any Vanguard versus Vanguard on this latest version. So yeah, we'll see if anything's changed.
No, absolutely. I mean, anything that we see here as well, like, I know that Skillus talked about Stormgate, and it was like, I remember asking him if he's prepared for Katowice. He's like, yeah, I feel good. I'm like, oh, you do? That's great. And he's like, yeah, I played a lot of Stormgate. I'm like, God damn it. Like, going into the biggest StarCraft tournament. But no, he obviously did all right there as well, finishing top 12.
Don't out him like that, Ben. What is going to be another Lil Bow moment, man?
I know.
Practicing for Warcraft 4,
I know. But yeah, he put in time in StarCraft 2. He's always been a StarCraft grinder. And yeah, we will get right on into it. Spawning over in the top, or the bottom left now as our blue Vanguard player, it is Team Liquid's Clem.
Yeah, very nice. In the top right, of course, we've got Skillus. Skillus, a fantastic player for Team Liquid. So I guess this is a Team Liquid mirror matchup, and I've got a Team Liquid caster with me as well. So represent, man.
Absolutely. I mean, quite a few of the Team Liquid boys, they had a boot camp right before Katowice, where like Mana was there, Laser, Clem, Skillus as well. And Mana, Laser, and Skillus apparently were playing a lot of Stormgate. A lot of Stormgate. So I've already heard a lot about Laser, and he is partaking in this qualifier later. I'm very excited to see how he is going. But so far, these are as mirrored as builds can be, both sending over 4 bobs, and oh my god, they actually deal a lot of damage to the scout, don't they?
Yeah, you get double damage as well as effectively double hit points from the overcharge, so it turns them into very powerful units. Both sides going expansion first. So I was saying, you know, it's normally one base, but in this recent patch with the dogs getting nerfed, the dog opening isn't as dominant and you can get away with the expansion first. Turns out these guys are like, yeah, you can not only get away with it, it's the best opening according to these two players. So I'm really excited to see this change up. It's going to be a very different pacing. It used to be much more skirmish focused early game in the Vanguard versus Vanguard. Now you're going to have an economic start, and I cannot wait to see what that leads to, because it means bigger chances of like Atlas drops against each other, Hornet swaps, all sorts of Vulcan armies clashing, and I am curious to see what these guys bring to the table.
Me too, definitely. And Skillus moving a lot of guys over there to the Ethereum here, so looking to do some tech. He's going for a more forward production facility. I also think he lost his dog. So that was definitely one difference, and Scat and Clem has been very good. One player that's notorious for his micro and multitasking, making this scout look so damn annoying and getting a full scout continuously on his opponent, whereas Skillus very much in the dark this game.
All right, so far lots of bobs coming out for both sides. Production start coming up for both of them, as well as the barracks finishes, the Therium mining going hard. There was a moment when the Hornet was overpowered where this matchup was literally just, how do you get to Hornets, and do you go straight Hornets? Like, there was a build where you would put 4 workers on Therium basically at the very start. you'd get Hornets before doing anything else. Ooh. And you'd even you didn't. Oh no, he's gonna get a bob. Oh, you gotta repair. Skillus not repairing. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oy! Moral victory right there. So not only getting the scout early on with his bobs, gets a bob of his own with his scout. And I mean, every little thing here is just, it can start to spiral a little bit. Now, Skillus definitely getting more Therium here. Oh my, that's a very quick Hedgehog. So Clem already showcasing that he is a big fan of the Hedgehog boys, isn't he?
Indeed. It's a very microable unit. This was one of my favorite first units I came across when I was playing a lot of Stormgate, because it felt interesting to control. I have likened it to the Oracle. Its model does feel a little bit weird on like how it turns and stuff, where it looks like the turning animations aren't like fully there in terms of the visual side, but the way it controls feels quite good in that it drifts a little bit. It has to take a while to load up its shots, and it's a good like slow move and shoot unit, kind of like a Hellion and an Oracle had a weird baby from StarCraft. You can see there where you can basically just like do this sort of fancy micro. Like, it's Clem's dream, dude. And did we just see a shield get put on a dog? That is not something you see every day. 1,000 hit point dog, let's go.
I mean, he's got to do something. Okay, it doesn't last forever though, so Skillus knew it was a time buyer, but a time buyer for what? Okay, it's going to be a time buyer for a Hornet, and tell you what, these Hedgehogs, they can shoot up, and they do a decent job of your left. Oh my god. Oi, that's so bad. So bad for Skillus.
That's a disaster, mate. That's so bad. That Hornet was meant to defend all this, and it could have, because he could have brought like the dogs over to fight. I think when they're sieged up, I don't think Hornets can attack ground at the same time. I could be wrong on that. But now they are able to just out-micro. Dogs beat Hedgehogs. But that's if you've got the upgrade and a bunch of dogs. 1 or 2 dogs ain't going to cut it. These Hedgehogs are way more expensive than them. And he's picking away at these blobs. You can see the DPS, damage per second, is not that crazy. However, look at that. Siege is up. And Skillus is going to go in as they unsiege. I like that in and out micro for Skillus. He's just got to be real careful. If one of them sieges up, he's got to get out of there with that Hornet. He can't afford to lose it.
Oh my goodness. Is it going to die again? I mean, the range on these Hedgehogs, their anti-air, actually isn't bad. It's just the fact that they have to siege up in the first place. And I tell you what, Resources Lost tab, if it was a thing in this game, definitely would not be looking very good for Skillus right now. Now, he does activate the bobs to have, I think they get more armor from this, as well as construction time and damage. And
Yeah.
I think that Skillus is going to be able to hold on now. But oh my goodness, the hedgehogs, man, they do great damage against air when they get set up.
Yeah, like they're awkward against air, but like, hey, if you sit there and fight them, they're actually good damage output. And you can see getting multiple ones of these Hornets, it's such a huge start. Clem is pretty good at video games, for those who don't know. Give this man mobile fast units to attack and micro with, and he will do it perfectly. As I was saying earlier, Clem is one of the fastest real-time strategy gamers of all time. His speed is insane. And you will, if you watch him play first person, have a seizure. It's kind of actually dizzying. You need to take motion sickness medication before you do it, man. It's insane how fast he is. And look, he's not missing a beat. He's going to take a third base behind this. He's rallying Exos and Hedgehogs out, but oh, he's got to be careful.
Oh, I tell you what, those scouts, they can deal quite a bit of damage if they get on top of these units. A nice little surrounded there by Skillus. So Skillus feeling comfortable now to move out onto the map. And this is where he can start utilizing these high firepower units, these Hornets. And we've seen those used to great effect here, so Skillus can stabilize to some degree. He's definitely not down and out.
Gonna go after that third base, just finished building. There's already a Hedgehog sieged up behind the trees. Just trying to speed build a sentry post there. Only has a few Exos with the bobs, but, oh, okay. Attacking that sentry post, trying to get it down. The dogs are falling, though, to the Exos, and Exos and the Hedgehog can take out those Hornets. That'll be great. The dog gets the shield again. Skillus is a big fan of shielding his dog, which is a very cute maneuver, as it's an annoying, distracting unit up in your face. But Lancers do not care about dog damage at all. Sentry post will finally finish. Bobs are going to repair that. Exo will get inside. Remember, that's got +2 anti-air range now in that recent patch. So that flat cannon is huge at defending the Hornets.
No, absolutely. I mean, definitely nice for Skillus to get a little bit of counter damage done there. And you can really tell that he likes to be mobile and in the face. And he's producing a lot of these dogs, which definitely curious, because all the other players with Vanguard, they seem to have a time in which they're being used and then they'd stop, right, entirely. But he's all about producing them a lot. He's expanding behind it as well. And if they do get on a minute, or rather a Luminite line here, and, you know, Bob Overcharge is not activated, they can definitely get a lot of damage done.
Third base up north, getting speed built for Skillus. Gonna be catching up on those expansions. Dog run by. I mean, dogs are really good at killing Exos. They're really good at killing Hedgehogs. They're just very vulnerable to the Lancers, and it's hard to not get them just skewered by those Lancers. Those Lancers make dog barbecues all day. They are robot dogs, so I'm not sure how tasty that is to eat, but it is a weird future with demons in it, so maybe eating that metal will actually give you some fuel.
Absolutely, and that Hornet count is growing. And I mean, they don't build the fastest in the world. They are being boosted by one of those solar supply depot kind of things, but Clem so far not really showcasing any holes in his defense here. And Skillus, he's not making it easy for Clem. Clem's just doing a good job of being in the right place at the right time so far. Oi, oi, oi.
Big Hornet run by into the main. And, oh, he gets a bob, but uh-oh, he's kind of getting cornered there. I don't think there's enough dead space on the edge. Oh, Clem gets one Hornet, he gets two. The Hornet's 3. Okay, third one does get away, but still losing 2 Hornets is expensive. You'll notice that the Hornets, when they're not attacking, for a few seconds, they get a movement speed boost. And that is what allowed them to get out of there for Skillus, but still losing a few expensive units. The dog run by doesn't get much damage there either. And it does feel like Clem has secured his economy at this point.
It really does, and Clem really likes those Brood War-esque armies, doesn't he? Like the medics, the bio, just getting out onto the map. It looks like he's going to be trying to secure a 4th base behind this as well. So Skillus, the far more nimble army, but not so much better in a direct engagement, whereas Clem, he's just been very good about keeping the right units in the right places. And I'm very curious, what is Skillus evolving to on his side of the map? Because I don't think he can stick on the dogs, and I did see a large number of barracks from him ready for something, but the question is what?
Exo's starting to come out. The question gets answered just as you ask it there, Ben, and they are a very good unit. They got buffed in the recent patches. They're good flat damage. I was casting with Probe the other day. We were kind of looking at some games, analyzing them, and he said a lot of people keep saying these are Marines, but they're more like ghosts. Like, the Exos are very expensive, very high damage. Takes a while to build them up, but you got it. Like, you look at 10 Marines in a StarCraft army and you kind of shrug your shoulders. You look at 10 Exos in a Stormgate army and you've really got to respect it. And right now, Clem is far ahead on that exo count, and he's got the med techs to back it up.
Absolutely, those med techs provide a lot of valuable healing to both bio and mech with the correct upgrades and correct using. And Clem, he's feeling adventurous now. He's moving out across the map. Now, he hasn't done a hell of a lot of creeping, although he does have full vision moving on over here, and he's going to find a very exposed base by the looks of it. And with this amount of exos, as you pointed out, they deal a lot of damage, and Skillus will have to meet this army, and his army's a lot quicker over here, especially with the speed boost, I think, active.
Oh, look at that. Nice boost there from the Medtex. The Atlas on the high ground is kind of scary. He's dodging most of the shots for now, though, is Clem. That early Atlas, I've seen a few players do this, but you can see against a guy like Clem, he's not going to let those shots land. He's just going to jump on you, and he even gets the second Atlas on the left side. Oh, this is a deadly fight. Clem just jumping on top with that Exo firepower, looking amazing.
Absolutely, and Skillus can't really fight head-on with these Hornets, can he, against this amount of Oh, and you see, just absolutely getting obliterated, and that Atlas is trying to hit, it's trying to constantly hit, but Clem is just not letting it do anything, and with one fell swoop here, one attack, he's just getting so much done with so little.
This is beautiful play by Clem. The healing working out there as well. I think it must be a misclick, the Nano Swarm on the bio unit there, because maybe meant to speed boost it. Exos are not very tough. You can see how quickly they die when they do get hit. It's just very rare they take the Atlas shots.
Absolutely. I mean, I also had to question myself whether... Oh, it takes out the dropship. The Atlas dropped onto the floor as well. And that was the last thing really holding on for dear life here for Skillus. Atlas comes in from the back as well. The Bobs are overcharged here to try and do something. And I mean, they do sort of tank a lot better than they were doing. A nice little surround here on that medtech over there, but a bubble used on it as well. It will not fall. Clem absolutely delivering in here, game one against Skillus.
Clem is good at video games. Clem has mysteriously taken a fifth base behind this because this is how Clem plays. If you let Clem dictate the pace of the game and get momentum, just like in his StarCraft matches where he is the best or one of the best players in the world, he just attacks, wins fights, and expands at the same time. And if you get behind against Clem, it feels when you're playing against him like he's all in when he's attacking you. You're like, oh, he's committed so much. And then you always realize he's actually got way more economy than you, and you just realize that there was this point where he got a little ahead, and then by microing in your face, he did more damage, put you further behind, kept macroing flawlessly behind it, taking more bases, more workers, and he has this ability to turn a small lead into a match feeling ridiculously unfair and like you never had a chance to begin with. And that's what he's done here, because remember, it was quite even, but then it was like, bam, the units got in and started doing damage, and it's just spiraling out of control.
Absolutely. I mean, these Bobs are doing a good job of just kind of being a little meat shield here, getting in the way, stopping the units from dividing as much as Clem would like them to, but I feel this soon is going to be a battle of numbers. I'm seeing that blue spread across the map, and I mean, Skillus does clean it up. His Exo's absolutely piling a punch here, but he's kind of like a now 3.5 base, very, very wounded, and Clem's just absolutely grown. Like you said, he's put on the pressure, but grown behind it as well. So true RTS masterclass of how you can approach a game and utilize your speed beautifully.
Hedgehogs, man. The Hedgehog opening just got him a bit of momentum and aggression for a pretty small investment, and he found massive openings with that, so that was awesome. We've got Bobs moving out to try and take that top left base, I believe is what they're doing, or maybe they're just transferring to the third or fourth. Exo's on the high ground, microing pretty well for Skillus, but he's got to deal with a nasty Clem that is in his face. The building does get cancelled there. Starts building this over in his natural instead. Skillus stuck in his corner of the map, blind. I don't know if you go for some dangerous run-bys here. Normally when you're on the back foot in an RTS, you try to do something that's gambly, right? You sneak some units out, run into their bases on the right, do the same thing on the left when they go to respond to the right side, try to get up to some high-tech units, like a bunch of Atlases behind it, something like that. Interestingly, we haven't seen a lot of Sentinels. Sentinels used to be a mainstay in this matchup, but it seems like people have decided since the Atlases got buffed a while ago that they're the better option. The Sentinel, of course, is the flying support unit that can throw a big defensive bubble, but man, that is brutal.
These poor little Bobs, you know, they ran away. They weren't running quickly either. A lot of them get picked off in this far right base. Not long for this world. I mean, Skillus has been very good about his tech switches. Now he's got a massive Exo blob, but I mean, it all feels a little bit behind Clem, doesn't it? And There's no medics in here in the mix to really get things going, and every fight I see, oh my goodness, they run so fast.
It's such a silly looking ability, isn't it? They're like, there's like an adrenaline shot, and then there's that. It's like, we are going to imbue you with the speed of the heavens. We are going to send you blazing fast. It's very good for chasing down retreating enemy.
Absolutely. I mean, Skillus is doing something very fancy that we talked about with the dropships. It's almost like the old tanker backs kind of thing. So he's absolutely keeping his Atlas alive here, which, who knows, maybe he's shown Clem something that's like, oh, that's pretty good, and GG is called. Clem does take map 1 here, but wasn't easy, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was cool. First time we saw the mirror matchup, and mirror matchups in RTS games often rest on a knife's edge. Unless you play a bit safer, which most pros don't want to do, they want to take every advantage they can, it rests on a knife's edge. In that case, it was defend with your dog, buy a little bit of time, and then to get your first Hornet out, shut it down. But a huge mistake was made by Skillus, and that was using the shield on the dog. Maybe just pull a few bobs, maybe do an overcharge. The problem is, overcharge is like, assume he had 50 energy at that point to overcharge, and then use the shield after that. But once you use the shield, that's a 2-minute cooldown. You use it on a dog, it's expired after 10 seconds. If you use that on the Hornet, those hedgehogs can't siege, because if they siege and then you use your shield, you're stuck fighting me, and you do not want to fight a 1,000 hit point shield. You shut down the first 2 hedgehogs, you can run away with that opening. Instead, Clem kills the first Hornet, and from there it was just like a slippery slope of Clem being in charge of that game.
Yeah, I mean, Clem just played well, and it's just like, you could see some skills transfer between different RDSs, right? Where it's like, okay, yeah, Clem's fast. He's a fast lad, and he's absolutely going to be in your face. And I saw it with when he tried out Zero Space, and you see it now when he's trying out Stormgate. And it's just like, this boy's fingers are pretty damn quick, and he's just so good about forcing out these little errors, these little mistakes. And it's like, oh dear, kills the scout initially. That scouting dog doesn't lose his, so he's constantly in the face of his opponent right from the get-go. Just very cool to see.
Absolutely awesome way to start things off. And man, I don't know, it's interesting because like part of me feels like I really want to see Clem versus Probe now. I really want to see Clem versus Parting, because he's so unstoppable when he gets a good start or when things go his way. But I really want to see like one of these guys who brings out one of these really sharp early game timings in his face, is just kind of all over him from the start. Can Clem look as unstoppable then? Because we're seeing Clem get a bit of freedom in the game and then look just out of this world. But if he's maybe on the back foot a little bit, does he have the experience to really know what to do in those circumstances? Maybe Skillus will find a way to put that pressure on in this next game. I'm hoping he will. Game 1, honestly, it was that one small mistake early, was a slippery slope. I think if he has a cleaner start this time, he can do way better.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, both these guys, yeah, like we talked a lot about Clem being amazing and stuff, but he finished top 8 at recent Katowice. Skillus finished top 12, so absolutely no slouch. And I know Skillus has played quite a bit of Stormgate, so probably looking to absolutely get one on the board at least against his opponent. But we also have to mention that this is absolutely live. This is not like a replay situation between these two. So depending on the nerves, knowing what's going on, this is your first debut, getting to really showcase your stuff. Sometimes that can absolutely get the nerves a wailing and a flowing. So yeah.
Yeah. So it's going to be fun, man. We're going to go into Secluded Grove as we saw there. Skillus is in the bottom left in the blue. Clem is in the top right. And I wouldn't mind the same opening from Skillus, to be fair. Like, and just, use the shield on the first Hornet. But I wonder if he kind of feels a bit afraid and changes it up. I would imagine if he senses the same opening is coming, he might just do a, multiple barracks dog upgrade opening. And that does kind of hard counter the hedgehog. At least that's what I've heard. Haven't seen it much because we never really see hedgehog openings in this matchup all that much, but it looked great for Clem last time. We'll see what happens this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely feels like you can see that what Probe was doing in his games was more meta, right? Like it was, you could see how it dealt damage very quickly. The hedgehog very much feels like a fun unit to use. I'm not entirely sure on how people will utilize it later on down the line. And heck, maybe Clem's ahead of the meta, but it definitely feels a more nuanced unit, whereas the dogs early on very solid. The Exos deal their thing as well. So far, Clem again, because the colors are switched here, I believe. Clem again, just being a real nuisance, a little bit quicker with getting his expansion down, and he's keeping his dog alive. But as is Skillus this game as well.
Indeed, continuing to attack there. Oh, the Bobs are not. I thought they were going to attack it, but they don't just yet. Just one Bob does chase the dog off for both sides. Cool. Fast Expand versus Fast Expand is the Team Liquid Vanguard versus Vanguard meta. And oh man, that Bob's getting mighty low. Gonna have to turn one of the Bobs to repair that if he gets any lower.
Yeah, Skillus has actually brought his dog home as well. Maybe to deal with this. He's just like, oh, it almost got sniped there by that. That would have been absolutely brutal if that did so happen. And Clem just being a continual nuisance. Again, like you mentioned earlier, repairing anything in this game doesn't actually cost anything whatsoever. But it just goes to show how important these units are, because if you're not mining, then you are getting behind compared to where your opponent is. So that is just something to keep in mind. Here, Ethereum does start nice and early, and the barracks finished about the same time for both these players.
I'm just waiting for a little bit of money, I think, to get the biokinetics lab, or maybe to tech up in some way, as we're going to see the overcharge there. There's a mech bay. Nice. Love that we can click on things now in the observing interface, see what people are building and stuff. Good to see things evolving so we can track the progress. Second barracks, though, for Skillus. So indeed, looks like the same sort of counter that we talked about at the start. You're going to go the dog upgrade to counter the hedgehogs, and that should go very well, but Clem's already scouted the second barracks, so he should know what's coming.
Absolutely. Now, we do know the barracks armies do tend to be quite slow when it comes to getting out on the map. Skillus with a very good scout here as well. Did get to see that mech bay. And given that the hedgehog did so well in game one, most likely aware of what's going to be happening in this game. And we will get to see what upgrades Skillus will go for when he goes for them. But so far, no real edge for either player here. Lancers are being made, and those bad boys are very decent at getting out to the map and creeping, but how good are they going to be against these hedgehogs?
Well, looks like Clem is already thinking about taking a third base. Overcharging those Bobs. Now, it is interesting. Did they in the last patch remove the ability to overcharge a building command post? I think they did. That's why he has to do that. But, oh, here we go. Hedgehog's running in. And dogs are faster than that. Well, they used to be. Maybe they're the same speed now. I guess you don't have the slow anymore in the dog. It's such a late upgrade, the dog slow. It comes in after tier 2. Very rare to see that anymore, whereas they used to be combined and dogs used to be kind of overpowered. Hedgehog's trying to get caught. Clem's going to have to micro his heart out. If he gets surrounded at all, losing those hedgehogs would suck.
Oh, and a little bit of dance there on those hedgehogs. And I mean, this scout number is definitely growing. That was back when I played. And ooh, these Lancers running in here. And, you know, I don't think there's any overcharge available. Nice around, though, with these Bobs. I mean, it is very, very nice to be able to take out these Lancers. Even repairing them, keeping them alive. Really cute out of Clem.
Oh, Clem. Clem's micro is so sick, man. Just little details other players don't even think to do. And the dogs are going to try to punish. They're going to try to go for the flank, but the Bob's tanking a little bit. I think the Bobs should probably pull out of there. Maybe let the hedgehogs fight. The Lancer's doing a great job of tanking for Clem. Quite a few Bobs are falling, but quite a lot of dogs going down as well. It's a bit of a messy fight for both sides.
It really is. You can definitely tell that I think the upgrade for the scouts came online halfway through that fight, 'cause you could really feel that from tickling those units, they just went straight up chonking those Bobs and those hedgehogs. And we'll have to run home. Skillus feeling like, all right, now's my time to take third base. Didn't go for the overcharge to do it, though. So this third will build a little bit slower than what Clem has been doing so far. And these hedgehogs, yeah, you have to respect those. They've been working wonders for Clem so far.
They're doing so good. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I totally miscalled it. I was like, dogs counter hedgehogs, guys. It turns out my knowledge is a week old, everybody. Sorry. The dogs, they technically, if they can catch them, they will. But because they don't have the slow anymore, guess what? You know, Clem's micro is pretty good. He's avoided surrounds and he's getting out of there. He's just dominating the map, doing really good. Dogs will get out and start taking some creep camps, but Clem is already moving to take a fourth base. Clem, have you no chill? What the heck, man? How greedy do you want to be?
Yeah, Clem is very much utilizing... Oh, I guess the dogs are a tiny bit faster. You can see that one is constantly tickling the hedgehogs.
Yeah.
Might be due to pathing a little bit, but trying to get us around is difficult. And I mean, the fact that Clem got this vision tower, gets to see everything that's happening behind this pillar is very nice for him. But that's a lot of scouts, man. Like, that, you definitely have to respect that. And he's like, you know what? I don't like you seeing everything that I'm doing on my side. I'm going to get rid of you. And Clem, on his side of things, heading on home. And he's probably going to repair all his units as well. But what does he want to do against this is the question.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Clem's taking that base hidden in the forest. Extra buildings coming up for him. We'll keep on expanding and probably going into mass exo production in the near future. We haven't seen the guys open their Therium patches yet. And that's kind of a problem if they want to transition into heavier Therium later. But I guess not at that stage. Mass dogs coming in. There's a crazy dog count. The Lancer turret is very good with its balance damage. You got to be careful going into that base because you get surrounded there. Grabbing one Bob. Oh, he's going to go after these hedgehogs, but Clem has been elusive so far. Will he continue to be elusive? Getting back to the turret. Nice pullback for Clem so far. One of the hedgehogs getting very low. Finally does die. Shield dog for the win.
I mean, Skillus has been very into shielding the dogs, hasn't he? Shielding the correct units, and he's been very annoying about it, but realizing, oh, might have outstayed my welcome a bit. And you can see these hedgehogs, when utilized properly, they are able to, like, move and shoot, basically, just like a Phoenix would from StarCraft 2. Very cool, but Exos, that's going to add a lot of firepower into the mix, and I feel that the time of the Hedgehog is almost over, but I say that, look at him. Look how he's maneuvering these lads.
Clem feels no greater joy than when he can, like, over-micro a unit to annoy his opponent, you know? Like, this man's just like, let me just kite with these two hedgehogs. Even though we're on 4 base against 4 base, we're building much bigger armies now. There's upgrades, there's macro to do. For Clem, actions per minute, attention is not a limiting factor. So he's able to just multitask that really, really nicely and dance around as needed.
Oh, I mean, these scouts do have to be careful. I mean, even though they've been doing a nice job of dealing little bits of damage here to the light units, when you get a mix of Lancers and Exos like this, they are absolutely more than capable of dealing with these dogs. And we're getting shown here the bases of Clem. None of the Luminite mines really full, except for this 3rd base and I believe the 4th base. But now the real tech is coming online. Getting the medics available will heal up all these bio units. Very nice for him. And the Hedgehog count, he hasn't truly committed to those being in the army, but just the amount of force. And is he working his way into the middle here with a few Bobs as well? That could be pretty tasty in this game.
Yeah, man. I mean, look at this. Clem is just expanding to the corner right now. He's a base ahead all game long. Clem's macro looking quite unstoppable. Now he's queued up some Bobs to break the trees. They got confused for a second. And the Bobs get caught by the dogs. Very nice catch there for Skillus, taking down one of those Bobs. A Hedgehog grabs another Bob on the way out. I think keeping the dogs alive is really good. Just use them as a run-by or a flanking unit later on. Don't really use them in the direct fight. Exo count's really good for Skillus so far, but those Lancers are so tanky.
Oh, and I mean, even some Bobs joining the fight here, and Skillus, he's just running on through, trying to get as much damage as he can. He's left with a very, very fragile army that does indeed pack a punch, but my
yeah,
goodness,
that Bob pull
lots
for
of
Clem
damage.
was clutch. Very clutch Bob pull.
I love that they're called Bobs.
It's so silly, isn't it? I'm like, we should just say workers or something with like the Bobs.
The Bobs are out. The Bobs are pulled, lads and lasses, and let's get going. Clem, again, by the way, just expanding like absolute crazy. And if I didn't know Wano wasn't a word used outside of Nottingham, I'd have said like Wano. But yeah, he's getting his army going on the map. Neither one of them's been truly all about the creep life this game, I'll say. But there is a splodge. In fact, is that a red dot in the middle of the minimap I see? I mean,
yeah, it looks like it. So it looks like someone's put a dog in the middle and is just scouting it, I guess. Or actually a single Bob. And there is the dog. So the dog with the radar dish on its back, obviously a placeholder graphic. That is the top bar power. 25 top bar power energy to send that to a location on the map. It can get killed very easily.
Skillus
just
is
as a
stuck
way
in
of
here,
sending
though,
a
no?
scout.
Like, Skillus has nowhere to go now. I feel he's kind of been
Oh.
baited or trapped a little bit. I mean, Clem, does he want to take this fight? Nice little shield there on one of those front Exos.
Yes.
And Skillus did mine through on the other side, so he is able to
gonna
get
get
on
out.
out of here. Yeah, nice play by both, honestly.
Dude, it's a scary fight though. Clem's, because the quick draw, every time they shoot, they move a bit faster. Notice those Exos are so good at chasing enemy units down, and Clem with that micro looks disgusting with them. But whenever he gets chasing, he's very powerful. He's got more Exos rallying in from the right side as well. And with the heals from those medtechs really working in his favor.
Absolutely. I mean, this is starting to turn into a battle of Exo versus Exo here, except Clem can heal his up, and he's using that green healy stuff that I'm sure is only for mech units at this point. There is a Bob pull from behind, and I mean, right now, Skillus is doing everything he can to stay alive here, but Clem just absolutely chasing him down on this side of the map, and the red is streaming across the map as well.
I mean, the regular, that one there, it's interesting to see just the micro of Clem. Whenever he sees he's got like a single unit advantage, he goes for it. Skillus uses a shield. He tries to run past and focus the other units. The ball of units is overwhelming. He's up a base this whole time, and he's taking positive trades. Clem is just so unafraid in these games. The moment he has an advantage, he just pushes in, jumps on top, and he micros his way in when it's a good time, away when it's a bad time. He's got that fantastic sense for how to use this army very well, and Skillus not quite able to keep up with him.
Yeah, you can definitely feel that he's feeling how fluid these units move, and in his hands, they are absolutely just that. And Skillus, he's just trying to get out as many units as he can at this point, but it feels like it's almost too little too late, isn't it? I see Bob's Island there in the north, and they're going to try and do what they can. Maybe a bit of a Bob surround could happen over here. And I mean, that is one way to try and slow him down, but no, Clem just weasels his way on out of there, and I mean, a little bit of damage done, but Clem's just bigger behind all this as well.
The panic misclick on the tree there from Skillus, where all of his Bobs went to A move, but he clicked on the tree and they all ran over, broke the tree before they started fighting. I was like, oh, that was going to be the slickest surround ever. He was still way behind, but not being able to get that surround. He's now getting Atlas sieged. It is so sick. Clem, when he gets ahead in the mirror matchup, he is unstoppable. Skillus is forced out of the game. And just fantastic play all around, man. Clem is showing he's got the mirror on lockdown the same way he already showed in the Verse Infernal match. He looked great.
He did look amazing, actually. And I mean, the fact that Skillus is trying to hold on with just pure Exo, like he doesn't have the time to make anything else because he's under so much pressure. And you see that Clem's, he's willing to fight it out with him, adding those medics on. But then it's like, boom, Atlas joins behind as well. And then Skillus is like, hold on a minute. I'm absolutely done. And I think we're going to be welcoming back Killer Pigeon over here. Hello.
Hello, lads. Are we finally done it? It took a while, but we saw Vanguard's loose. It did technically require a Vanguard player to do it, but crazy opening series, right? Like, it's funny. I think I was seeing a lot of people say in the chat. I think a lot of us thought this as well going into this. When you look at the open qualifiers as well, the fact that 7 out of the 8 players were Infernals, I feel like we're pretty surprised by how well the Vanguard are doing so far in this, right, Dimmu?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, different field, right? Like we saw, like the Dark that we saw bring the Infernals out, definitely looked like he was a little bit shaky. Didn't quite know exactly. And I know that Infernals tend to want to play very aggressive against Vanguard and not let them set up, which is absolutely not what he did. He was very much about sitting back, getting so much Ethereum out and stuff. But yeah, interesting to see what the Vanguard players have brought so far, because they've just looked a little bit bigger, a little bit better, a little bit sharper with the builds that they've thrown out. And, things like Hornets, they've kind of gone unanswered so far.
Oh, yeah. And talking of big and sharp, I mean, we've got to bring it back to the Aussie pride, right, Pig? I think so far Probe has been looking phenomenal. You highlighted some small details he's been noticing about how to get Vrillium claws early on certain maps. I mean, we asked the question at the start of the day, the hour is going to pay off. And I think it's fair to say, so far, Probe is looking on fire.
Yeah, he's looking next level. I saw a few people in the Twitch chat being like, why is he even allowed to play against these guys? He's had way more time to practice. This isn't fair. And obviously there was like a technical difficulty where he accidentally got, removed from the bracket. And it was only fair to let him in, as you mentioned earlier, Killer Pigeon. So he is showing, though, that he's really he's been fascinated by the game from early on. He's learned all the details. He's been putting out a ton of guides over on his YouTube channel as well, which I've been learning a lot from, kind of asking him questions as well as watching those videos. So he really seems like a great resource early on. And I think he's just came into this tournament very humble, but he's still got a few very tough matches ahead of him. We've kind of seen, I think, the easier opponents. The later ones, I think, are going to be the big challenges.
Absolutely. And I think we've got plenty more series to get to, which is why I want you guys to take a quick short break. So I'll take over from here. You've earned a little bit of a rest, but don't worry, folks. Dimmu and Pig will be back for, I believe, 3 more series. So you guys go get yourself a quick stretch of the legs, and we'll have you back on the camera soon. But while I've got everyone here and I've got everyone's attention, I I think it's important to highlight that we still have so many series to go. I mentioned they're going to be back for 3 series, but in total, we still have 11 series to go. Up next, we're going to have Killazur versus Laser, followed by Laser versus Clem. I had to double check that. I typed it down twice. I'm a muppet. But kind of cool thing to actually highlight at the moment. If you're watching this for the first time and wondering, like, where are all the other people? Remember, this is just the Katowice qualifier. This is for 4 people to make it through to tomorrow. In terms of the UI, you may notice things look quite different there. That's because that was a live game. So our next 2 series, I believe it is, going to be live. After that, I think we are going to be switching over to recorded, if I'm not mistaken. The reason for that is because, of course, the time zones, we want to be fair to the players. You have to keep in mind that for some people, especially like Probe, it's past midnight at this stage, right? And the reality is we are going to be kicking off at 3 p.m. GMT tomorrow. So we want to make sure we weren't being unfair to those players. So for some of these, you will have an extra UI element. Take advantage of that. Definitely soak it in. There's a lot of cool factors hidden there. We saw things like the Lancers, the fact that you can't see it in the recording, but they have things like attenuation armor that mitigates free damage when they get attacked. You have cool little details like the buff that allows them to move faster and attack faster. There's loads of cool things there. Big shout out, by the way, to Frost Giant for getting the tools we needed together to make sure we'd be able to do this at such an early phase in development. It's really incredible, actually. The fact that we've got a $10,000 Stormgate tournament this early into development. I just want to give a big shout out to Frost Giant for being helpful, and also to EGC on the back end. They've been working tirelessly to get this together and to get it right, and I hope you guys are enjoying it so far. I did notice a few people have been commenting about the ads. I just thought I'd take this moment to mention that EGC, they are small, humble beginnings. They have been running Age of Empire events for 2+ years right now. They've basically become the cornerstone of Age of Empires 4. But they are essentially a startup. So my recommendation, if you're worried about the ads and you're wondering why they're not being triggered at certain points, is because if you do that, Twitch gives less revenue. And to be honest, EGC pumps so much money into getting the broadcast right, they're still not making a profit at this point. So I always recommend people to subscribe, to support them, and let them know that you want to have more of these Stormgate tournaments. Because so far, I don't know about you, but these games have delivered. I love the fact that we're already a few sets in, and Infernals aren't just looking OP. Because as I mentioned to our 2 caster boys, we've had 7 out of 8 slots for the open qualifiers go to Infernals. Of the main event, right now, just because of the top dogs coming in off qualifications, that was the only reason we were getting some serious Vanguard representation. Just Lucifron, Kiwian, and of course Eric on their own. But I'm glad to see we're at least going to get one more. Just a reminder, folks, we've got 3 of the 6 players playing as Vanguard, the others playing as Infernal. So if you are a big Vanguard fan, if you like your Humi boys, you are at least going to see 1 additional tomorrow. Just a reminder, when it kicks off at 15 GMT, I like to change from saying PM to that because I'm a bit of a muppet like that. We are going to have plenty of series coming. If you haven't seen your favorite cast, if you saw them in the announcement, don't worry. We've basically got cast representation from all 3 of the main RTSs we felt like linked in there. And once again, big shout out to EGC for that. I mentioned they have an Age of Empires 4 background, yet they've come in and they brought in Stormgate's caster lineup to be both StarCraft and Warcraft alike. But let's look forward to what we've got next. We've got plenty of series to come. I did mention that we just had, of course, Clem versus Skillus. Up next, I believe it's going to be Killazur versus Laser, which I believe is going to be our first Infernal versus Infernal matchup, which is fun because it means Infernals are finally going to get a win on the board. We are going to be seeing more of the likes of Probe, Clem later on today. In terms of the live run of order, we're going to have the Killazur versus Laser, and then we're going to have Skillus versus Killazur, so plenty of Killazur coming up. And by the way, I'm seeing you guys go crazy in the chat. I just want to give you a little bit of appreciation to that. Big prime time. Get it going. A sub train. Our wonderful overlord, Pesty, who runs EGC, often says, I don't know what a sub train is. Can you guys explain this to me? And the best way to explain it to him is by hiding all your messages behind subs. Remember, as it stands, this weekend is already looking on track to deliver, what, 8 to 10 hours of game time, of stream time today? Tomorrow and Sunday, you're probably going to be seeing about another 8 hours each day. So in total, EGC is going to be giving you, what, 25 hours of entertainment? And maximum it costs you $5 to see that for free. Alternatively, if you think about another way, 25 hours with what? Minimum ad time, which is 3 minutes, equals 75 minutes ad time. That sounds terrible to me. Subscription sounds much better. So definitely pump them in. Definitely support the scene. We appreciate all of you that are doing it. And let EGC know for the socials after the tournament if you like what you've seen, if you want to see more tournaments, because I'm sure they want to run more for you guys. So I believe we're going to pop up the standings now and see how things are looking, because, of course, we've had a few games now. We want to see how things are lining up. I am so happy to say that Probe is tippity top right now. Look at him go. Him alongside Clem. I think a lot of people expected Clem coming to this, but when you look at these players on their stat basis, I'm sorry to shout him out like this, but you know what? He's flexing right now. So this is him just being like, prove the haters wrong. Probe was the only player to have like a 0% win rate in StarCraft 2 performances when I checked all the performances of these 6 players. I love the fact that he's tippity top right now. Clem, I think a lot of people expected to do this. I do think you're going to see some big surprises coming out from Elazer. Elazer, who going into this, he got a little bit of practice in and actually is 4th on the leaderboard right now in the Infernals after 170 games, 83% win rate. So Elazer definitely going to be surprising a lot of people here. But let me know who you think is going to make it, because I think we've still got a few kind of interesting twisters there. Dark has definitely got off to a kind of a wonky start. I think we need to move him past his Hellborn desire phase. I love that he's trying to make the unit work, but I think it's fair to say that Hellborns, although there were some tweaks with them to try and deal with their clunkiness and choke points, they're very hard to inflate into. One interesting thing I have noted here, though, is the Hedgehog openings from Clem being super effective. I hope we're going to be seeing more of that, because that is a unit I think a lot of people were looking away from. I think I remember Probe was saying like he came up with one build that's a Hedgehog opener, and that was simply to stop the Hornet spam on the other side. So maybe we get some more hogs versus dogs. I think it was an interesting one to see. But I believe we should be back to our casters on board in about another minute or two. This is a perfect time to remind people this is only day 1. We have actually got additional maps that just aren't being seen because of how quickly this series are closing out, right? So we've got Broken Crown, Secluded Grove, and I believe it's Jagged Moor in the rotation. I think we've seen Jagged Moor once. The impressive part actually there was that the Infernals are meant to be heavily favored based on statistics we've seen from this tournament so far. Due to their camp rotations, they've been seeing about an 80% win rate. But I want to give a big shout out to Frost Giant for making a quick adjustment in prep for this weekend. I think we saw a few tweaks to the early game snowball effect around the speed camps that give free fiends across to the Infernals, as well as what they get initially out of those fiends to make sure that the Vanguards maybe have a little bit more of a strength in that matchup. And you know what? To strengthen this cast, I think it's time to welcome back my boys. I think we have got Dumu at the radio. I imagine Pig is just still stretching the legs a little bit. But I do know it's about time. Whoa, Pig, what's going? Whoa, what's this? You're meant to be my green boy.
I've been in America the whole time, man. I'm giving up the gig. They stopped paying me to pretend that the Earth is actually round. So we're just gonna admit to you guys, we're in flat Earth. It's fantastic over here, and we're removing the green screen. You know, I'm done with it. I'm not gonna lie to you guys anymore.
Did you know about this, Ben? Like, I thought, is the Earth not flat after all? Is that what's happening here as well, Pig?
I'm absolutely not going to be brought into that one, you know. That's one to make people angry everywhere, you know. So yeah, no, I'm going to avoid that at all costs, all costs.
All right, well, let's focus on what's coming next. We've got Kelazor versus Elazer. That is going to be, I believe, our first Infernal versus Infernal matchup. Before we quickly hop into the draft, predictions, boys. Do we have a favorite here? Someone that we think is just going to take it?
I'll let Pig go first here.
Dude, I'm sorry, what was the exact match? I missed the one.
Kelazor versus Elazer.
Oh, very exciting match. Kelazor looks good, but Elazer kind of has a bit of fear. He got very high on the ladder, unless he's had some time where he's queuing at 3 in the morning and he's only matching with like not as hard opponents. I think Elazer comes in here as I would say, along with Probe, the challengers for first and second place in this group.
Oh. Dimu, I guess that makes it easy for you. Are you going Elazer too?
I mean, like, I spoke with Elazer, like, personally at Katowice. And I remember him asking me, have I tried much Stormgate? And I was very honest, like, no, I haven't tried a lot. He's like, I'm going to be a champion in both games. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, because he won the Zero Space thing, which was very, very new and fresh. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to become a champion in Stormgate as well. So he was already kind of feeling it. And I mean, Elazer's the kind of guy, he's very honest as well. He'd be like, I can't beat this guy, but I can beat this guy. So yeah, I think Elazer's absolutely looking to storm out of this little group stage round robin over here.
All right, they're settled. Elazer, give him the 2 points, move on. I guess we save ourselves some time. I think Kelazor's going to have something to say about that, though, because it's time for Elazer versus Kelazor. Elazer versus Kelazor. My words today. Let's hop into the map draft.
I'm sticking with it, man. Kelazor up against Keller. Yeah, that's going to get way too confusing. That is actually a very easy mistake to make. But thank you very much, mate. We're going to talk about the maps. First map, it's always the same. It is Broken Crown, but this should be fun. I think Kelazor looked very macro-centric earlier when we saw him. Looked like he wanted to play the big game. I haven't seen too much of Elazer. I've just heard that he's like at the top of the ladder, so he's a bit of a mystery box for me.
He's a massive mystery box to me as well, and I've heard so much about how Infernals should be played and how they're not being played. So it'll be very fun for me to see just a little bit of an essence of like what he's actually bringing to the table, right? Because Dark Style, that did not work out, so we can absolutely rule that out, which was very cool. But yeah, it's going to be very fun because these guys, former teammates, they were both on Team Liquid as well. Another Team Liquid lad here, stepping up in Elazer, and this is his first showing today. I'm excited because, as you said, one of the top performers on the ladder so far.
Indeed, our first Infernal versus Infernal match. Fiends no longer spawn other fiends, for those who don't know. So things have evolved from about a month ago when this matchup was one of the silliest and I think funniest just mirror matches I've ever seen in any RTS. It was hilariously silly. And it's actually quite fun now. We've got Katowice, of course, in the bottom left, and Elazer in the top right.
And Elazer's already done something a little bit funny. Look at this. So, already putting his infrastructure, his Iron Vault, in a far different location to what other players have done so far. And I mean, already very different builds out of both of them. And given that Elazer's, there's so much riding on him going into this that he's gonna do well, I'm gonna be looking at him with a massive magnifying glass just to find out the whys and the whats behind everything that he's doing.
Yeah, I guess he's going to wall off on the low ground there, maybe even move out to that third base next to that position, so he kind of has all of his production near each other. I also thought this was a very different opening, but I think they still have the same production. It's just different placement for both of the players. So it kind of works out okay there. You know, a couple Gaunts and a couple Brutes coming out, and then they're going to try and fight over the camps. But a very early Brute split for Katowice, going to allow him to both scout and potentially harass.
Yeah, so obviously those Brutes are a bit slow, but if they do get to split, then you spawn two very little quick Fiends over here, which they're not as strong, but they can still be a proper little nuisance. And Elazer went for pretty fast Gaunts on his side of things, and these Fiends, they're just marching on it in, and they're like, oh, hold on a minute, you got down the low ground, whereas Elazer, oh, getting a Gaunt caught out of position here. Beautiful use of the Fiends.
Oh, very nicely done. Fiend's trying to get after that imp. The Fellhog does help a little bit. You want to try and throw down a building, but it's hard to get the space to do that without getting hunted down. And he is going to keep on circling there. Going after the speed camp on the left. Speed camps have been nerfed.
Oh, are you back, Piggy? I heard the voice, and then I didn't hear the voice. Anyhow, just while I start off with this, so Elazer very quick to take out that far left base over there. I don't think he picked up the aura with it, but so far we can definitely say that Kelazor's been pretty damn decent with his opening. Also, the harass that he got to get going there, even getting a Spire here over in the middle, spreading that shroud very nicely. And Elazer's probably a bit like, what on earth is going on in this game? You're already throwing something very, very crazy at me. And Elazer, even though all eyes were on him for this series, so far it is Kelazor bringing the heat, but he gets to show us why going for that might be in a little bit of a risky play. But so far, both with very similar armies. We've got Brutes on the field, Gaunts on the field, Fiends as well, just going for vision camps here, there, and everywhere. And what I'm seeing on the map here is, it is Elazer going for an expansion, whereas Kelazor far more about having that one base economy and just busting out the units. And Elazer is kind of sharking around the map here, trying to find out what on earth is going on from his opponent. And we see that Kelazor's being very good about just meandering here, there, and everywhere. And Elazer has spotted where Kelazor has been, but knowing where he's been doesn't really say too much. As for, he's chasing down this army right here, right now. Kelazor didn't pick up his speed boost either, but it is going to be Elazer with a slight macro edge and takes out this resource camp as well for his troubles. But neither player looking to commit too hard when it comes to actually engaging into the other one. And yeah, I see people are probably wondering why Kelazor is here playing Infernals. It has been a very, very powerful race so far when it comes to the start of Stormgate, I suppose. They have all their abilities already available. Those top abilities that you see over in the top of your screen when you play. You have 3 to start off with, then 3 other ones come online later. For Vanguard, they're not all accessible. But here, Kelazor again, just going for the health camp at the bottom of the map, and he is going to be scoring his own natural now for the time being. Laser's army on paper looks a little bit larger, and Kelazor again, just to do a little bit of that fiend harass early on as well. And Laser did meander on over quite a lot of his workers on this base, so definitely a economic lead. And Kelazor, can he just sit pretty and let that happen? I don't think he can, and he doesn't think so either. He's going to be moving on over here, and it is kind of nice having that conclave there on the bottom of this ramp, but instantly the unit gets taken out immediately. I gotta say, to say a laser was a big favorite going into all of this, you can definitely tell that Kelazor is no slouch whatsoever. Now, Kelazor did come over here. He's got night vision as well, so a laser gets to see absolutely everything that is in the army mix for Kelazor. And the fact that he's not going out to greet it, that definitely tells you that he is a little bit hesitant about the power in this mix. But we do see the whole thing. The laser's eco looking far greater than that of Kelazor, and that is because he got his natural up a lot quicker. Now he's going to be spreading that shroud onto the low ground and having a tower on this high ground as well, which definitely keeps things nice and steady for him. And he's also very cheekily gone for that far right base there over at the 3 o'clock position. Now, did he cut the trees to get it over there? I mean, regardless, Kelazor is very quick to greet it and stop it from becoming a thing. Although I say that, will he be able to? No, it has to get the cancel on. And Piggy, did you join me again?
Yeah, I am not able to see the feed for just a second, but apologies there. A bit of a tech issue for me, and I will be back in to be able to see the game right about now. So we are at about 6 minutes 33. Should be nice. Nice there in game. We've got Imps. What's been going on, mate? Catch me back up.
I tell you, well, there's a bit of action going on here. Big drop with a lot of gaunts here going on in the natural of Kelazor. Now, Kelazor's had a big army, but his expansion was a lot later. And look at this. It's a juicy spot for a laser to be fighting. He's got towers in the back line as well. Kelazor's army definitely packs a punch, but fighting against those towers as well. Lots of gaunts joining the mix. Oh my god, chaos absolutely ensues here. But Kelazor, this is kind of a one-way trip here, mate, because he has absolutely put so much into his military, but his eco absolutely been stomped.
Dude, that is huge. That's so much damage to the eco, like you said. And that's going to make it hard, man. Things have escalated so quickly in this match. I was really curious to see what the new Infernal versus Infernal would look like and how good a laser looks. Looks like a laser's got a pretty good hold of how to manage the chaos there.
Absolutely. Comes in with his Doombringer there to drop the units down, dropping the Shroud as well. I mean, there's already Shroud from his opponent, but GG is called. I mean, that was very, very feisty. I feel that Elisa did a lot of harass with his gaunts, which absolutely slowed down the eco of Kelazor. But then his units got back home so quickly, so using a recall to get those units back home to defend what was thrown at him. Very nice play out of Elisa.
Dude, very impressive. We were expecting a laser to be large and in charge, and glad to see he's not disappointing there. Sorry, by the way, guys, for my technical issues. After abandoning the Round Earth conspiracy, they did apparently just crash my computer for the first time in about a year. That my computer just crashed out of nowhere. So sorry for that. Abandoning you in the middle of the cast, Demu, but glad you were able to carry it through on your own, mate.
It's all right. You know, I know the name of 1 or 2 units which you happily gave to me, so it was like, damn, I'm casting the one race here that I know very little about. But no, it was very cool. Elisa definitely played solidly against Kelazor, and we already got to see Kelazor earlier on in the day. He went up against Probe, which was, you know, a bit of an unfair fight, but he still managed to like hang in there and make a match out of it. And this time, Elisa, like, he was very much about just being in the face of his opponent. Kind of nice building placement by him, which we didn't get to see to full effect here, but we definitely got to see him utilize the drop, the Doombringer there, to great effect. And just the fact that you can be in the face of your opponent very quickly, deal a lot of damage very quickly as well, and getting his eco online so much faster. Like, Kelazor was very late to getting his natural damage absolutely stumped him, it feels like.
Kind of feels like it's almost more explosive, the drop, because the imps, even though they've got the white armor and the regeneration, they don't have like the Bob overcharge. And we could see like a mixture of sentry posts as well as the Bob overcharge, really making it, I think, kind of strong for the Vanguard player if they react quickly to handle the drops. And the drop was more of a pinning maneuver rather than a damage dealer. But if there's fighting going on the other side of the map, there's a drop in your base, you're trying to fight with imps, they don't have that overcharge, they can fall apart. And once the fiends start spawning, it's of course very, very scary.
No, absolutely. Like, they both went for very similar armies early on there. It was just Elisa was far more comfortable getting the expansion up and running a lot quicker than Kelazio was. And also, yeah, I think these drops, there's one thing I tend to do, Pig, when I'm comparing games that I play a lot of, where I'm like, if Medivacs dropped instantly their whole load, I'd be like, oh my god. I mean, people already complain about Widowmines enough in StarCraft 2, right? Imagine dropping like all 4 kind of thing. Or dropping 8 Marines. It definitely looks very scary going up against that. And yeah, Kelazor just had to abandon ship, and then he was put in this all-in position there. Second map, it's not going to be Jagged Moor. I have to look at it sideways here. Secluded Grove to keep things going. So that map with that big base in the middle that we saw the players sort of get to. Saw Skillers get a little bit trapped in there. It's going to be a very fun one here with Infernals.
It's so huge if you get that base, double Therium, double Luminite, but it's so dangerous and it's such an obvious spot to fight over. Yeah, it was kind of annoying when the Vanguard versus Infernal match we saw in this match earlier. I was expecting to see maybe a sentry post push through the forest or something from behind the kind of forest third base that people are taking. Didn't get to see that in this matchup. Oh, I actually can't remember, by the way. Maybe one of our admins can remind us. I think we might still have offensive Shroudstone banned in this matchup. Actually, I think it got taken out in the last patch. So people can correct me in Twitch chat if I'm wrong on that. But I believe previously you could use your ability to throw Shroudstones down on your opponent's Shroud as well. And I don't think that's in the game anymore. But it does look like we'll probably just see a bit more of that back and forth action. If Alazer's good with that drop, this might just be the play he does every game.
I mean, why not? It's very powerful, and it's spawning over in the bottom left-hand side. As our blue Infernal player, it is Kelazio.
And of course, up on the other side as well, we do have his opponent, Alazer. And it's going to be interesting to see where this goes, because it is a very, very big map in terms of rush distance. There's a lot of resource camps, but they're in the corners, so it's kind of a bit isolating to get there. And once again, trying to get that Iron Vault on his expansion very early. Alazer enjoying the forward production facility and just protecting his Gaunt production in the back, while Skelezer just throws them both down in the back.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, like, players will obviously learn to optimize things. For those that don't know, Alazer, very solid StarCraft 2 player, was one of the first guys that was going for an Alazer pool, which was putting your spawning pool as far out in the creep as you possibly could, for a bit of vision, but then Lambo started doing it as well, which was his teammate. It was very funny to see that both those guys were absolutely big believers, but when you can build off your Shroud, absolutely off your creep in this game, Laser's putting it to great effect. And over here, Speed Camp is going to be his first. Nice. Yeah, and he can kite that for days and won't take damage if he does it correctly.
Because and look at that. You see how it infests all 3 of them, and remember it does percentage-based damage, 1% per second. And then he kind of, is luring him over, going for that speed camp. I love this early creeping from Alazer. Just a great way to start taking these out. And as he starts getting fiends, you can see his damage grows. Fiend ambush comes in for Kelazur. Can he steal the kill? At the moment, I don't think you can really see who stole the kill, like who got the resources, but it looked like Alazer probably did, since he had a lot more damage coming down.
Absolutely. Now, him not going on that little blue orb means he doesn't get the speed, correct? In which case it's maybe a little bit of a misstep here when he comes back home, but he will deal with these little fiends, so they won't get too much damage done, but at least getting some scouting information going. Still no natural going down for either player thus far, and Kelazil will be following Alazer's footsteps here, going for that speed camp base as well.
Yeah, cool to see. They're both just kind of taking these speed camps for now, getting their fiends up, and I was mentioning before the offensive Shroud Stone that did get patched out in the last patch, by the way, update from our admins. So they did, of course, remove the rule that was in there previously in the qualifiers saying you can't do that. It has been fixed on up. Second speed camp going in. As you can see, the blue speed boost that Demu was pointing out there, making those units a lot faster. 4 dudes on Therium. It's a lot of Therium mining to not have the Luminite maxed out. This is a lot of units on that one base production. Kelazur's trying to expand. Gonna go for the healing camp, which is very tanky. Normally it's hard to kill that. Because he's got so many fiends, the laser's like, whatever, man. Extra resources, get a bit of healing, let's go for it.
Absolutely. It feels like the laser is maneuvering around the map just a tiny bit faster than his opponent. I like this, though, from Kelazur. Look at that, using a cheeky little imp over here to go and mine out that forest, so he can just go to the other side immediately. So, yeah, it's not all about a laser, is it? And Kelazur, this game, with a far faster natural than the previous, and doesn't look like he's going to be left too far behind in that regard. So a far closer game here already between these two.
Going to be seeing how it evolves on a bigger map. You can't kill the opponent as quickly here, even with an advantage, but doing things like taking the vision camp outside their base gives you such a big information advantage, and that's why that's very nice for a laser. Going to take his opponent's health camp as well. Says, yep, any money is good money for me. Rocket deer be damned.
This is the one that messed me up yesterday. I was like pulling my units away, but then the rocket came and I was like, oh my goodness, that is not what I expected to be flying out of a deer. But yeah, Kelazur's army does get to spot this a little bit with his fiends. And I mean, the fiend numbers are growing for both of them as they've both been creeping. But Kelazur's going to have to respect this a lot. And I mean, the way that Infernals work with their units, the units stack up so you get to pop as many as you have stacked up to a maximum of 3 here. But it's definitely a laser putting on the gas here and being very aggressive. And his unit's going to start to build up that shield, being on his opponent's shroud.
And look at the gaunt bouncers infesting the imps as well. Slowly getting a little bit of damage in. Trying to be patient as Kelazur before finally pulling the trigger on that. And it is a big battle here. It does seem like very even numbers on both sides. Defender's advantage means Kelazur's rallying into the fight from his closer production. He's got to be careful, though, because those gaunts will crumble. If he suddenly doesn't have any front line, oh god, he's going to pull imps. He's going to get out of there with his gaunts. This is a big problem.
Ooh, this could get very spicy very quickly. And oh my goodness, that Blightstone just kind of appeared absolutely rapidly there. And it is going to take out all these units on the retreat. So honestly, I think overall, not a bad hold from Kelazur.
Yeah, of course, a laser has that extra animus he could save onto for later. So I think it's still good for him to force the imps off the line, but that Shroud Stone is a super Shroud Stone. You could see how fast it was shooting. It's insane. And it is a very powerful defensive structure you can tap into when you're in an emergency. And I believe it disappears when it's done, if memory serves. I know it's changed a few times back and forth, so that is one of the abilities I haven't used as much. But excuse me for being a little behind on the beta balance. Things always in flux. It's kind of fun to follow how quick the meta changes. You know, if you're someone who really likes to see a game just get figured out every tiny detail and nuance and nothing ever changes, it's not really the time to be following Stormgate. But if you like new, fresh strategies, seeing how the game, you know, mechanics evolve, how the strategies change at lightning pace, it's a really fun, exciting time for me to follow the game and cast it, because I'm just like, every week there is a bunch of new builds being counted. You have a guy like Clem who comes in and just micros units a bit better than everyone else, and suddenly we're like, oh, something we thought about this unit isn't the case. Big drops going in on both sides of the map. The one in the north could get some good, big damage as it's in that base just up there.
Oh, and there is a nice super tower again coming in, but this time from a laser, and will shut this down reasonably, and he's going to get his own damage done. And oh my goodness, that's so many workers all grouped up here, and these gaunts pile in so much damage on these workers, don't they?
The Fellhogs are meant to be a good defensive unit, but they just spawn fiends for your opponent in these scenarios because you can't control them. So those Fellhogs spawning out of the meat farms are just like basically fiend spawning machines, and that is why this drop is so powerful in this matchup. Shroudstone tries to build, gets instantly killed. A laser took a little bit of damage to the drop, and he literally just goes and kills Kelazur with his own drop.
Well, that was furious, wasn't it? And I mean, a laser, again, just utilizing those drops to great effect. I mean, the fact that you can get out all your units so damn quickly, spawn it's like the equivalent of broodlings, you know, on your opponent's units. Just so much firepower, so deadly. Laser looks furious in his play. Just very solid play out of him. And RDS players are so damn good at finding like easy ways to win, you know? Like people often ask me like what's the best build, Benny? Like no matter what game you play. And it's like, well, what build should I, and I'll tell them like this is the build that's the best to win with. And they'll be like, but what about for a bronze player? I'm like, well, if a really good player's using this build, you can bet your ass that is one of the easiest ways to win. So you should probably do it too. And it's like, oh yeah, I've never thought about it like that. But this drop with these gaunts, man, that is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, it's so funny because I was like, I kind of crashed out of game one, and I was like, oh yeah, the drop's good, but we'll see what happens. And then the moment that drop goes in game two, and I'm like, oh no, the meat farm, I forgot about this. And then like instantly, you're like, I have 5 fiends for free because the fell hogs die so quickly, and you're like, oh my lord, the imps just have to run away. So it's kind of a weird thing where I think that's probably going to get patched so you can't infest fell hogs, just because generally design wise you're looking at something where a mechanic that is meant to make you a bit more stable in the defense actually buffs aggression. Mirror matchups already in all RTS games are the ones which like balance on a knife's edge, and I think that's something which is like making this matchup quite volatile, especially with this drop getting into the back of the bases. We might see a meta before that change could happen. People start hiding their meat farms in the back corner of their base or like away from their worker line specifically, so it's like harder for the enemy to get to with their drop.
Yeah, definitely tricky, and you can definitely tell like when the players feel like they're more experienced, any little mistake or whatever, they're absolutely going to pounce on it, aren't they? And here, Laser was just a little bit quicker to getting around the map, getting all the creeping going, and having his attack exactly where he wanted it and what he wanted to do it with. And yeah, those gaunts, even though they're fragile little buggers, they're very good at just causing absolute chaos. But I do like what Kelazor did in one of those games where he made one of those brutes very quickly, split it up, and then those bad boys just zoomed across the map very quickly. He even picked off a worker as well for their trouble. We're already seeing very new things out of all these guys.
Oh, this is really exciting. By the way, just in case I don't get a chance to wrap up on it earlier, there were a few points I talked about earlier in the cast, and I'd be remiss if I don't clarify them before we finish. So before we talk about Kelazor Laser, which we will in just a moment, Shadowfly is up against Hornets. We were talking about that interaction earlier in the cost. Shadowflyers are 25 Luminite and 50 Ethereum, so double Ethereum, very heavy. Whereas a Hornet is, I believe it's 150 Ethereum, 75. Oh, sorry, 150 Luminite, 75 Ethereum. So essentially, the Hornet is 3 times the overall resource cost of a Shadow Flyer, but because the Hornet is made out of the cheaper resource, you want to trade it about 2 Shadow Flyers per Hornet for that to be cost effective. So we could see that was about where they were trading in our earlier games in some of the fights until they started getting shot down. So if we see any more of that later today when me and Demu aren't casting, or even in the games we are casting, keep that one in mind. You do want to at least trade 2 to 1 with the Shadow Flyers. If you're going 3 to 1, you're having a bad time.
Thank you. And how much were the Spriggans?
Ooh, okay, that's my next thing to fact check. I'll touch back in on that one for you, Ben.
Thank you. Sorry for putting you on the spot, Piggy. I like that you said earlier you were like, "Oh, I'm sorry for being like maybe a couple of days behind the meta on this," and it's like me over here. I'm like, well, I apologize for being dead on the meta, Pig. Like, absolutely. But
you've been great though. It's actually so good because even when I've not spent that long studying the game, but even with that limited time, I'm already like a few levels up in the assumed knowledge. So it's great having you just ask these fundamental questions. We're kind of pointing things out to each other. I think that's the best. When you got a game like this, most people haven't played it yet. It's in closed beta right now. It's one of those things where I think it's good to talk about all the basics.
No, absolutely. Like yeah, being very transparent with our audience over here. I was like, Pig, I'm going to ask you lots of questions over today's cast because, I haven't played a hell of a lot, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people haven't played a hell of a lot either. So getting to pick your brain a little bit, talking about which pros you've talked with and what they also get to share. Yeah, it's just very cool. And our next match going up here will be Skillus against Kelazor. Now, so far, I'm not sure either one of these players has managed to get a win on the board, but that is mainly because the people they've been playing against have been freaking awesome. Now,
yeah, remember it's top 4 out of the group as well. So even if you're down 0-2, you've still got a very good chance of making it out if you can rally.
Absolutely. And I mean, both these guys didn't look totally outmatched and outgunned. It wasn't like a Dark situation. Sorry, Dark. They definitely put up fights, didn't they? So, spawning over in the top right-hand side of our screen here, representing Team Liquid, it is Skillus as the Vanguard.
Awesome. Seeing another non-mirror matchup. Great to see such a good mix of matches today. In the bottom left, we've got Katowice going for the early Gaunt opening, as he showed previously. The couple of Gaunts in to expand his favorite opening. And we'll see Skillus not mining Therium. Looks like he's going to go command post first, so not a bad way to start as he begins harassing the imps. By the way, shout out to Killer Pigeon, our lovely host today. Not only did he anchor 5-minute death segments on his own while we have bathroom breaks, he also answers questions in the chat. 75.75 is the cost of the Spriggan. So if we see those bad boys pop up again, it's pretty cheap for an air unit. They're pretty chunky and big, but they are actually relatively cheap.
I like that you go with they're relatively cheap for what they are. From what I saw against the Hornets, I'm like, they are relatively overpriced, Piggy. That's what I would absolutely say.
They didn't look good, did they?
They looked awful. I was like, wow, you're really hyping these up, Pig. Like some of the more like untouched, less explored units in the game, and I was like, holy crap, they suck. But no, it was good to see. I mean, so far, like I got to watch a bit of Vortex play actually. He seems really good, so I was watching him streaming quite a lot. Like he has these massive ground-based armies and mainly goes for those suicidal air units, like the Scourge equivalent kind of thing to deal with air units. And a lot of the Animagus, or is that what you call it, the energy? They often save that
Animus, I think.
The Animus, okay. And they often save that up for those big-ass dragons, you know, that seem absolutely amazing if you get there in the game. But, yeah, lovely to see out these players. They're all doing something a little bit different, a little bit cheeky. And this game, Katowice, he's not necessarily about the early aggression, is he, in his games? He's about having a nice little wall up going, getting his natural start off, and that's already going to make Skillus smile if the games today have been anything to go by, leaving the Vanguard player to do what he wants to.
Playing like a proper turtle lad, isn't he? Katowice is just going double conclave again. This is reminding me of that first game against Probe, where he was like, I'm going to take 2 bases, make a bunch of Gaunts, take a 3rd base, make more Gaunts, take a 4th base, make my first Magmadon. You know, he was really just like, I am just turtling with Gaunts, and maybe I'll sneak out the back door to grab like a speed camp or a resource camp, but playing very passive. And I think it seems like Katowice, rather than trying to say get out an early brute, split it into fiends, get scouting, he's kind of just trying to play an exceptionally safe style. And now that he sees, oh, okay, I haven't seen extra dogs, he might react with the very quick 3rd base, realizing, okay, he's being greedy, I better be greedy. Problem is, look at Skillus's build. He's on 3 base already. Skillus is like, oh, Katowice is playing so defensive today, I'm just going to hard counter him.
Absolutely. I mean, like, Katowice, he's got a good amount of Gaunts over here, but the fact that he doesn't really have any scout on the map, like, Skillus is allowed to do whatever he chooses, right? And I mean, these Gaunts will be able to fend off these dogs, but Katowice, in his mind, he has to be careful, because if we did get to see it from his vision right now, it is a very, very claustrophobic place to be. He's moving over to the speed camp now, which will be able to help him meander these gauntlets a little bit better, and you see he's microing very nicely with them as well. But yeah, he's got to be careful about getting caught off guard here, and full-on macro game between these two lads.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like he is playing very cautious. He's sneaking out to get a speed camp, and we can see the whole map, and we're like, well, Skillus has 1 Lancer and an insane economy, so he's not looking to contest the map at all. But Katowice is only just finding that out now.
This definitely is one of those things where you can tell both these lads like to macro, right? You can see that. And I mean, this Fiend is getting a really big scout here. I think it's one of those that was used in the speed camp, so just get a massive run around very quickly to see exactly what's going on. And Katowice's probably thinking, huh, I'm being quite greedy. I'm getting away with a nice fast 3rd base, aren't I? But I dare say, once he does spot exactly what's going on, he's going to be like, aha, you were the real greedy one, weren't you?
Who's the greedier now? Both of these guys are seeing if they can get that black Amex card, you know, the one that's made out of metal that you throw out at service people with scorn to show just how snotty you are. They're going for the ultimate rich man players where they don't really, you know, they're not about skirmishing and microing 3 or 4 units. This is going to be about, hey, it's economy. Now I'm going to buy 500 units and we are going to clash in the mid to late game. So No fast fourth yet to counter it, but I think he has a worker waiting on his fourth. So I think Kellezer has truly decided, well, you're on 3 base. I better take that fourth, but it's about to get scouted. Oh, actually, the dog just diverted away.
Yeah, I have no idea what Kellezer has actually spotted or not. I mean, there is a little bit of a skirmish in the top left here of the map, and these gaunts very close to where Skillus has been, and Skillus, did he killed the vision tower but didn't actually get the vision for it, I believe? Or I'm not sure what's exactly going on over there, but this scout is getting to spot when Kellezer's...
Yeah, it looks like he didn't pick it up.
Yeah, definitely some funny stuff going on between these guys. You can definitely tell that, you know, not everything's fully ironed out here. I'm just curious what armies they're both going to eventually go for.
Yeah, the only reasoning for that would be if you don't want to reveal that you've taken that camp until they actually go right up to it, because obviously they can like see the big circle from far away otherwise, or if you want to save it for later. But those are both very like, maybe 1 in 100 games. That's the case. I'm pretty sure he just forgot to do it, as you had implied there. I'm pretty sure you were on the money with that one. And yeah, in fact, Skillus gets the vision in the top left now, as he goes for a very heavy bio composition. Just lots of Lancers and now Exos coming out.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I guess there is one thing, like if you do get it later, technically it lasts for longer, like getting an Observer Ward in the correct location in Dota or something like that, you know? Like the later you pick it, it can potentially come in handy later on. But so far, both of them got up to their 3-base situation, and they're just kind of rolling with it. Kellezer getting that 4th base nice and situated, and... Ooh, here we go, you know?
Overcharge comes in, but he's already lost a few bombs.
I get the feeling that this is very much like, oh, Elisa just did this to me. It was pretty strong. I'm going to do it to you, Skillus. See how you deal with it.
You know what's so funny? That's 7 minutes. So the famous parting one, which will no doubt be talked about tomorrow and later in the tournament, he expands very early, and he still hits a drop at 4 minutes with a bunch of gaunts. It is disgustingly fast.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, Kellezer has his army on his side of things that are just probably going to be creeping and stuff, still doing this gaunt harass. I mean, Skillus' economy, don't get me wrong, it's pretty damn decent, but the fact that Kellezer's able to do this with very little commitment, that's just nice. And that double Therium spot on the far right, I think he's going for that as well, going to be expanding over there in the southeast side.
I mean, it looks kind of like, you know when like a Terran player goes 3cc into 8 racks versus Zerg? I kind of feel like it's like that, where Skillus was so greedy at the start, he's building a big economy, and I think because he's not taking a fast 4th, I was about to say I don't think he's going to take a 4th, but we've just seen him go to the top left and get dropped. Oh, that's actually really good for Kellezer. So Kellezer knows he was going for a 4th, shuts it down. Kellezer is getting himself in a really good position in this game, man. This is great.
Yeah, this is fairly brutal as well, actually, isn't it? It's like Skillus right now, it's like, oh, what do I do? Where do I go? Obviously, you can take that base on the far right over there, but my goodness, Skillus, he's been very much about these very low-tech armies, getting out a lot of Exos. We saw that in a series earlier. I'm just curious, because Kellezer, he doesn't seem like he's slowing down at all when it comes to teching up. I'm just very worried for Skillus this game.
Oh my god, might get a few more bobs, but he's got to be careful. The Exos could shoot that down. Oh, he's not focus firing the Doombringer. Skillus missing an opportunity to shut that drop down. I thought he could have get the entire thing, but it barely escapes to the corner of the map. And what a great job Kellezer has done, despite being kind of behind in the momentum of the economy openings, getting himself back in a good position. He's now transitioning to a mid-game army. I don't know if he should really fight yet. I don't know if he has a big enough army to do that. Oh, he's got to be careful. Stumbles into the Exos in the middle, loses a few units. He's going to need, usually you want Magmadons flanking this army. There is actually a big fight happening in the middle, while there's a run by in the main as well. Wow.
Ooh, you can really see those Magmadons there with the trample are very solid tanks, but Skillus is doing a decent job of not taking too much damage from all this, and he's trading very nicely, microing back and forth with those Exos.
Yeah, the micro ability of this Exo Ball, like I've been saying it for a while, you have to be so careful with Infernal, because often you feel like, okay, I've got Magmadons, let's just fight. But if you don't come from two sides, they can just run around and dodge and shoot down your Magmadons. You could see the Magmadon, it has a very small AoE around it. If it gets in the middle of the Exos, it's great, but it's so easy to pull away and shoot them down for Skillus. So you have to either force him to attack into you by hitting his economy elsewhere, or sandwich him from two sides. You can see Kellezer's coming just from the left. Skillus going to try to pull to that right side.
I think he even popped a super tower down there as well, just get a few shots on there. The speed of that, in which that was firing was great. And Kelazor's army, it's growing, man. It's very powerful. We can start utilizing this drop as well. And oh my god, Dark, is that you? Some Hellborns there joining the fray. I mean, if it was Dark, it would be a good 15 of them and nothing else, right? But yeah, this game...
2 base economy, yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely hunkering down. But both of them absolutely evolving here. And Skillus is very much about this massive barracks bio ball, isn't he?
Yeah, and Hellborn will be great against that. Like, this is actually when I think Hellborn are meant to start being built. I keep mentioning 200 supply plus, 220 supply plus. Like, they are a late game unit, the Hellborn, in my opinion. Atlases as well, to a certain extent. Because when there's big battles, they find crazy good value. So I love that Kelazor is doing it kind of late. They're not going to be super impactful till a bit later on. He does have a drop going into the main base of Skillus while trying to defend at home. And we are going to see how that goes.
After a little bit of a pause from me on my end, and boom, it drops in, and oh my goodness, the trample is huge, actually. It's massive. These units, these bobs, they're trying to keep that turret alive by the looks of it, but oh my goodness, that is a lot of damage done very quickly. You have to react so fast to these drops, and more bobs joining the fray. I mean, they are overcharged, so they do a bit better than they would normally, but still, they're sucking.
Big three-pronged aggression coming in. Like, Skillus has just gone for kind of a base trade type maneuver. Dives the right, dives the left. Kelazor dives up the guts. This game is pure chaos right now. Absolute madness, mate. We've got Hellborn, Gaunts, Magmadons, and Brutes pushing on one side. It looks like Skillus is pulling at least half of his army back, just committing enough units to take out this Shrine, Meat Farm, and Shroudstone on the left. But actually, Skillus even pulls back from the left. He's pulling everything back. Magmadon's killing workers on that fourth base. Oh, man. It looks like Kelazor's getting some pretty good fights. But if this army gets cleaned up very well for Skillus, he could still crush.
Absolutely. I mean, Skillus is coming in from the back now, and I mean, those Exos deal a lot of damage to those Gaunts. He's done a good job of splitting up his army, taking out a few expansion spots of his opponent. These Hellborns as well, they are not very good frontliners, but those Magmadons are charging in, getting the trample damage going. But look how many Exos are in the mix here. But Kelazor, he's got a big amount of tech in the mix. The Lancer's holding strong as well, but those Exos on the back line packing a severe punch. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, that was brutal, that fight. And when we were talking about you need to try to kind of get on top of the Exos and sandwich them, that was like the best possible fight because they were spread out coming from 2 to 3 sides. And the Magmadons are just kind of trickling into them. Some of the units were attacking the buildings. Kelazor obviously wasn't really able to reinforce the fight at all. So that was actually one of those situations where Kelazor was like, man, I wish I had recall right now. Somewhere town portal scroll. Let me out of here, man.
Absolutely. And Skillus is feeling it. He's getting a very big army here, marching across the map. He's got lots of heal available, lots of tanking available from these Lancers as well. And he's like, you know what, get some resources going as well. And all things said and done, even though it started to look very badly for him, he's been able to get a lot done with very little, especially on this left side of the map where he's back again, but getting greeted by quite a few towers.
On good Magmadon, but look how quick he is, and especially uses speed boost to get out of there as well. Skill is so good at evading the Magmadons, and he's just crushing it. It feels like this army, it's a bunch of Magmadons. There's only like one Hellborn behind it. I think Kelazor's army was getting pretty good, and I think if he got to like 5-6 Hellborn, he definitely could have like held choke points really well. But the moment it went into crazy multi-prong, it got very scary. And of course, the veterancy being shown off, you can see the little chevrons on those Exos. Each line is a line of veterancy, gives them about plus 10% life and damage. It is a massive advantage. So it's a really, really huge. It's more like 15% health, actually, on those Exos, which is pretty damn huge.
Absolutely. And stacking up on the weapon damage as well. And if your units aren't able to connect with them, you're in a lot of trouble with this, with the Infernal Army, aren't you? And I mean, say if he does happen to clean up this speed camp pack on the right side here as well, I tell you, those Exos are going to move across the map in a crazy number.
So many defensive buildings here for Kelazor. This is a common thing because imps build so fast. We do see a lot of Infernal players just massing defensive production. Haven't seen any Flame on imps, which can be a big turnaround play against Bio. But we haven't really seen it having a big effect in this tournament so far. Nice infest on the Lancers. The Lancers snipe the base and just walk away. Skillus dives the right at the same time. This is just going to hamstring the economy of Kelazor and put him in a corner. If Kelazor doesn't make a big play soon, his economy is so much smaller, he's in massive trouble.
Yeah, Skillus is really utilizing those RTS fingers, isn't he? He's got 2 armies on the map right now, just absolutely abusing the immobile army of his opponent. And I mean, Kelliser's army is definitely not bad, but it's not quick by any means. And getting to fire on that south base as well, being in the healing camp, that's just absolutely brutal for Kelliser.
Yeah, Kelliser's economy just getting minced right now. He doesn't really have a counter push. He's kind of meandering on the left side of the map, wondering, what do I even do here? How do I make a play? And it looks like Skillus, it's just a matter of moving in to finish him off. The Exos, with that veterancy stacking up. He's got a champion Exo in there, tier 3. Flayed Dragon comes down, but against that many Exos, the Flayed Dragon is basically a support unit. If it goes deep, it will get blasted down.
I mean, those Exos pack a punch, man. They really do. And lots of them are very heavily upgraded here as well. And Kelliser, he's popping the tower there, right on the front line, basically. And it looks like it's enough to kind of send Skillus packing home a little bit and getting some nice AoE damage done. But oh my goodness, they move so fast, these Exos. It almost looks like my game's lagging, they move that quick. But back to the healing zone. And he's got a massive full army on the north side of the map as well.
This is exactly what we want to see against people who are going Magmadon, Hellborn, slower armies. Use that mobility, you know? It's so nice. I love this style from Skillus and controlling the map really well. He's on 6 mining bases. It's massive. Re-snipe, he gets that base cancelled again in the bottom. Hellborn get a few shots off, but look at that. He just big speed boosts and the army able to just run around and evade any trouble. He says, oh, your army's over here on the right. I'll attack the left side. And that's just the way he's doing it. Skillus is constantly attacking where his opponent is not ready. Kelliser stuck in the naughty corner of this game. It looked like Kelliser was going to fight back after Skillus got away with the greedy early game. But then just way too good handling of that sort of mini base trade they went for earlier, where Skillus cleaned up 2 bases for 1 and came home and crushed his army when it was trapped in a corner.
Oh, and look at all those big units as well from the Infernals. They're just getting stuck, especially in that south side of the map here. They just can't get out where they want to, and they finally do, and GG is called. Skillus with a very nice game 1 here between these two. So many of his units were upgraded because he just kept them alive for a long time, dealing way more damage, being way harder to kill. And I gotta say, it was a nice game, because for a while I thought Skillus was in a lot of trouble, especially after that Gaunt drop. With the Magmadon, just did so much freaking damage.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge, man. I was like, this is going to be pretty big, but apparently not quite enough, as the early game greed truly was next level. Like, you know, I think it's hard to see without things like, you know, supply numbers on the screen and stuff, but and income's showing up, but I really feel like the income was just soaring so early for Skillus, and it took a little while for it to show itself because we talked about it, and then it was like, well, the armies look kind of similar size on the map, but you don't realize behind that the production is obviously there's like 8 barracks coming up, getting the upgrade for the Lancer, the upgrade for the Exo, getting the medtech started building, and then once you've got like your 8 medtechs or however many you want out, those are the really expensive units. It's just Lancers and Exos, and it's insanely hard to stop. So really well played by Skillus. He played extremely greedy, and I think Kelliser here, he's only shown 1 opening so far this tournament against Infernal. And that is, against Vanguard, and that's kind of hurting him, right? It feels like he's so defensive with that Gaunt opening. I don't know if there's any good pressure builds, maybe, but if you know your opponent's going to fast expand, maybe getting a few more brutes out there and either contesting creep camps or putting some harassment on the expansion could be a way to actually get some control, punish the greed, you know?
Yeah, I think, like, from what I'm seeing so far, if Vanguard survive, their army is packing a massive punch. And the fact that, like, I'm just waiting for a player doing something like you've talked about with the Pardon, getting that drop sorted out very early on. That can absolutely put a thorn in the side of any Vanguard player and really slow them down. But we'll see. We'll see. Jagged Maw and yet again. So, spawning in the bottom, it was Kelliser, and spawning in the top, it's Skillus. And how these players go about this game, it's going to be very interesting to see.
Forward Iron Vault for Skillus. Nice. That's going to be an interesting one.
Wait, hold on a minute. Colors are
the colors
switched.
are wrong. That has to be Kelliser in the red and Skillus in the blue. I said that and I was like, oh, I said the wrong thing just before, I must have. And then I'm like, no. That makes no sense. What the hell?
I could have pulled a tasteless there where I'm like, yeah, man, like totally. But No, that was I was like, hold on a minute, that isn't correct. It is gonna be Kelazor playing. There we go, all the colors correct now. Okay, Kelazor still playing the Infernals. No, they're not race swapping or anything like that. Okay, that scout came over. Guess get a little bit of just that, a bit of a scouting going on. And a very quick expansion again from Skillus. Using that boost just to make sure his bad boys get building that very, very quickly. Almost double the build time, I do believe. So nice little build order from Skillus.
Indeed, getting that expansion nice and quickly. Dog does take a fair bit of damage. We'll have to go home to repair if he wants to keep that up for future scouting. And going to start taking the resource camps. Good choice for Kelazor to get a little bit of money, as I think we will see him move down to take his expansion in a moment. Imp actually moving forward. Is he going to take the double Luminite base, or is he breaking open the path? What is he up to?
We'll see, we'll see. I mean, Kelazor, he's a smart little cookie, isn't he? At least in StarCraft 2, he's all about the aggression and all that kind of stuff. But what is he doing on the map with his
There's
hands?
an imp next to the siege camp, which we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep checking back on that as time goes on. For now, he's going for the speed camp. But yeah, I'm not sure why he moved that imp forward, and does seem like it's a
Could be for a
shroud
tower,
stone
yeah.
on the high ground to help take the siege camp. Wow, this is a very special opening.
It's very cool. So what does that provide for his units? I mean, A, it's a tower. It shoots. It's very good at taking down that creep camp, as long as it has units with it. And honestly, I'm unsure of the interaction. Like, creep camps are kind of leashed, right, as to how far they can go.
Yeah, I think they'll kind of run back and forwards if you just keep kiting them with like a gaunt or something like that. So then maybe the tower can just like clear it on its own. And I guess this regenerates your armor as well, your white armor. So you take the siege camp, you push through, and you just do a one base all in. I like it. I mean, Skillus was so greedy in the last game. Let's try and punish him. To be fair, Skillus didn't rush a third this time. Skillus is playing onto Therium already. He's playing a 2-base opening. He will be a bit more ready for it as we see Kelazor preparing to take that siege camp.
This is cool, and he's got a little imp in the south as well that's lopping away at those rocks, I believe, are separating the bases, and this is definitely something that can catch you off guard. And Jagged Moor, it's been a map that people have looked at and been like, oh my goodness, what is this? But that siege camp, yeah, it's getting slowly taken out here, and that tower definitely helping a lot. Primarily with that regen, you know, that helps a lot for keeping these units fully health.
Indeed. That siege camp is, of course, very powerful when he decides to take it. You do need to run on top to activate it. And he's going to do that. There we go. All right, catapult push. Let's go. It's a big one base all in. Remember, the catapult outranges sentry posts. Vanguard often basically turtle up with sentry posts to survive, but that won't work here against this.
Is he going to go for the other siege camp beforehand? I mean, if he aggroes his siege vehicle, I mean, that's kind of cool, no?
That is awesome. If he can get double. Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. Dude, I can hear Artosis out there somewhere going, this map's stupid! This is fantastic.
But there is a Hornet on the high ground, which, I mean, the Gaunts can shoot up, but this Hornet's pretty damn good, man. I mean, so Skillus at least knows what's coming his way. And he's got the blue bubble! He loves it! He loves it!
What a great ambush, dude. This is such a fun, silly game. Oh, man. But it's going to expire. Gets a few Gaunts. Oh, he almost gets out. Infest damage finished him off. Oh, no. And the sentry posts, they're not going to work here because they outrange these. They get outranged. But is there enough anti-air to deal with the Hornets is the question. You've got to get as many Gaunts down here as possible. Oh, catapult for number one is going to go down.
Hey, the Hornet is doing good work. Takes out one of the catapults, which is pretty solid. And Skillus, he's very much about repairing these units as well. I mean, he still has a lot of units on the field. And Skillus, he's struggling to get out enough units, isn't he? I mean, Hornet, it's doing what it can at the back there, isn't it? But it's going to go down by the looks of it. Will be infested. Will it drop? I mean, can get repaired. So close.
Dude, it's going to be so long until the bubble, the armor bubble comes back off cooldown. So Gaunts are getting taken out. Can they get this last Hornet? If they can take it out, I think this is probably a win for Kelazor, but oh, the Hornet barely survives. That's going to go back and repair. He's right now using the Solar Habitat to boost his Hornet production. But I mean, you're losing all your bobs in your expansion. It looks like that's probably going to find a massive amount of damage. There is a shrine down behind this, so there is some economic follow-up, even though this has been massively committed. And he's getting even more damage. That Hornet taking a while to kill this. The Fiends have pretty great damage. Gaunt's going after that Hornet. This is great. If he could take out that hangar as well, I feel like that's almost GG.
I think so. I mean, this is so many Fiends. And remember, like, all these units getting infested by those Gaunts in the back line. I mean, has to bring that Gaunt a bit further forward to get that infest going on over here, but damage is being done here, Pig. It's devastating. I mean, Hornets are all well and good, but I don't think there's going to be any more joining the field anytime soon, and that catapult is still alive at the back of everything.
Double siege push, man, and that's going to be that. Every worker is down. Doesn't matter if there's no things to shoot up. 3 hangers are not going to win the game with a counterattack. There's just no way.
No, and I mean, he's going for the elimination here. And GG is called. This is our first tie of the game, I believe.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I'm like, this is actually our first 3-game, series going into the 3rd game. So one of our closer matches. We were talking about how these guys had the rougher end of their matches so far, but it's an important moment to kind of say, hey, we're still alive in this group, because whoever loses this match, it's going to be very, very difficult to get out. But whoever wins, there's still a chance of getting that top 4. And we've got so many more games today as well, right? We're like, this is our 6th match or something like that, or 5th match. Yeah, I think match number 6. 15 matches today. So strap yourselves in. This is a day of just non-stop Stormgate.
Absolutely is. And, Skillus definitely showcased that a very normal macro game he's comfortable in, but you got a fella that creeps these siege camps very quickly by just pulling up a Blightstone there in the middle, and it's just like, oh my goodness, Shroudstone even, Blightstone, Shroudstone, Blight, Warcraft 3. Man, too many good RTSs, but yeah, absolutely lovely to see something very, very different, and that was a lot of just bringing out the Infernals with something very powerful and spicy, and just really utilizing their early game prowess, I suppose.
Yeah, and it's cool to see a bit more back and forth here, and especially it's everything we said in the previous game. It's like, okay, Killers is so turtly, he's getting taken advantage of. He kind of needs to put some fear in his opponents, and I think that was the perfect map to do it. I really like seeing him now put Skillus in a position where he's got to second guess himself just a little bit. No siege camps on Secluded Grove. It is a very big map. Probably not going to be able to do something quite as committed. But I do wonder, is it back to greed, or are we going to be seeing a bit more of a punishing, aggressive strategy from our Infernal player?
No, absolutely. We do have that nice map here with that nice middle camp, where if you can get to that, that's a lot of juicy resources in the middle. But will be a laser spawning over in the top right as the Infernals, and it will be Skillus spawning in the bottom left-hand side as the Vanguard. And so far, no fellas on the Therium, probably looking to perfect what he knows as opposed to deviating and divvying it up on the 3rd game, the match point, if you will.
The dog's going to come in and, of course, cause a ruckus, as it loves to do there. Just hanging out and having a good time. It's going to be interesting to see, what this map evolves into, because, I mean, I do love the number of camps on it, the resources available there, but at the same time, we haven't seen a lot of dog openings outside of course, Probe earlier on, and it does look like a fast expand for Skillus coming in, and it does look like a return to just the Gaunt expand, right? This looks very much like what Kelazur did in his previous games earlier today. But I wonder if he has maybe some sort of 2-base aggression or some sort of switch up that he can do just to keep his opponent on his toes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He's been very cautious about getting at the Gaunts and just doing his thing, just making sure he gets enough just to make sure he doesn't die to the dogs. And you can see how he's positioned his buildings as well when we look at his base. It's like, I have this nice little wall here where I can put my Gaunts right here or in between, and the dogs, I'm not going to get overwhelmed. But yeah, like you said, it's only been Probe so far that's been really piling out the scout builds early on. Which, maybe the other guys just don't know about that kind of stuff just yet, eh?
Yeah, not favoring it perhaps, just saying, they're very fragile. It feels very fragile, in running around Infernal bases with the hogs and the Gaunts popping out can feel a little bit like, oh no, my fragile units are dying, but I think it forces a good reaction, and whilst it is a bit of a knife's edge build, I do like to see it. Speed camp, of course, being taken now by Kelazur, who's doing a bit of kiting on it as well, which is always nice to see. Bit of fancy micro down there, trying to just hit and not be hit in return. Really well done, actually. That's beautiful micro.
Absolutely. We do see that, these will spawn Fiends, which also just mean that you're going to creep faster as well. So that's one of the things that helps out the Infernals a lot with their early game prowess, just the fact that you can get more units out onto the map for effectively for free, right? Just getting the creeping going, the momentum flowing as well. Now, obviously, to get this, his expansion was a little bit slower, but so far I like what he's been doing. Takes out that Therium deposit as well nice and early, meaning it will start stacking up very quickly.
Biokinetics Lab is now finished. Will allow the Lancer upgrade to most likely come in. So it's always a good idea, get that Lancer upgrade, as they'll stack up charges of movement speed and damage as they take instances of damage. Very nice way to evolve and block, especially the early Gaunt focus play from your opponent. You can see he only mined enough Therium for the upgrade and nothing else. So pure Luminite opening still so far for Skillus. Just wants Lancers and Economy so far.
Yeah, not bad from him. And Kelazor is very much about having 10 imps on his Luminite there, isn't he? In the main base. And I've seen that he's been very good about doing that. Quite a few people in the chat have been very much like, aha, he knows about the 10 imp trick kind of thing. So nice for him. It shows that he knows what he's on about. And like you pointed out, Skillus build, very fine-tuned for whatever he's doing as well. These guys have definitely come in pretty decently prepared.
I can't remember what the exact fall-off rate is for Worker 11 and 12. But definitely, they still mine. You know, after 12, you get 0 mining efficiency from them. But the 10th and 12th, 11th and 12th, they do definitely get a decent bit of mining, but it is nowhere near, I guess, as much as the others. And when you've got higher priority, mine from the other base, that sort of thing, that is more important. We might see players go up to 12 later on, though, when they don't have anywhere else to mine from. Fiend run by coming into the natural expansion, seeing the 4 barracks, and you're like, okay. Yeah, it's not particularly surprising, but good to know that your opponent's playing that style. It also sees the upgrades finished because they start glowing blue as they take damage, those Lancers.
Yeah, I mean, Skillus does have to be careful. Like, all his production is all over there, right? Like, there's 4 barracks situated around all those bobs. And he did see a big army of Kelazor. But Kelazor, he's quite happy with what he's done so far. And he's just like, you know what? I'm feeling all right. I'm going to head back home. Skillus is like, hey, I've got a pretty nice Lance account. I'm just going to make sure that I don't die early on. And if I do stay alive, I'm fairly confident if this goes to a game similar to game 1 as opposed to game 2.
Yeah, Kelazor and a lot of the Infernal players haven't looked like they have a great answer in the later stages of the game. Most of what is, you know, in previous patches made Infernal a bit cracked, a bit overpowered has been the early momentum. And we haven't seen that much of that. And we definitely have seen a falling off point where well-microed Lancer, Exo, Medtech seems to be destroying them later on in the games. Now, scouting for a third, Skillus doesn't find it because it's on the other side in a different position, but he does now see it with this Lancer. Comes forward. He's going to look for a bit of an aggressive poke.
Oh, and you get to see that Doombringer, and you know that is a unit that can be used to very strong fashion, but these Lancers, doesn't feel like there's much to really batter them on down, right? They're in very high numbers here, Big.
Oh, he even loses the Doombringer. I mean, Kelazor took a 4th shrine on his Therium. You need Brutes. Brutes are what beat Lancers here. Like, Gaunts just do so little damage. He has to pull his imps into the fight, which is very dangerous against that Lancer splash damage, especially as their damage, or attack speed, sorry, and movement speed does get increased. Very, very powerful move there for Skillus, especially if he saves all those, heals them later. Oh, he's going to take out the 4th shrine on his way out. Lovely damage for Skillus. You do this, you pull back after that, heal up, and you're in an amazing spot.
He's in a great spot here. An absolutely great spot. And I mean, you said it. Kelazor with going up to a 4th shrine kind of thing. One being for that Therium very early on. Very greedy build by him. Might be able to look for some counter damage with these Fiends, but if Skillus just backs on out of here, gets himself to a heal camp or something like that, he's going to be sitting very pretty with this number of Lancers. Like, they've been very good at just continuing into the late game, as well as just being good right now at this point in time.
Yeah, those Fiends can't find any damage at all. The Bobs all survive. Magmadon ambush coming in with the Gaunts could maybe catch these damaged Lancers. One of them does go down. The other one's going to quickly pull back, though. Skillus is on his toes. He's looking like he really wants this point. Oh, no! Kelazor starts another base, immediately loses the imp, and loses 25% of the cost of that as well. That is super expensive. Feels like Skillus just has no fear. He senses how ahead he is, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to keep scaring you with this while I tech up and macro up at home.
Yeah, it's almost like he's really utilizing the fact that nothing can come out off the shroud and catch him, right? Like, yeah, he doesn't want to fight against these tramplers, but everything else, he's just like, you know what? I know that I'm on 3 bases now, sitting pretty, sitting good, and I can just be here on the edge of that shroud and just feel pretty good about myself. And what are these buildings that he's throwing down pretty urgently over here? Are they mech bays?
Yeah, I didn't actually catch exactly what they were, but we'll see in a moment, I'm sure. See what the transition is. Looks like pretty good creeping continuing to happen. The drop, of course, inside the base of Skillus has been mostly deflected so far. We'll see that in the south in a moment. Oh, the Magmadon as well. Oh, he actually got a few of the bobs. You can see with those Fiend spawns that he killed 4 bobs. Nice.
That was pretty damn solid damage and gets on out of there as well. Remember, Lancers do not shoot up, but every time that this Doombringer does land, it does just that, it lands, and that leaves it a lot more exposed here. But while Skillus is taking a little bit of damage from this, he's overall secured himself fairly nicely, hasn't he? And brief look there at the third base. I think it was Barrett's coming online, and Hellborn and Trample going on here. Nice little combo. Those Lancers finally were called out for their trouble. That was nice play, man.
Indeed, very nice move there. And interesting to see what goes on in the next step. It is just more barracks, so I mean, we haven't seen anyone effectively counter Matt's barracks yet, have we? We saw Clem in the late game eventually go to Atlas's, but otherwise no one's really made Exo, Bio look like it hits a sharp expiry date where you're like, these units all suck now. It's good. It's good. Just the infantry style is great, and that flat cannon deflecting that Doombringer, losing almost all of its white armor immediately.
Yeah, it's value. Absolute value for money. And I mean, Skillus does have to be careful because right now does not have an air unit available. And he did show that he does know how to make the Hornets, but again, Trample Boys activated here in the main base, and he does have units to greet it. But, I mean, it does so much damage, this Infernal army here, even though it's so small.
Magmadon 1 in 3 or 4 attacks slams with an AoE as well. But, oh man, those Gaunts, get them out of there. Even just a few Lancers do so much damage to them. Oh my god, they pop them so well. That was a nice ambush for Skillus.
I mean, these Lancers, every time they take damage, they're just dealing more damage themselves and moving faster. I mean, this drop's still dealing a lot of damage, and you can tell that it's dealt a lot because more Fiends active. Dropping down that Doombringer as well. More shield regeneration going on, and they've both butchered each other. At this point, I have no idea who's actually winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Skillus is probably still winning because he's got a 4th art. Doesn't have many workers there, but losing his whole main base bob line is pretty rough. Like, he took such a good army versus army fight on the other side that I'm like, I think he recovers a bit faster, just because, of course, Kelazar kept losing his expansions. But you know what? Kelazar's southern base seems to be healthily mining. His northern base is building. It definitely is still up for grabs at this point. Who's going to be able to take the win out?
Absolutely. This Hellborn number, though, it's starting to climb. And if you've got a good meat shield ahead of them, using that Trample as well to batter down those trees so you can go to the other side, get that resource camp, nice play out of him. I mean, even though it's a maneuverable army from Skillus, we can't forget that it's a fairly brittle one as well. And these Hellborns, this Trample, if it starts connecting, he's in trouble. Lance is so good at tanking these towers, by the way.
Yeah, man. Shroud Stones, 2 of them go down, but it is a good defensible position, so Skillus does end up backing away. Wonder if he maybe tries to take down the trees to the south, get a backdoor access to that expansion. Haven't seen that done in today's tournament, but I do expect some of that over this coming weekend. And a bottom right expansion. Kelazur is kind of in the mode of like, okay, this game's scrappy. I need to just keep macroing, keep doing a lot of things. I can't just be like turtling up and tunnel visioning on one thing at a time. Keep dropping, keep expanding, keep building units. And I love this Magmadon Fiend drop, Gaunt drop, sorry, it's been amazing.
Absolutely has. I mean, you infest it all, the AoE damage is there, everything's slowed, you get more Fiends on the way as well. And I mean, reacting to this, it feels like you need a few towers in place at every base that you're making, which obviously he doesn't for the time being. And Kelazur, he's now the one that's able to get this damage and has to be careful though. That's a lot of very high value units there. But oh my goodness, that's a lot of Megalodon dudes.
I like how that guy just walks away, shaking his booty, smacking his tail, going, get out of here. One Magmadon to stomp the ground to stop the chase. Does get it out as well. Bottom right side base gets found. I think, oh, they expanded next to each other. Oh my god, they build towers. It'd be so funny if they build towers down there next to each other. I think that's probably a little bit better for Skillus, sorry, because he's got the more mobile army right now. But Kelazur's been active enough. He's really just keeping Skillus busy with this harassment.
Absolutely. I mean, the Doombringer squad it's amazing, man.
Oh
Like,
my
this
gosh.
is-
Oh man, that drop. The Magmadon stomp on the bombs is so painful.
And they're all kind of doomed in there as well, aren't they? Coming out that very, very tight little choke, working against him. And Skillus, he's going to get some counter damage done, because he's going to go deal with that very, very fresh new base. But I feel this is just a better trade for Kelazur in every way, shape, and form.
Definitely is. He's getting so much more damage than I expected. I feel like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't have a hanger. You can't shut it down that hard, but you still definitely... We haven't seen it get out of control this badly until today, until this game, really. We've seen a lot of these drops today. None of them have been this effective until now. Magmadon's still killing Exos over on the right side of the screen. Finally does a stompy, kills 2 Exos on the way out. That is brutal.
Yeah, he just looks like a happy chappy, doesn't he? Stomping away. Like a bit like a hammerhead shark kind of thing, just as if it just discovered it has feet. And then, yeah, doing its damage. I mean, Kelazur with his slow army, he's very out of position here, and you see that. He turned away, and it's like, oh my goodness, that's a lot of Vanguard. In my natural, of all things, he has to respect this and get back home.
Oh, the Blade Dragon infests everything and wisely pulling back his Skillus. You don't want to get stuck there. Hellborn trying to shoot across the forest there for a second, doesn't quite get its attack off. The bottom, it looks like there was a bit of a counter attack, and Blade Dragon using some good control so far to harass the units without exposing itself too badly. It was 2 Magmadons hunting down the workers. Kelazur, he's having a stompy good time right now.
He really is, man. And I mean, you really have to respect these and deal with them. He can even kind of get out of here if he chooses to stomp through there. Oh no, the medic's getting left behind and the dragon's going to deal with them. I mean, those Magmadons over here doing a good job. And oh my goodness, Skillus he's cornered,
Dude,
man. He can't get out of here.
Yeah, he's trapped in the corner right now. The Blade Dragon's there. He's just got to make sure he uses these Hellborn correctly. This army can't leave. Magmadon's getting right on top. Stompy. These poor Humi gets it getting wrecked, mate.
Oh my goodness, this was a far better game. But oh my goodness, there's so much Vanguard in the north as well. I mean, he has to be careful. There's a lot of Lancers here. If they got on top against these Hellborns, he could maybe do it. But even that Blade Dragon, mate, that thing is not dying. It's just got shield for days.
Yeah, and the 8 Hellborn just cleansed that army, dude, so hard. That was absolutely ridiculous. The Fiends going for a nice surround as well on the units that are going to try to retreat. And wow, I thought Skillus had a great start to this game. He was looking really good, but Kelazur fought back, and it was all down to the drop harassment. He got fantastic damage. 1 Magmadon, 2 Fiends, 2 Gaunts, and a Dream. And there were so many times we looked back from a fight and we saw just a base filled with Fiends, and we knew that those were transformed from Bobs. Massive damage. And he's forced to tap out, dude. That is huge.
Yeah, I tell you, that was definitely one of the closest series we've had today. I mean, it was the only one that went tie for the time being, but Kelazur, his army composition was solid, wasn't it? Like, it wasn't too heavy on the tech units like we saw from Dark. It wasn't too heavy on just getting out the very tier 1 units. He just had a bit of everything. And that dragon, when it came in, also when he's on the chase and just spreads the shroud absolutely everywhere. And it's like, if you don't deal with this army now, you're never going to deal with it. Very nice play out of Kelazur. And finally, Vanguard got defeated by an Infernal today, which I thought I'd be saying a lot more today if comments were to go by.
Yeah, man. That was cool as well, because it wasn't a good start where they're just ahead. It was actually, hey, here's nice drop harass, here's good multi-prong, beautiful Magmadon usage throughout, good defense. Really, that was a fun game. Going for 4 shrines, losing one of the bases, losing a bunch of guys. It was a scary early game for Kelazur, but he got away with the greed, used that Therium very nicely for the Magmadon drop harass, and keeps himself alive in these groups, whereas things are starting to look rather stark for Skillus, as he's now, I think, 0-3.
Yeah, I mean, I dare say these players are absolutely watching the games in between, just checking out what everybody's doing and getting sorted. I just heard a little... There we go. Piggy is back on stream with me. Hello, Piggy.
Did my visual disappear there?
That's all good. I heard like a little voice in my ear, and I'm like, that's not Pig. But so next match today will be Clem going up against It's going to load up for me very, very shortly.
Looks like we've got
a laser.
Laser. Yeah.
Spicy, spicy.
This is
I
our
like
last series for today, man. Our casting before we swap casting crews out. So, a Vanguard versus Infernal, 2 Team Liquid teammates. It's 2 players who are doing very well in the group so far as well. This is actually a really exciting match.
This is very exciting, mainly because like they're both undefeated as well. They're both teammates. They spent some time playing Stormgate before Katowice as well. I know this at a boot camp, and so far, both of them looking good in very different ways. Like a laser, very much about the aggression, very much carrying over his StarCraft-esque style of how to defeat people, like acute timings and what have you. And Clem, he's aggressive for sure and making lots of micro happen with very little. But it's not like the super tempo based stuff yet. Like it's a little bit off meta, especially with the hedgehogs and stuff. But yeah, I'm very curious how they're going to clash in this.
Can he bully a laser like he's been bullying everyone else, right? That's the big question, man. It's like even when Clem's playing greedy, his first 3 units arrive, they kill 1 or 2 units, and it's like, and now he just micros his way to victory while macroing perfectly behind it. So we've been saying we want to see Clem get tested, because he's looked unstoppable so far. When he's given an inch, he takes a mile with his mechanics, his ability to just do everything at once. I think a laser is going to make that much harder for Clem. And I think a laser is actually the favorite, even though we've seen more games of Clem dominating today.
No, absolutely. I mean, a laser's play definitely looks scary. And even when I thought, oh, he's might be on the back foot a little bit, that gaunt drop is just freaking glorious. Like in my head, that goes against all sort of drop play I've ever seen, you know, where you unload everything at once and boom, then it's regenerating its shield as well. Just absolutely brutal. And I dare say that's going to be one of the continuing themes throughout this tournament, just with how strong it is. And killing workers, getting those fiends out as well. My goodness, those are what nightmares are made of.
Indeed, dude. Indeed. Well, Broken Crown going to be starting things off here as expected. And of course, on the top right side, playing as the lovely Demon Boys, it is going to be a laser.
And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side, representing France and Team Liquid, it is Clem.
Dog coming in for a look around the base as is standard, and it looks like a laser is opting for the single conclave so far. We'll see if he tries to expand just off of that, or if he goes for the Iron Vault as well. That micro is hilarious. The way that this is Clem's favorite thing. Clem's Reaper is a thing of legends, by the way. I'll never forget the time when I watched Cyril's stream, the greatest StarCraft player of all time, playing Clem on a really short rush distance map. And just watching him get visibly triggered by the Reaper micro at the start of the game was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And he basically said you need to change your whole build order when you play against Clem in TVZ and StarCraft. I think if Clem gets those hedgehogs out again and starts kind of, ruining players with them, we might see players adjust their openings against that as well. Anything where he can micro really well, he's going to be much more annoying than anyone else.
Absolutely. I saw a little bit of the Bob movement. We talked about it earlier in the stream, or you talked about it rather. Bob's being the quote-unquote stupidest unit in the game right now. One of them was not helping with the building of that building, so slowing things down a little bit, but Clem very much about just making sure he knows what he's against, and a laser going for that Kelazor approach here by getting those nice early gaunts and having that nice wall off as well. And so far, we haven't seen it fully utilized just because players have not been going for these big old dog attacks, but yeah, definitely you can see that Vanguard get a little bit of an edge economically just by getting that expansion down much sooner. And it's about, like, I'm very curious how a laser's going to go about this, because so far it doesn't look like he's panicking whatsoever.
Yeah, no, you can see this seems to be the standard defense. Get those gaunts in between the buildings so dogs can't surround them. Obviously, you don't have an early scouting unit, which creates a weird disparity in the openings where Vanguard gets to react and Infernal. You can see a lot of these top players kind of just picking this opening as a very standard way to start things off, and does allow the fast expand to get down. Those Bobs, of course, mining nicely on both bases for Clem as he swaps into Therium and begins the next step. Imps now moving down to transition to that expansion. Of course, you want to have them getting up to the first 10 as efficiently as possible. Now, he attacked his own shrine, and you might think that was a misclick, but I think he was trying to get the bounce to bounce onto the dog to attack it from further away.
Alrighty. I'm glad you're here, Pig, because I was definitely looking at that. I was like, that was a misclick for sure, right? But yeah, brought down those gaunts with the workers just to make sure that if anything does go on, because remember, the Infernal, for the time being, is the far more blind player. They do not start with a scout. They do not get to see exactly what's going on. Those guys stuck there? They're not, are they? I mean, we'll be able to chop him out. I don't know how they got there in the first place, is probably what Lace is thinking, but we'll start a third base very quickly by the looks of it. And
Yeah.
so far, this is not the Infernal play that I've been, you know, thinking I was going to come into this tournament watching. It's been very macro-esque.
Yeah, he's going to go to that speed cap down the bottom right as well. So I like this play from Laser. I think it's a good way to get up to the mid-game. Hedgehog's going to creep the middle of the map for those resource caps. Not a bad move whatsoever. As the Fiends spawning out are going to blossom Laser's army, allow him to take some more resource caps, maybe even go for the vision cap. You can see he's very passive and defensive for now, though. I think Laser's very cautious of getting caught on the map, you know. Whether it be heavy dogs, bunch of hedgehogs, he must have been punished before. And he's basically just saying, let's just protect our economy. Let's be really careful.
Yeah, and I mean, these gaunts, what count is he at right now? It's a good, like, 7 or 8. I think he can fit about 8 in a drop. A Doombringer. These hedgehogs do pack a little bit of a punch, though. We'll get to cancel on this 4th base. But does Clem have any idea that that was indeed the 4th base attempt? Because so far, these guys have been taking their bases at very different timings. Yeah,
this is obviously you can speed build as Vanguard, so you kind of are okay to be a little bit behind on taking them. But if Alaze can get away with 4 shrines pumping out those imps, his economy's going to grow at a very rapid rate. Hedgehogs do take out 1 imp over there. Oh no, yes they do. They go in and manage to finish it off. Gaunt's coming over to try and deflect it. Base does take a fair bit of damage.
I mean, the 1 Lancer in the mix definitely adds quite a bit of meat to this army, and Alaza so far hasn't been able to be the aggressor, which, if the games today have been anything to go by, that's nice for Vanguard if he can stay alive and just get situated on the map, because we see that he is up to, in fact, they're both getting up to 4 bases right now, which is kind of crazy, honestly. Seen very, very different games today.
Funny, I keep seeing Clem siege his hedgehogs up, and I think it's just a misclick. I'm not sure. Or either that, or he's like, maybe I'll catch the drop randomly flying past this point. You'll see him occasionally siege the hedgehogs up and then unsiege them. So not sure if he's just pressing a button accidentally or what's going on there. The life camp, health camp on the left side starting to get creeped by those guys. Laser on 4 bases, and so is Clem. An economic arms race. These guys are truly playing like this is European StarCraft 2, man. This is not what an American versus Korean game, I think, necessarily tends to look like.
No, not at all. And I mean, yeah, these hedgehogs will get a little bit of damage done for their troubles. And I mean, this is definitely a more exposed base. Lancers, Clem's starting to split up his army a little bit here. So Lancers over on the right, hedgehogs in the north. He's going to look to deal with that tower and maybe go for the workers instead. Alaza having to greet both armies at the same time.
Lancer's going to try and take down the Shroudstone. Imps do not do much to these guys. Remember, they've got that 3 armor reduction on any incoming damage. Lancer's tanky as all heck. Those Imps wisely going to pull away from there. As a Laser has to just kind of get his stuff together, protect his economy. But man, what an economic arms race. And like I said, very rare to see games like this. Oh god, the drop not being microed. Watch out for those hedgehogs. They have massive anti-air range. Sentry post only now being built. But with hedgehogs on all sides, Clem's trying to like surround it right now. Oh, you gotta watch out, man. You gotta watch out!
He certainly does. I mean, those hedgehogs, when they actually do shoot, when they really get stabilized, they deal a lot of damage. And I think a lot of the Doombringer's health is about that shield being online, right? And yeah, it's gonna get down here. And I mean, that Infest works wonders very quickly. But these hedgehogs, they are quick, man. Oh, has to be so careful.
Gosh. Dropping there was so dangerous for a Laser. Clem's gonna punish it. He's trapped. He does use the recall ability there. I forgot what the actual name on it is. But he does manage to teleport home and save it. Good call for a Laser to get out. If he waited any longer, I think he was dead. So a good choice. Backs out. Here's a 5th base on the way. The greed knows no bounds. For those who don't know, European StarCraft players are known for being the most defensive, macro-oriented. Like, we want to take a giant economy and defend, and it's on you to gamble on attacking. You know, strength in defense. Basically, they're kind of like the old believe in the Maginot line, sort of like, let's just dig trenches and defend it. And normally you'll see Korean players be a little bit more like the, wild, aggressive, risk-taking players. And historically, overall, Korean style a bit more effective in StarCraft. Not sure what the meta has really been between different regions in other games.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, Koreans, the way their playstyle goes, it's no wonder you see so many of them at the casino, you know? Like, absolutely, absolutely flipping as much as they can quite often. And, you know, who's there to greet them every day is freaking Rotterdam, and he's also a gambler. But anyway, this game, they are absolutely macroing up. And these hedgehogs, Clem's one of the only players we've seen really utilize them so far. He does so very well. Like, he kind of hones in, keeps his opponent busy, keeps them locked down, still is able to use them back home as well to deflect the air, which a lot of players have had trouble with. They try and use the Exos or the Hornets to do so. But yeah, so far, we've got a very decent macro game on our hands.
Indeed, Magmadon's joining the fray now. Oh, trapping the hedgehogs. That's a slick move, that is. Taking out all but one of the hedgehogs. There goes Clem's map control. He's got his Exo Lance account starting to grow. No medtechs in the mix just yet. And this is going to be really interesting because we've seen players finally have a bit of success with the Magmadons in that last game, but it mostly came off the drops, catching Skillus off guard. The frontal fights, we keep just seeing guys like Clem just shoot, pull back, and it feels like the Magmadons never got on top. I've been asking a lot and kind of waiting for the moment where we see a sandwich happen. But because the Vanguard army is so mobile, it feels like the Infernal player never gets a chance to really have enough map vision to really set that sandwich up. We'll see if Alazer can find something, because I think right now Clem is locked down on the defense really nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, Alazer's definitely, from being one base down kind of thing, like taking his natural a bit slower, he's definitely on top of it now, where his economy is absolutely blooming. He's got that drop ready on the far left side. This army over here as well packs a massive punch, and having those Magmadons in the mix as well, they are a great front line. I mean, his army's scary to deal with, man. I don't even know what units you necessarily would love to have here. I mean, you gotta have some Lancers on the front, gotta have some Exos on the back, maybe some Atlases already. But Laser's just, it feels he's very, very complete in his army composition.
It is a very high Gaunt count, so you do have to be worried. I mean, they do have like a stim type buff where they can obviously, you know, run around very quickly, but their damage not great against the Lancer frontline, and that's something that isn't just going to magically suddenly change. Good defense on this base. Looks like the Hedgehog getting repaired. It will go down though. One or two Gaunts fall as well. Oh, and he's actually going to dive past. That's a crazy move. Wow, Mad Dog.
And he gets up through actually fairly unscathed. I mean, once it lands and plonks down its ability, it can regenerate that Shroud, which will absolutely be nifty. But we'll see. I mean, that little trample boy in there in the mix dealing decent damage, and the drop in the main, the Gaunts are met by a lot of units from Clem. So Clem, definitely with his multitasking here, doing a decent job of keeping up with the laser.
First Hellborn does arrive on the front. You gotta be careful. These Magmadons can bleed out one at a time, and then you're left with a very fragile army. Good slam there. Gets a few of those units down, but it's such a mass Gaunt army. There's only okay, a few more Magmadons come in. Oh, he's got to be careful though. If Clem can pull back, evade those Magmadon stomps, wear them down, there will be a turning point where he can collapse on top of the Gaunts, and this army will fall apart potentially. But for now, that right side base gets eliminated. Alazer's all over it. Alazer's doing great.
He's doing great, man. He pushed that army back massively so, splintered off his army as well. And look, he's getting ready. He spread that Shroud everywhere with an ability as well. So his army constantly getting back its shields. That Magmadon, they are looking to pounce in the middle of things. And oh my goodness, you can see the damage being done. And those Gaunts in the back line can't do anything about it. I mean, these Atlas are trying to get the AoE damage done. They're getting it. That was a massive hit.
Oh, that Atlas shot just shredded those Gaunts. This is what I was talking about with your army when your front line's gone, how weak the Gaunts are. But I think he's done enough damage. Even if he loses this whole army, it feels like Alazer has done so much economic damage, and he's even clearing the army out. Wow, absolutely overwhelming play. And I think we needed more Lancers in the mix for Clem, honestly, and to maybe potentially flank in on that army a little bit. Because if you get Lancers on top of those Gaunts, ooh, it goes pretty well for you. But even building forward buildings all over the map. Oh my lord, Alazer. I don't know if that's legit strategy or disrespect, but he is walling off the map with turrets.
Absolutely is. I mean, these Hellborns, you can see why they are effective. They have to have that back or that front line in front of them, just taking out the shots, taking up the heat. And so far, the army composition of Laser has been really good. You can see everything at the front line just being like, hey man, I'm going to take the damage and let that back line deal the damage. The gaunts have been solid from start to end. And look at that. It looks like ants on the minimap right now. So much red, absolutely everywhere. Big AoE. Clem trying to split out of it, but it does land on quite a few of these units. And the Atlas count is getting higher. But I'm scared for Clem, man. The world is looking no scary place for the infringement.
Man is praying for the biggest Atlas shots of literally all time, my friend. Literally all time. He needs he's going to get the big ones in the top of our screen. Does need a few more like that. Doesn't have the burning upgrade to make him burn the ground. The Atlases get jumped on. They get a few good shots, but then they are taken out, removed from the game. Clem microing his heart out. He's trapped in a corner, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and the demons, they're all over him, man. The human resistance done for him in game 1. He's getting stomped to death, and those Magmanons having an absolute party on his face.
Absolutely. That was really cool play. Like that game, it really felt that Clem was doing a lot of stuff completely right early on. But then all of a sudden, once a Laser was really allowed to blossom, got those Magmadons out with the gaunts, and it's like, okay, get some Hellborns out as well, just adding to the power. There was no air units at all, which maybe that makes a Laser's life a lot easier, being able to do a little magic of the Doombringers. But yeah, a Laser just very, very good about making a lot happen with very little.
And I do have a word. We are right now speaking through, after that demon success there, Demu, we are basically speaking through the warp. The Chaos Gods have got angry, the demons are there, and there is some truly cursed audio from the stream. It is getting fixed. But when the demons have their way, they get out of control, and you start to hear all sorts of weird demon speak through the radio and that sort of thing. So hopefully that'll be fixed up in a second, and we will be getting into Game 2 momentarily. It's kind of cool, because so far we've seen Vanguard being overpowered today. But this is a tournament with very different results to our previous qualifier, and a very mix of player experience, since it's a reduced player pool of players who have a lot of esports talent and experience, but not necessarily as much experience in Stormgate. These two guys clearly have a bit more experience, with a Laser being the highest player on the ladder out of every player in this Katowice special qualifier. And he just made Clem, who looked untouchable in his earlier series, look like he was a little bit of a step below him in map 1. So that was really well done. And we're seeing that as much as people talk about balance this way, balance that way, at the end of the day, it is still very much a skillful RTS, where we are seeing the players who actually know how to play the game really well do tend to be winning.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's going to be a lot of figuring stuff out. And it's the kind of game as well where you can actually see like the evolution happen as games go on, like series go on. And just from game to game, different builds, same builds, different unit comps entirely. And the fact that Clem has been so, well, I want to use the word reluctant, but maybe doesn't fully know about how good like Hornets are in general. But just a very different approach. Like he's been very good with the Hedgehogs, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to these fightings in this engagement, so far, like what he was doing was working. So it's like, hey, why would I change? But now that it didn't work, and it's like, oh goodness, what do I do instead? It's going to be fun to see how he bounces back in this one.
Well, I think it's a good tactic from a Laser, right? He's like, oh, you like to micro, you have Hedgehogs, one of the best map control units in the game. You want to harass, be here, be there, be everywhere. How about I just take 4 bases in total? It's like, if the Hedgehogs can't really break into a position, they want to punish you for being on the map. They want to harass you, catch you out of position. A Laser just chilled straight to 4 bases, did some drop harass, but was very careful with it. Kind of recalled at home when was necessary and stuff. So he played really good. I think a Laser countered Clem's style. And if you let Clem just micro his units, pick off some of your stuff in the middle of the map, he's probably going to run away with it. But so far, so good for the Zerg. As we get into the next game, going on to game 2 now. And in the bottom left, we've got a Laser. In the top right, we've got Clem. Going to be fantastic to see how the players evolve match to match. What range does Clem have as a player here? No sign of like a dog opening or anything like that. He's still all on Luminite. Looks like the fast expand going to be the way for him to play.
Yeah, it was really pro showcasing a lot of the different stuff that Vanguard can do, whereas a lot of the other lads, they've been like, hey, I can boost up my expansion. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do it. Like, of course I'm going to do it. So we do have the colors in the top Wait, no. I was just mixing up which way they spawned. And my StarCraft brain's like, if they spawn on the right, I'll have it on the right. But either way, that was me messing up in my brain. The scout is going to do quite a bit over here, just slowing down his opponent. Now, a laser gets enough Therium to make sure that he can whip out quite a few special units and techs, if he does so please. But then he's all about getting down to this low ground, making sure that he gets his expansion, accompanied by a Gaunt. And if he does everything correct, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, the dog just threatening the block with the Gaunt there. He's got to back away. The infest damage alone does knock a fair little bit off of you. And the Imp does get the Shrine down. Second Imp does return home with that Gaunt. So a laser able to expand. The expansion being up so fast, it looks good for Clem. It feels good. But we always see that just because you got that expansion up faster, I mean, you lose quite a bit of mining time to do that. You know, it's not free. And there is opportunity for that Infernal player to go for a quick third, start getting out there and creeping, getting some bonus resources, and starting to bring the game back. But I'm just thinking on a strategic level, if I'm Clem, like, yeah, do we play Hornets? I doubt he has experience with that. I would imagine maybe just look for a bit more of a sharp timing attack, because in that game where you both just freely macroed up, it felt like there was some point where suddenly a laser just ran away with the game. So maybe keep it in like the early mid stage off like 2 to 3 bases, get aggressive.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw, even Skillus dabbled in the Hornets, right? And they were very cool and kind of tricky to deal with. Like, even that game on Jagged Maw where it was like he had one Hornet out, even the Gaunts didn't trade super effectively against them, especially with like bringing them back home and what have you. The laser is going to be whipping out a lot of Gaunts by the look of it this game, and Natural is up fairly unopposed as well, and now we can start creeping, getting out the Fiend count a little bit higher as well, given that you can infest and what have you. And what is Clem going to do on his side of things? Lancers to start things off. We haven't seen too many of them from him so far. I mean, at least not very, very early on, I feel.
Yeah, no, we've definitely seen him not go too heavy on them, but I think seeing this Gaunts getting the upgrade will be great. Get a bunch of those Lancers, and I mean, it's funny because a laser's so high level, but if you see like a player who's not as careful as a laser, these Gaunts will just get caught by like 3 Lancers on the map, and they will rip them to shreds, and the, you know, Infernal players in the doo-doo at that point. But he's not given that opportunity. It is Hedgehogs again, catching the speed camp on the right side. Of course, a laser is still just creeping, hasn't been caught by the Hedgehogs or anything. Clem's like, where's your base? When are you going to take that? I want to deny it. I really want to deny your expansion, man.
Yeah, it's quite a few battle units out on the map, and a laser, he's about taking it safe and steady here. Does go for that Therium deposit here, opens it up, and the sooner you open it up, the more Therium there's going to be on the map. And Fiends out here do get a little bit of a scout, and a laser's going to play it nice and careful here. He doesn't know what's lying in wait behind it, and what is that next production facility from Clem going to be behind all this? I'm curious, because I feel that a laser doesn't need to change too much, right? Whereas Clem, whatever he did the previous game, didn't quite work out for him, but he's absolutely playing less macro-focused game and very much about being in the face of his opponent, which is really cool.
Hedgehogs being annoying there, getting themselves a Gaunt snipe. The macro shrine on the Therium, obviously it's not as super valuable. It's a lot of money just for doing that, but you got to realize the moment he does get an actual third Luminite base up, he'll instantly be able to fill it with imps. Like the production of imps you get off this shrine gives you a decent ability to just kind of build that economy. But using the Shroud Stone as a fallback point, the Gaunt's trying to micro in and out, the Lancer Hedgehog being annoying, but of course a laser wisely expands on the other side, and I just think he's doing a great job. Here is a laser of withstanding the pressure, not letting Clem get any big openings. I said maybe Clem should lead into a faster timing attack, but he's gone for like the similar sort of like heavy harassment style, and the laser's just not giving him any opportunities. He's not playing his game. He's like, I'm not going to go out and fight that. No way, man. I'm just going to be careful in camp.
No, absolutely. And I mean, these Hedgehogs, even though they look cool and they're getting a lot of shots off, they are brittle. They are absolutely brittle. And a laser, he is spotted trying to take that cheeky third base over here, which is what Clem was looking for over there. And Clem going for this vision cam, but took it a little bit late here, so I think he missed that army moving out over there, but marches back into it. A laser trying not to showcase everything that he's doing here, but that army from Clem, yeah, it has to be very careful.
This is where that third base is so dangerous to commit into, remember, because you can't get out until you break the trees down, which I think you might have a Bob breaking the trees down now, actually, Clem, because there's some red dot on the other side of that forest of the laser third base. And indeed, yeah, he's brought the Bob over. So remember I was saying you could also build sentry posts on the other side of this? Probe was telling me a lot of players have been doing that on the ladder. So then by the time the trees come down, you've got like 2 sentry posts with units in it, and it's just a very nasty surprise. But good catch once again, gets one of the hedgehogs. The other one barely gets away. And I do think Clem, with his own third base up, is planning some sort of assault or at least harassment on the third of a laser. But a laser has a plan, and he looked absolutely unstoppable once he got to late game in that last match. Let's see if Clem can do something about it in game 2.
Absolutely. It's going to be a lot of Exos joining the mix as well. And Clem here is trying to cut through these trees here using his worker. And I mean, that's going to be a little bit of a surprise here because a laser the whole time, he's like, yeah, you have to march around into here. But this also grants Clem a nice little escape path for his troubles as well. Ooh, what's that building over there? Is he going to get like a healing turret going on? That could be really groovy.
That would be awesome. There's a few kind of nice fallback points you can do there. And even just using it as like an annoying point so they can't push out and fully chase you away could be awesome. But we'll see exactly what he does put inside. It's going to get caught. Clem unable to pull off the sneaky one. Cancels it, loses the Bob, not the end of the world.
Poor Bob. All right, Doombringer dropping into the natural here. Lots of gaunts in the mix, and overcharge is used by Clem, but he has to get on out of there. And I mean, getting an overcharge, getting an overcharge out of your Vanguard opponent, that's definitely not nothing, you know? That can be used in far different ways. But look at that, Clem has so much!
Whoa! Clem jumping on top. His Bobs are kind of derping around here, though. I feel like those Bobs were a misclick into the fight because they weren't really doing much. The Magmadon massacred the Bobs, but a lot of the Gaunts getting taken out. More Gaunts coming from the right. A new Magmadon. If that Magmadon gets on top, it's going to be devastating. He's got to get out of here. The Infest does land on those units. Good pullback by Clem. And honestly, a laser is all over him right now. A laser's taking a fourth behind this. The Magmadon's causing a big fear for Clem. Doesn't really have the Exo count to shoot them down quickly. Got to be careful with how he fights this. He wants his Exos to go after the Gaunts, the Magmadon, sorry, and his Lancers to go after the Gaunts. His third base Mineral Line has a Magmadon in it right now at the top of our screen, and that is very scary.
It really is. I mean, the Bobs are doing what they can, but that is not a fair fight. Trample used again, but does get picked off before it really gets all the damage done. So Clem probably feeling like, hey, I really got away fairly lucky there. And 14 works in that little Therium patch over there for a laser. Definitely a more scary game for a laser where he hasn't been allowed to just run away with whatever he wanted.
Yeah, he hasn't. On the other hand, he does have a fourth up and a ton of Therium mine. He's got the fifth shrine as well next to the Therium. So it's definitely a scary moment where like Clem got slowed down there and a laser quickly built Shroud Stones because he was like, oh god, a counterattack could be scary. But he was expecting the attack on the top left, not on the right side. So Clem's going to catch him out of position. The first Hellborn's here. Not going to do that much attacking the Lancers. It'll be much better against the Exos. Clem would love to kill it, and he will take out that first Hellborn. But, ooh, the Gaunt attack's doing pretty well.
Gaunt attack's doing well, and that's a lot of Magmadons behind it all, isn't it? Like 3? I'm not sure. And even getting the Super Tower here to get damage done very quickly. And that health camp in a lovely spot for Clem to retreat to, all things said and done. Maybe he can't stick around here for too long, though, because remember, it's a lot closer to the Infernal's base, so he can pop out those units much quicker and reinforce them than Clem can.
Yeah, I believe in one of the patch notes, I think they said they were making the healing camps up to like 8 hit points a second or 10 or something, but it's actually much lower than that. It's very slow, those healing camps, so it's nice in a very passive position, but this has been a high-octane game. Clem is going to try to snatch the middle here, realizing I can't kill you, but maybe I can keep you on the back foot. Take this double base in the middle, and then go for it. Shroud Stone's not being able to finish. Nice attack timing here for Clem.
It's a really nice attack timing for him. Gets it all down before it's getting out of there, but I was just thinking he does not want to get trapped because this army from a laser packs a massive punch. It's slow, not too mobile, but he makes up for it with this dropper over in the north, and that gets a lot of damage done. These fiends are a proper nuisance, man, and he can bounce from base to base. And Clem, he's feeling the pain here, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny because we saw like Hornets and Probe was always in control, always attacking, but we see everyone else hasn't built Hornets. And this drop has been such an integral part of the Infernal success. It's that drop keeping you on the back foot, finding you out of position, finding damage, and of course turning those workers into Infernal units. Oh, Hellborn push on the front. These Exos a little exposed. Having that vision camp on the front is massive. If Alazer realizes that there's a middle base, he can just go back and clear it. I don't think he realizes that's there.
No, me neither. I mean, did he unload there with a dropship, or did he cut through? Because seeing the cut through, that'll definitely open up the possibility. I mean, he sees that cut through with this vision tower, but whether you actually see it or not, that's a different story. But if he does, as soon as he sees it, in fact, is he going to trample through into the middle here? Well, that's one way to find out about the middle base here, Piggy. I think he's done it.
Yeah, nice move, man. Good awareness, realizing, hey, the middle base, you cannot let that go up. And he's trying to break through the trees as Clem to get out. He's like, quick, guys, tear the trees down. Get out, get out, get out.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, that army's getting bigger and scarier. So it's not so much about brutes. It's about the Magmadons on your front line being very, very good tanks. I mean, there are a few brutes mixed in, but lots of gaunts and Hellborns, as well as the super range backup as well. Takes out another Therium here, so he can mine from that over on his left base. Clem very quickly to getting those workers back to getting a base on the far right side, and this is a very barracks-heavy army. And yeah, that's a lot of workers over there. Quickly getting that base up will help him out a lot, but who wants to take this fight, really? I mean, Clem is a lot of units, but geez Louise, that's a lot of Infernals.
Yeah, he has to stay away from the Magmadons and avoid the big Hellborn splashies. But if the Magmadons get too far from the army, this happens, where they do get focused down very quickly. But then if you chase into the Hellborn shots, that happens as well. You can see it so back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, if Clem is against just pure Magmadons and Hellborns as their back line, and, you know, a few Gaunts making the infest happen, he's going to be in trouble. Like, there's so much Infernal capability now on the map that can deal so much AoE damage, and the laser, he's moving that shroud forward. He really wants his units to be able to re-establish themselves with that shield on the map. Might be able to get a Hellborn for his troubles, and I mean, those are pricey units, so nice work there. That big AoE at the back there does land on the back on the meds, but I feel like Laser's doing everything he can, but look at that trample right in the middle of that army.
Oh, nice Fiend run by on the third as well, right when Clem needs to be started stepping away from those Magmadons, and he gets hit. The distraction paying huge dividends. Way too many Exos have died. Clem's lost his critical mass of firepower, and that means his army is hugely diminished. His third base has lost most of the bobs on it. The Fiends are running rampant over there. That is a disaster for Clem. A laser has got out of control. He's got 5 bases, one of which is the center base. Clem barely hanging on to 4 bases, but he doesn't even have the workers to fill them up. And this is looking like a laser coming in as the highest ranked player on the ladder out of this particular 6-man group today. I think we can see exactly why that is the case. The man knows his business. He seems surprisingly patient, and you're kind of watching going, oh, he's not really doing that much, is he? To kill his opponent for the first 5-10 minutes, and then it's just like an avalanche just comes falling down on your head, and what can you do to stop it?
Absolutely. I mean, utilizing the speedy units to just get around the map, dealing damage here, there, and everywhere. These Shroud Stoners as well, just popping up, and you see, just, oh, he's getting attacked there, pops up a super one as well, firing shots like crazy. But his army, like these Magmadons that just run into the middle of things, like in true Ultralisk-esque style, lots of damage, and can't forget about these drops, Pig. These drops, these are monstrous drops. I mean, you have to react so fast or have so much static D to defend them.
So powerful. It's, you know, it's one of those things, you're like, oh, I don't want to go Hornets, but kind of feels like watching a Zerg player trying to defend with just Queens against like 5 multi-drops and refusing to build anything else that shoots up, you know? You're like, maybe we should get some flying units to shut this down. This thing's really getting out of control right now. It's very frustrating to deal with. And, all it takes is just a few kills for it to spiral.
Absolutely. I mean, I really feel that Alazer's taking this game by the horns, isn't he? And he realizes he doesn't truly have to make the moves right now. I mean, this middle base is so damn valuable. And the fact that he is dealing so much economic damage as well, and he's got static defense to do things with as well, it's just phenomenal. We haven't seen a dragon out of him yet, but it feels like he's been using a lot of his energy on other things, like the shroud spreading, also the big blob that he's trying to infest the whole army with, things like that.
Yeah, I like how Clem pushes in the middle, and Laser answers by just moving his army to the right, smashing through the trees and saying, yeah, push in, man. You know I'll trap you if you do. I'm going to just kill your base at the same time. There's Hellborn crushing the left flank of Clem's army as the rest of his army pulls back. This is the thing that Laser's been much better at than a lot of other players we've seen today. Pulling back the front of his units, letting the Hellborn do the work, and then when the enemy army presents itself, crushes it. Nice GG coming out there from Clem, and a Laser establishes himself as the big daddy in this group alongside Probe.
Absolutely. I mean, very nicely handled by a Laser this game, right? Like, he was just all about setting things up. The drop was really damn solid. I mean, the late game play as well, you said it. He was good about pulling units back. Like, maybe a few of these Magmadons did run a bit forward, but they always traded nicely. And he made it so difficult for the Vanguard to really get done what they wanted. We're going to welcome Killer Pigeon back to the boys. Hello, matey.
There we go. I knew I was going to have one today. Hey, boys. Good cast. Good game. Oh, my goodness. Clem's Hedgehogs are not unstoppable for once. I was starting to think he was going to redefine the openings here. But fantastic series. I think, to quickly recap it, it's good to see Infernal living up to our expectations all of a sudden. All it needed was the laser buff to get there.
I know exactly what to do at every stage of the game, apparently. Yeah, he looked so good, man. That was awesome. Just such a good expanding, not going to give Clem any chances to do that micro that he loves to do. That was really slick.
And, Dimmu, I know you're still getting the grips of it. You've been learning a lot from Pig. I need to get your feeling on a certain Jagged more. I feel like it's becoming Jagged less in a lot of our minds. We'd prefer not to see so much of it. The game with Kelazor, where he was able to turn it around in game number 2 with the Infernal there. Obviously, we've got to get you some more hours in the game, but your astute analysis and also former experience as a pro, looking at that, is there any hope for Vanguard on that map?
I mean, I don't know, early days, but as a viewer, I liked it. From seeing like the first games on Jagged Moor happen, where it was like, oh yeah, it's like a big map where you go about it in a very roundabout way. But then Kelazor bringing out, hey, I'm going to creep both the camps in the middle and going to do it like this with a Shroud Tower as well. It was just, I thought it was cool. Now, granted, those cool moments can get old pretty fast, but for now, I like it, man. I like it. And those weird maps, I always felt myself being like, yeah, this is my playground, and like my opponent has to dance with me as opposed to the other way around.
I'm there with you. I remember the first time I cast over it, and it was that revelation moment where you see the entire formula and your mind just explodes in that type of feeling. Pig, was there anything that you saw in all the games you cast today that was kind of like a big eye-opener for you? Maybe an opening or a mid-game strategy you just didn't see coming that absolutely dominated?
I mean, I love that Shroudstone build we were just talking about to creep the siege camps. That was like you meant to see more builds like that in a beta tournament. You meant to see more of these like weird memey cheeses, like someone finds some glitch where they like push some units off the edge of the map and then they appear in the enemy's base or something. But surprisingly functional, and lots of people just macroing right in these games. We've seen a lot of very like defensive play. And I think it's interesting to see kind of how the slightly less experienced crew has played it out. It was, I think, fresh though, because I thought a laser would be more aggressive in his opponent's faces, but apparently he feels like, if I just survive long enough, like I can just make the production work for me. So we saw Probe be a bit more harassment in his opponent's face focused as the high level Vanguard player. Now Laser's like, oh, I just defend perfectly and macro up and build a giant army as Vanguard. So seems to be right now, at least from this group, that's where the strengths of the two races lie.
Yeah, most definitely from what we've been seeing. I think it's that feeling. I think coming in this, a few players have said they were expecting the Vanguards to just kind of remain cozy in their base a bit. Infernals have to play the map. And in fairness, maybe the reason we've been seeing so many Vanguard wins is, of course, there were some tweaks around the creep camps, for example, that slowed down the Infernals a bit. But boys, I think we're coming to the end of your shift. As we look forward, we've got a few more series. I think we've got 8 more series to go today. Just off the top of your head, is there any series in particular you are looking forward to, the most hyped one in your eyes? I'm going to go to Ben first here.
I think me and Pig are going to have the same answer. It's going to be Probe against a Laser for now. It's like, they both look like the best of their respective races. And I would love to see how that is genuinely meant to go, just because the Laser's top 4 on the ladder. Probe's been putting in a lot of the hours as well. And I feel that Probe, he's got a lot to show. And with the fact that he kind of jumped on board on the Stormgate hype train very early on, absolutely he's going to be looking to cook.
And that's the very end of the stream as well. So that's like going to be really exciting. We've got Clem Probe and Probe Laser to finish off. My only hope is, you know, that my countryman wins Probe. But I'm already going to throw out the excuse for my buddy. It is currently 6:43 a.m. in Australia, where we are on the East Coast. It's going to be, I don't know, 9, 10 a.m. from him being up all night. So zero pressure on him. He's already killing the group. So he's probably already out. And that way, you know, take any pressure off his shoulders. He's going to kick butt either way. I believe in the Probe, but definitely Clemalaser Probe. They're looking like the scary guys in the group right now.
Hey, it's the all-nighter challenge, right? Just crank a few energy drinks, crunch them against your head as you clear each of the cans, and move on with the day. On bot, we need to move on the day. You guys have been phenomenal to hear casting, but I think you've earned a break. We'll be seeing more of you, of course, across the weekend, but I think it's time we got you two off. A round of applause again for Dimu and Pig on their debut cast of Stormgate. An absolute pleasure to have you lads here, and looking forward to seeing you on the weekend.
Pleasure.
Thanks for having us, mate.
Alrighty, so that is just half the game's done. You heard me correctly, right? Like, we are almost 5 hours into the broadcast, and we still have 8 more sets to go. You know, you were worried you're getting 2-0s. Well, now we're getting to 2-1 territory, and you already heard, at the end of the day, we've got Probe versus a Laser. That matchup should be tight. They are probably, looking at the stats and also the performances so far, the closest match to the tippity top of this Katowice qualifier. But you're going to have to wait all the way until the final set. And that means plenty of Stormgate action, which is why I want to remind people, if you haven't already, get those subscriptions in. I don't want you to have even a chance, a hiccup, that maybe a Twitch ad slides in at the beginning or the end of a series here. We know Stormgate moves fast. We know you might miss an opportunity. On top of that, considering the EGC basically don't have any big capital spending money, they're not being funded by, you know, giant billionaire company, any dollar going in is actually appreciated them. So definitely get those Prime subs in. Just a reminder, if you have Amazon Prime, you have a free subscription you can give to a channel you're choosing each month. It's just there. It's sitting there free. But for EGC, that's like $2.50 in their pocket that helps put together a $10,000 prize pool that came directly from their own bank accounts. They appreciate all the support you guys have been putting in. Much love to everyone who subbed throughout the event, and also to anyone who's going to. Just a reminder, to put it in like raw figures, by the way, I said that we've got 8 series left today. So that's potentially 24 more games. Saturday and Sunday between them, I calculated that's 67 games potentially across Saturday and Sunday alone. You put those together, good bang for buck, folks. 91 games as a maximum threshold of Stormgate. And that's before the potential of even having a show match. I mean, I hope whatever it is going to be a BO2 so we can hit 69 games across the weekend. But I'm here for it all, and hopefully you will be too. Remember, each day these are going to be starting at 3 p.m. GMT. But I have a feeling we are going to be going pretty deep into the night. If we're going to go 5 more hours, it's going to be a long cast. So make sure you take this opportunity to get up, stretch your legs, grab yourself a brew, and get sipping. Because after we show you the pristine highlights that you may or may not have caught so far in today's action, we'll be back with a new set of casters and 8 more series of Stormgate. I'll see you then.
Vanguard to get everything back. Here we go. Onto the dogs. These dogs need to do some sick damage. Oh boy. 1 down. 2 down.
Oh my god.
No, it's a disaster. 1 gone, survived. This is so many dogs. Now, how much is it? Like 10?
Oh,
here we go again.
This could be it.
Oh, he covers the retreat. The ramp was pretty much his. And it's another one. And another.
It's a massacre.
And another. No chance at all for Night Phoenix so far.
Here we go, going for the buzzsaw can right away. Mass repair, can he hold it? Such an important building to keep standing, but it does go down. Again, the catapult is helping out. Oh, but the Gons are quickly falling as well.
That's right, lots of AoE damage coming from the Lances as well. They're so fast, can't really deal with them, can you? The Fiends are helping out to a degree. Whoa, we cover everything in Shouty with the effigy. Oh boy, I don't think that's gonna help them. They get a little bit of white health back now. And of course, lots of animals. Oh, wow, B. Now, I wonder how that will turn out. First one down, second one. Oh my god, he's in a sandwich. And he's not getting out of there at all. Needs a little bit of white health. The resource camp is active. Uh-oh, here comes the drop. And there's Shroud now, which is the 4th white health and more Animus here. Chaotic fight, but man, Lancers are so crazy if they get the speed boost.
Might be meeting and a sandwich position coming out from our Infernal player. Magmadon's on the left-hand side, but the right is getting cleared up by the Vanguard. Lots of these Lancers, though. Very hurt.
Only 3 mags remaining. Brutes are helping out. Can he reach the Exos? Gotta diminish the damage somehow. Oh, he found a connection to the Lancers, but they survive.
Lots of Exos still on the field. That's a lot of damage here raining in. They have the upgrade as well, chasing after.
Here we go. Flame on! And Exos gone. Sick. All right, here we go with the catapult. Oh my god, the connection. This AoE is brutal. Gotta be careful now to not attack your own. And now we got Catapult Wars. It's an Age of Empires channel after all.
Oh my god, are they gonna destroy each other? Where the shot's gonna land? All of these are so important. 1 for 1.
And here we go. Trample away, my dudes, and restore white health if possible. Both are gonna lose one of them, but no big commitment yet.
The catapult hit also huge on the guns. Oh my god, there was so much damage twice in a row. Oh, Jesus. That was like a huge blow into the backline right.
Oh boy, trample party!
Oh my god, what even is going on? This is like a mosh pit over here. Who's gonna come out on top?
Everything that dies now gives Jadosa extra fiends. We have another drop in the base. Fiends, guns everywhere. That catapult is also looking great. Oh my god, the multi-kill.
Yeah, might just be too much stuff now. But if the Mags get to the Gauns, they could find quick kills as well with the trample. You gotta be careful with that. Oh, baby, there's a couple of good hits.
One Mag cleaning out like what? 7 to 8 Gauns. He's trying it again.
Only buzzsaw turret is on the outside. Solar battery not able to reach that. We're not able to not set to target it. Can give it a little bit of an attack speed boost, but the Lancers do come down. Buzzsaw gets a little bit of work done. Effigy is dropped and sniped pretty quickly by the Hornet, taking that out of play. So no quick white health regeneration during this. And I think he's almost at the point where he could try to step back. It's really about maintaining, I think, the Hornet, keeping the Hornet alive and moving it back for the repairs, because the damage output on that is going to be more than enough to clean everything up. Just don't want to have everything here turned in.
He does technically have a Shroud Stone, but man, these catapults, they shred Shroud Stones. So look at that, already half damage down. Fiends are getting converted. The Shroud Stone, yeah, it's dead. And now, well, you get to focus the catapults on the Gaunts, which is an immediate
Yeah, that'll do, Donkey. That'll do. Able to get the initial engage off that Shroud Stone on the bottom to lead the fight, but he's got the speed camp attacking the tower too, which evens it out and eventually tilts it a little more in favor of Kel. So overwhelmed, very, very, very spread out. And it looks like the catapult, however, is going to be able to get the gaunts of Kel. So a very messy fight right at the spawn, and now his catapult is coming. Okay, so here we go. Kel ends up with the catapult advantage. He's completely cleared out Night End's army, and
right, we have this setup where you have the wall right there, so technically you should be able to be totally safe from the Fiends, and it actually is not the case. And hey, Nate, did you know that one tower is better than 2 towers? Because that's what's happening right now.
yeah. I mean, definitely trying something out of left field, let's say that. But when the sheep and even when the goats end up being turned against you, you know.
Yeah, eventually this thing will fall as you actually convert a bunch of the brutes to make this happen. And now we try to snowball onto the other side of things, hiding backwards. Nightfall infestation on top of all the gaunts is well placed. But on the other side as well. Yeah, on both sides. The problem is, again, it's hitting first on theory means they're very expensive. These tramples on top of everything are going to be so nice to start here, buying time, buying space. But it seems like at the end of the day, most gaunts or most imps will find their way out. Magmadon's not able to get on the gaunt line until just about right now. Infestation dropped as well. Baka wants to end. There's a Shadow Spire as well, so you're going to have just a little bit more protection for that dragon. Now we're going to see Shadow Flyers try to go in, but again, because of the white health, because of everything else, they're getting targeted down. The dragon is still here, and it is by far the most important unit that we're going to see in this fight. It's going to target everything down. Is
Huge snowball to get that dragon out, especially before the other player. And let's face it, it looks awesome. So we do have the dragon on the other side now out defensively. So he's trying to get the single target fire as he has a little bit more of that health left over from the start of the fight. So he actually, Baka is able to kill.
But Bossy's trying to end this game right now. I think he's spending a lot of his animus on the charge resets to make sure he has as many Magmadons as possible. And it seems like he is actually going to shove right on through things. The imps are going to fall. Everything is going to fall here.
I'll be the official referee on that.
Oh man, if these shadow, oh god.
Yeah, there's so many for both of them. The dragon does come out over here from Baka on the south side, but he was able to get so many of the fiends out first. They're kind of choked up on the bottom side of that ramp trying to move out. So the spread has been there for Baka defensively. Now we're going to see that trample come through this one more time to try and get on top of it. That gives it the stun. So the usage of that ability becomes huge, going for the infest, and has the Doombringer dropping on the top side to get the rest of the Gaunt reinforcements, almost creating a surround naturally on this. But that's still a lot of Magmadons to try to push through Behemoth.
That was a horrible fight for Theory. I understand the idea. He got the flanks set up really nicely.
At the same time, he was trying to stomp the imp line on the bottom to get them all into fiends. So whether he can crush him here or not is a big question, but that base and the economy is going to get traded out no matter what.
Trying to dive on top of things. Some of the Lancers were just left on the left side, I guess, looking for a surround, but it's a slow rejoinder. So this catapult will get dove upon. This catapult will die. But the question is, at what cost? Bobs have been pulled here. They're not dying very quickly with the overcharge, but they will die just the same. And these Lancers, Nate, you pointed it out just a little bit ago. These Lancers are so low. Shields popped on one of them. 1,000 HP for 10 seconds.
It has a very interesting design trait in that it is guaranteed to do like 10% max health damage per strike. So it doesn't really matter what it's fighting, but it makes it a little less efficient against the small guys. But you can't run away with it. You can't run away with it. So as soon as you take the fight with the Weaver, your Weaver is dead, or you're going to win the game in that battle, basically. So big cleanup. The middle of the map secured for Vanguard.
And they, Exos are very good. They are. But tier 2, tier 3 Exos are far better. Oh, the shield as well.
The shield? How did he? Are you kidding me? Okay, so wow, the evac eventually gets killed.
Graded here because they got the kinetic redirection on top of things, and he's gonna dive right on top of these gaunts. They're fully procced. These gaunts are, well, with good micro, they're staying alive just a little bit longer. Nice surround for the fiends as well. This Hornet's getting very low, but
there's the shield.
Got a shield. It's unkillable, Nate.
So the Gaunts are no longer near the Lancers, which is huge as well. You're talking about the kinetic redirect, so effectively this upgrade gives the Lancers a stim.
Nightfall Infestation gets about half the army, and look at that.
Pulls in the Atlas, both of them. Absolutely wild maneuvering there. So you're seeing that hook from the Weaver is not worried, is making a big push. Needs to be careful though. Some of the Atlas shots were hitting a few of these units in the back, and as you mentioned, Behemoth, those Hellborns are keeping their distance, but it's a whole lot of Vanguard on his front door.
And it's pretty cool to see these Hedgehogs added in as well. They do so much more damage to the static defense, which again, that's the thing that was holding Eric back for so long. So we talked about 9,000 Shroud Stones. Now it's about 2, 3, 4 maybe on the left side. Most of them have gone down.
Some absolutely crazy series there. If you did not catch those were last weekend in our other qualifier. But welcome one and all back to the EGC Stormgate Open Katowice qualifier. That's right, something we put together especially for those that missed out courtesy of other goings on last weekend, notably somewhere in Europe. I think there was this humble, small, somewhat known tournament that was happening. Meant we missed out on a few names, and that just didn't seem right, which is why we're making right today. So far, we have had 7 sets. We still have 8 more to go. 15 best of 3s in this round robin phase. We're only halfway through. Crazy day, and so many amazing ones to come. If you guys are looking forward to a bunch of Vanguard versus Infernal, I've got good news for you, actually, because we're going to have a few of those coming up. In fact, we've got 3 in a row before we get back in the mirrors. So hype ahead of us, especially looking forward to seeing how people are going to deal with the Jagged Maw if we get 3 games in. But let's see how the day has gone so far for these players. Let's check in on the standings and see who's at the tippity top. Let me know in the chat, actually, if you kind of estimated this right, if it's the people you were expecting, because at the top of that leaderboard right now, we've got a Laser and Probe. They have been dominating every time we've been seeing them so far today with their 2-0s. Following them up, of course, is Clem. For the first time, it looks like the Hedgehog opener has found its rabid fox ready to shut it down. But he is still looking hot on this. Dark will have to turn something around quick here, though. He's had a rough beginning of the day. We will quickly find out if he even stands a chance, because I believe 3rd set and 4th set in on this half of the day, we are going to be seeing more of Dark, and that should be a defining moment as to whether he's going to be in contention. Remember, 4 of these 6 players will qualify to tomorrow's round of 16. We already have a bunch of people waiting to face off against them there. We've got the likes of Kiwian, aka Top, Lucifron, Parting, and Vortex all qualified directly via the leaderboard. And then through the opens, you just saw a few pieces of the action they flaunted. People like Eric, Boss, Extra Striker, Hydra, Kel, Crowloo, Night Phoenix, and Snockstar all managed to qualify last weekend. So, fair to say, we should get ready soon to kick off the action. We're going to have some more live series, but if we want a live series done right, we need to welcome in some talented casters, which was my pleasure to welcome to the stage. We've got both Woody as well as Zombie Grub to join us for the second half of the day. Oh, and there they are. Beautiful faces. Welcome, both of you, to our humble little abode. First of all, I've got to get a feeling of how you guys have enjoyed the game so far. We've seen some pretty crazy sets. I'm going to go to you, Zombie Grub. Any player standing out to you that you've seen so far today?
Yeah, but not in a good way, right? Because there was the expected winners, but then there's also the unexpected. Maybe they don't know how to play. Maybe it's not that great. Dark was the surprise here. Surprisingly, with his unique strategies, kind of, went longer than expected. I'm not sure how much that will work against Probe and a laser, as they, they do know how to actually kill people, but we'll see. So that's my surprise of the day.
I think I referred to it as a Hellborn fetish earlier on. He seems to be quite obsessed with that unit at the moment. Wardy, can you find any hope in that strategy for Dark? Is there a way he could maybe make the basketball boys work?
I feel like if Dark hasn't made it work so far, it's only going to get tougher for him. I don't really like his chances. I don't usually say that about Dark, but hey, we're casting a new game, so we got to say some things we don't usually get to say. Yeah, he's a little crazy, but it almost feels like he's not crazy enough, or the crazy he's found is not the right vibe of crazy,
Yeah, I think one way I heard it described earlier by the boys was maybe kind of a little bit more passive than what we'd expect, right? With StarCraft background, you maybe expect him to be a little bit more out on the map, a little bit more in your face, whereas he's taken more of a kind of boomer rather than zoomer approach. I guess on the flip side, though, someone that's definitely been standing out for a lot of us so far, and I've really felt bad about it, man. I was compiling some stats behind the scenes. I was using StarCraft metrics. Didn't look good for Probe. Really didn't look good, but I love that he's proving that the grind is paying off. I think I'd imagine for both of you as well, Probe has been the really big surprise.
Well, I heard coming in that he had actually been practicing a lot of Stormgate. So, I mean, if you compare these guys and their Ligulac scores in StarCraft 2, well, then 100% him topping a group unfortunately, doesn't make sense. Sorry, Probe. But he would be the first to admit that. But like Pig had mentioned, you could go up to Probe and be like, you've got this, right? You actually know the game. But Probe is a really awesome dude, very humble. And I think that humble has actually proved to be effective because, yeah, he didn't just immediately cut the head off of his opponents, right? But I do think he clearly just knows the game better, and the more that he gets warmed up, the more likely it is that he makes top 2.
I mean, the other thought there, Wardy, is he's been doing a lot of guides, a lot of tips, a lot of videos for people. Imagine if that was all part of the bait, and all these players come back from Katowice, opened up his guides, and are just using outdated builds right now. Maybe that's the big brain strategy we're looking at here.
Yeah, he's been playing the master plan all along. He's been sending out all the wrong information, and now this is his chance. This is where it becomes, his real opportunity. That, or no, maybe that just is about it. Yeah, he just decides to try and fake everyone out.
All right, well, let's figure out if a certain someone has been able to change their strats. Because someone I have noticed with Clem so far, he loves the hogs. Most people are still a big fan of the dogs, but this guy is all in on that mobility, that kind of raid potential. We noticed it get shut down for the first time so far today. I'm curious to see what he's able to do next, because up next we have got Clem versus Kelazur. I believe the map draft is ready, so I'll let you two get to it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go, Wardy. You and me, man. We got some people actually recognizing us in chat. Very few would remember perhaps 8 years ago having a wonderful cast where it degenerate into Pokemon memes. I think the same thing might happen here today, but if it happens to be mixed in with some actual analysis about Stormgate, then fantastic, right?
ZG, you blew my mind that day, and I think you're going to blow my mind today with all the Stormgate info, so let's get into it. We're going to kick things off as we get started in game number 1 of this best of 3, the second half of the day here in the Katowice qualifier. In the bottom left-hand side, we are going to be beginning with our Vanguard player, Clem.
And in the top right, as our red Infernal player, he is Kelizer. The colors are not correct on the board, and this is going to confuse me.
Fix no, I think.
Nice. Already starting off fantastic. We'll get used to it. Fortunately, our different races, so that makes it easier. But I know it's the time in which we talk about, perfect, now it's all fixed. We talk about Stormgate, but, you know, we have been able to watch some of these guys today already play out. Clem pretty much playing, like, Vanguard as you would Terran. Kelizer maybe, you know, being forced to play a little more of the Infernal rather than a Terran style, of which he actually is maining in StarCraft 2. But I would say that when you go and look at these two names, as a StarCraft 2 person, you're like, all right, action, you know, like potential like Doom drops and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I still think that in Stormgate, this is some of what we're going to see between the two. A lot of multitasking, a lot of map control. We got those drops that have Doom in the name, I suppose, anyway. And it could be very exciting. But Kelizer maybe, I don't know, maybe plays more to the standard Infernal strategy where Clem still is trying to make those hedgehogs work. So we'll see like if the strategy, if the practice of the actual Stormgate game is what proves to be the best winning strategy, I suppose.
Well, you know, I feel like having watched a lot of the games today and seen these Infernal drops all the time, I'm like, man, that's such a Kelizer thing, though, right? Because to me,
Yeah.
Kelizer is the guy that really is going to go all out, drop you everywhere, try and multitask. And so if you get some of those gaunt drops on the go, to me, that super suits kind of Kelizer's playstyle from SC2. Clem has been fun to watch today, as we heard in the intro. Less dog, more hog has been his strategy, as he's going to try and dog it up right now. They're looking for surround on the first haunt. And he's going to get some good damage off here. That first one's in trouble, although our dogs are not looking too healthy. We're going to get one kill, and then we're going to get out, and we don't lose a thing from Clem.
Oh, nicely done. Yeah, all three dogs actually left alive there. Grabs a gaunt and gets the heck out. Okay, well, there finally one dog actually did go down. Fiend coming from behind, adding into the army size, I suppose. Really won that last one, too. These are all speedy units. Things will eventually slow down, particularly on the Infernal side, as, you know, the ripping apart in the Mass Fiend strategy seems to have died down a little bit. But for the Vanguard, go, 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 fast, fast, fast. Then you add Clem's micro into it, and this is going to be nonstop.
Yeah, just going to try and grab an MPS, though. We're going to actually turn it onto the Gaunts once again. Good surround, going to get one. Looking for another. We're going to grab 2 kills here. And again, we're getting out without too many losses, although there is some of the kills going down and the Fiends spawning out those dogs post-infestation.
Yeah, of course, Clem is also expanding behind this guy, so this was a little bit more of a committed aggression opener, but it has worked out pretty well. I mean, tons of Gaunts have gone down. Now perhaps the Imps are going to go down as well, and just consistent vision, too, to tell him exactly where he has to avoid, you know, the next Gaunt that might have just popped out, or even just to go ahead and sick the dogs on it, right? Exactly like that. Oh, finally another dog will go down, and 2 more are very, very weak. Winning that last one will get the last one at the consequence of all but 1 dog. So I feel the aggression from the dogs early on has finally ended, but with 1 alive, that's still a little bit of scouting, and overall Kelizer probably gritting his teeth a little bit at the micro and harassment potential of his opponent.
Man, we never really get to see Clem use melee units in StarCraft, right? But he has shown us the danger he could be with them, because he has been great with these units early on, and again, realizing what fights he can take. He's just getting some good chomps down from those scouts and being able to get so much out of them. So much value early, and yes, he was a little bit later to expand, but definitely feels like he got the value out of it as he comes in now, worker harassing once again, slowing this economy on the natural. The more he does this, the more he gets out of this opening overall, as we are going to maybe lose 1 more dog here. That Fiend should help a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I love this for Clem, as it feels like it's been great for him so far. He's going to try and hit this a little bit more at the front. Fiend is trying to put some damage out, and there's still Imps just not mining here throughout the entirety of this harassment now, CG.
Yeah, exactly. This is all lost mining time that we're seeing here, plus, of course, the innate building mechanic of the Infernal, sacrificing an Imp every time. So even that Shroud Stone that's eventually going to finish and really cease the harassment is, of course, a consequence. It's another Imp gone. But as I said, the dogs have lessened the amount of harassment as time has gone on, despite the consistent rallying. And I do wonder how Clem is going to follow this up, how quickly he is going to follow this up. Kelizer, you know, he's stabilized, but it already feels pretty good on the side of the aggressor, especially because map control is such a big thing. Kind of a sneaky base, though, kind of coming off to the right side. Kelizer sneaking that in. Of course, Clem doing the same thing. A very fast expansions in Stormgate is certainly what I've been picking up, but the harassment, should it have seen that imp going over there, could have obviously stalled that out. It didn't.
That was, I think, taking 2 expansions as well, right? So really just saying like, hey, let's go 4 bases. I've been slowed down a little bit early, but it's time to turn that around. His plan will take a moment to drop down this resource camp, grab himself some extra money to work with on his follow-up. And, you know, you mentioned map control. It means so much, but of course in Stormgate with those creep camps, it means you can get so many of the camps as well. So you work through all of that. So many benefits from kind of opening aggressively rather than just being like, oh yeah, I'm going to sit back and just kind of chill. And so kind of, you know, a reason to fight for map control early.
And something that Clem has taken advantage of. We got the resource camp being taken on Kelazur's side of the map, the vision camps being taken, plus just the ability to patrol dogs and howl as well. So that means that he will be able to see a lot coming through the map, but again, he did not actually get sight on the expansion off to the right side or the left. Now he's building up to, you know, the next step of the army. Dogs very much like if there's a before tier 1, tier 0.5, I guess, because you get one automatically. We've been on that, but now back into the tier 1. There's the scout on the base, but Shroudstone already prepared. Not going to be easy for any harassment to go down, but perhaps an actual focal point of a battle. Oh, well, the focal point's going to be back at home, of course. Kelazur going for the Gaunt drop is on top of the Bobs that are overcharged, and a Lancer or 2 is going to come over here and try and help out. Not a whole lot of Fiends being produced, and the evacuation will have to happen. Actually, just kind of put it down and then came up. There we go.
Took a little while to actually decide to get out of there this time around, but make it happen in the end as the Lancers will continue to try and zone out that drop ship and just make sure that Kelazur can't get too much more done with this. This is what I thought Kelazur was going to kind of leap towards pretty much straight away. As we come back over here and Clem continuing to zone out. Let's drop down once again. We've got the Brood in the front is going to be taking some of that damage. The Gaunts in the low ground hitting up and really looking to try and grab some of those Bobs. Which, of course, once they get infested, they turn into Fiends. And this is where the snowball effect begins in a situation like this. You need units here. Clem was busy splitting some units down to the low ground, and he is finally going to start getting this better controlled.
Exactly. That's why those Bobs are vulnerable for a hot second, is that he was trying to split the units, take care of this. No anti-air as of yet, and even if he did have exos, yeah, they just don't shoot, you know, the air particularly well, so... This is an annoyance. You know, this is absolutely something that highlights a player like Kelazur. If Clem could get to the equivalent as fast, 100%, he would be doing the same thing, but it doesn't necessarily happen that fast for the Vanguard. So just tracking this very obnoxious Doombringer, some real justice being done for Kelazur, how to deal with all that dog harassment. And keep in mind, this is why Kelazur is working off of 4 bases, as Clem is now the one losing mining time and having to think about how he's going to handle this, and not really thinking about how he gets a 4th base up.
You know, what I'm learning from this EG is we need an upgrade for the dogs that let them jump up and, you know, grab onto air units, because it's so sad. We had dogs to start, now there's no dogs. I feel like the game's a worse place when there's not dogs on the map.
Although I am glad they're not dying. I mean, I know they're robots, but...
When you repaired it earlier, I was like, wow, you repair the dog, it doesn't die, and you get to pat it as you do take a fight here. Lancers surrounding the Mastodon, but the Mastodons do so much. The trampling AoE is getting so much damage, and the Lancers do not stand a chance. And Kelazur showed up in the middle of the map with that army, and Clem is running for the hills. Yeah,
those Magmadons did exactly what they hoped to do. And the thing is that we're not an exos. Yeah, Clem's just going to tap out, actually. Yeah, Kelazur, such a frustrating first 2 minutes of the game, but then really was quick to recover. The double expansion into the proper technology. Of course, the drop happening consistently actually was quite masterfully played, right? That was like bing, bang, boom, like you had practiced that. But Clem just felt like, first of all, Clem felt like he was trying to adapt the Stormgate mid-series, which is understandable because he had just finally lost against a more experienced Stormgate player. So he was like, okay, what do people actually do? Not go hedgehogs? Okay, great. But then not able to move on to a better composition, because those Lancers can tank for you, but it's the Exos that really show off the speed versus surround that Infernal versus Vanguard typically comes down to. But, you know, just literally butting heads like that, especially with such a inferior army count. Yeah, Kelazur just played that masterfully.
Yeah, I feel like Clem really stalled out. Like the first time we got off the scouts, it felt as though, okay, here's our Lancers, right? And they were ready to go to kind of start with the drop. And then nothing else really felt like it came online for Clem, you know? Like, where was the next follow-up beyond that? And without that, you know, Kelazur had been teching up, and he takes that first fight, which in the middle of the map really was just decisive, and allows us to go to a 1-0 lead for Kelazur, of course. So, Kelazur getting it done early on, and Clem I feel like you should go back to the Hedgehog ZG. You know, I did patent the Hedgehog build about 2 months ago. So,
Sure.
you know, if you learn from a master, I can understand the, you know, decision to go back.
I mean, honestly, to really analyze it, there is absolutely a choice here for some of these players who didn't get a chance to play as much. To do you try and adapt to the strategies, or do you try and just focus on what you're good at? And for Clem, you know, there is a fortunate combination of that with the dogs. That is something that Stormgate, like that's a thing, that's a build that Stormgate does, but it's also something that Clem would love to do as well. But then beyond that, what you're kind of expected as the Vanguard to do might be a little more uncomfortable. Clem, you know, every time you have a split-second decision that your mind has to calculate, you just are slower. And Clem's known for being a fast player. People always think that just means that he's, you know, hyped up on drugs or something and like caffeine and he's just really fast. Well, maybe. But it also means that he just can think of the next step really fast. Not something that he can necessarily do in Stormgate, which he is more uncomfortable with.
I never had that thought, ZG, but I'm glad you have. As we jump into Secluded Grove for game number 2 of this best of 3. Down a map in the top right as our red Vanguard is going to be Team Liquid's Clem.
I've actually never seen him drink caffeine, so he's just
Me neither.
naturally that fast. Yeah. In the bottom left, as the blue Infernal player, he is Kalizer.
First dog shows up as we run into the base and we look for an opportunity to try and find some early damage. And of course, just scouting, already seeing which workers are going to split up where and figure out what the economy looks like on the side of Kalizer. In those first few moments, gather a little bit of info. And of course, just be annoying, try and force some lost mine time. Another imp leaving our resources here. It's always going to kind of hurt a little bit.
Yep. And we have a very different build from Clem, who didn't mind any of that accessory resource. Therium is going to go for a fast expand, supercharging the Bob so they build faster. And it is possible that, you know, because he has practiced, he has certainly, I think, talked to people about it too, because he was at the Team Liquid facility training camp. It is possible that he was like, okay, the dogs didn't do enough. And, you know, this is where just like fully admitting, I think you're in the same boat, Wardy. Judging that type of stuff is going to be very difficult for us. We're kind of brand new to this as well. And it's possible that Clem just said that wasn't enough denied mining, that wasn't enough kills. And so he's going to try a different approach because the strategy didn't work out. It's also possible that he is just going back to what he likes, and we're going to see hedgehogs as well.
I just cannot get through the image of every time a Bob repairs a scout. I'm just like, he's giving him the best little ear scratches. Like, what a life. I don't know why this is not taking my notice all day, but the moment I start casting, I'm like, he's getting such a good doggo rub right there.
Did you cast, or not cast, obviously, did you play Command and Conquer?
No.
Oh, what? Okay, ruined. All right, fine. Well, I just remember I'd always play, I think it was Ukraine actually, but there was 3 factions that had the dogs. And I was like, they're so cute, and they have like the cute sounds when they go and do stuff, and then they jump on humans and they bite their heads off, and they're so cute. And then when they die, it's just absolutely devastating, and I never once played Command and Conquer past that point. My dogs die, that's it.
That sounds like the worst. Yeah, tap out. Get out of that, don't cause any unnecessary pain. As expansions come up from either side, of course, Clem rushed up to his. So, much more eco-focused. Beginning from the very get-go here, just wants to try and match rather than try and put himself behind, but then, you know, gain from that kind of unit build which he gets going. Which means that, you know, map control is going to be a little bit harder to come by because he doesn't have a bunch of dogs on the map. Just yet, at least. And you just see the Gaunts building up at the front from Kalizer.
Yeah, hedgehogs. I think this is the way to go. I think we'd be seeing something similar if this was actually just a StarCraft 2 match in which, you know, for instance, recently Cyclones have been a meme. So, you know, if someone is uncomfortable with them, don't play them because you're not comfortable with them. So, in this case for Clem, it's like he's comfortable with hedgehogs. He likes playing the fast strategies. Go for it. Maybe your mechanics and multitasking will overpower whatever, you know, the hedgehogs are going to be weak to. One just doing a little bit of tippy tap with the dog as well. Gets surrounded, unfortunately, and the hedgehog hasn't found too much success yet, but I believe more are rallying through the middle of the map.
Yep, the more that you get here, the more annoying you can be. You kind of get a couple shots off, you just kite away. That's what the hedgehogs are great at. Looks a little wacky when they're doing their 360 spins. They are like the epitome of 360 no-scopes, EG. They're like, we got this, and now we're going to style on you. Because if you pick up the first Gaunt and coming back in, you can see Clem once more, but the Gaunts being able to shoot from afar really does help them in kind of shutting down this Hedgehog harassment, which is going to come from a different angle, but there's only so much that can be done. As Clem continues to get production set up back at home, and is actually harassing this attempted forward expansion here from Elsa.
Yeah, I mean, I want to believe in the Hedgehogs. It feels like it caught the eye of many a Terran player, honestly, because you apparently liked them, Nathanius loved them.
Oh, yeah.
I was okay with them, but
it was really funny because it was like I was like, I'm gonna try opening like 2 Hedgehogs in pressure, and I was like, if they expand, I'll make a few more. And basically, my strategy over the course of the day was like, you know what? I'm just gonna keep building Hedgehogs no matter what they do. You know, expand one base. I'm just gonna build 1 more Hedgehogs. You know what? Let's start proxying the Hedgehogs as well because then they get across the map sooner. It was really just a day of realizing that yeah, Hedgehogs can be a very fun unit. As Clem just grab the vision camp here, that's obviously a big deal because being able to see up that high ground is really nice. Gets over here, gets the base kill as well, as though although the drop comes in and the round is going to stop the escape, and the Hedgehogs are stuck in the ground.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Didn't realize that was going to, I guess, backstab, basically. Probably figured that was going to try and still go for the attack. Because he certainly saw it, but that was unfortunate indeed. A denied base as Clem takes his own, but now what does his army look like? Still just relying on these Hedgehogs. Now, I mean, if there is a critical mass, obviously that's been pushed off for some time. Not a whole lot of static defense back at home either once this drop comes into effect. I think it is going on that natural base of Clem, which, yeah, has no defense, so he's too busy microing.
Yep, he's going to get over here and deal with this as the Hedgehogs will go hunting down. Of course, he can siege the Hedgehogs up, which puts them into that anti-air mode. And then that is going to be maybe one way to actually help shut down the drop from moving around, unlike what we saw last time around where the drop was untouchable. And so Katowice could just constantly hunt for another opportunity or another location to play from. So a little bit of a difference to that previous game. It's, yeah, everything else looking pretty cozy.
Yeah, it's actually not too bad. I really am not a believer in Hedgehogs, I guess. So I was kind of wondering if Katowice was once again just going to show up and demolish them, but we're not quite at that point yet. The Doombringer there, stuck in the top right, I guess cannot escape, so that's certainly awkward. But Clem also no longer applying that pressure with the Hedgehogs because they are trying to guard against that. So both players getting expansions up this time around at a very similar time. Clem was locked in on 3 base last game. Oh, okay, they can't escape. I mean, they do have the siege to shoot air, so
yeah.
Seemed like it would have been possible.
Yeah, well, it looks as though they're going to get out, so drop gets away. Hedgehog's just moving all over the place, and I mean, Katowice is already just continuing to kind of set up around the bottom side, knocking down the speed camp. Mobility is extremely important in RTS games, so being able to get some speed is a pretty wonderful thing.
It's a very good thing, actually. It was even quite, let's say quite good at the beginning of Stormgate.
Well, I remember when we first played Stormgate, when we first got access to like the pre-alpha, and everyone was like, hey, turns out if you get the first speed camp, you win the game, you know? Nobody could really play against that. Everyone was building dogs, and some people had faster dogs. Turns out that's pretty good for kiting.
Yes, that quite literally was my game that I played versus Scarlet for approximately 2 minutes.
Yeah.
A one faster dog, and I was like, well, okay, yeah. Katowice finally ready to go out on the map here. He's got the army, but it's against Hedgehogs this time, which, I mean, talk about speedy units. They are not going to be easily stopped. The thing is that they're not necessarily going to be killing a lot, I would suspect. At least not the Magmadons that quickly. And of course, while they're kiting and trying to do their best here, a lot of the Bobs are being forced to get off of mining, mass repair that turret. And how are things actually going? It looks like with the turret especially, we are going to have a pseudo hold, but Clem's army is very injured. We finally have some adaptation, no longer just Hedgehogs, some Lancers on the front too.
Yeah, that Vulcan in the back as well, right? So just being able to finally get something extra set up as Clem has expanded down over here at the same time. So he's starting to draw himself out and about on the map, right? He's really stretching himself across the entirety of Secluded Grove. And that's kind of important to note because that may be something that Katowice can abuse with the drops. That's the one thing we've seen from Katowice. Now you drop up into the main base. Obviously, we do have turrets around, so things look a little bit better than they did maybe earlier. As we drop down, we'll get some of these bobs, and then perhaps could just lift up very quickly afterwards, right? That turret's going to take a long time to kill a Magmadon, and that's the problem. And obviously, as you kill bobs, you get more buffer to kind of buffer against this turret, so that works out as well. As the headshots show up, they clean up, but, I mean, that was a lot of the bobs lost, pretty much all of them on the Ethereum there.
Yeah, exactly. So very annoying. Hopefully you do remember to get back to actually mining that, if that's what you need. But we are adding in a tech from Clem, so I suspect that is exactly what he means. Yeah, the Vulcans coming in as well. So we're moving on to, you know, a different composition, which I think is going to work out better for Clem. But we'll see just how that dynamic works against Kalazur, who really is going, I feel like, with the standard Infernal composition, working very well if you can catch up to the Vanguard army. Again, this is usually what it comes down to, is kind of the micro ability of Vanguard versus the Infernals having a couple of, well, obnoxious spells, obnoxious abilities, and the consistent Doombringer harassment that really, if it does go unchecked, yeah, the Gaunts getting all these fiends, it can absolutely snowball. This was kind of close to the army, so not going to snowball here, but just so persistent. You know, Clem hasn't gotten on Kalazur's side of the map in some time.
Very aptly named, the Doombringer, because it really does bring doom to a lot of these worker lines. They are definitely struggling against those today. As Clem, I do wonder how he's going to spread his army out to kind of deal with, again, the fact that all these bases, if that Doombringer drop stays up at the top. But now we've got these Hellborns in here as well. They're going to be shooting from afar. If they can stay in the back and let everything else do the tanking, the damage output here potential from Kalazur is quite high. So let's see as Clem is going to deal with the drop on his third base. Kalazur is pushing towards the entrance to the fourth, and this is getting dangerous. As the Hedgehogs you see there very nearly getting the Doombringer. It gets away with only 20 HP remaining.
Yeah, we did have some Magmadons in there. Mastodon's literally a thing. Magmadons in there that can, yeah, eviscerate the Bob worker lines. That is very, very scary. The mobility here for Kalazur actually working out just because he is so good at distracting Clem. So yeah, the army's derping, but it's kind of slow in general. Derping around these trees, which I imagine will start to be torn down as well with the trample soon-ish, but I've actually surpassed the early game. Clem got bopped so early on last game that I am more and more inclined to believe it was just the dog opener not being effective enough, but couldn't really tell you 100%. But now we have a proper mid-game, and we just need to see the actual battle commence, because it again is Clem following the harassment around Kalazur, feeling like he's leading Clem by the nose a little bit. Things might start to change, especially as the middle becomes the contested point.
I feel like those things are just so happy when they're trampling around, just like having their best, yeah, living their best life. Wait, really? We can just go crazy? We can just do whatever we want? Oh my god, we get to break down the trees. Like, I can just imagine them as like very big, oversized, very happy doggos.
Yeah, well, like
CG.
apparently rhinos are actually kind of cute, right? Like hippos are terrifying, but rhinos are kind of cute. So I can imagine if a rhino was like, "Yeah, go stomp all over those trees," it'd be like, "Okay then." Yeah, he's cute. You know, the more that I think the units are cute, the more that I really feel for them when they die. Makes me a very emotional commentator.
I'm sorry, I'm getting you to invest in the unit CG.
You are actually. Magmadons are literally supposed to just like run forward and try and trample to slow everything down, and we'll do AoE. But now I'm like, no, save yourselves. These are like when the horses die in war movies. No.
We break through the trees to get onto the base, and it feels like Clem is all clumped up. These guys trample all over them. The Hellbombs from afar just doing so much damage, and the Gaunts adding damage into this as well. The Vulcans in the back getting some chance to build up that spinning attack, but I just do not see this being enough. As Kalazur sits on top of this location, continues to fire from afar. He's starting to lose out on his Mastodons, but his Magmadons, yeah, I mean, as they go down, maybe it's a little bit scary, but it seems like he just has too much DPS anyways. He's done the work he needs to. He doesn't really need it. He actually has 3 up at the top anyways. So yeah, looks good for Kalazur as this break is broken on down.
Yeah, that's a lot of Infernal left over. It kind of worked out well for him. He had such a mass of units, was able to jump actually on top of the Vanguard army, and then had the layers. The parfait was perfect. You had the front line attacks, the Magmadons trampling everything that they could, a Weaver even coming in for any important unit snag. Now we have a Dragon, which, you know, is just, that's kind of be the GG move. Yep, exactly that, actually. But again, yeah, the layers were fantastic with the Hellborns able to do maximum damage in a rather clumped up area, too. So, yeah, Clem might have lasted longer in that second game, but I think at the end of the day, it was still evident that as far as reads went, Kalazur was better at them.
Yeah, Killers. I feel like Clem both games kind of stalled out after his initial like he got from dogs to lances okay in game one, and it felt like he stalled a little bit, right? And he just didn't get to the next step. In his next game, it felt like he got a good few headshots, and then it felt like he only really had headshots for a while. And then eventually, after he'd already taken a bunch of damage and things had kind of gone a bit wrong, he finally had a Vulcan or two starting to show up, and so it just felt as though it was just a little bit too late to kind of get to the next step of everything for Clem in both of these games. So yeah, interesting stuff as we get ready for our next matchup. Actually going to be seeing Skills taking on a Laser up next as we continue through this round robin group. Big win for Killazur, of course, as he improves his chances in this group. Killazur is now going to go up to 2 wins, I believe. So that really is a good little spot for him to be in. Oh, sorry, yeah, 2 wins, 2 losses. So definitely a contestant to be in the middle of this group, CG.
Yeah, I mean, I think the expectation really is to be a Laser and Probe topping the group, and then obviously they have to defeat one another, whoever loses that. But then the next two, absolutely up in the air. Skillus certainly desperate for a win, but now faces one of the scariest players in Stormgate. A Laser was really grinding out quite a few games, top of the ladder, and then he actually was casting at IEM Katowice, so that's why he kind of a
Yeah.
part of this as well, actually.
Yeah, no, he was on the Polish team, right? So
Yeah.
I was thinking about this as well. I was like, it didn't really like trigger in my mind. I was like, wait, Galiza wasn't there. I was like, oh, he was. I even said hi, you know. So he was definitely there. It turns out in the end, as this time around, of course, our Infernal player is a Laser. Our Vanguard player is Skillus. And we kick this off nice and quickly as Doggo shows up to try and do some damage.
I do love. Did the other guys do it? Actually, I didn't pay attention to the very first 15 seconds of every game. Were the other guys, the other commentators, the non-StarCraft 2 guys?
Intro.
Are they doing the intros?
I heard Ben and Pig intro a couple times. So.
Well, yeah, for the StarCraft. Despite what
the
game demo usually
non-StarCraft
plays.
guys?
Yeah, like Back to Warcraft guys, or I don't know if we had the Age of Empire casters on yet.
I don't know because when I went through the VODs, I didn't watch the first 10.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's my problem too. Well, I know there's at least one person who unfortunately is no longer with us who would have been all too happy to not do player intros, but I suppose they'll stick around a little while longer.
Well, Skills drops a very fast expansion down, so it looks like we have an idea of where we're going in that regard. It is going to be the same from the Laser, so fast expansion on both sides of the map. Cool to see. As Laser really just kind of, mining away and just making sure he just has the access to that fast expansion more than anything else, not looking to tech quickly at all, in comparison to Killazur, who I felt was onto that Ethereum a little bit faster in his games.
Yeah, might have been. I mean, as far as who I'm going to believe has the tighter build orders, I am going to go and give it to a Laser. Although really, I mean, there's one very obvious I haven't played too much Stormgate player in this group. You know, obviously the amount that the rest have played differ as well, but Dark's really the only outlier where you're like, you know, I don't think I've played that much either. But
yeah, I think a big part of it as well is, you know, for players like Clam and Skillus, like even if they've been focused on Katowice, they still had comrades in StarCraft who've been talking about Stormgate around them. Whereas I don't feel like that's really been as much of a thing in career, right? Like you think about the Korean players we've seen do well, Kiwian and, you know, Partin, for example, and those guys aren't really, you know, as involved with like the super top end SC2 scene right now. So, you know, to me, I feel like just the exposure of like even hearing about what's kind of the norm or what's kind of typical and so on is definitely showing across the kind of the skill levels today in the players.
Yeah, that's true. I know that Korea is very excited about Stormgate, 100%. But kind of, the amount of people who are traveling together and competing together is certainly favoring the, well, Europeans basically. Haven't had many North Americans show up here, but I'm sure that will change eventually. So yeah, Skillus a Laser. As I said, coming into it, a Laser is the favorite, but Skillus really hasn't looked bad at all. He is more desperate for a win coming into this as far as the group standings, and we'll see what he can do as the Vanguard player. I know there's been a lot of murmurings about the balance of the game, which, you know, is always really fun. But it really seems like we've had enough Vanguard players prove that they can battle whatever the Infernals have to throw at them, that I'm kind of a believer. Personally, I like how fast the Vanguard is, so I do like seeing them, but with the Doombringer drops we've been seeing from the Infernals, that also obviously highlighted in the last game, they also can be devilishly fast. Get it? Devils, because they're
Because
The demons.
that devil's wow. GG, you are on top form already today. You know, we've had one series to warm up on here, and you are just laying them out from the very get-go.
Yeah, buddy. I'm good, man. I like woke up at I went to
You
bed
are
at
good,
8.
GG. You know what? You're
Thanks,
great.
man. Thanks. I'm like so jet lagged. I almost missed my flight to come back home. I would have been casting this from the air if I was just a little bit slower, a little more out of shape, but I made it. I'm jet lagged as heck. I've been watching Pig basically teach me everything in the last, 5 hours, and I'm ready to go.
Yeah. I know you really just kind of stayed in Poland a few days.
I did. I was enriching my life. Thank you very much. No comment? Yeah, you would have no comment, Warder.
I was just like, no, you know what? You do use EG. You go live your life. I was gonna be like, I was enriching my life with the video games. I was like, nope, I'm already a nerd. I don't need to stay this on broadcast.
Yeah, that's right. Play your Pokemans and your Stormgates. Seriously, though, we've had very little to discuss. I mean, obviously the builds are going along here, but it is like no rush 10. Like, not even some dog harassment. We saw a brief amount in the early game, and then nothing.
Nothing. No, it's been very chill compared to, a Clem who was very active and trying to make something happen early on with a lot of early units. This is Skillers just saying, no, I want to build up a whole bunch, which is very akin to what we saw Skillers looking for in the earlier games he played today. It didn't work out too well for him, and I do worry because if Alaze is one of the more experienced players in the group, it feels like the more you just both don't do anything and do your own thing, the more Alaze can, really just be like, okay, I know what's good. I know how to control bigger games. It feels like as Skillers, you're opening up more challenges for yourself by not getting anything done early.
Yeah, but perhaps he's not on board with that theory or that idea that he is going to be the underdog coming into this. So, and perhaps that is just his comfort spot as well, playing more into the mid game. We finally have some move outs from Skillus with a bunch of Lancers, a gaggle, if you will, looking for an opportunity.
I'm glad we're getting official naming terms out there. Nice and early on, gaggle of Lancers.
I want to be the start, man. I want to be the one that calls it. I want to be the Maynarding. I want to be the Mitosis Pylon.
Well, I was thinking we should call the dogs something different based on their veterancy level. So, like, maybe they start off as puppers, then they become woofers, and they're like doggos if they get to level 3.
That's a good idea.
I'm
on board.
Just so then you can have, like, a doggo as, like, the king of the dog pack, with his puppers. I don't know.
With his puppers.
Yeah, his puppers, there's a couple woofers mixed in there as well. It just feels so wholesome to say it out loud, so why not?
Makes me smile. I'm on board. But yeah, we actually haven't discussed anything about veterancy, but obviously that's the mechanic of the Vanguard, not so much the Infernal. I'm not even sure it really impacted drastically the battles that we have seen. It might in this game, as we also finally have a battle. The Lancers jumping on top of all of these Gaunts, getting nice, close, and comfortable. A laser basically trying to split them. It's not really going to work out super well. I guess on the top side, we also have the Shroud Stones helping, so that is a tremendous benefit. No imps looking to explode as of yet. A laser thinks that he can hold this with the units that he currently has, which might just be true, as he, again, also has a static defense. Although, not for very much longer. I mean, this one Shroud Stone. Oh, my goodness. So many Weavers popping out. Holy hell.
Hello, guys. Nice of you to join us here, as they are going to get straight and involved as, well, one of them is going down very slowly. I mean, progress is being made. Alaze is realizing now to try and back away. A couple more pop out in the back. That one on the bottom side is just getting away for the moment. I mean, we are going to lose a couple in quick succession here as we dive on forwards. Somehow that guy on the bottom has still lived through this. And that is going to be the hold from a laser, the tech coming through and surviving for him here as he now gets the cleanup on this attack of Skillus.
I really do think the Weaver is a cool looking unit, but it must be so frustrating to play with too. Trying to micro these things.
Slowly looking forward as we lash out here and we grab a couple of these units. They get brought in, damage dealt if they get caught by that, although there's going to be one or more of them going down, and these are higher tech units, so losing units like this is going to be hurting. We get some Gaunts back up in the back, so the DPS is back here from a laser, something to help him. The Weaver's now up in front, the Gaunts supporting, and that's kind of what was missing. We've never really had the Gaunts and the Weavers together. The Gaunts were there initially, they got taken down, then the Weavers showed up, but they were on their own. We're now starting to get that combo, but they're too little too late because, Skillers is still here fighting.
Yeah, he's just rallying forward, man, right to the middle of the map with all of his production, happily mining on 4 bases, taking down all the replacement static defense that Alazer is trying to get up. He is very close to trying to defend, basically, right? With the rally affecting Skillis's ability to snowball. It's so freaking close. I think finally we have it happen. Weakened Exos and Lancers turning into those Fiends, thanks to the Gaunts, really turning the tide at the last second. And Skillis did eventually bite off more than he could chew. Now the question, is he out-teched? Now that Alazer has got the time to, you know, kind of set up side defense, but then also get the correct layering of his army, does he have the better army?
So that's a fantastic question. We're going to take the opportunity to drop expansions and just progress on the map in general here. But guess what? Skillis ain't slowing down. He's already showing up. We're going to try and move through, man. You look at what's here from Alazer right now, and it isn't that much. And the Weavers obviously are so slow to come out over here as well. So having a reposition on a map that's now, you know, very drawn out. We've got bases all over the place. It starts to feel very terrifying for Alazer. Like, I don't see how he can be everywhere he needs to, especially if Skillis starts kind of going with a couple of different groups of units rather than just this one big cluster. Interesting to see how Alazer would deal with that.
Oh, that's a very good point. Mobility versus possibly the better army once it's all coordinated together anyway. And I think you're absolutely right about maybe dividing your army as Skillis. Just the hit and run tactics could easily be sending a couple of Exos off to the right side to harass Alazer's. I think that might have been his third, but then also any other base is trying to take on that right side. But a lot of the attention is trying to actually break down the 12 o'clock base, while Skillis also continues to expand out on the map. Seems like with enough Shroud Stones down, that's not necessarily going to happen, and things do take a bit of a breather.
You know, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, well, why have we built the Weavers? Because, you know, against all these kind of lower tech units, I feel like the AoE is kind of missing, whereas the Weaver kind of provides this kind of, you know, it's got a cool, like, kind of dragon ability, almost abduct desk from StarCraft with the Viper. I just see him kind of using it on, like, single individual kind of bio units. I'm like, well, where are we really kind of gaining from this? Like, is this enough as the Fiends hit this bottom side base? And it's mostly held off, not too many losses for Skillis. Just interesting to see the difference in composition here from Alazer compared to what has been the more typical kind of Magmadons throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, 100%. Magmadons definitely proving to be a staple unit in almost every other Infernal game. And then, I mean, if you can get to a later stage and get to, like, every single unit, I guess, that is available, we also have the, oh no, forgotten the name. The Hellborn? Is that what they are? Yeah, exactly. And it's just, that's just not the composition that Alazer finds to be most effective. We've got quite a few Shroud Stones up now, so that's always going to be difficult to punch through, and that might just cover him for when his army can't be mobile enough.
That's kind of fascinating though. Like when they ping off, I'm expecting them to do like big damage. I'm thinking of like an overcharge, you know, like, you know, pylons that shoot. And I look at these things, I'm like, wow, they're not actually killing anything. But with enough of them, they will start to chip through that bioforce. As they obviously, for the main part of this as well, they buy time, right? They give these smaller units something to waste time shooting at, and you know, eventually they will clean up on their own. And that's a big way to deal with the fact that you're playing with this slower moving army, which has definitely been a factor in terms of trying to take these fights as a Alazer. It very rarely so far feels as though he's been in position.
I just also love that the additional static defense from Alazer is affecting his ability of his Weavers to move. It's really...
He's like, I need these to make it work, but they also stop my units doing anything.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if the plan here is to actually leapfrog forward, you know? Basically use your static defense as your besieging leapfrog, but that would be extremely interesting. I don't know if Skillis has played this necessarily either. We do have drops also finally coming back into play. Very obnoxious as obviously Skillis is trying to be on the map, is trying to get the mobility to work in his favor, which might open up backstabs on the drops. Almost all of Skillis' army now on the front lines of the right base, which is already mined quite a bit, but it is definitely going to go down here.
Yep, big push up here, and again, just that mobility. I mean, this base is so far out from everything that's been set up across the top. There's almost like a line of defense for Alazer, apart from on this right side. So that was the most susceptible position. It is, in fact, going to fall. I think we saw that one coming from a while away. As we do have now, the Magmadon's going. You said Mastodon at one point, CG, and now I can't get it out of my head.
No, you said it first. I said it correctly.
No. You said it first. Sure.
Oh my gosh, no, it was
100%.
absolutely you. I remember because I was like, oh, where he said Mastodon, here I am gonna come in and be the person that just like sneakily corrects you, but doesn't directly
me?
call you out on it.
Even worse.
100%.
I heard you say it after you said it. I was like, "Cause EG, you're so wrong," and now it's in my head all the time. Probably
Oh
why
my
it's in my
God.
head. I already made the mistake. Yeah.
Gosh, no, it was
I'll let me
absolutely
call you out probably one time. So.
VOD check, guys. VOD check. Some static defense will help Skillus against his own harassment, but we have the battle potentially ensuing. I don't know about taking the battle for either side through this choke. Absolutely terrifying for both sides. We see that a lot of med techs have been added in, presumably with all of their upgrades as well. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that everyone is upgraded at this point. This has been one of the longer games of Stormgate, thanks to a rather passive opener. But now things are absolutely getting heated up with a lot of harassments. And the potential of the Vanguard army to move into a Laser's natural will always be a threat to him.
Yeah, that mobility still absolutely striking here as that Infernal Force is really quite something as well. Doombringer Dobbs continue. He had one Doombringer that escaped on 1 HP previously, which was a nice little save. I was flying through the main base a little while ago. As just pretty much every base is taken. I mean, for Skillus at least, every base on his side of the map is taken. And again, Laser's made no effort to be on the other side of the map, but then obviously he's being out expanded. He really needs to find value with his army if that's going to be the case. And the problem with his army is it's going to get hurt by his own kind of AoE as we drop some of the abilities to spread that shroud further forward.
Oh my gosh. This is gonna get freaking crazy, man. Laser's army just looks so much better. Unless Skillus can micro his heart out here, which just seems impossible. Well, maybe not impossible. Weavers are really slow, man. I was gonna say they can't even micro that well because the abduct can come in, but that's not even necessarily true. Well, one thing I know is that this map will eventually mine out. That could actually happen. And at that point, Skillus' army will have to take a direct fight. I'm not sure it'll look super pretty, but I have no idea. Finally, it's going to be happening. Actually, the Magmadons were kind of stuck behind temporarily, but here they come, charging on forward. Trample, trample, bump. So many things getting AoE, some stuns going in there too, but Skillus will find an evacuation path. A laser just covering everything in Shroud to help him out as he once again is now using the abducts. Finally, the Weavers have gotten close enough, but the back attack from Skillus, the surround trying to come in to make it all work. Tramplin coming through, but the number of units has decreased here for a Laser. Skillus still with a lot of mobility, could again try to evacuate, but he just thinks he can take it. He's continuing to rally forward.
He's got so many units coming in from the back. Those Weavers are caught on their own. The Shroud dissipates here as well. And now we go trampling again on the left-hand side this time as we try and stop this surround, which continues a fight in two parts as Skillus' reinforcements have been big, but now the reinforcements show up from a Laser. So he's getting through here, but he's starting to lose those tanky front lines. And if those Gaunts come into fire, boy, are those going to go down so quickly. You've just got so many Exos on the top side that are doing so much as well. A lot of them are getting their veterancy as well, so they are doing better and better over the course of this fight. And it's kind of at the point now where if you start losing units too quickly as a Laser, the veterancy adds up, and the snowball effect can favor Skillus a little bit as these units are going to try and chase down. We're getting a couple Fiends out as we get some kills, but he'll still being chased as a Laser. This has been back and forth from start to finish, and it is Skillus who in the end is the one pushing a Laser away.
He just had so much more army than I thought he did. You know, the back attack was like 4 or 5 Lancers, and you're like, okay, I guess that kind of counts. It's distracting some critical units. But then so many more units came forward, and that was obviously a huge difference. If it was just the army that we saw get kind of tucked into the right side, I think that's, you know, that's game. But that clearly wasn't the case. And Skillus ends up getting kind of a 270 concave, and now has the mobility to try and jump on top of further bases. It is a Laser who is forced to be pushed through his own choke to try and hold onto a base that at this point he really does need. There's not that much mining going on. He realizes that he cannot hold her. I mean, actually, this was attacking into Skillus' base, funnily enough. But this should be a Laser's. He wants it. He cannot have it. And now he's got to rely, I guess, on the Dragon to really power through. It is a fairly powerful summon there. It's AoE Infest, could change the tide, but a Laser, he is in a desperate position.
No, he really is. He needs to find a way to... Well, he can't let this base mine forever, right? That right side must be stopped at some stage. Otherwise, you're in a lot of trouble. This Dragon is going to put in some work, mind you. ZG is going to put in some harass over here. As some of these Bobs turn into Fiends, it's going to start snowballing a bit. Here comes the rest of the army, but the Dragon, well, it can fly, so it can get out of here without issue. And it's going to be long gone before anything can truly chase it down.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. You know, we've seen a lot of games where this comes out as the final blow or just like the death cry. You know, it doesn't really influence the game either direction, but this absolutely could, especially as Skillous was found a little caught off guard by the looks of things. Obviously, that wasn't his whole army there, and he wasn't quite prepared to micro it the way that maybe you would. And maybe it's just too much Infernal anyway, so he is forced to evacuate that base. I mean, I wish we had resources lost, right? Because it feels like a game which a Laser has had those high-quality units that have been taking some good fights, but then Skillous has had the high-quantity units and has been really using them effectively. But I wonder if he just takes a couple of bad fights, will that turn around, especially with the Dragon involved? We see that happening kind of right there. Also to account for is a Laser static defense, which, you know, if we get into real base race territory, will have to actually be killed, something that Skillous might also struggle to do.
Yep. No, absolutely, as that Dragon is just shooting down units as well. And we are going to be having, just so much all over the place. I love this kind of counterattack up that left-hand side, just trying to hit some of those bases down. And Lay's obviously big one on the right, retakes that base, knocks down a base in the center as well, and now he's going to be hitting other bases too. This Dragon's being a freaking king. Like, bro, this guy should get some veterancy. He's soloing this game.
Yo, this is an epic Dragon, man. And that was so many bobs that were oversaturated on that. If they all go down, there's so many fiends popping. That is a base absolutely wrecked. Meanwhile, Laser using his actual army, that Dragon's the only thing that's apart from it, right? To try and deflect Skillous away from his topside base. I have no idea how much money is left over for these guys, but it can't be very much. This is absolutely a game in which fast expansion has to happen. They actually do mine out. You can't just turtle on two bases consistently, and we're on, I guess, like a normal-sized map. So there's not that many places to mine from. A Laser going to try and evacuate, particularly from here. Poor Magmadon sacrificing for the good of the Infernals, ripping pieces. But yeah, he doesn't want to take the fight like that. They also have Lancers trying to take down more static defense that a Laser was building up to the right side. I really wish we could also see how many resources were banked. But we can't, so we're just guessing. And a Laser might be losing Imps and Shroud Stones that he really can't afford to replace.
This Dragon is going to take a couple shots there towards the end. Does get away right now as we are going to try and turn and fight a little bit. The Laser has to hold here because otherwise he's losing too many important bases. Again, we've got the cast coming off from the Dragon. We've got the Magmadon stunning as well. And we do manage to push back. Obviously, Skillous pushing through that choke was always going to be tough. His Exos need to be careful. Currently in the front, they don't want to start going down because that's going to give more fiends to push forward with as well. And that can be the momentum changer as it is a Laser who now gets to fight back over to the left-hand side and catching a few more of these units as he goes. That Dragon is still just up in the sky supporting, soloing, and doing so much throughout the course of these battles.
Yeah, thank God for the Dragon, honestly. A pretty awesome comeback mechanic as they lose units, they get their energy. And that has come into big effect here for a Laser. The harassment was really great, and then adding in the defense too. But he's also been trying to take the best possible engagements, you know, retreating when necessary. Skillous is the one with the army that can pull the trigger, which is why I'm highlighting Laser's strategic decisions. Skillous is the one that can see an opportunity to surround, or just like, I have more units because you're not paying attention, and he can jump on it. A Laser, not quite the same, but when, again, he does come to push, Skillous kind of has to receive it, and then that's the true test of the quality versus quantity. And a Laser does need to certainly get the layering a bit better. In the last battle, we have the Magmadon stuck behind a few units, but I think he's on top of it at this point. And now that he is mining, at least fully once again, I think very limited mining up to the top left, he can actually start to think about what he wants to add in. Skillous's Vanguard army actually coming in, but to a potential surround. Very, very dangerous stuff. A lot of Lancers will be caught from behind. Oh, they actually do get boosted through thanks to the medtech. Just speedy enough for half of them maybe to get through. Still so many going down, but another attack off to the left side. Skillous splitting his army 50-50, is finding the success to take down a Laser's bases, but can he take on the army?
Yeah, at some point he has to get rid of the army, right? All this base trading has been fine for him, and a Laser is really down to the bare minimum, but look at a Laser's army on the mini-map. Just that blob of red. There's so much of it, and if Skillous cannot stop this, he's going to have the same issue, where he's going to have his bases ripped apart, and then this all begins to even out once again. I mean, Skillous basically just has to keep on base trading, work his way through the Shroud Stones, though, and there's buying so much time for a Laser right now. As you take on in the bottom right, knock down one of those turrets, and that means that we can work our way through the bobs as well. So a few fiends getting into the action. Skillous decides to start pulling back through the center. I mean, Laser's army's right here. He can maybe jump on it, although not going to just yet.
Yeah. One thing that I was going to mention, but then things got kind of heated, was that there was a period of time in the mid-game where it really felt like both players weren't remembering the camps, particularly the resource camps in the middle. I just started to worry about the amount of mining they had left. Now, I think everyone has remembered, right? And so those will be instrumental, I suppose, to adding just that little bit extra to your resource bank, continuing to deny basically now the most contested bases as well. The two in the middle we see here are going to be very, very important. The other thing we haven't really seen a lot of, and I see Twitch chat is going crazy about it, none of the flame-ons. The imps, I mean, I don't know how many a laser has left, but if they're super oversaturating, using them to flame on could be huge against the clumped up Vanguard army.
Blow them up, give yourself a little bit of a boost at the start of a fight, right? Could be all you need to get that final wipe of this Vanguard force. Gonna go chasing once again here is what a laser is all about. He's actually used the Shroud spread as well, so he's got everything covered in Shroud, so he can use that to chase for a little bit longer. And he is getting quite a few catches as we still have this top left force working away, but the amount of effort Skillers has gone through to really deny this super top left base, and that's taking a little while. These imps may just want to, like you say, flame on, turn around and jump on this right now. Why not try and get some kills? I mean, they're gonna run away.
Wonder, Laser just must have forgotten about it, right? I feel like there has been some opportunities. Certainly when you have enough of them too, it's almost guaranteed that one or two will actually connect, although exos are actually very fast. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe this will come down to it, or maybe it'll just come down to a laser finally taking on the army. Remember, it's only half of Skillous' army at that. The other half is going for what I'm going to call the base race. We got our first certified banger. I'm saying it. I didn't even watch all the games from last week, but this is the first certified one. 25 games. A little bit of a base raid happening here. And who is going to actually take the first game win?
I mean, what's better than one dragon, two dragons? That's a big power up from a laser. But yes, he is starting to lose his bases back at home. Does he have enough to just go and send this? Or is he going to lose all his structures in the meantime? He is losing base after base. Skills is doing lock, and it looks as though Laser is going to decide to turn back home. Can he get back in time to fight against this army to protect some amount of his production? Well, he's going to have to do something, anything to get back home, because, well, Skills is actually going to back it up, so he's not going to go up the ramp. A couple of Weavers show up defensively as well. Well, now I'm worried that this little clump of Skiller's force is going to get caught by a laser.
He is, I would love to say that a surround would be possible, but I just don't think his army is actually good enough to do that. A laser has so many units. He has like almost every single unit as well. Okay, well, not actually a lot of air units, but still, he's got the important units. And Skillous, I guess, is going to go for the big surround. Here we go. It's going to span over like 3 or 4 different screens, so we can't catch all of the action. We got the Speedy Boys on top, taking down the Weavers that reinforce, but can they actually do more? We have some AI actually working against the laser, particularly down on the south side, where I think he just got dragged into some Sim City. Skillous, maybe with the mobility, trying to make something work out here, but now the top army is completely surrounded. The tramplin's going down. Only a few Vanguard units able to escape, if that. They're escaping into the production line of a laser. Here comes the rest of Skillous' army, but look how small it is in comparison. A laser has finally done it. That is just too much horde. That is too many infernal units, and the Fiends alone might be able to kill the rest of Skillous' army.
GG is called. Skillous taps out, gives a laser the first game after an absolute epic back and forth. The left, the right side, the constant attacking from Skillous, trying repeatedly all of the time to just get in there and to try and kind of, deny bases and control the map. But eventually, the big question was, could he fight the biggest army of a laser, the final army? And no, he just didn't have enough to take down that final fight. He had his own bases pushed back, and that became a big problem too. And Skillous puts up one hell of a fight, but it's a laser that gets the map win, and that's brutal for Skillous because he's 0-2 in this group CG. If he does not get a win, yeah, he is in very big danger of just not advancing. And yeah, he just played one of the best games of the day, maybe even of the event so far, because that was bonkers.
I'm pretty sure that has to be the best game of the tournament. I know there are some really constant action games, that lasted like 10 minutes and they were just constant. And those are really cool, obviously. This one actually was a little more passive to begin with for the first, let's say, 8 minutes. I don't remember exactly, but then it was a 26-minute game. So 18 more minutes of just consistent positioning and multitasking and tech advancement. We had kind of a new composition, a new style being shown by a laser, which was really reminiscent of actually like a Protoss, I guess, where we're thinking of a very, very late game, which is that you get the high quality units, they're slower, but then you also get the static defense of like shield batteries and cannons, and then you can actually make that work as far as covering your butt to harassment, but then also leapfrogging forward. It didn't leapfrog so much. Could have been interesting to see some of that leapfrogging happen in the middle of the map, but it absolutely played a part as far as taking up so much of Skilless's time on that 12 o'clock base. There was so much stack defense.
It really was. There was there was a lot of it there, and it really bought Laser so much time, allowing him to just kind of get a chance to, well, live and do other things, right? And I really saw just kind of how slow that Laser army was for a long time as well. And Skills really, again, made the most to take advantage of it. He just needed to find a killing blow, and that just wasn't really there. Is there anything kind of, you would have maybe liked to see kind of unit-wise CG, like, anything like beyond just those Bayouns? Because that's what it kind of came down to. It was still just the same kind of early-ish set of units all game long. Is there a way to
Well,
kind of transition, out of that as Skilless?
yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily a person to ask, but maybe I have an idea. Didn't choose the players real quick. Top right, a laser, red infernal.
Oh, at bottom left, Skilless, blue Vanguard.
There you go, nailed it. Yeah, I think, well, we have definitely seen, the addition of, like, atlases to the Vanguard army. But
Yep.
the thing is that, so once again, compared to a StarCraft term, sorry if you don't play StarCraft, guys, but it's kind of like TVT, 3-star poor versus 8 racks, isn't it? Which is like,
Yeah.
if Skilless did try and add on his own high technology, but consequently slower units, then he might have lost in that transitionary period, or he still might have lost the battle anyway. I'm not saying it's like a perfect answer to everything, but it might have been interesting to see him try and include those, particularly when things started to look like they were mounting to either base race, in which mobility is better, or clash of the armies, in which case, like 6 Atlas in the middle of the map might have helped. But I'm not, I don't totally know.
Yeah, I think so, some Atlas, right? Just to zone a little bit, right? And just because there was certain points where it was like a blob of Infernals just cruising through the middle. Some AoE, some shots there to slow that down might have gone a long way. So definitely an idea.
Yeah, and there's like maybe he could have gone into Hornets as well instead of just bio-based multitasking. Because if you get like 20 Hornets, maybe that's a bit much, but if you get like 10 Hornets and you start running around like he did, they also have that escape ability, right?
Yep.
And then you force a laser to try and go for the anti-air units that besides the Doomringer, we didn't see a single air unit, right? I mean, Spriggans are kind of comical.
We saw the dragon.
Oh, okay. All right. The dragon, of course, but I'm talking non-summons.
The dragon kind of saved the game.
It was important. You're absolutely right about that. But
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Shadow Flyers, right? If it forced him to play that game as well, that would have maybe gotten a little more awkward. I don't know.
That dragon was absolutely insane. I think it soloed the game for about 3 or 4 minutes. Like, it was just unstoppable.
It was good. Yeah. I mean, it's not quite like a Frostworm, which was the first thing that I thought of when I saw it called down in one of my games. But because, again, it often seems like it comes in as just the final maneuver, whether it's your final maneuver as you're dying or as you're winning. But in that case, it really got to show off its strength as far as the mobile AoE unit. Because as far as the main battles, maybe it wasn't that strong. It doesn't just solo everything in a huge 200-200 battle with 300-300. But it can obviously add in the infest. It can obviously poke in and run away. And the fact that you can get more than one, it does seem pretty cool.
Yeah, when there was a second one, I was like, whoa, hold up, bro. That ain't fair.
Yeah.
Dragons, they multiply.
Yeah, and, we do have to kind of be honest and say that the Infernals have their entire top bar, right? Or the Vanguards don't. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the Vanguard top bar equal to the Dragon is going to be the... What do we call them? The Mecha God, whatever?
The Mecha God.
Well, because there's that, meme in StarCraft where they're, combine all the mech units.
Combine all the mech units to make, the Jumbo Thor or something.
It's Beltron. It makes Voltron.
Yeah.
They call it, Nortolv or something, and we're like, we're on Eastern Gate.
Or what if Vanguard just get to summon a super doggo?
A super doggo?
Yeah, you get to merge 10 doggos into one.
Oh, like Cerberus?
Yeah!
Yeah!
It's
I'll take
badass.
my advisement fee anytime now. Frost Giant.
we do accept commission.
Dude, that would be awesome, actually. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. No. Okay, wait, no. The lore is this game is totally happening. We're not paying attention. The lore is, right, that finally the Vanguard get to, like, breach the Stormgate or whatever it is. And the one thing they bring back is the doggo. No other technology needed.
Do you have a little fight breaking out? Gorns getting jumped on those Lancers. They can speed in to these battles, but I mean, while they get a kill or two, it feels like they're getting pretty heavily surrounded. They're getting a little bit more with extra Lancers on the left side. Maybe this does become a bit more of a challenge. However, when we lose a couple, those infests kick in, the fiends pop out, and that's a little bit more damage output as well. Lancers still looking okay. A laser looking to survive as his gaunts are being chased. Runs back to the Shroud Stone for some extra defense. Maybe could have done that a little sooner, though I appreciate he wants to try and hold this more forward position.
Yeah, that's exactly why he does it, but there's kind of a snowball problem for the Lancers, or that benefit the Lancers, I should say. Obviously, they gone through thick of them snowballing because of the infest. When they actually kill something, it spawns a couple of fiends, but the problem is they don't kill Lancers quickly at all. But the Lancers have an ability that makes them attack faster and move faster, I believe, both. So you're just like poking them and making them angrier, and then they just continue demolishing you. So a laser, unfortunately, being forced into that problematic snowball.
Yeah. That's very true, as we have Lingorn's just trying to chase off right now. And he is just going to hold that centralized location. As, yeah, Skillets just gets base number 3 up and running. And he is just, happy to expand quickly. Lance is on top of the Shroud Stone here. We're going to lose this as well. So a little bit of progress out front going to be lost. And yeah, Laser really getting contained up heavily right now. He's going to check. Look at this. Skillets down the bottom side. He's like, hey, what's up over here? Anything in particular? No, nothing here. Okay. Just double check. And he's not getting kind of, a base set up elsewhere.
What did that fun guy ever do to you?
You got +10 for it.
Yeah, I mean, it might seem like a laser is just not. This is almost as you don't believe yourself, right? I don't know how often you found yourself in a situation playing video games that you're like, this is too good of a position. There must be something wrong.
Yeah.
But
I feel like the only thing is it's very hard to like push in and end his skillers, and that gives the laser time to
Yeah.
get tech units out of game, which is kind of what saved him last time around too. So maybe something to think of there. We also have the Doombringer going across the map to live by its name, try and cause some trouble for Skillers, who's been very focused across the map. So actually these drops could be very deadly. As we show up here, no turret available on this location. That is something we could drop onto. Looks as though we are gonna finally go.
yeah, I mean, the habitat is being built right now. It could be even more mass built, but seems like Skillus is pretty confident in his reinforcement taking care of it as he actually breaches a laser's natural. Now there's 2 Shroud Stones helping out, but there's just not that many actual units for a laser. And I mean, that Shroud Stone's gonna go down. 2 Brutes come out. That might be enough to hold. With the Imps helping as well. But wait, this is kind of cute. The Medtech's on the high ground helping.
Yeah. They just chilling, healing up a little bit. We go a bit further away now, and again, Laser just keeping the harass up, and good to take some attention elsewhere, because now he may be able to get that base to the 12, well not 12, the 1 o'clock that he's been aiming for a little while, the triangle base. Get that set of going. We've got a Lancer in the main base somehow. It's going to go down in a moment, though. It will not last too long. Takes down Fiend as he goes. Oh, 2. Kind of Fiend's all over that fellow.
Yeah, a little piggy.
Little piggy guys, yeah, I got the stuff.
Yeah, they don't help out all that much. And they, well, not that they really needed help there. No, what was much more important was the natural. It's missing a Shroud Stone, so those poor little impies just trying to do their job, man. What the heck? Lancers won't be able to take on the rest of the army now. The brute numbers have finally risen to accommodate, but hit and run tactics still being used by Skillus.
Yeah, those brutes, something we didn't see this early time, last time around as well. So a little bit of an adjustment there, something to help protect those Gorns, perhaps, because that was one of the laser's initial issues last time around. I do still feel as though Skillus just owns a lot of map control at the moment. He's obviously the one that can kind of decide to attack in or not. And we talked about this earlier. This idea of map control can go such a long way for you. So I really feel like we're heading in a decent direction in that regard. We're going to see the Brutes going to come into these lances here. Medtechs are here to try and help with some healing, and Laser wants to hold this spot because he really wants to get this base online. Not having this base would kind of suck for him.
You know, I'd really even like it if Skillus is... Well, okay, so Skillus wants to break into this before the stack defense is ready to go. More power to him, but if he does have to retreat, there is a health camp that he could try and activate if he is the one that's going to continue to aggress, but perhaps fearful that the tides will turn. Doesn't want to give that to his opponent, so gonna skip it and just go for the vision camp instead. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, the vision's really nice because you can see where the army on the high ground moves left or right a little bit, so it maybe help to do that to kind of judge what you want to do a little bit. Is I believe in the middle of the map we are expanding as well as skills, as that's what's going on in the center, because taking that double base is kind of a big deal, right? That middle of the map is such a huge contest. What a great way to make use of your map control.
Very much a fighting spirit feel for any Brood War fans out there. It's that the middle isn't necessarily considered one of the initial bases that you'll take, unless you're playing kind of a cheeky build, actually, and then maybe you take it. But in this case, you also have the added dynamic of the trees, which will obscure a laser from getting a scout on that. Even if you took the vision cam, for instance, it wouldn't actually see. So the sooner Skills can get that up, the more that he can mine from it. Perhaps if this does go 26 minutes again, you know, that's not there anymore for a laser to mine from.
I feel like the Magmadons need a theme tune when they go into Storm Viewing.
Okay, but I think we know what they're trying not to look like, and adding drums to them might make them look a little bit too much like that thing.
I actually don't know what you're thinking.
Kodos.
Oh, didn't get that one at all.
Really?
No.
Is that the first thing you think of? I'm sorry, but it's just absolutely the first thing I think of. I played so much Kodo Tag on Warcraft Customs. It was my favorite game, man.
I mean, when you say it out loud, like, yeah, that was not on my mind at all. I just genuinely thought they should have a beat. I wasn't even thinking drums. I don't know what I was thinking.
What do you want on top of the, I don't know what's riding the massive Magmadon, but...
I don't know.
Like a banjo?
I just feel like they start jumping in like do 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 do. All over everything. Next time they stomp into something, say it with me, right? And then you'll see how epic it can be. It's perfect.
No, what is it though? The one that you sang.
You know?
It's the what?
It's like John Cena's Sentry.
That's right. That's what it is. Absolutely.
But that's the perfect thing. It's like we're here. We're ready to fight. Stomping in as they trample everything. As Chaos and Seed, by the way, the drop's putting in work for a laser over on this side of the map. And getting some value at the same time. We're trying to fight back over on the top side. Again, losing out on that third base is really making a laser's life so much more of a struggle. Not being able to properly mine from here, and these imps there can shot down as well.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a base trade in terms of the workers being harassed to death, and it's going to continue until morale improves, I suppose. A laser actually managing to expand during it, unfortunately, is found out. Actually, kudos to Skillus for checking that. Meanwhile, he has his own expansion that has thus far not been scouted at all. So this is really quite poor for a laser who might just be misrepresented. The good thing he's going to rush through the middle of the map. This also just makes the rush distance shorter, doesn't it? But then it also ensures if they have taken this base, well, it's a goner. There's so many bobs to try and kill here. They are going to flee, and probably successfully. Or just stop there.
I love when the game doesn't do what we think it's going to do. As, man, I mean, a laser may have cleared out the center, but he's got work to do because he's got a lot more places to go to. No, the Hellborns get caught from behind. See, it's perfect. They stomp through the trees, and we go chase them down with this army, but just the flank from behind is doing a lot of work. And I feel like that is going to be one of the problems here. The Guns are starting to play a little bit of work, though, getting rid of these Lancers. Can it be enough? As it looks as though we are going to lose out on the front as a laser, though. So Skillus is making this happen. As, of course, throughout all of this, the laser's been the one that still needed to do more. So he types out GG, and we are going to go to game number 3 in what is turning out to be a pretty epic series.
It actually is really fun. This game, start to finish, action-packed despite our little memes in between. Sorry, guys. But that was a lot of damage, right, to the mineral lines. It ended up coming down to the center of the map, both in terms of the economy that Skillus gained, but then also the way that he was able to position his units to take the engagement. So, yeah, it was very fun. We are seeing some classic RTS ideas, I suppose, which is positioning versus like quality and type of units. In that second game, it was Skills's.
Yeah. And it's only the second time we go to a game 3 throughout the entirety of today. And I kind of an interesting one as well, because based on everything we'd seen so far, Skills was really not having a good time, right? He went 0-2 against Clem. He took a map off of Kalazer, but Kalazer struggled against a laser, right? Clem struggled against a laser. So you're kind of seeing this all kind of, click on over in your head. You're like, yeah, I feel like Skills is going to struggle here against a laser too, based on everything else we've seen. Obviously not the case. It's not played out like that at all. And that makes this entire group really just so much more exciting, because now Skills might start a mount a comeback. I mean, if he wins this, then, a laser drops down to 2-1. Skills is 1-2. He's going to be chasing down Kalazer, Clem, Probe. I mean, this group can just get very exciting towards the end.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm about to be a real bummer here. We have our last map chosen. It is going to be Jagged Maw, which has been infernal sided.
Channel sided.
Yeah, I think the most recent stat was 76% win record for Infernal. So,
well, it's not 100.
That's what I tell myself when I put everything on black. It's not 100% chance that I'll die. So we're good.
All right. As we jump into game number 3, it is going to be Jagged Maw. We'll see if our blue Vanguard can overcome the map. It's Skulls in the bottom right, with a laser in the upper right as our red Infernal.
And to the bottom of the map, it is our blue Vanguard, Skillus.
Yeah, beautiful.
I actually won $200 betting all on black. I'm just gonna brag.
Yeah. ZGU is like the biggest baller in Katowice, so you guys have no idea.
Yeah, you guys have no idea.
This is the story that'll come out in 2 years or so, but for now, you guys just get into it.
Just the TLDR is that everyone else thought I was really super cool, and I thought I was gonna throw up. Yeah.
That's a great TLDR. What a story.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right, so let's talk about the map and I guess why it doesn't feel so good for the Vanguard player. It really is a super Infernal-sided map thus far. I mean, is it actually the balance? Well, I suppose you can be reserved on that opinion because there are still so many things in development and so many players that are going to come up with like new wacky things, right? But as of right now, it does seem to heavily favor Infernals. I'm not exactly the person to ask exactly why it goes down. I just know that it does, and I just know that the siege camps can obviously be very important to that. So we did see, I think before we joined actually, a Jagged Maw game in which we had the Infernal player who was an underdog actually beat the overdog, as cats would say, with the help of both siege camps. So it's something to worry about.
Some siege camps really had a bit of pushing power with them, and definitely was a factor in that one as we just get set and wait to see. Basically, I mean, it kind of becomes the onus to Skills, and you expect the laser to be able to take control of the map. So what does Skills do to stop that? Well, the thing is, with the way Skills has played so far, he's not been the active player right away. Yes, eventually he becomes kind of aggressive on the map, but he's much happier expanding quickly at first and then going from there. And maybe that just already gives the laser a little bit too much setup time without being disrupted, and then, the map comes into effect for him.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they really haven't been... Even the last game was more action-packed from the get-go. They're not rushing. We haven't seen the heavy doggo strategy as the opener. We haven't seen any attempted tower rushes, which I think might have been fixed as far as their viability, but... I know we see it in Infernal versus Infernal. We might see it later on this map, but yeah, maybe this game will go on long enough that the downside of this map will start to lessen for Vanguard, but we'll see. I think also just in terms of how we've been witnessing the games play out as the whole mobility versus quality army situation, having mobility on a map that really forces you to take the longest path possible is kind of a bummer. Like, I'm fast! But the map's really slow. So until the trees are broken down, I guess, in the middle, or they're rocks actually, but whatever. The tree's on the mini-map. Then this is going to be a long map.
Give us your best clicks, EG. Oh, never mind. Chicken stuff.
Oh, they're already dead. Sorry. I had to think for a long time for some reason where the chicken sounds.
Next time, it's okay.
Yeah,
There's-
next
there's
time I'll
some-
be there.
It's okay.
I'll
next time
do-
would have been like 1 minute, I think.
I'll do the cluck sounds, but you have to do the deer sound.
I don't know what sound a deer makes.
Well, that's the challenge.
Well, this is not a bad challenge at all. What the hell?
It's got a missile turret, so I think you could do something there.
Pow pow. Gonna get a couple of shots off here. His skills flies in for some damage. The Gorn's gonna fight back. We're gonna activate the bubble, protect that up in the skies for a little second or two. And actually gets quite a few kills out of this, man.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to save it thanks to the top bar bubble. And now the siege has commenced. So as you witnessed there, one siege camp was taken. Actually, I waited until you broke down the rocks and then it was taken, so it just goes directly here. But not very well protected. So it is actually going to go down to this Hornet. Comes out big for it, and now it is just the ground units, regular units, I should say. So with the turret already going down, feels a little bit worse. Two Lancers going to try and stand their ground as long as possible, as the Hornet still is big news, man. The Gaunts just can't take it down all that quick, I suppose, but the Lancers have fallen, and the Brutes are now on everything.
This is snowball time, right? Because this is where the
Yeah.
bombs are. You get more fiends. With more fiends, you just have more buffer. And yeah, the Hornets are scary if there's not enough Gorns, but the Gorns are just about enough. They get the kill, and even then, like, the Hornets against everything else take forever, right? So these Brutes have, forever and a day to get more damage done. We're going to get surrounded on this next Lance, so the Fiends are putting themselves to use. The Lancer becomes a Fiend, and this really does not look too hot right now as he gained on the Hornet, but more Gorns. I mean, to be fair, this Hornet's doing great against the Fiend, the Gorns, but maybe that is the true way to try and win this out. I mean, meanwhile, we're losing everything in the natural.
Yeah, that's the problem. I love the Hornet's gonna be commando soon. I think not that I'm really wanting to give advice at all, but I think what we have seen from maybe closer holds, but still not holds, because again, this map is very, very favored towards Infernal, I think is 2 turrets. I actually think that would have helped, obviously, just one additional thing, like logic, but then because the catapult was taken down prior to even killing the first one, a second one that's healthy and mass repaired, I don't know, maybe it would have helped the 2 Lancers enough. I just throwing it out, because it does seem like a very powerful strategy.
You know what, ZG? You ruined it. You broke the hype. You said, look, we're going to see Infernal destroy on this map. You summoned it into being. And then what happened? Infernal just destroyed the guy.
I don't think I was the cause of this.
You literally summoned this into play.
I'm coming in like a week late.
Because EG top bar ability. Pick a winner. 6 minutes later, boom. Game decided.
Oh, if that was my top bar ability, man.
If only.
If only, yeah. I think we're gonna get into the third series, Lickety Split, as you might have been able to figure out, chat guys watching. These have been some long games. The average, I think, has increased quite a bit since last week. There could be different reasons for that. The meta evolves, I suppose, but then we also have players who are a little less experienced in Stormgate, so might be a little less prone to like actually getting the final blow, Yeah. Though Laser Scalos really was just an epic game. I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was a great series. Really got it really set some fun out there, and obviously gets you quite excited for the rest of these games to come, because we have still got 6 best of 3s. We're going to be going back to play we've not seen since the very start of the day in Dark. Dark played the first couple matches, O2 Probe, O2 Climb. He's now going to play a couple of Infernal versus Infernals, though, so I wonder if the Dark crazy strategies may be able to come through in a mirror matchup. Try and give him some hope and some love that he's not really had in this group so far.
One could only hope. I think we're trying to get everything started here. Yep, and we are ready to go.
Awesome.
Here it is.
Take us away.
Okay, now that we settled bottom left, it is going to be the the blue Infernal player, Dark.
I just love that you combine it with the name of a race that's not even in this game.
I was definitely going to say Zerg.
You could have got away with Blur Fernal or something, but even then, like, Kelzer in the top right as we enter this mirrored matchup, and Kelzer in an alright position, right? He's 2-2. This is actually his last match. The first player to have played all 5 will be Kelzer here. He can get a win, 3-2. That should be good to get top 4, I would imagine. I mean, Skillis is 2-3. If he wins this, Dark's 0-3 as well, so then Kelzer will be guaranteed to move through into tomorrow's playoffs.
Okay, yeah, I trust your math there. That's what I go to you for.
Yeah. I am pretty darn experienced at looking at groups and figuring out possibility. It's a real talent I've built up over the years.
It's a good talent to have. Yeah. Anyways, the Blurred player is the one that we're looking at, as he got different strats or better strats perhaps in the old I versus I battle. Not so certain. The thing is, he was allowed to live, if we can say that, for a long time, and actually played a decently strong mid to late game composition. So, can this happen here? And the map that defaults first for every best of 3, this one we're looking at right here, is also a fairly large one. So, I don't know if Kelzer is going to be able to cut the head off the snake fast enough.
I was going to say, this must have been pretty fun to kind of keep an eye on, right? It's definitely provided some of those cool first games of the day. Obviously, every series is starting on this map, so it's definitely a good one to kind of set the tone a little bit, as we do have Kelzer running across the map right now. Those fiends are speed boosted. Oh my god, they are quick! We got Usain Bolt in the game. Oh my goodness.
That is what Ripley saw when she first entered into Aliens, you know? Like, that is some terrifying stuff right there. Yeah, they're fast. They're looking for blood, I guess, and coming on top of Gontsef going to be the better call. I mean, Kelzer going to get the action started. Dark, he's got some amazing micro, no doubt about that. But I don't think he's just accustomed to having to do this so early on.
You know, ZG, I was like, you know what, mirror matchup, maybe see Dark's crazy strategies kind of play out nicely, you know, a bit better or have more effects. But maybe also in the mirror matchup, and Dark doesn't quite know what he's up to, he also gets punished even harder, even sooner, you know? As now we're going to see these couple of Gaunts still going huge, and Fiends in huge numbers. Obviously, every Fiend that helps to kill these infested imps are going to just be snowballing away. And this is 3 minutes and looking like victory on the board almost, as we have got Kelzer with too much power in the main base. Another Brute shows up for him as well, and this is just all Kelzer in game number 1 as we speed through this opening match.
Yeah, Dark's dead, 100% dead. The thing is that when Pig and Demu were casting, we saw an Infernal versus Infernal, and Pig made a good point. You know, generally when it comes to mirror matchups in RTS, they tend to be very knife's edge, the old knife battle on a phone booth type situation, right? And I think that is mostly true. You know, we think of all the race mirror matchups in StarCraft 2, and they're all kind of scary for different reasons. But then we didn't see that. Then I think the Infernal versus Infernal match actually went on for a decent bit, so I wasn't sure just how quickly an Infernal could kill another Infernal. But now I have my test, I have the results, and apparently it is within 4 minutes.
Within 4 minutes. That was an absolute stomp. That was just Dark was not quite ready for the ferocity at which Kelzer came across the map. And we've talked about it a little bit, but there is a snowbally effect, right, to those Gaunts being able to infest, and then you kill off even like an imp becomes a fiend, and with more fiends, you just kind of tank. Your units don't go down. It just becomes worse and worse and worse for you. And, well, that basically happens. So, again, you basically just can't let it start. If you let it start, it's already too far gone.
Yeah. It's definitely a difficult situation to navigate. I mean, we've even had some discussions about like walls, whether or not they're going to be integral to RTS in general. Actually, it's a nice philosophical question if you'd like to delve into it. And I heard Pig talking a little bit about it as far as anti-dog defense, but you know, I'm not sure if that's what you're going to need or if that was really going to save Dark anyway. I think Dark's just not accustomed to Stormgate quite yet.
What happens when we play Infernal versus Infernal on the Infernal map?
Oh, they double tower rush, or they should.
They double tower rush.
But Dark, I don't think will know to do that.
I like Dark's tenacity, though. He's like, you know what? They invite me to come play in a tournament. I've just been focused on, you know, getting top 4 Katowice. You know, I haven't played very many games this, but I'm going to play anyways, you know? I'm happy that Doc showed up and gave it a go. Because what if he was just naturally a god at the game? You know? A lot of players haven't kind of particularly turned down their invites, right? Doc is just like,
Yeah.
you know what? What if I'm just naturally the goat?
Well, sometimes you think about, you look at the early iterations of games that are now 15, 20 years into the life cycle, right? Age of Empires 2, StarCraft 2, Brood War, Warcraft 3, and you watch the beginning games, and I think every one of us has just laughed, right? Because they're so bad. Because the best pros in the world look like they're playing poorly. So there's always that, hypothetical question, could a Diamond Leaguer go back in time and win a GSL? Yeah, sure. But there is a chance that enough people also aren't good enough at adapting to RTS that you, as an RTS god, just win. But apparently this is not that chance.
No, this has not been a chance at all, as we are just going to get ourselves a couple structures out and about on the map, as we are going to cause some trouble from the very get-go. Looking to take over the siege camps and speed camps and just make... I mean, Kalazar's already set up to basically have one very aggressive push.
This is what you're supposed to do, apparently, too. Again, not that I'm a super big expert, but this is what we've been seeing, which is that Kalazar, kind of proxies his production facility, right? And then he builds a tower. And then what we've seen is like continued iterations, I suppose, on it, which is, well, you build one tower, maybe if I build a second tower, then I'll barely win, and maybe we'll see 3 versus 3 eventually. I don't know. But Kalazar is the only one doing the thing that should be happening, and Dark is clearly not up on the meta, which I'm going to go ahead and say is just too devastating for him. I think there's always a chance that even if you're not playing meta or the correct build order, that something in your ability will still like overpower and you could still win technically. But this seems like a very honed strategy from the Infernals. And if Dark's not doing it, Dark's not winning.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just makes sense, right? I mean, this is clearly extremely... We talked about the map being favored, and it's so heavily favored for a reason, and if you know how to exploit those favoritisms, even in the mirror matchup, if you're the player that's going to exploit that and the opponent does not, it's going to be, probably very good for you. As you go dragging these clucks up over into the tower. For a moment, I actually thought that was the game.
This is gonna be our voice pack.
We don't get a voice pack, we just get to voice the chickens.
Yeah. And the deer, you gotta do the deer, I did the chicken.
I don't even know what deer does. I'm just send it to Pokemon, like, deer, deer.
Deer? Deer? Deer!
Yeah, something like that. That's my best guess. Apparently deer bleats like a goat. Well, I prefer that they just say deer.
I don't think it's like a goat.
I'm not thinking so either. I just didn't want to kill Twitch chat.
When's the last time a deer walked up to you, peaceful doe-eyed deer, and was like, "Bah!" Never. Okay, all right. This game's gonna end soon, guys.
Yeah, I mean,
Thankfully.
Kalazar's done everything that we expect Kalazar to do to get a bit of a push going out of the front here, and he has the catapult, which is gonna fly away. He put chickens and deers in charge of catapults, man. Did anyone ask this?
But they're chickens with Viking hats. They've been promoted, Morty.
Yeah, you know what? That's clearly, the Viking has basically a license to own a catapult.
That's the official catapult license, is the hat.
It's like, excuse me, sir, do you have a license for this catapult? You just put your Viking hat on. He's like, whoa, so sorry for doubting you.
You just imagine the chicken just goes as it gestures towards its hat. Oh, Darky's out of the game. Oh, thank God. We need a restart, guys. We need a host to come in because we have just gone off the deep end. That map, Infernal versus Infernal, with an Infernal who doesn't know what to do, was too much for us to handle. Now let's recover.
I don't know what you guys want from me. I mean, my name is literally Killer Pigeon. I'm not going to help you out of this animal cast that you're heading towards. I mean,
But what does a pigeon sound like?
oh, oh.
Oh, that was really good, actually. Shit.
I mean, the challenge now, I think everyone after that, like considering we've got a dark set after this, I think you guys are just going to have to try and cast the entire series in animal noises, right? Totally unhinged. Because I think that is the entertainment we need, because I think I'm going to bring it to you first, CG, to highlight that Dark is living up to your newfound expectations for him in this round robin.
Yeah, which, if he ever does learn English and listen to this, then he hears me being like, I don't know if you're that good, buddy. I really don't think he has a right to be upset with me. Like, he was focusing intently on StarCraft 2. As Wardy pointed out, he also doesn't really have the same community that came along with him to Katowice to at least, like, theorize about Stormgate. So he was definitely coming in as the underdog. And it's definitely proving to be true. And I think in a mirror matchup, well, we saw just how much more devastating lacking that practice can be when you're facing the exact same race.
Well, you know what? You said you wanted him to do something memorable, something you could remember him by. Woody, I think he done that. 4-minute GG. That's our fastest time of the entire qualifier so far.
Yeah, I really went into the mirror matchup thinking like, hey, you know what? It didn't work out in the non-mirror, but maybe in the mirror, equal footing, right? It turns out if someone really knows what they're doing, you can just punish it so hard, right? So yeah, he kind of died both times. We obviously went off making animal noises in the second game, but he kind of saw it coming. Like Calzer clearly knew the build to do on this map. He took all the towers, he got everything set, and when he pushed, it was absolutely deadly, and Dark pretty much had just no chance at all.
Yeah, it's the Shroudstone power, right? The effective HP you get, the push bar. I think it shows, like you said, that Dark hasn't been able to put much time in this so far. Kelsey, I imagine, was watching a few of his earlier series and his chin was being stroked. He was like, wait a second, this might be a quick, easy point. Didn't want to wait around. But it kind of felt like it balanced things out, CG. I mean, we had one of the quickest, most stompy series, but just before that, arguably the best series we've seen so far at this tournament.
I think so, and it kind of sucks that it ended the way that it did, but that game too between a laser and Skillus was, I mean, I think the highlight of what Stormgate can actually bring. But yeah, I think it's nice to see what can happen even when someone who's really good at RTS goes up in a new strategy, especially a mirror matchup. And I think we have a lot of empathizers in chat right now who are like, yeah, floundering. It's so difficult to get a grasp on a new game, but then on top of that, to get a grasp on the ultra high level competition that's going on. Because I think he could actually probably get very high on the ladder doing what he did, Infernal versus Infernal, just with his mechanics. But then you add in the correct build order and the correct punish like Kellezer can do, and that's where you see the really big difference.
Yeah, I think like looking at the series before is kind of like a direct opposite, right? The level of epicness we got there. Woody, map decider, the Winter Laser, of course, it's a dominant map for the Infernals, no surprise there. But I think it was interesting how close Skillus made that look, right? Like that catapult push timing looked a bit shaky. Hornet play almost worked out. Maybe Skillus is onto a problem solver there for the everlasting issue of Jagged Maw just being a dominant field for the Infernals.
Yeah, he got the catapult really quickly, and the Hornets really got rid of so many of the Gaunts. We were like maybe 1 or 2 Gaunt kills away from just having the Hornets being able to sit in the skies and just solo and never really be taken down. And of course, if the Gaunts are gone, the Infest is gone, so the Fiends don't pop out from the Infests. I think that maybe obviously makes a big deal, because then the ground army eventually becomes more manageable, whereas otherwise is that kind of snowballing mechanism, right? So it was close. Just he was very nearly there. Maybe, as EG mentioned, like a second tower or so by a little bit more time. Because yeah, we were like I say, a couple Gaunts away from there just not being anti-air, and then the Hornets just have all the time in the world.
Now, I think it's important we have a quick look at our scoreboards and see how things are playing up. Because we're starting to reach that point in the day where maybe some people are parking themselves at the top of the ladder, or maybe in the case of someone whose name begins with D, at the bottom of the ladder here. So, without being too specific, I think it's fair to say that Dark is not going to make the playoffs, folks.
Yeah, which it shows just how much depth there already is in Stormgate, which is actually kind of cool. Like, it's obviously at the deficit of Dark, who's not going to advance, but to just see how much, depth is the best word for it, that exists and has developed even in a week too, especially with like a balance patch coming in. is actually kind of cool. Again, at consequence of Dark being at the bottom of the group, but this shows that you can't just be good at RTS. You really have to also know the strategy here, the counters, the builds, the maps as well, and have the time to do that as you're also trying to make the championship finals of a StarCraft 2 tournament. Well, it's a little difficult. So really cool that Dark showed up, and I think we all would have loved for him just to clobber people like he usually does, but the game's too difficult for that.
Yeah, we might have an opposite clobbering again in the next game, Woody, because next up, Dark actually has another game, this time against a laser. Are we expecting any new speed runs to be set in that game?
Maybe, right? I mean, coming into this, we knew that Alaze was perhaps even a stronger player, one of the strongest players in this group, and if Dark struggled so much against Kalazur, maybe Alaze has an even faster way to kill him. I guess maybe Dark learned a bit against Kalazur as well, so maybe he goes from that and says, okay, well, this is what I learned, so maybe he can survive the first few minutes. But even if you survive the first few minutes, if you're not really sure what's going on in a mirror matchup, then you have to learn how to defend the second attack, right? Or the next attack along, and that may be where he just stumbles once more. So can't say I'm feeling too hopeful for him.
Now, we're at a point where we're starting to kind of see a picture. We're getting a feel for who's tippity top and who's not. It's important to remember that the two top ranking players from the group stage will get a better seedings. So are we feeling like, I don't even know if it'll be a bold prediction at this point, maybe start with GG. Who do you think is going to be top 1, top 2 at the end of the day?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a laser probe as far as who wins. I guess I'm kind of feeling probe actually as being first, but I don't know if it's really based on anything. I am looking forward to their clash later today.
How about you, Woody?
Yeah, I think we're going to end the day on a laser probe, and I think that's going to be rightfully put as a match for potentially first place. Probe looked pretty clean. I feel like Laser showed that he did actually struggle a little bit against Skillus, where Probes looked really confident throughout. Laser's gotten there with a couple of stumbles along the way, so I think that's the big difference right now. So definitely points towards Probe as the top one.
It seems to fit, right? I mean, the guy who's basically been making all the build order videos and giving top tips to everyone in the community seems to actually have the execution down almost flawlessly here. For anyone who wants to catch that nail biter of a series that I imagine is going to be incredibly close, that'll be our final series of the day. I know some people were asking when they can catch that, so we'll be rounding out with that. But just to quickly round out what we've got coming up next, Dark versus a Laser, followed by Probe versus Skillus, Dark versus Skillus, and then Clem versus Probe before we get into that Probe a Laser finals. But I think it's time to get the show running. By the way, before we do, I just noticed Roy coming in with a big raid there. Rotterdam, thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the support. We're going to have to get you on one of these broadcasts. I don't know what happened there. Maybe we can squeeze someone in the weekend. But big shout out. I love the support that's been coming out from all the RTS scenes, by the way. Like, we've been mentioning on the cast alone, we've got Warcraft, Age of Empires, StarCraft people. I love that we've got this coming together because I think you'll both agree with me, right? Like, I know sometimes it turns into A versus B camp, but I think we all just want RTS to get back to, mainstream, right? Grow to be as big as it once was again.
That's pretty much the hope, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's already kind of undervalued for what it actually is, which is every single one of the RTSs that we have being freaking amazing. A lot of fun RTSs that don't necessarily get the esports hype as well. But yeah, I think a lot of us are esports people and would love for that to be top in the charts once again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the different support. Like, I'm sure you've seen it as well, Woody, right? Like, the thing that for me is an absolute heartwarmer is the fact they're not just looking at 1v1 esports, right? They've even said they want to focus on getting team games right, making it its own flavor. Obviously, the modding side of things that I think a lot of RTS has missed these days. And we can't forget, like, the single player. I think someone that I love is earlier, I remember Dumi and Pig were highlighting why are they called Bobs? And they were just chuckling over it. It's like, I love that. I love the fact that you can already feel a little bit of character leaking into some of these designs.
Oh, no, absolutely. And co-op as well, I think is something people are very excited for. And it's so cool to get people to play together, right? That's really what's been missing a little bit in RTS for the last little while. So definitely a lot of steps in the right directions.
Well, we're giving big clappers to Frost Giant, but it's time to see if someone's going to get clapped. I think we're ready for the next series. It's Dark versus the Laser. If Dark was going to flex his RTS muscles, there would be no bigger opportunity than right now. It looks like he's probably not going to be able to make the playoffs, but he could at least go out with a bang. Let's find out as we get ready for the map.
All right. Well, yeah, Dark is it's possible that he is able to copy the build that he saw fairly well and actually look a lot better as far as the being close to the people who have been putting so many hours into Stormgate. But at the end of the day, that would still be the main difference, right? Even if Dark is like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do, and he picks it up really quickly because he just has an immense amount of talent in RTS, a laser is the one that's practiced it. So pretty difficult for Dark to overcome that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at as well. Like the idea of like you can copy what you just saw and be like, okay, well he did this, but then what does Dark have to do? You know, to do the next stage with? Like you can only copy up until what you've seen, right? And unfortunately, he's only seen 3 or 4 minutes into the game, so there's a point at which that is going to be a little bit of a problem. As a laser says, hey, let's go get this speed camp set up to be taken immediately.
And Dark's gonna go for, I mean, I guess a bit of a rush of his own, but obviously not proxied. So, okay, decent amount of units, and then, I mean, if it even is rush, actually, I shouldn't have said that so quickly. Like, I am expecting now for the Infernal versus Infernal to be really fast, and
Aggressive.
maybe that won't be the case here.
Yeah, I know. We've seen like one series here we've cast and we're like, right, here we go, 3-minute game, version 2.
Yeah.
Even if it's not as one-sided, it can still be kind of back and forth and deadly within 4 minutes as well, right? So, I'm kind of with you, right? It's one of those things where it's like, okay, I can kind of see maybe it being fast and aggressive and that kind of nature kind of comes in. I mean, there's certain matchups in SC2 as well when we cast and we just kind of think, hey, this is likely going to be faster. And it's not always the case, but you can, you know, fairly comfortably, like 8 times out of 10, say, actually, this one's probably going to be a quicker matchup. It's going to be pretty aggressive.
Well, one thing's for sure, Laser's got the map plan situated. Dark, you know, he clearly is trying to go for a build order. He's maybe felt like this is a matchup that is going to start quickly and potentially end quickly. So getting more units equals more gooder, right? But then you account for the way the map plays out in Stormgate, which is that it's not just map control for vision or trying to get the better engagement. It's literally for these camps that are very, very helpful. And once again, very similar to what Katowice did, if not the exact same thing. Dark is just unprepared, already losing a Gaunt there as his units, his brutes went out to try and take a resource. Nope, that's not where it needs to be.
That is not what you're looking for at all, as you're going to be seeing this is already looking pretty darn good for a laser. The micro coming in, the speed to help him get the surrounds initially as well, and he is just going to start fighting. And it's already time for Dog to kind of find an answer, but as he tries to fight through here, you're going to be caught up in this little choke point. These are the little piggies who don't really help you too much either, and they're going to actually end up helping the other side because they're going to infest them, and then they become fiends, and then there's even more units here for a laser. And this problem just seems to collapse more and more as time passes by, and Dark seems to be in a world of trouble. And are we going to see it sub 3 minutes? Yes, we are. 250.
A laser did it, man. Sub 3 minutes.
He beat the record.
Oh, gosh. Not used to having Dark in this position. How quickly does he die? But that's just the way it goes when someone was... I think a laser was top 4 on ladder, I want to say. And then Dark might not have had much time to ladder at all. And then the chances of you laddering against someone who actually also knows what they're doing is kind of low. You know, you're going to be up against people who are also relying on RTS mechanics or literally have just opened the game. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Not much
You
else
know what
to
this reminds me
evaluate
of?
here.
We casted a finals together one time, ZG. It was like 70 minutes of in-game time, full best of 7, 5 games of CVC.
Yeah, you know, this is actually very similar to Cyril getting bopped by Rogue. Wasn't that what it was?
Yeah. And Cyril even won a map along the way. That was also a 2-minute game.
Yeah. Anyone can have it happen to them, but a laser is once again going to start off with the speed camp taken. We didn't go on to Jagged Mollusk for the second map, so we're not going to see that siege strategy, but then we're just going to see the identical strategy that the first game, which I'm actually not sure how many build order names we have. I should try and also think up good names for build orders.
Yeah. I'm not creative, so I'll just leave that one to you. I feel like the one on Jagged Wall should be like the cluckening, though. You know, you kill the chickens, you get a catapult.
The cluckening?
Or the cluckapult. Push.
The cluckapult? That one for sure. That's the new name for the...
I actually think in the future we should, when the catapult gets a new model, it should actually launch chicken. With Viking hats.
Isn't there... No, there's like an actual historical battle where they just started throwing goats, isn't there?
Probably. You just
Yeah, if
you can find.
yeah, some historian in chat's gonna be right on that, but like it actually had to happen. They'd run out of actual ammo, whatever. Rocks. They ran out of rocks.
Yeah, I ran out of rocks. Just like, well, we just take whatever we can get. Anything that weighs a little bit of something is. Laser takes the speed camp. The speed camp allows you to kind of run in with those fiends and kind of catch some initial surrounds and stuff, right? So that gives you that kind of big advantage right away. And that's what allows them to kind of get the snowball started in these previous games.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, speed is such a huge factor in RTS. In this case, it makes it look like it's just a... Well, and it does help it just be a quantity issue, but it also helps with those surrounds and catching, for instance, in the last game, that one reinforcing unit before we get any chance to try and micro. It's not going to be directly to Dark side of the base. Dark actually getting a few more moments to live, and even sending his own units across the map. Not going to be looking for any of the camps himself. Funnily enough, might surprise a Laser. Now, Laser has the vision camp, but Dark could see that and actually avoid it. Yes, but will this be enough of a hit squad to actually give us some hope here for Dark taking him out?
Yeah, I mean, you can see a Laser trying to jump there. Even if it... I mean, I'm just going to say no, because a Laser going to run across. He's got the speed advantage, so these units can never get away. So I just immediately think the Dark's in trouble. Here come the Fiends. They have the speed advantage. They're going to jump onto the Gaunts, full surround. We wrap around, and we try and escape into the trees. That doesn't work too well, and this is just the full cleanups. This hit squad is no longer. And yeah, that was a very short experience. And now a Laser goes across the map with that advantage.
Yeah, and one thing just to highlight here for people who maybe don't play Stormgate as much, the camps not only give you like the vision, the speed, the health, the resources, those are all, and Siege on a different map as well, but because of the Gaunt infestability, it also gives you Fiends. So there is literally a quantity issue coming into this as well. And the Fiends, well, maybe they tickle, maybe they're not the most important unit. They help on the surrounds. They help on the inability to stutter step of your opponent and all that good stuff, so... That was actually a change to the balance patch they made, was to reduce the number of animals that died in the camp to stop the Fiends from being massively overpowered, but it is still an important dynamic to the matchup that I'm not sure that Dark is like quite picked up on, but might be picking up more so now that he's played a few more Infernal versus Infernal.
Well, here we go. We're going to try and take a speed camp of our own. So Dark is going to go grab something a little bit himself. And he's just going to be able to grab that speed, which may help him out. A Laser has got more. As he comes over here, he's going to see those speedy Fiends. He's going to realize what he's up against. But again, numbers may not lie. And a Laser might just be able to take a fight here anyways. He's going to get in position to stop the retreat a little bit. As Gaunts starting to get in range. And of course, once those Gaunts start firing, once they start getting kills, that snowball effect of spawning more Fiends begins. And this expansion of Dark already in trouble. So Dark kind of has to push through just to expand, or to keep his expansion alive, so that's already becoming a problem. As, yeah, you can kind of see where this issue kind of arises, as this does not look ready for Dark. Surrounded in the front, the Brutes are going down. We got another Brute showing up here from a Laser, and he's just got so much Gaunt DPS in the back. It is not a fair fight. It may not have been 3 minutes, but I don't think it's going to be much more than 5.
Yeah. Base does finish, but it's not going to be able to mine anytime soon. A Laser knows that he has the units and the Fiend spawning as well. It should snowball. We had Dark trying to use a top bar ability to help out, but it is something that the Laser immediately focus fired that made that Shroud temporarily. So not able to help very much. And that is going to be an 8-minute series there for Dark. Infernal versus Infernal. Definitely not better than his versus Vanguard. Versus Vanguard, he actually was able to get to a macro stage. He could make some decisions. But when it comes down to this matchup, the build order start is just so much more important.
Yeah, no, you need to know what's going on, right? It's like you can't walk without crawling first, you know. And to crawl, you need to know kind of what order to do things in. You know, you gotta put your hands in front of your legs, drag yourself along a little bit, then you can get up on 2 feet. And Dark just, you just need a bit of experience, right? Like if Dark has like a day to like study how you should open, I feel like he'd be immediately more competitive, right? Because then he's like, okay, well, I'm going to do this build. He learns to copy it or whatever. And then he's like, boom, there you go. This is how I'm going to do it. And then he gets to show his micro. Then he gets to show the things that Dark is naturally good at as a player from StarCraft. None of that gets to shine when you're dying to the build order, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much more that Dark could show us with more units and more time, even if he still overall has less experience with Stormgate, but not even going to get the chance. So we are moving on to another mirror matchup, but the opposite one. Vanguard versus Vanguard. Probe versus Skillus. Skillus actually playing some amazing gotta get used to these ones, versus a laser earlier on, but now up against Probe, the other expected top 2 player, and on a different matchup. So let's go better or worse for Skillus? Let's find out.
As we get into some, are you ready for this acronym? VVV. Yes, Vanguard versus Vanguard. That's just fun. We kick it off. It is going to be Skillus in the red in the upper right as Probe Doggo shows up to get some nibbles. He's from the bottom left in the blue.
I don't know about you, Wardy, but I love the VVV.
The VVV, I love the VVV.
The top Reddit is the red Vanguard Skillus.
Beautiful.
Nailed it.
Well, Doggo's causing a lot of trouble. These bobs are off the line. Just gonna try and fight back. Yeah, I feel like it's already Skillus losing a little bit more mining time, where Probe is just a little bit more respectful in his response. I guess we're coming across the golden expansion, so that makes sense. It looks like Probe's gonna go do the same, so we get the expansion building squad ready.
Yep, and this is Probe harassment kind of highlighted, furthered, I suppose. Oh no, the dog actually died for Skillus. Ew. Actually, funnily enough, both of these players playing Protoss in StarCraft 2, this would be an important dynamic if they both were fast expanding that matchup. If you were to not deny your opponent's expansion the same amount that you did, they did to you, you'd be in really big trouble. Not quite as impactful here, because I also think there's a little more playroom as to where exactly you build your orbital command. Uh-oh.
Yes, the orbital command.
Thanks, man.
I was gonna let you send out the command post. Is that what you mean?
Yes. Okay, I knew because Pig used an acronym earlier on that I didn't really, and then I forgot what the acronym. So.
You know, it's confusing as well because you have the central command as well. It's just like a CC, and it's like
yeah. Thanks for backing me up, man. You know what? If Tasis and Artosis can 10 years on still be calling spine crawlers sunkins, then I can do this. It's fine.
You can, it's just I believe in you every step of the way.
Thanks, man. I believe in you too. We're just two people believing in each other.
This is our version of the caster build order, you know.
Throw in some cluck sounds and we're good, man.
It's like
Everyone's thoroughly entertained.
Like we don't know the name of the building. It's okay. We just cluck around a bit. Cluck. Yeah.
We're gonna need more animals ASAP into the camps, please, Frostgiant.
Can we get a mid-cast patch? We are running out.
Yeah. What about spiders? Huh?
Yeah. What? I mean, I guess spiders just kind of skip around.
It's not very dramatic, is it?
No.
I'm trying to think of like any famous spider too, like Charlotte's Web. Did she say something? I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Nope. Okay, we can't think of anything for spiders, guys.
We're just terrible at making noise-based approach.
Yeah. You know, jumping spiders are awfully cute, though. Have you seen the rise of jumping spiders as pets?
Nope. That's just not something like anything I want to listen to.
No, they're so cute. They're so cute. They're so fuzzy.
Right. That still does not convince me.
Okay, well, you should definitely look into it. You'll be convinced.
Okay. I mean, you don't usually lead me down the wrong path, so.
Thank you. We're doing pets. Oh boy, yeah. Frost Giant's gonna have pets, and that'll be where we shine. If there's not a cat, I will revolt.
Who that cat?
Excuse you. Rude.
Thank you for excusing me.
Do you see the Quiet Place movie? Like the one that's like on day one?
No.
Well, that's what they're gonna do now is like day one of a Quiet Place, which is kind of cool. But then like the main character is gonna be carrying around a cat, and I'm like, how that cat isn't going to die and kill them all is hard to figure out because cats will be the first thing to tip something over, or meow when they don't get fed. So.
Oh, I know what you mean now, actually.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. It's been the talk of the internet for a little bit, but we actually have some interesting things happening now that they've both expanded. A little hornet harassment. A little annoying.
Hornet also a animal?
Yes? Well, it's an insect.
You know, same vibe.
Is it though?
Sure, why not?
Not
Make-
fuzzy. It's not cute.
Makes a buzzing sound.
It does make a buzzing sound. That is true.
More of an animal than a spider. Which is also an insect.
Oh, Skill's
This-
actually going
this-
into Hornets,
That's
man.
really weird. Yeah, he really is. I mean, we saw quite a lot of Hornets earlier today in the PvP as well, right?
Well, Probe was definitely doing a lot of Hornets, and I wonder if Skillus kind of either predicted that or thought it was a good idea. Because, you know, Probe actually isn't doing that. Which will open up maybe some vulnerabilities. It's just that Exos don't really... I mean, they're the most reliable anti-air despite having guns. Like, Marines are overpowered because they shoot up and down, but their guns are also pretty powerful. But Exos are like, okay. And obviously they are lacking the mobility, being able to traverse the high ground, low ground situation. So I feel like usually you think, okay, they're going to be forced to do their own Hornet battle. But Probe not being suckered into it.
No, he's just going to be chilling and just playing into that more biocentric force. So a couple of different styles here. Skills definitely getting that ability to be out on the map, pew-pewing away, getting some harassment done, which is obviously very fun to see. So we'll see if you can keep it up at all. Obviously, I feel like eventually, right, you get enough Exos out. And if you do start pushing with those Exos, then maybe those Hornets defensively could get into some trouble, because if they're getting shot down before they can deal damage, and that's why your money's being spent, well, then you don't necessarily have what you need to hold on to a bigger fight.
It's true. Might just outlast and push through. We do have a Lancer doing exactly that, pushing through a little of the dog micro that was trying to body block it, which was cute. Letting the Hornets come back, but if the Hornets are coming back to deal with this and it's taking freaking forever, then what is Probe's actual army doing? Well, it's going up that right side, hitting Skillus's potential third base. There are a couple, well, there's one turret ready to go, but I mean, one powerful turret, I should say anyway. But like overall, not going to hold on by itself. There's the other one transforming too.
Swaps it over as, yeah, the Hornets, but like we say, they're not going to last long if there's enough Exos. One gets blasted immediately. We're going to be seeing Skillus now with the evac available to try and maybe get some drop play going about as well. They got an Atlas sieging up too, so we'll see how this defense goes for Skillus as Probe getting in, doing a little bit of damage, but maybe now time for Skillus to show us what he's been building towards and what he can do. This map controller Probe is netting him some resource camps though.
Yes, he's definitely getting map control. He's setting up some turrets at his home base to make sure the Horns don't do an endless amount of harassment, and does seem pretty well covered. Skillus, you know, he didn't just use that to open. He didn't go mass Hornets either. Kind of seems like he's playing into a turtle mech versus bio, actually, which can be kind of fun. Atlases, they're interesting. The positioning they can have on this map, as we saw Skillus try and set up, can be good. They can hide behind some of these trees and be in great position, use chokes defensively. Sure. But they also have still pretty dodgeable attacks. You know, less dodgeable than they once were, but okay, well, this also could have been a great idea with this dropship already being taken care of. Fortunately, the bubble is going to save it as it races back home to safeguard those Atlases, but that wasn't the harassment that Skillus was looking for.
No, that was not it. The most exciting part of that was Skillus' retreat, which is not really meant to be the highlight as the aggressor, right? So, a good combination, though, to get out alive. The bubble was absolutely essential, and able to zip back home out of trouble. But yeah, now he doesn't get anything off of that. Probe is able to keep on expanding unharassed, and he's already taken that expansion lead, more map control. So much of this just looks so good for Probe here initially. Kills off a couple clickers, and is going to take some more vision on the right side, which is obviously important because this is where his newer base is, so good to be able to see anything that might be heading over in that direction.
And he is adding on Lancers, so I guess he's not going to try and play some type of actual mech style, which people were certainly experimenting with earlier on, but I think, especially once like mass hedgehogs died down, because that was a meta for a tiny bit anyway. I haven't seen so much of it. But starting up very defensively, that's for sure. Skillus trying to get some pokey-pokes, the Hornets, then the evac drop, but then protected back at home through SimCity, turrets, and Atlases. Now moving over into the bio, but on less economy. And just less to start with, obviously, because he prioritized other units. So, I mean, if he lives, then maybe they both get maxed out. That'd be the great equalizer, although it takes quite a while to max out in Stormgate. And then it's fine, but, does Probe give him enough time to do that? I really don't think so. Oh! And that just went down. Evac down.
Evac down, and now Probe, less reason to stick around at home. Defense is not needed over there anymore, so you get the ability to move out onto the map. it's such a big deal when your idea of being able to hold your opponent back gets denied, and this gives Probe the opportunity to just make the move. So up he goes. We're going to see if this Probe army is going to be able to win out, because right now it does not look like the numbers are here at all from Skillers. He's got a couple of turrets a bit further back, but they're not in the fight just yet. Maybe now they start coming through. I mean, Probe could just sit here and just kind of work on that new expansion and just try and stop Skillers from ever getting up to base 4. The med techs are doing what they can as well, healing up this force and keeping everything active. Those couple of Hornets not really having too much of the lances. I mean, chipping through a little bit. That base goes down, and that's a big win for Probe, because that is him still sustaining the economy lead throughout the course of this game.
Yeah, he's absolutely going to keep on it. 5 bases to 3. I don't know how many production facilities that can actually support, but quite a few in my experience. I'm always banking way too much, so that's going to be a lot of exos in the front line. Just a couple of lances so we can see to add in that meat in the front. And Skillus just has not caught up. He's relying on turrets to try and hold on, which as Probe's army grows, they will last shorter and shorter amounts of time. And Skillus is going to be coming in through his own choke. I mean, the Atlas died in the evac, right? I was just going to question where they are. He never remade. They're not even behind the trying to help defend this base. And yeah, Skillus just going to tap out. This seemed like a bit of an experimental opener for Skillus. And then he realized that it wasn't really working out, or that he really did have to move on. And then, you know, he moved on too late. Or he really thought Probe was going to be more aggressive. And Probe just was like, okay, that's what you're doing. I'm going to do my thing. And it's better.
Yeah, you make a bunch of Hornets, and they just kind of sit there. They get a couple of shots off. Like, it was exciting for the first couple of moments, and they didn't really do much else. The next bit of harassment didn't go anywhere, and eventually the guy that just built up a bigger army is able to do a lot more, because he didn't go through all the nonsense of this tech tree and that tech tree to, you know, not really guarantee or gain anything. So that made a big difference, and now we get to go into our next map along, which is going to be in game number 2 here, as Probe takes the 1-0 lead over Askilles, who is pretty much on the verge of elimination. A loss here would kind of decide everyone who's advancing, by the way, ZG. So Askilles losing here, he would be out, and then we know a Laser Killer, Zer, Clement, Probe will advance. But there is a difference in seeding. First, top 2 players do become a better seed for tomorrow's playoffs.
Yeah, that's very true. We have top right Skillus, bottom left Probe. It's very unfortunate, though, because Skillus certainly has not come in here as just someone who, you know, clearly is outmatched. Like, his games have actually been pretty cool. Not the last one. The last one was very much Probe in control. But the other games have been cool. And so I feel like it's not really reflective of his true potential in Stormgate. But, you know, it is what it is. And so he has one more chance here. Down a game versus Probe. To perhaps play his best form of Vanguard. Again, maybe he was kind of experimenting with something that he thought was a good idea. It didn't work out. Maybe he thought Probe was going to be the aggressor. Either way, he just got led by the nose. Probe did everything that was better, faster.
Yep. Oh, I like what Probe did. As you see the quad bob make their way to the low ground to fast build up this expansion. I kind of love this. Look how fast you can get a base online. Wild.
It is pretty wild. I do wonder how much they're going to tune the overcharge, though. To be like, do they want it to increase the building speed, and repair speed, and all that?
It's just, I mean, it's actually wild how quickly that builds.
It has created a dynamic that, again, I mean, one thing that's really awesome about new RTS or new video games in general is that there's just so much experimentation, right? And there's also so much discussion. Now, some people's opinions are just wrong. Let's be real. They're just bad. But in other cases, it's like anything kind of goes. And so one discussion that's popped up is actually, and I think this is kind of one that Dertosis talks about quite a bit, is whether or not expansion as default in RTS is a good play. Or should we try and focus on a design that makes it so you stay on one base longer? As a Brood War fan, you would, you know, think the latter. Other people might think the former, so on and so forth. But it is nonetheless a good discussion.
Yeah. No, you're very true in what you say. It's, you know, should we just be always getting to 2 bases? It's like, if that's the case, why don't we just start on 2 bases, you know? I know there's a lot of people that were very upset when SC2 went to 12 workers, and that basically removed a lot of 1 base and kind of just sped up the progress towards 2 bases a lot of the time. Pretty much everyone goes to 2 bases straight away, apart from certain matchups, so... Yeah, it's a great debate. I don't know. I kind of feel as though, like, as long as there's some room to do something on 1 base, I don't think there's anything wrong with it being mostly focused around expanding. to me, that's where RTS games really get good, right? The more bases, the more space to control, the more things to do, the more RTS it is, right?
Yeah. Well, I truly believe that 12 worker is better. And that's because people might remember some of the really epic games that started off on 1 base, then led to a slow 2 base, then led to a highly contested 3 base, then led to a really high... They remember these perfect games. But what I remember, especially during the Heart of the Swarm era, was so many boring starts. Oh my god, nothing happened.
Casting PvZ back then, when it's like, well, you either wait 12 minutes for the 3 base blink all in, or you get 4 gates zealoted in 5 minutes. It's like, well, that's PvZ. It's not a fun time.
Yeah. And what I certainly do like is that, I mean, I guess the argument is kind of you could have chosen one or the other, which is either increase the worker start or decrease the minerals, which they actually did both. And one thing that Stormgate absolutely does is force you to be on the map. Definitely something they wanted to do, you know, and not allow so much turtling. And to give incentive to being an active player, so the camps are here, sure. But then I feel like you run out of money fairly quickly. I was playing a game yesterday, which is actually quite fun. Post the public replay if anyone actually cared. But I was definitely winning, and I got into 4 bases faster, and then I just kind of forgot to expand, you know? Or the other guy was really intent on expanding, so of course he eventually won out. And I just don't think that happens in some of the other RTSs, where I would have been comfortable still winning on 4 bases.
Oh no, that definitely happens. I had the same experience where it's like, you're like, cool, I got this one, and then I'm losing, like, man, this is so OP, this mirror matchup. And then my just like, well, you could have expanded like 10 minutes ago. I'm like, shut up! I don't want to admit my macro is bad. But it is very true, like, you know, like, leads disappear if you don't take those opportunities.
So sometimes it does create games where both players, again, kind of like no rush, let's say 3 bases, because the minutes can skew, but no rush 3 bases. And we've seen a couple of those. That is the epic Skillous, a laser game that we saw. Didn't start off with a whole lot of action. We're kind of getting a, you know, bit of a slower start like last game. But Skillous is going to try and take his 3rd in the middle of the map. So this is going to be immediately scouted by Probe. Now he can kind of tailor his strategies around dealing with this, or whoever wants to deal with it. And by dealing with it, I mean maybe going to kill it, or even killing Skillous back in his natural, for instance, and just leaving that alone temporarily. That could also be a thing.
Yep. This middle base is just such a wild concept. And if you can keep it alive, then great, but man, you are basically saying, I'm ready to fight out on the map the entire time. And I just feel as though right now we're still missing a lot of the time the concept of the backstab as we come through here. These Lancers are in some trouble, but there's more Lancers on the other side. I mean, there's still a lot of Exos dealing a lot of damage very quickly. And with just even a couple Lancers tanking, it's going okay for Probe. But, yeah, I mean, I really feel as though if Skillous holds out in this middle base, and Probe just starts backstabbing a little bit, I think that is going to be a problem, a big one.
Thing to worry about for sure. There should be a weakness to taking that middle base, and if it is scouted immediately, then you might have more pathways to concern yourself with. A Probe is going to try and be aggressive, and he is going to overtake the small little squad here that was, I feel like, mostly scouting, actually. And then also take the health camp. I mean, I think we are still seeing... We're going to see so many developments, actually, as they continue to play at a very high level, as far as how fast they are about remembering the camps, remembering the bases, taking the bases, whatever. But yeah, that was a camp that was actually excluded from some of the games. And then I was like, oh, that's a really good thing to take. Sometimes it can even be a fallback position, a health camp on a different map. In this case, it just healed almost everything up to full health, and Probe does kind of get that backstab. Skillous just did not have the vision, as Probe took the vision camp that was most important to Skillous.
Yep, that vision goes such a long way. Just the information and knowing where you can be, and just no opponent not knowing where you can be as well. Works both ways, double whammy. And that is basically the problem that Skillous runs into now, out of position and now being chased down. This group of units on the map is very much so being hunted rather than being the hunters. And again, so many problems that can arise from that as Probe can make his choices. Going to see a couple of these Bobby boys heading into the center of the map. He's not going to run in there himself just yet because he knows there's units out over here. So he's going to take this fight, and boy, those Exos, they're going to pack a punch against those Lancers. You just can't get in range to do anything meaningful right now.
Yeah, and you can focus fire with the Exos too, which just, obliterates them. I mean, I'm not sure that was focus fire. He just had so many. That didn't even matter. Meanwhile, Skill's going to try and kind of desperately force Probe back with the Sim City, the Bob Overcharge, and the reinforcements deal with the melee-only Lancers fairly effectively, even as they try and get supercharged via their passive there. Doesn't work out. Not nearly enough. So Skillus is forced to try and defend the middle base with the Overcharge. It goes down regardless. The repair is still not good enough against the mass amount of XOs that Probe has, and Skillus will have to tap out.
Yeah, good game from Probe, just again controlling. Clearly, I think Probe is one of the competitors for this tournament. I'm not just saying that like for today, but I mean like looking ahead into tomorrow's playoffs and everything. I think Probe is going to be one of those players who can make a really deep run in this event because you can see it here. He knows what he's doing. He's very concise with his plans and his styles. I mean, he can get it done, ZG. I think that's very, very apparent at this point. It's very exciting to see that Probe is looking so good here in Stormgate. So gets himself a convincing 2-0. The sad news for that is that I believe that does pretty much just guarantee eliminate Skillus. We're actually going to have the sad game here now up next, which is Skillus versus Dark, the two guys that have yet to win a match. I mean, I guess sad for them in that that's the case. At least one of them will get a match win going into this one, Jess.
Yeah, I guess.
I know it's not a good thing to be happy about, is it?
No, hard to highlight the storylines in this one, guys. They're just gonna tell it like it is, which is that both players are, I believe, officially out of the tournament. Yeah, you'd have Wikipedia just update. And as such, it is just about proving who is better between the two. So I am going to go ahead and put my money on Skillus, but Dark did manage to play out more of an RTS when he was facing Vanguard.
That is very true. We obviously just got a couple games of Dark that were very much so him dying to the mirror matchup. So actually, again, a little bit of the non-mirror may be favorable to Dark. It's funny how we go back to that. I actually would favor Skillus, though, because Skillus looked pretty darn good in a lot of his games, right? You know, he's been competitive. He's been able to make it close. And so I would say that Dark really has just been the biggest underdog in this entire group. Looking at the results of the day, so my money's on Skillus here for this final series between these two. And after this, we're going to have 3 matches that come down to seeding after that as well. Or 2 matches that come down to seeding after that as well. Actually, we've only got 3 matches left. That happened really quickly.
Yes, let's just say a bit quicker than the first half of the day.
Yeah.
And maybe thanks to one matchup in particular, but we'll avoid calling that out. So, Dark, like I had said, had done better versus Vanguard. There was just more time for him to actually play around. I mean, depending on how many games he's actually played, I'm talking about literally more time to hover over a info tooltip, you know, and be like, oh, right, that's the one I wanted to go for. That's the thing I wanted. And so when he did get up to, what, like a dozen Hellborn, there was some potential. And if he did just have anyone be like, hey, by the way, put some other units on the front of those things, you know, that's actually kind of a scary army.
No, if you have the right units in front to start tanking, it can be a completely different composition to what we saw Dark trying to do earlier, where the Hellborn step forward and they're dead already, you know? So you've seen it a couple of times when they get flanked today as well. They don't survive very long.
Nope. But you put some Magmadons in front of them. Some brutes.
This thing that theme tune to trample through, the Hellborn sit in the back.
Da, 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 da. Yeah. What are the sounds that Hellborns make?
You know what it is though? There was one specific moment where like the Magmadons did like, it was like 6 of them trampled in at once. It was like halfway through that Skillus a laser game. I was just like, this is the perfect moment for this song to play, and these guys just going. I had to bring it up. It's just never been the same since, though.
No, we have not gotten to that same point, unfortunately. I'm going to think of sounds for everything. That's the other great thing about casting a game that is in beta, guys, is that sometimes the audio is still missing. They're working on it. They're going to perfect it, all that good stuff. But meanwhile, you just make up sounds yourself.
We got our own sounds, yeah.
Heck yeah.
It always goes really well when I'm casting without sounds on my own stream and I have to fill in. What could go wrong now?
Oh, I love doing that in StarCraft, and I forgot to put on sounds.
It turns out that I then actually don't know how anything sounds.
yeah, suddenly you're just like, I'm pretty sure I've never touched this game in my life.
Yeah. I actually don't use my ears.
Yes, exactly. Also, another good thing is that even though we don't have all of the audio from the unit interactions, the music's pretty banging.
Yeah, the music, that's great in the background. Fab. Let's stop. picking up some resource camps. Look at that boy go. He's creeping, ZG.
He doing it. He doing the thing, man.
He's doing the thing.
No, he clearly knows that that's an important factor. That's actually what killed him, or well, one of the things that killed him in the first game of Inferno versus Inferno. He was out on the map trying to get resources. Like, in any other matchup, I guess that would have been the play, but just against the guys who know the build orders for I versus I, it kind of did not work out. So this is totally fine here. And it's also, I think, in accordance to kind of what we expect of the meta between Infernals and Vanguards. The Vanguards have to be a little careful about being on the map initially, where the Infernals are like, yeah, map control time. But then it can change until they get to Magmadons. What are Mastodons anyway? Why don't we... I know it's a thing.
That's a great question.
Oh, no, that is the woolly mammoth wannabe.
Yeah, like little woolly mammoths.
Yeah,
Which
the
is
wannabe.
kind of like a Magmadon if you think about it. I could see them trampling through some stuff.
Oh, I think it's 100% what they're going for.
Yeah.
It's a really cool name. It's like magma, you know?
Yeah. They just need to start like... They should get an upgrade where it's like, the Magmadon leaves trails of lava behind, and enemies in their path. Or in their...
So I googled Magmadon, and here's how, this is when I'll know Frost Giant Stormgate is a true success, is when you guys beat out the Magmadon About section. Currently, it's from Crash Bandicoot. That's the part that I'm setting. No, sorry, of course. It's already a success, it's already heavily kickstarted, funded, lots of excitement from all the RTS communities, and obviously casting a very well-paying tournament, $10,000 on the line for these guys. So Skill is starting to bring the heat. Dark actually prepared for this one. He's not going to take any damage.
Yeah, no, he is good. Dark is going to force us into the next stage of the game. And just get ourselves some of them deep pose habitat coming down. And yeah, Skill is obviously getting his chance to be out on the map, but yeah, this is where Dog just sits back. He gets that tech up, and we'll hopefully see him getting some of that successful tech up in the next little bit.
I believe now, Dark. I believe in you going Hellborn.
I believe.
Do it. Actually, wow, that's actually very interesting. I was thinking, okay, well, Doombringer, right? That would typically be the thing we're seeing from Infernal players at this point. But I guess Dark really isn't that heavy of a drop player, is he?
No.
Like, as a Zerg, that's naturally going to
funny
happen.
Because when you draw comparisons to StarCraft, a lot of people are like, Infernals are very Zergy, right? But like, actually, the way the games play, it kind of feels like the other way around. The Infernals kind of start out very Zergy, but very quickly become these, this race that kind of needs the kind of heavier tech units to really carry them through and to really kind of lead the charges a little bit more. And like, they're reliant on these drops and these harassments and so on to kind of get them there. There is the Doombringer, by the way. We're going to go out on the map and do some dropping. So yeah, it's kind of funny how like your instincts to kind of compare kind of get torn apart so soon. That's one thing I found at least.
There's always going to be that instinct to compare, especially to StarCraft. I'm going to use StarCraft, but there's a lot of influence from every which way we look. And Warcraft people definitely thinking undead in a lot of regards for them. Or even Brood War in the races and how they play out there. But anyway, it's actually not going to be a Gaunt drop. We went right into the Magmadon drop. Now, this thing actually does like two-shot kind of, I think that's the right way to put it, two-shot the workers. So if you don't pull quickly enough, yeah, it demolishes Bob lines there. So if you can then get a second Magmadon in there and then trample at the same time, it's like a Woodamine drop.
It's like the only you don't need the full thing because they just stomp into it. It's like and just stops. Everything died. It's like, oh, cool, we're done. Back to the Doombringer we go.
Yep, yeah. But these are, kind of slow build. Well, slow building is kind of a weird word to use for Infernals, but you get the point. Like, these things could be back at home, ensuring success on the defense. And they are instead going for harassments. That's always something to consider. But it looks like we do finally have Hellborn in here. Woo! And set up behind a wall, set up behind units, they do help add difficulty in actually breaking the Infernal line. So Dark, correct layers here is really the goal. And then also dropping still. I think he's going to go back into the natural in just a second. Oh, no.
Yeah. And he's chilling. He's waiting for an opportunity. Tell you what, Skillus is expanding. 4 bases already up against the 3 of Dark, so very quick to get those expansions up and running. As you see, the Doombringer going to get chased back away up the left-hand side. And we actually have another one picked off in the middle.
Okay.
Ouch.
Yep. That's not good stuff. That's not good news. No.
Oh, it's clucking time.
Clucking time! Cluck, cluck!
You come in with so much ferocity when you talk about the chickens.
This is exactly what I did with that Pikachu meme years ago. Because I committed to the bit. That's really what comedy is about, you know?
Yeah, the belief in the commitment. Alright, clearing up the resource camps again. So Dog is once again going to grab these. He grabbed them at level 1, going to get them at level 2 as well. Both of these in the center. And obviously he gets a couple of fiends off of that as well, as we have got the Hellborns from afar.
Wait!
Let's go!
Wait a minute!
These turrets! Yeah, this is apparently a position on the map.
Hey, I call shenanigans on this one.
Yo, these things are sick. Look at them go.
Yeah, this is the first time that I've been seeing it. Very dangerous set of units to be potentially throwing away in the drop, but this is particularly safe. Very important. Shout out to whoever designed this map. Good on ya. Worker line not actually in target, not in range. So
these are the dark strats we've been waiting for all day. I mean, not in range, but he has nothing to stop him going closer now, right? Because he knocked the turrets down. So he can get in there and get some working damage done if he wants. There's the Hellborns over here. We know they're going to be big. We just saw what they can do. Kaboom! To go into the Exos a little bit. They're going to start hurting those up and drawing some of that med tech healing out. As we've now jumped into the main base, the Hellborns here are going to bob it up. And they're going to get the bobs killed. I'm just throwing unit names in with phrases, CG. It's a thing.
they're killing one at a time because bobs don't really stack that much on this one. Okay, all right. You go. You do your thing. You're doing it. You're doing it.
Well, back over here. We can go once again. No, don't lose these Doombringers. We've seen them so many times flying over stuff. His dog obviously wants to become the dropper and the aggressor in general, and he's going to continue with it as we have this bottom right drop ready to go as well. And now Dog moving out with the main army in the center of the map, also making his way across and taking his own bases during this too, so kind of making up for what he's missing beyond this. There's no, the Stompy boy stomped in the wrong place.
Yeah, that wasn't the best drop.
Yeah, that was like
Sad recorder sound.
Sad recorder sound.
Oh, okay. Nightfall's activated here. Shroud every which way that we look is clearly the battle is going to ensue. Obviously, this time there's a little bit more of layering for Dark, but he still doesn't feel confident in taking the engagement. And I'm kind of with him. Like, it's exceptionally dangerous. It just can't really kite as well as the Vanguard army can. Now actually trying to get up close and personal, but then the Hellborn are kind of left a little farther behind. I feel it's going to really be able to show his micro here.
Oh no, we lost a Hellborn over here as well. That's almost not great. Actually, we're shooting down the Doombringer, so this Hellborn will be stuck as well. Got a Horn showing up as well to try and join in with that. It does feel as though Skillers takes a couple good moments cleaning up the harassment, having a bit of progress out in the center. This was definitely a couple moments that pointed more towards Skillers than previous moments in this game had done.
And again, just want to emphasize, going on 12 minutes here, Dark clearly knows how to play out. It's a longer Stormgate game. It's just the cruelty of Infernal versus Infernal at the tip top of his level. Doesn't make it look so good. And he's already adapted even versus Vanguard, as we see the, again, layering going on here. But I think he's going to need a couple more units actually in position. Plus, he's always going to need to be, like, set up. You know, he's not the pouncy army. The units are just so, you know, so slow, first of all. But then the Hellborn are siege, you know? They don't have to clamp down somewhere, but they do have a very long build-up, and they're kind of slow. So defensively behind the SimCity, okay, I don't feel so bad. But when Skilless is able to redirect the aggression, snipe, all that good stuff, like, he's one looking better, but this is the kind of clumped up situation in which I thought Dark's army would be better against. I think he's just not able to get all of his Hellborn shooting.
Yeah, the SimCity's like, they're so far back, right? So not able to do much. You saw the single Magmadon try and come into the middle, but he was kind of on his own. And this is obviously not pretty. Bases are taking big shots here on the 12 o'clock. And that doesn't seem to be an army to do anything. The Hellborn numbers will drop. If units and Exos can shoot at them, they will not survive long at all. And it looks as though Skillers is working his way towards the map win here. And the 0-4 versus 0-4 matchup towards the tail end of this Katowice qualifier.
Yeah, Dark, I mean, he might not have had enough army anyway, but he had so much army that was not taking advantage of the clumped up Vanguard army. He had Hellborn that were kind of going around the forest and then kind of got stuck to the top left. Then he had Brutes that were stuck behind the Hellborns as well, so they're missing from the front line. And his own SimCity, the further chokes that he made with the SimCity just made it so much easier for the Exos to snipe, like the Magmadon, for instance. So, yeah, that didn't work out at all, unfortunately. Not the way to go. Should you want to play that style? Apparently a laser actually is doing some cool stuff with a more like a defensive Infernal, but that was also with Weavers, not necessarily Hellborn.
Yeah, no, the Reavers were the choice of a laser a little bit earlier on against Skillus. I was still underwhelmed by those, though. It just felt against all those kind of big attackier units. I mean, he didn't go for the Magmadons before the Weavers, right, earlier? So that was kind of an interesting choice.
A laser?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just went right into Weaver.
Yeah, that was kind of wild. Anyways, Dark gets to pick Jagged Maw for map number 2, so that's always a big bonus as we get ready for the second game of Dark versus Skillus. Skillus a map away from at least taking a series today. He may not be able to make it through to the playoffs, but hey, you go out with the win, and you can at least feel a bit of positivity as you get back on that ladder and practicing for whatever may be next.
Jagged Maw, man. This is where another underdog Infernal was able to take a map. But,
oh, he's doing it. He's learned.
Wait. Oh, yeah, it is Dragon Ball. Okay. Yeah!
Go,
But...
go. Wait, where we're going?
Is he gonna do the correct thing?
Is that close enough?
Well, I feel like... Wait. No, I feel like I'm getting an Infernal versus Infernal build and the Infernal versus Vanguard build mixed up, so...
Okay.
Disregard. We're just gonna watch it unfold.
I'm looking at this, I'm like, I'm not sure that's why I saw it before, but I was like, I also saw this in the IVI, right? So...
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, is that he's going into the IVI attack. I mean, hopefully it both works out. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's something. It's better than nothing. Skillus is immediately going to scout this, and again, if the rocks are not broken down in the middle of the map, which is generally what the Infernal does to get the siege camp across the map easy peasy, but if they don't, and the rocks stay up, it's a very large map. It's huge. So, Vanguard, which depends on a little bit of that snowball, rallying, faster movement, doesn't really get to punish, I suppose, as much as they would usually.
Yep.
But yeah, no, Dark's definitely doing the eye versus eye thing.
Yeah. Of course, Skillus as well. First of all, his scout's going to find this over here, so he's going to know about that. And of course, Skillus did show us the potential of a hold against the laser on this map, right? It was close with those horns coming out and getting some damage done, so we will see if he can make something happen if Dark does end up with a catapult up in Skillus' natural.
He's not trying to get the catapult. Right?
Well,
Am I
yeah,
crazy?
I mean, yeah, but maybe at some point he turns it into it, like...
This is what I'm really worried about, is that he kind of saw kind of the beginnings of what he faced against, was it Kelazur? And then is copying that, but then doesn't really know what the powerful build is. I mean, I never want to say anything concretely, because I am not good at this game. I don't know the build orders. I haven't practiced it enough, but I'm not seeing the siege camp being attempted. I'm not seeing the rocks being broken down, and those are the two things that seemed like the highlight of the build versus Vanguard.
Yeah, that's very true. Some good points well made. We're going to take the vision camp. That's not going to do too much, apart from the fact we'll get an extra fiend off of it, so... I mean, this vision here does not really lead you to too much, so I think it's still good to have that. He has the speed camp, though. It's a nice one. Grab.
Yeah, so even though he's not doing, I guess, the thing, what did you call it? The...
Oh, the cluckapult?
The cluckapult, that's what it is. Yes, he's not doing the cluckapult. It still is map control. It still is, I think, taking advantage of the map for Infernals. So, I'm still on board, but it definitely isn't the siege camp rush. The cluckapult. That's what I was afraid I was going to call it. The cluckapult. Unofficially, there is a certain name we can call it, but officially, you should call it the cluckapult.
The cluckapult.
The other one we can leave to Pig.
Yeah, that's definitely a very Pig reference in there. All right, We are going to have the scout still keeping an eye on things, and obviously Skillus is going to see that this army is coming without any cluckerbolts in tow. Second habitat gets built up next to that first turret. And we do have our first little hornet coming out to go bzz, 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 and try and nip away at some of those gaunts especially. He knocks the gaunts down quickly with this. And yeah, the gaunts can fight back, but it's just slow damage. So again, you're looking to knock down the anti-air. If enough anti-air goes down, there's a lot of benefit you can take from it. And it's kind of happened. We're going to pop the shield to let it continue fighting without issue. Now there's going to be a third gaunt drop.
Yeah, I mean, Skillus clearly had an idea of how to defend against the Infernal before, but the Infernal build was just too well done, basically. So now that it's not that really well done build, you get the Hornet out, you take advantage of the lack of anti-air, and it seems like everything is really quite Gucci for Skillus. And as we do move forward in the game, I mean, the fact that this is such a large map without the middle broken down does also affect, obviously, how much the Infernals can take, like, offensive camps or offensive bases. They're not going to do that anytime soon. Finally going after the siege camp, but will he break down the rocks before activating it?
Yeah, we will see what the plan is. We take down these chickens. I was gonna say that bubble on the Hornet, like 10 seconds is a long time in an RTS, right? You know, you think about how often, you know, abilities usually last in these games, it's like, up 10 seconds. So when you see that bubble on for so long, you're like, man, it is lasting. As this harass on the natural is great. All 4 imps that were here get taken down immediately, so the economy of Dark will be hindered even further. And, well, it looks as though he's gonna pick up this catapult immediately, and, just send it.
But it's going to have to go all the way around.
It's also going to have a couple of hornets on top.
Yeah, also that. The Hornets are freebies.
Okay, well, that one happened.
Oh, I feel so bad.
Yeah, Dog's like, man, these things look so good earlier.
Yeah, Dark's probably so frustrated. He thought that was going to go to the middle of the map. Oh my god.
The little things that you need to learn when you do things properly is we are going to see our little anti-air here going to pop up and kaboom, suicides forwards. And he's going to go for a little bit of damage. But that was the only one, and the Hornets will continue to do some good damage for a little while longer. All this time you're not minding this Dark, which is obviously painful. We zoom on out of there and go back home afterwards. It's going to be Skillus getting all of those out alive. He's taking a third base during this, and we are looking at a Vanguard advantage here on the Jagged Moor.
I really feel like Skillus could just go mass Hornet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see what stops him right now, no? Dark has
Yeah,
not
like,
really
I
top
kind of
right away.
understood why he didn't want to do it versus Probe, but he could just do that.
I think so.
I don't
yeah.
think Dark actually knows what the flyer units are for Infernals.
Oh, the Shadow, key? It's called?
Yeah, the good one is the, oh, not the Spriggan. Spriggan's
Shadowfly.
bad. Shadow Flyers, exactly.
Yeah. Is that not what he just built, the Shadow Flyer? Or was that
Oh,
the...
did he? And I just completely missed it?
It's just a little thing.
It is, but where, I mean,
Yeah, no, he built it and it blew up on one of the Hornets.
Oh, I just completely missed it then.
Oh,
Damn it,
yeah.
he does know what it is.
Well, he might not, and it did blow itself up, so it doesn't know. It's not here anymore, so...
All right, well, if he can make more of those, then I guess maybe Mass Hornet isn't going to be the play, but I feel like if he had just done more Hornets earlier on, that
Yeah,
would have
if he
taken
just
him
never
too long.
stopped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a game. This is Skillus finally finding out that there's a building in the middle of the map that wasn't strictly necessary, but it did ensure that Dark got these camps earlier on.
Yeah, well, he did manage to grab those. Now, obviously, Skill's going to take his turn to clean up a couple things. And we do still have those ones still moving about and just looking for the chances to maybe move back into that main. And knock the speed camp down here. And that's going to give these melee units a chance to really close the distance on the Infernal forces. So it could be more of a problem for Dark if Skill's ends up hitting the timing on the back of this camp.
Perfectly timed with some med techs arriving to heal up all the damage they took from the goats. Okay, yeah, there's tons of Shadow Flyers. Excellent, yeah. Hornet's not going to cut it anymore, but now the Hornets had a power spike potentially. That's over and done with anyway. Now it is about the ground army. Dark does have his own ground army, but is it going to be enough? Gillis's army not full of exos as of yet, but imagine those will be added on.
Yeah, that's kind of typically the next step, right? Exos, get them going. They really do pack a punch, especially when some of them upgrades start kicking in for them. The Lancers and Meds together. Yes, this is a Spriggan up in the sky right now, so fly through, try and cause some trouble.
I believe it can do nothing. Oh no, Dark, don't do that. Don't go Mass Spriggan!
We're gonna get the Ring of Doom off here as that lands, but the Lance are gonna engage in nonetheless, and they are gonna start taking down those roots. Those few X's in the back start to put in work. Again, once those come out, it just feels like the DPS army of the DPS of this Vanguard army just really increases up to a great point.
Yeah. Obviously, the Spriggans would have been great if there was literally no anti-air, but now that Exos are starting to arrive, although from very, very far away, like this should be one of the reasons that Dark is able to hold. Reinforcements do not come quickly for Skillis. But now that they are here, I mean, the Spriggans aren't going to win. They do still seem kind of not the best unit. And yeah, it looks like Dark has officially been overrun. That seems to be it for game number 2 as well.
It looks official. Skillis going to win out on Jagged Moor and take this one 2-0. Get himself the first match win, and his only match win for the day as Dark gets out of there. GG's. And it is going to be Skillis with the win at the bottom of the group to figure out our 5th and 6th place standings. Unfortunately, that does not make much difference, but hey, at least you can be happy with the win, right? And to be fair, you know, we say this, but Skillis also came through a lot of matches today where he did take a map. He did look hopeful. He had a lot of cool games. He played a great set of matches, man. Really cool.
Yeah, 100%. Like, unfortunately, Dark just was the outlier here. Otherwise, Skillis was very close to defeating even one of the favorites, which is a laser. Like, that's pretty freaking cool. And I honestly would have loved to have seen their final game be on a different map, but it is what it is. So even then, it seems like that wouldn't have been enough to push him over. Actually, if he did take a laser down, he would have been 2-4, so still a chance for Clem to lose out. But regardless, it's not the way it went down, so definitely Skillis, showcasing that he is a quick learner at the very least, if he wasn't putting as much time as the other guys, and that he, you know, can come back stronger next time. But Dark definitely is going to have to actually just basically, like, look up the build orders, right? Practice him a few times, and then I think we can see his ingenuity and his his tenacity and his RTS skills actually shine. But for now, I think we're bringing in our host again. So, or maybe that's the third. No, we're in the third one, aren't we? Yeah.
We're just sending it. We are just
My
going.
bad.
We only got 2 matches left, so we are going to get into the next one here in a few moments, which is going to be Clem taking on Probe, which is exciting because I feel like Clem's shown us some cool stuff today, but he's definitely stumbled against some of the stronger players, but specifically against the infernal players of Laser and Kelazur. He looked pretty good against Skillis earlier on, so we'll see how he looks against this other Vanguard player coming up in this next match.
All right. Well, I gotta go with Probe, of course, but I'm eager to see what Clem's multitasking can do. Bottom left, it is going to be Probe. Top right is Clem.
Yeah, Clem's multitasking early in the game so far has been kind of the real highlight, right? And then I think the real thing that I noticed from him earlier was just some of his transitions just didn't seem to necessarily be there. Sometimes not getting expansions maybe as soon as he could have done. A couple things that he could have been a little bit better with.
I also was wondering if this was perhaps some time given to Clem to actually practice some things. I feel like Clem, very much you can see that he's talked to people, that his style of play matches up with the race that he chose, which is also really good, and that he has been at times playing Stormgate a lot, actually, depending on what build. And it was just the most recent one that he wasn't able to give a lot of time to Katowice. So you like the foundations are almost there, basically, and if you can shore them up, then we know that he can be excellent. And certainly one of the best things he can do is perfect the dog opener, where it really highlights his multitasking and micro. That's what he's doing against Probe right now.
Yeah, we got some doggos out on the map looking for their promotions. And let's just have habitat built on this low ground. There was balls being kept at work here. As Probe activates the extra vision on the doggo to just see the other doggos, just know what he's running into at any point in time. Just information obviously pretty critical. As Clem is setting up with a lot of doggos on the map, and we'll see what resource camps or other camps he might try and aim for in the near future. He starts to go after this one. This little spider can deal some damage back to those dogs.
Spider sounds.
I don't know, man. Spiders are so unmenacing when it comes to making sound effects.
Only so much you can do, man. But yes, this means that Clem opened up with a dog-centric opener, and Pro was able to hold with a command center. Command post first. And that doesn't bode very well. I mean, we talked about Clem's dog opener versus Infernal and how like it seemed to be doing a decent amount of damage, but then the rest of that game really went poorly for Clem. And now it's like the only thing that Clem's opener has done is given him the map control to take down some resource camps, which I'm going to go ahead and guess does not make up for the fact that Probe is almost saturated on 2 bases already.
No, I mean, it just feels like this was the issue earlier as well, where it's like, you need to get some kills out of these dogs, otherwise your later expansion just doesn't really kind of give you the value, right? So...
Must be.
Yeah.
I love that it repairs up the units.
Yeah. Cute. I honestly just love this, like, these little doggos. Again, I need to throw back to the start of our cast. Just getting their little pets. They're getting their head scratches. They feel good again.
They feel great. Little robo dogs. But the Bobs also get, like, a nice morale boost. Like, you might have to die, but you get to pet a dog.
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's fair. Who doesn't win out from petting the doggos?
I don't know. The natural really seems like it's under lock and key here, but the main base might be more of a target. Exactly what Clem's thinking. Don't really want to go after a Lancer. Dogs just don't do that much damage, but there is also a turret in the main, so the best he can do is attack the Therium workers, which Probe will have to delay that mining. It's a good surround. How many doggos does it take to kill a Lancer?
Yeah.
More than 5.
More than 5. Number 6 can't really get involved. We're gonna get there. It just took a little while.
Okay.
We have lost a doggo.
Yeah,
So
alright,
we
5.
got I was worried he was gonna pull the doggos back and then the Lancer gets free, right? And then you don't really get the cleanup. But gets it done. These dogs will control their way around the base for a little bit. Obviously, the awkward part of just having melee here. We overcharge to help, and dogs are gonna eventually decide this is just time to get away.
At a certain point, I wonder if that's just intimidation tactics. The Howl.
How he's just like, I see everything. Woo!
It was because he did it once and then he did it twice, but I mean, seeing where units might be coming in from directional wise, and then maybe there is some hidden technology. We really haven't seen so much of that though, and if we did, I mean, I guess we're not smart enough to pick up on it. But you know, hidden technology or hidden composition changes, certainly not earlier on, I suppose. So the dogs howling, yeah, it gives them full information, but I really like using them later on just as scouts. Put them on patrol in the main attack ways, and then occasionally go for a howl, which we know Clem has tons of extra APM to use, so he could do that. I mean, once they've at least taken advantage of the level 1 creep camps, and then, yeah, he could do that.
Yeah. I'll signal a retreat here. There's a lot more Lancers in the center, though. I'm not sure this is one Clem wants to stick around and try and find something for. With the extra doggos, he will get us around on this Lancer. It will fight back. As we move in and out, trying to keep the hurt doggos at the back. Again, it's slow progress, but we will get there in the end. We will grab this kill, but the rest of Probe's army's going to the other side. No, one doggo stayed around too long. It re-engaged in when it should have stayed out of the fight.
It's just so much effort for so little. You killed one Lancer. He does have, fortunately, Hornets coming through, and Lancers do not shoot up, and even though they could outlast the Hornet damage for quite some time, with the Bobs being able to be overcharged as well, it really would not be worth it to commit. So the Hornets will save the day. That's all good and great, and the dogs will continue trying to harass, which is definitely a benefit of them. But Probe should be adapting now to the surprise Hornet, because as much as they just said, like, oh, the scouting hasn't seemed to be the biggest issue as far as technology, well, this was absolutely a surprise. Probe did not realize that Hornets were already on the way.
Yeah, he was not aware at all. As you're going to see the move down the bottom side, and obviously there's mobility showing between these bases, lots of ledges and stuff, right? So air units can really utilize that well. Unfortunately, a turret in this main base is going to steal up the majority of the Bobs being in trouble, just the ones playing the same idea, taking some damage. I'm just going to turn back onto that. Oh,
This is
they
a Hornet.
actually, yeah.
I-
It's gone wrong.
Yeah, I think he underestimated how many exos there actually were.
Yeah.
I feel like that's got to be what it was.
showed up out of nowhere in the end as well, right? Like they're just suddenly like there's just a bunch of them. It's wild.
Yeah. I mean, the dogs are still taking care of the resource camps in the middle, which sounds really good, especially as Clem also gets a expansion up himself. I guess they're both going to kind of time it out equally with the amount of Bobs working, so there's that. But he does definitely have the resource camps, but is that the added bonus that's going to make up for what is now looking like an inferior composition? The Hornets literally won because they shot down, Lancers didn't shoot up, but now Exos are involved, so... You know, it's Doggo Hornet versus Lancer Exo. I feel like Lancer Exo wins. We'll see. That's only 4 Exos, actually. Maybe not.
Dognets versus Lansos.
Yeah, that's definitely what I was going to say. Don't call me out.
Yeah, this is just not enough. Especially the Lancers just do not take the damage quickly enough off the Hornets, right? So they just get so much damage just whack away. You know, eventually they get cleaned up, but what devastating damage can they do before then? There's just nothing at all here, so this entire mineral line is getting wiped, and Clem isn't a world drop.
Yeah, he's pretty much dead. Counterattack won't come swiftly enough to do a tremendous amount of damage, especially because Probe still has turrets back at home. And it seems like Clem's kind of, you know, almost cute build order. The cute strategy here just simply not worked out. He is still on 3 bases. That 3rd base did finish. That's awesome. But then Probe is not only with a finished 3rd base, but also working off of it. Again, he has the turrets in case the mass Hornets actually became a problem. I think he's actually a little concerned building extras. But maybe also just building habitats, actually. But the point is, I think he'll be fine against the...
Yeah, I think he's going to be alright here as Probe. Just in a good position in general. The Hornet numbers are going up, but the more Exos you get, the easier this is going to be. And we saw how quickly they can just go down, right? So it's about that kind of critical mass. If you got enough to shoot them down quickly, it ain't going to matter too much. Knock little deer down over here, and the Hornets try and come in, but you also got that turret coverage. Just got a couple shots off at the start of all this. That definitely goes a long way to helping.
I wonder if there's a world where the Hornets can be obnoxious enough to give Clem the time to evolve his own composition. You know, the funny thing is that I feel like if Clem was also playing the same style as Probe, so opening up with Lancers into Exos and then Medtech, so kind of the basic Vanguard style, I feel like he would be so good with it. It's just that it does seem like he feels a need to do something a little bit different. Certainly as far as the openers go, he may not have as crisp of a build order.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, right? I feel like he's like, hey, maybe if I can do these units, like, my strength lies in my micro a lot of the time, right? So if I can just utilize that great micro with some other units, maybe I can get enough of an edge, but it's just not quite enough, right? It's not quite there. So it's definitely one of those things, right? It feels like, yes, we saw some of the super aggressive Infernal vs. Infernal games where it does just end early. Maybe more so off the build order than the control. But it does feel like it's difficult to kind of just be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to try and out-micro you in these kind of games. So at least what we've seen so far, maybe it's just a case of knowledge and figuring out how you really out-micro while successfully taking the lead. But that'll be the kind of interesting thing to see kind of developing as Stormgate sees more play, and more players kind of figuring out more things.
Yep. Well, Top Bar Scouts is seeing Clem's expansion. He could have killed it, I suppose, but he didn't. He's 4th base. And they are both expanding to the 4th bases. Clem got there a little bit faster. But Probe's army, mostly Exos at this point. Those Medtechs added on, finding both the Vision as well as resource camps. Level 3, but that's clearly enough army. Ooh, okay, the turrets aren't done. Not even the habitats to begin with are done. So this is a very well-timed Hornet hit squad attacking into Probe's 4th base. Mass repair not going to be good enough. Not going to have any turrets to support. The Medtech going to take the brunt of the damage. Well, they're just going to go down, actually. Go, run, lady, run!
Yeah, get out of there while you can is Probe. Yeah, have to pull pretty much everything over you to deal with this. So it's giving Clem time, right? And time means chances, opportunities, maybe a way back into this game. Although now Probe is back onto the map. I'm not sure what Clem's going to do this time around. A necessary turn him around again. Gonna grab the Vision camp here as well. More information from Probe. Less room you can move around with those Hornets without them being kind of spotted. So gives Probe that little heads up if attacks come from this direction in the future.
Yeah, very important when Hornet run-bys are kind of Clem's strategy as for now. I believe he is building up his own Lancer Exo Medtech army. At least I'd love to believe it. South side to the right might be a little more vulnerable, but when the turrets are actually done, the Hornets obviously are a lot less effective. That's just why the left side was vulnerable. They weren't done yet. And now it is actually Probe. I thought actually going to move into the base. He could. He's missing a bit of a spotter on Clem's actual army, which might be giving him some hesitation, but now he's going to go ahead and get into that high ground, get on top of Clem's third base. And Clem is not prepared for that.
No, he's really not. And I feel like this is the point where Clem trying to transition through into these ground units. It's like, well, this is where we figure out if everything you invest into before this point was enough, because if it was enough, you would have slowed Probe's production down enough to have more stuff yourself by now. And that is quite clearly not the case. And this army as well, remember, anytime you win a favorable fight, the Vanguard units get that veterancy. So not only do you kind of get to win a fight, you get to kind of, win there, but your veterancy means that these units are even better for the next fight that comes along. So it's very important to not give Probe advantageous positions as those Exos go crazy up on those Hornets, and they are non-existent now.
Yeah, the upgrade there from the med tech just makes them look like they suddenly have jetpacks, actually.
It's wild how fast they move.
It is actually really startling, because it doesn't seem like a speed boost so much as it's just a jump, but anyway, that did help take down the Hornets, which weren't really a problem anyway. The turrets were taking care of them. Clem not only unable to do the damage he needed with his opening strategy, but then also took so much damage. So even if he was, on par economically with his opponent, there would have been the question of, do you have enough units? But then add on top is a big loss of Bob's earlier on. Yeah, it just makes sense that this would be a numbers game. And there's not too much to do here in terms of the numbers games. It's kind of like a roach versus roach situation. It is just numbers. No Ravagers, no Spellcasters, Medics hardly counting. Both of them for Clem almost out of juice already.
Clem pulls the boys, or the Bobs in this situation, and they will get to the front to tank a couple shots. They go down pretty quickly, though. And I mean, while he pushes Probe back, this does feel like a case of if Probe just keeps rallying over here, this is going to be a very one-sided affair eventually. I do not see, the thing is, I don't think Probe even needs to really fight in range of the turrets to kind of be able to take out, important parts of Clem's setup. So, yeah, it does not feel great for Clem. It feels like we're seeing a bit of a slow death here for our Frenchman, but again, some good experience in figuring out how some of these fights might work for future games as well, right? Players like Clem, very well known for being able to learn throughout the course of a series and pick up on things and be like, oh, okay, well, after this, he did like an Atlas transition, right? So, just figuring out how the later stages might be working out.
I really like the Atlas edition here from Probe. When you have the map control and you're the one that's really pushing into your opponent, going for a couple of Atlas to abuse these chokes, to abuse their own SimCity, it's fantastic. It's also going to get rid of the forest, actually, so fewer chokes for Clem to rely on. He's also away from the health camp that he was using over the left side, and yeah, it does feel like a matter of time, as you were saying.
That evac just able to move that Atlas around is wild. It is able to just get wherever it needs to be, get in range, and these shots are doing a lot of damage. As you can see, that Clem's numbers are just not going to hold up. GG! Clem taps out. Probe takes game number 1, and is going to be another step closer towards potentially making it through this group. Maybe we even dare to say perfectly here. One more map against Clem. He'll be 4-8-0 with a laser left to play. Now, that is his toughest hurdle at the end of the day, but definitely getting there, ZG, where Probe has clearly come in and shown, like, hey, I've had the most time to play and practice and get into Stormgate recently, and it is absolutely starting to show.
He looks pretty dominant against everyone so far. I think the laser will be the true test. Clem, as I said, I think if he does do the exact same thing, has a good chance. I don't even know if it's a better chance, but I think he has a good chance of making us question Probe's ability to win, just because he is so good at micro and infantry handling, which even though they're very different infantry between the two games, I feel like they still have some common ground. But not feeling comfortable doing that makes a lot of sense. Because especially it being a top tier StarCraft 2 pro gamer, he knows how much not being able to slap that barracks down as fast as your opponent goes, or how much skipping an SCV production goes, and how much farther that puts you behind. So yeah, I'd love to see Clem try and do the same thing, but maybe he just gets out macroed at that point.
Yeah, absolutely is. We're going to go and that is a build on the ramp.
yeah, quite literally. That's it doesn't really work out foundation-wise. I'm pretty sure that's going to crumble, but okay.
I imagine that it finishes build and it just falls apart straight. It's like, oh, what did you expect?
This is on you. This is user error. Apparently it kind of just sinks into the sand a little bit there, so that's all right. So this is clearly a scout here from Got my colors confused. Scout here from Clem sees that Probe is actually opening up in an aggressive manner. So this is what Clem tried to do in the last game. It just did not do well enough. Now it is Clem with a fast expands. And Probe with a fast doggos? No, I was going to say that the doggos didn't really seem to work out. So yeah, a Lancer coming across the map now.
Yep.
Oh, he's still not mining Therium. I could have. Yeah.
Mm,
I got it. I'm on top of it, guys.
You're good.
Thanks, man.
Been a long day. Not actually for us, but we were expected to start a couple hours earlier than we did, so we've been a long day.
It's true, actually. I was watching from the beginning. Good old jet lag.
Yeah, well, I didn't even have a jet lag excuse. So it was just the middle of the day for me. Probably what?
It's just Europe.
Right? Yeah. Europe problems.
Yeah, well, here's the Lancer, and so obviously it takes on the dog, no problem. I love the repair, though, from Clem. Repair the dog, save the cheerleader, save the world. Not really. Dog's not that powerful.
No, dog just doesn't do that much damage here as Probe. Finally gonna meet Lancer on Lancer. It's so funny, these early fights, because it feels like the Lancers just do not take damage. Like, they are so tanky. But then, obviously, they're melee units, so while being nice and tanky, it's hard for them to really do much. There's so much of this running back and forth, which I guess adds to it as well. Like, they're tanky every hit they take, and then they don't take that many hits because we're running back and forth with melee units all the time. This makes this a fun little situation. You can see the dog of Clem takes 2 more shots. Another Lancer just showing up. Probe gonna keep this pressure at the front while expanding behind it. Dog takes a couple shots here as we try and get the Lancer HP advantage for Clem. Trying to get a habitat up on this natural to try and help him out along the way with his defense while protecting his bobs in the process. One of these bobs going low. Not going to get targeted down just yet, but it's absolutely a possibility. Any shot now, there it is. Worth a kill finally coming through.
Yeah, but not quite enough to make up for the later expansion, right? Probe is still working on his... Oh, no, I think it just finished, actually. He is mining, never mind. Maybe not by as many bobs. Yeah, so there is still a slight lead for Clem. He didn't take his bobs off mining that often. Kind of correction, he has so many bobs off of the main. He transferred more, I guess.
Well, that vision camp is going to be knocked here as well. We've talked about this vision camp so much today here on Secluded Grove, where you just got the vision that really kind of leads up to that high ground, so you can see any movement left to right between the common natural and third base. So just taking that one early already. Isn't going to have too much of influence right now. But you can see that Probe is also going to dart down to the bottom right, where he's already thinking about, okay, can I take some speed camps or resource camps? Just things that are going to let me take even more of an advantage because I've set up map control. I expanded a little bit later, so these are all the things I can get out of having expanded later.
Yeah, there's a... I think Pig already kind of discussed this idea, which is that if you are the defender and you get away with defending, you think, okay, I'm in a good position, right? But actually, if the other player is good, they have expanded, they have maybe chosen their resources a little bit wiser in terms of like only on one resource, the Luminite versus the Therium, and then they have the map control, which gives them resources, gives them vision, gives them speed, gives them health. So actually, even though Clem seemed to do a really great job defending, only losing 1 bob, right? It doesn't really put him ahead. In fact, if I dare say so, I think he's still behind, if not by the actual game state, then just because Probe is going to naturally be the expected better player as the game goes on.
Yeah, this is I feel almost worried that Clem doesn't get to do what he's been doing in all of his games, right? Which is where Clem gets to at least be the aggressor. It may not have worked out every time, but at least he got to be the kind of guy on the map and doing some things. Now he's not even going to have that, and I do get a little concerned, like, you know, how does he play a game where he's much more defensive? Because if he's not practiced like that at all, that can make things very awkward for him.
Well, he has gone back to his old ways. Hedgehog out and about, trying to get some scouting and harassment, but Probe actually went into quite a few dogs. He didn't do it first, but he did eventually go into them. That's going to give him further map control and the ability to tackle some of the non-Lancer units anyways. I'm actually not sure how quickly they kill a Hedgehog once they get surrounded. Yeah, pretty decently. Not quite a surround, though. Manages to oil up and skedaddle out of there, so the dogs will evacuate for now, but vision, map control, they can take down a couple of the level 1 camps for sure, and yeah, any surrounds and reinforcements, all things that Clem has to worry about. Probe has nothing to worry about on his side of the map. No,
it's complete freedom, as we have already a few dogs just kind of running by on the bottom side, gonna catch a bob on the way across here. He dives back into the Hedgehog as well. We get to the Hedgehog, and we've got more dogs showing up right now. These Lancers, how much of a surround do you need to kill these Lancers off? We're going to try and put them up against the wall. We do get a pretty decent position for Clem to defend. These Lancers will not be heavily surrounded, but it does give the dogs freedom to work elsewhere. And they're going to hide them in the trees for the moment, maybe try and catch Clem off guard. That's not going to stick around, but maybe he'll just attack the natural because, well, so much of the army from Clem is off to the right-hand side, or just run by into the main.
I'm getting flashbacks to the very first iteration of Stormgate, honestly. The mass doggos getting into the main. Overcharged bobs are actually pretty freaking good, so that's not going to do as much damage as you might expect. But this is all delaying / denying. I think it's straight up denying Clem's third base. His Lancers are now on top of it, and no... Oh, Bob did get sent over there, so it is building, but Lancers are on top of it, so I'm not sure that is going to finish. Actually, the doggos got us around on the Lancers. The Lancers are pretty tanky up against the wall. Clem is also trying to do some micro on the side of the map with Atlas drops, which are really fun, but maybe not super effective. Oh, well, if Probe isn't microing, then they are.
Yeah, you're gonna need the bit of AFK that those Lancers might get a cancel on that third base. That would be huge. As you see, the evac is about to go down, by the way. Got to be careful not to lose that, because then the Atlas would be abandoned. Couple more shots. Clem just gets it out.
It was only doing so much anyway, right?
Yeah, I'm not really sad that it left. I'm like, Clem, you've maybe got other things to focus on.
Yeah, it should probably go back anyway. I mean, it doesn't kill individual units. Well, I guess it kills them fairly enough, but it's still such a big wind-up. It is absolutely an AoE unit once they hit the big clumped up Exos, for instance, or Bobs that are all clumped up, and they didn't even get close. And then it was very evident that Clem's just not used to that micro. He didn't know exactly how long it took the Atlas to wind up and actually shoot before picking up, for instance.
Yeah. Things to just improve on, again, as experience is gained, as, you know, all of these things become kind of muscle memory as well, right? Like, oh, at this amount of time, I pick this back up, and that micro becomes second nature to you. And that will kind of build into your skill set in the RTS, because, you know, while certain skills obviously go from one RTS to the next, as the evac is going to get away, my goodness. As certain things go from one RTS to the next, the specifics and timings and so on, those are things you just need to learn with time. Anyway, that evac very nearly went down. So I'm going to harass over here. The Atlas comes through, but the Bobs come forward. I think we need a special name for overcharged Bobs. Like Bills.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of another Bob name.
Just like another very like boring, like, you know, name. It's just like, well, instead of Bobs, that Teds. I don't know.
They're Bills. They're Teds. Oh, that would work if they were naturally named Bill. It's Bill and Ted, but Bob and Saget? I don't know.
Yeah,
There's no combination with Bob.
Rip those couple units there from Probe as the Atlas drop continues to get some work done.
Yeah, I mean, now that he's able to focus entirely on it and get close to the actual Bob line, I think it is... it absolutely has potential. And a Hornet shows up, and it's like, ah! Reese is always so fast.
That's when the evac becomes the evacuator for sure, because you're just like, nuh-uh, don't want to stick around in this one, so we run away. Probe will get his vision just outside of his bases, which we've seen again. They definitely talked about a lot on this map. That position and that vision is so important to you to be able to take that straight away.
Clem trying to add in a couple of Atlas. You know, Vulcan as well coming in, trying to diversify the build. The composition, I should say. But I think a lot of people in chat and ladder will know the heartache that is thinking that higher technology might win you a game. In any RTS, actually, not just Stormgate. Because sometimes all you do need is a bigger mass of units, especially if that mass of units is also very microable, so the Atlas never get a very good shot. And yeah, I'm talking about this game here. I'm very concerned that Probe's army is still going to win out. The micro of Clem, though, is pretty freaking cool. And the fact that, okay, the jumplet's up for Probe, the Medtech's powering up some of the Exos is a bit surprising, but equally good micro, I guess really from both parties. That was just fast. That was blitzy.
Blink of the eye stuff as that battle started, ended, and all the rest. Very swiftly, as we are going to see that Atlas is going to force Probe back, and Clem may be able to kind of justify, continue to hold this location. Going to use the Bobs in the middle, stop building, start repairing, get those Atlases back up to better HP.
I mean, the way that Clem was able to micro it, I liked it, right? Because Probe wanted to dive on top of the evac, but then that did clump up his exos, so the Atlas, if it was properly controlled, could have gotten a really big shot. I mean, that is cool, but that is some real, like, half-second micro, isn't it? That was fast. Overall, Stormgate has lower lethality, but there are still a couple of moments where, yeah, Snipe can absolutely come down in the evac and just ruin Clem's whole plan of carrying around his Atlas, you know, pre-siege or both Atlas to save them, whatever he wants to do. And, well, okay, there's kind of case in point.
Yeah, this was not it. As we go diving forwards, looking for a couple extra kills. I believe a Hornet and evac going down there. The evac empty as it had lost the Atlas's prior. And Probe going to use this as a propellant across the map. He's going to be able to concave it up right here. That Vulcan may struggle to really get the spin up it's looking for. Lance is already in the backlines working on this Atlas. We are going to take a couple shots on the Exos, but they are moving forward as well. Is it enough DPS from Probe? He's still got some Lances up in front. The Medtechs are putting in the work to keep everything healthy, and Clem's numbers do not survive him at the front here, as it looks as though Probe continues through. All the Lances are going down. With those Lances dropping, the Exos do not stand their ground. GG is called. Probe is the victor 2-0 here over Clem in this best of 3. Probe stays undefeated map-wise at this point.
He's pretty freaking good. I mean, Clem also has some potential, but I absolutely believe, since he is going to advance, he's got, you know, basically a day, right? To go ahead and study up on exactly what Probe did, basically steal the build orders down to the exact timings, and then I think he can showcase a lot of his micro. I mean, he was trying to showcase it there, and it was just so difficult to do when the evac can get sniped like it does. But then if you put in his hands, I guess, the best build order possible, the best composition possible, and then also get a little more familiar with the way the units interact. Obviously, Clem is going to be a god in Stormgate as he is in StarCraft 2.
Yep. No, I mean, he just needs to kind of figure the little things out, right? So much of this kind of comes down to the start as well, right? Where your openings are so important and how you set yourself up goes such a long way. And those are the things in which Clem is obviously not quite, you know, fully practiced just yet. You know, those are the things he can definitely work a lot better at and a lot better on. So definitely think that'll be a factor kind of moving forward. Yeah, excited to see. I mean, Clem, obviously, he's still through to tomorrow's games, right? He might not be in those top 2 seeds, which are locked up now by Probe and a Laser. Fight for first place coming up, of course. But for Clem, I still think you look at this and say, hey, it was a successful day. I had some good moments. I had some cool moves. And, you know, with another day of practice, another night of, you know, playing around, getting some extra ideas, who know how good Clem could be in those playoffs tomorrow.
And I think it's a game that he thoroughly enjoys, too. Like, it fits his style so well that I honestly believe he's probably practicing right now. Because it is fun. But also, I love the suggestion from chat, by the way, for the Bobs when they're overcharged. Roberts.
Roberts, yeah.
Just calling them by their full legal name.
Yeah. I'm into it, man. The full legal name. I like it a lot.
Nice. Well, now we're getting into, I like, the most anticipated match of the day, which is the top 2 expected, and now actually, a Laser versus Probe. Whoever wins here will take first place. A Laser did lose a map against Skillus in that really epic game. Probe undefeated, but a overall series win would bump him up a little bit more. So we'll see if that can happen. As we do have in the bottom left, the Vanguard player, Probe.
In the upper right, Infernal player is a Laser. I'm almost surprised. I'm like doing the intro. There's already a dog in the base. I'm like, what?
I have so far forgotten the dog for at least 20 seconds every game I've played.
You know what it is? It's like, usually I'm used to this happening when, like, I'm, like, you know, jumping in the game myself late. I came back from a break, and it's like, oh, no, the first units are building. It's like, you still have time to do the intros, but in Stormgate, the dog is here instantly.
Yeah, he really is. Yeah, and being a very annoying worker harass. Fortunately, unlike a drone or a Probe, he doesn't regen his health, which then would be just, the worst type of harassment. A Laser going to go for a fast expansion, as will Probe. It's just that Infernal can't really get away with it without a unit.
Yep, as attempt to grab an MPM with dog. Gets close, but it's not close enough.
Very typical opener. I mean, we're really witnessing both. So a Laser, I guess, has slightly less practice, right? Because he was casting at Katowice, but these guys were both practicing so much and topping the ladders whenever they could play. Probe is here not because he was at Katowice, but unfortunately, kind of things got a little hubbub went down basically last week, and so as a makeup, they were like, well, just come along with this qualifier, which was very, very nice, and he is definitely one of the favorites to qualify, advance, and then maybe even win. We do have a couple of people who are literally qualified from the ladder, I believe, who might be the most anticipated to win, such as Parting, but I think Probe can definitely give him a run for his money. And a Laser too, now that he's also caught up on the most recent build and the most recent patch.
Yeah, man. That's a lot of stuff to kind of look at, right? A lot of stuff to keep in mind. It's exciting. It's fun to see all this developing and see all these builds coming out and everyone getting better. I almost feel like there's definitely even been like moments today where we've seen like a couple players kind of starting to do different things. Definitely Clem, right? Start of the day, he was Hedgehog Man, and he became, Dog Boy for a little bit. But he kind of went away into like some more standard, just kind of like straight up bio stuff. So like he's really already been on that kind of journey just throughout the course of the games today. So yeah, definitely makes you excited to kind of check out the playoffs the next couple of days, see what other stuff gets brought up.
Yeah, and for me, I don't know about you, but it's actually kind of a comfort seeing some of the most familiar names to us. A lot of the players who played last week were also StarCraft players, high on the ladder or kind of semi-pros, whatever you want to call it. But these are the names that we have cast for years. Even Probe, who has kind of retired from StarCraft a little bit, but he'll just like come back in a month, be the best player in Australia again. So, he's a super talented guy. So it's been like a warm hug, But tomorrow we'll see the clash of the, let's say, like open qualifier, ladder, and Katowice qualifier, I guess is what it's called.
Yeah.
That's cool.
No, that's very true. It's gonna be fun. See what that bracket looks like as well. See who's gonna play against who. I feel like whoever ends up against Parting is not gonna be having a very good day tomorrow. But
No. No, Parting, not only one of the best players, but also the type of player who gets things fixed. All right, and there's a couple of players who do that. Scarlet is another one who, like, literally in StarCraft 2, she's been the reason for some rule changes. And Parting has been the rule change guy for Stormgate. He did an imp strategy that then got the imps nerfed, so you couldn't just race over and kill your opponent's orbital, or command post, rather. So it's... I'm sure, and he's been hiding his strategies too, which is kind of the most insane thing. Didn't play in some StarCraft stuff, didn't play in the Stormgate stuff, doesn't stream. He's all in. But anyway, Probe going for that early Hornet harass that we did see him earlier on today showcase in this matchup. The bubble on top of it just means that it's going to last basically forever. Obviously not actually forever, but he's going to take down as many gaunts as possible before leaving. There's a lot of gaunts, so...
Yeah, I was looking at this, I was like, that bubble's about to expire, and there's a lot of gaunts now underneath, but again, they don't deal like loads of damage per hit, so yeah, at least gives you a couple shots you can take, and still pretty healthy there, as you do have. Again, just the speed at which you take bases is really what amazes me. I think that's definitely one of the biggest developments over the last, a couple of months in Stormgate, is obviously give people a bit of time, and they realize what they can get away with, and especially at the highest level. People are just like, yeah, we can just expand, like there's nothing to stop us. And later, this is 5 minutes going to base number 4. One on the right side, one on the top side. Dang. There's nothing stopping him at the moment. Well,
I mean, Hornets are trying.
Yeah, they're going to give it a go.
Yeah, which I think they are going to out DPS this. It's not going to, the Shroud Stone's not going to be up long enough. Yeah. That's a kind of a waste, right? Waste of an imp at least, but... it's still 4 bases, Like, these Hornets can only ever do so much. This might just be the expected results in this matchup, but then what we have been seeing is that slightly stronger... Well, it's still very situational, isn't it? But we've certainly seen some games where the Infernal Army seems to have that quality, and the Vanguard Army was more of the mobility and quantity, but I don't know if that's always how it's going to go, obviously. So if Probe is restricted to fewer bases, can he get a better resource trading army? I would expect he knows. I'm just questioning, but we know that these guys very much know what they're doing in Stormgate.
Yep. No, absolutely. As we drop a expansion over this left side. Boom, another base coming online. Man, I just cannot get over how quickly these things can build. Like, this is it's like boggling my mind. Like, I feel like, how did that build that crash? It's boggling my mind.
Gotta bookend the puns, man. But no, it's something, as I said, I wonder if they're going to look at, again, the whole discussion of whether or not fast expanding, taking over the map is the way that they want the game to be played, so on and so forth. But I think what is really hard to balance is the idea of being able to fast expand at an appropriate pace, let's say, whatever that means to you, whatever, but then also giving the correct defense advantage, right? Because that's kind of also what's impacting the amount of expansions that can be done, right? Shroud helps the Infernals, so then they feel comfortable once they actually get their base up and the Shroud Stone down as well. And for the Vanguard, they have the Bobs. They can overcharge them to literally build faster and repair faster, but then they can mass repair as well. So, yeah, balancing defender's advantage, defender's benefit, I suppose, with the expansion process of the game. Difficult stuff. Game design, not so easy.
That's why they have the professionals. As I want to try and get in here. Magmadons have taken to the stage. And Magmadon Gondor on me setting up. No drop, no Doombringer just yet, but it definitely feels like an expectation at this point of Infernal versus Vanguard that you get that going at some stage. So just kind of waiting on that to still come through.
Yeah, really waiting on a true engagement. Probes, Hornets being annoying, but that's really all they've been doing. Hey, there's a decent number of them, so I think if you do lose track of them, they can do a feisty little backstab, but so far with a laser just staying on his 4 bases, it's not too bad at all. Shroud's going to go down. Boom. Okay. A suicide bomber affecting at least one of those Hornets.
Yeah, we only had one Shadow Flyer ready, but obviously with this amount of Hornets up, I think it's absolutely worth getting into a few of those, right? Just ready to go and ready to fly into that group and try and just clean those out. You know, that air control a little bit, that investment early maybe doesn't go as far. Maybe that opens the door for a laser to do very well on the ground attack.
Could be. Seen that kind of dilemma, if you will, before. The ground army of Probe is starting to build up, and now even ground and air combining together. We will probably see a little more of the Hornet versus Shadow Flyer dynamic, which really is quite similar to Corsair versus Scourge, because you can shoot down the Shadow Flyers before they pop off, but only if you're paying attention. And the Hornets are even more agile, I would say, than Corsairs are. But yeah, we'll see if that is the main even component of a battle, right? Because it definitely feels like it's going more to the ground. That dog is going to see one heck of an Infernal army. Quite intimidating, in fact, and Probe probably just want to use defender's advantage as much as possible if a laser actually is thinking about moving out, which I believe he should. There's nothing else telling him not to. Even the Hornets are back at home.
Yep, Hornets are chilling. A laser can get over here and start to take some control. We got vision camps that we can clean up and yeah, just fight back for this position on the map for the moment. Clear that out, and obviously at least now you know where you're at as Probe comes forward with those Hornets, and we do have 5 Shadow Flyers here. Looking for that chance to just zoom on into that cluster of Hornets. Going to be cleaning some crypts as well. Not crypts, some trees with the Magmadon. Trampling through those as we get ready to come up this ramp. And in we go, ready for this fight. This is going to be big. Here come the Shadow Flies as well. They're going to aim for those Hornets. How are they going to deal with that as they go in? Kabooms do not go very far. The Hornets got rid of them. So it's now about the ground army. Lots of going still. As the Magmadons trying to lead through, but a couple of Magmadons really stuck on the turret at the back, so finally they get through to the front to trample. That's a bit of lost time, and the Hornets are going to go through for all of these gaunts, and they are getting nuked down. Is it enough in disguise from Probe? As he's definitely losing out on the ground for the moment, but if he holds out with the Hornets, which he has done, he will get rid of these Magmadons, and then that is a full cleanup. A laser is going to lose everything. What a defense.
Yeah, that was just 100% a defense, you know? That was utilizing your defender's advantage, your Sim City, and then trying to win out on the ground versus air dynamic, right? He was kind of losing on the ground, but Sim City helped to actually hold on. And then the air went 100% for him because he avoided the Shadow Flyers, and then he did have enough to take down the Gaunts. They're also trying to take them down, so... And with so many Hornets left over, right? If 2 Hornets are left over, maybe those Magmadons are still stomping around, but... Hard to say, because there were some units for Probe still around. The medtech survived, the turret survived, the production was still up and running and producing, of course, too. Yeah, those Hornets survived in such big numbers. There's definitely a fight not going how a laser expected. He is going to have to rebuild another very large army. It's going to take a little while, but he is on the bases to do so. He got 4 bases faster than Probe got his 3rd, and is now going up to a 5th base as Probe finally gets his 4th saturated. The laser actually could probably even reach towards a 6th if he really wanted to. One of these so-called contested bases, just because Probe is still, I think, also recuperating. and is still also on the defense.
Yeah, that is a big part of this, right? As Laser gets kind of rebuilt, the last fight might not have been great, but he does kind of keep Pro back a little bit. Maybe next time around we fight on one of the little external bases, deny a base there or so, and maybe this could still be good for you if you're keeping your own bases up very comfortably so far. And you can see those Hornets trying to get in again. A lot of those have veterancy now as well. They've survived a little while. This time the Shadow Flies begin to get through, but we're targeting down what we can. We just about... We were just short of some of the damage needed to kind of get through them in one shot. So a couple connected I don't think Probe was expecting. That kind of then, became, we said a lot today, but that snowball effect of, once you lost a couple, you don't have that mass to kind of shoot them down in time, and then more connect, and the Shadow Flies do much better there than they did before.
Yeah, so I don't think relying on Hornets winning out against them and then winning out or helping versus the ground is really a reliable way to play. I mean, I'm not sure. Probe does have faith in the Hornets as a part of his composition, but relying totally on them, that is a different question. And Probe has definitely moved on from even a bio army. I mean, his army's very much mech-based. We got Medtech, some Lancers, but then a lot of Vulcans coming out here as well. And numbers that I'm not sure we've actually seen quite yet, because, Skillos was playing so much of the mass bio. I don't know how this is going to look. Laser has built up another army, also added on so much of his own static defense, which he was very good about doing versus Skillos, right? Although that was with a different type of composition for him.
Yep. And you can see this line of defenses was huge for Laser earlier. I made it just so difficult for the Vanguard player to really get anything done, right? Like, anything they tried to do just took a little while. It's obviously a bit of a different comp to what we saw earlier. We still got those Hornets, we still got the Vulcans in a much bigger space here as well, and much bigger numbers, so we're just going to see how they power through in the next fight. Well, that's what we're waiting on. We're waiting to see how the next battle goes, because Laser's been allowed to just take his entire half the map beyond that previous fight, and Probe is kind of struggling to find any opportunities right now.
Yeah, there's so much tag defense. I mean, the Hornets kind of finding a little bit of a angle on top of the Imps there, but not too much as further static defense is being... Okay, that's a little... That's just enough, actually. You know what? That's perfect.
That's the one. Those are the numbers. And they are just overtaking the map. It's going to make this very drawn out, very difficult for Probe to obviously, again, ever really push through. Definitely feels like it gives a lot of control to a Laser, but does a Laser ever really want to move forward away from all that static defense? Or is he happy just to kind of sit back and sit on it forever?
It weirdly feels like a Laser has so much experience in super late game Stormgate, but the reason that's weird is that I'm pretty sure that a lot of Stormgate actually averages more like to an 8 to 13 minute game, not 15, 20, 25, but it just seems like he's so well prepared for that late game.
Yeah, no, he's coming in almost like this is it. This is like how we've been prepping this. Yeah, you got those shard stones. They're just gonna sit there and fire it up. And even if they're just tanking for a little while, as the magmadons come through with some cool ones. Well, I mean, that's a cool idea until they get absolutely blasted, and somehow only one of them dies. The rest of them get away.
Yeah, I think that secondary health bar, I guess, is the only reason. But I was yelling because they absolutely were heading into the slaughter, man. Don't do it! Don't do it!
Back. Sometimes you just gotta go trample some boys to give your team a chance, although the team is not really with you. Is here the Hellborns. They're gonna get some shots off. They're gonna fire their first shots through, but if they stick around there, they might end up exposed as they're gonna start making some moves forward, and they will take more damage quickly. Now the Vulcans dive in. The resource camp actually tanking some of the damage here as well. As Probe continues to fight into this position, wants to break through this spot. We are attacking into the choke point here. I think this is where the Vulcans are going to do very well. They're going to absolutely shred anything coming through the choke. The Lance is helping to force the Infernals to choke up as well, and the Vulcans are just going wild.
I can't, like, there's like a line of gaunts that went directly into the middle of the army, almost. I thought they were imps, honestly, because I was like, oh, he's going to explode them in the middle of the army, and it was just like a slaughter. It was like they lined up there. It didn't quite work out. Speaking of, though, once again, imps exploding. Big, crunched up armies through the middle of the choke. A Laser just is not a big fan of using his imps for anything other than mining and building static defense.
Man, my perspective of this game has flipped so quickly, because it's like, man, a Laser's really taking the whole map again. Like, this looks good. And now I'm seeing how quickly that disintegrates to this Vulcan force, which They keep on retreating away now. We do have Hellborns and Magmadons coming through the top side, looking for a fight here. But the Hornets going to try and lead in, but they've got Shadowflies to try and deal with as well. We kite away from those. That's happening during the rest of this. The Shadowflies explode. The Hornets can get going once again. The Vulcans are getting trampled, though. The Magmadons quite literally carving the path forward as we cover the area Shroud as well to give us a little bit of an opportunity. However, the Vulcans are holding and the Gorns are retreating. The Hellborns are going to have to try and work their way through something here, but man, these Vulcans are just not dying to anything right now.
That's the main problem, honestly. Like, the trample is actually going into the middle of the army, and it looks so effective, but the Vulcans are barely not dying, right? The healing is coming through, even some bubble, like a bubble on a front line one is really effective. And so you don't get that same snowball effect. But additionally, I think a laser is having trouble getting all of his units fighting at once. If the Hellborns had actually been involved with the trample, as they're trying to be right here, as you can see, every single one of these Hellborns firing, then suddenly it's actually a very good fight. Making sure they're all firing, they're all getting kind of caught up on each other, they're not able to get big enough concave. That has taken away some of the power as a laser sacrifices his Magmadons to even get the chance. But obviously Probe has been pushed back to a certain extent. A laser sacrificing a lot of the cheaper units, at least on the front lines, and leaving those Hellborn on the backside to come back later. So that is a powerful aspect of, I guess, of his army. Especially as he is also rallying kind of close to the front lines, because the front lines is now the middle of the map. They're both contesting over the final bases.
Dragons here, Lace's Dragon earlier was monumental in the game when it was a similar situation. So having that up definitely got to feel good right now. We're going to make our way around this bottom side and, well, we start to push on forwards a little bit. Do we have the damage output still here for Probe to make a bit of a defense, trying to hold this location? This time it feels as though it's much more about the Infernals as they fight through.
Yeah, it looks like they're overwhelming, man. Probe not even microing towards the end, or it looked that way as he was trying to make his last stand to defend the base, but that has not worked out. Forced to flee back to some turrets, back to his reinforcements, but a laser continues to just pump out the units that can arrive fastest on the front line of the Hellborns. Now they are getting up close and personal on the production, and a laser might have just done it.
The Hornets want to try and get the Dragon. The Dragon pulls back, though. Good control from a laser, who, I mean, honestly ends up in a fairly similar situation to what happened earlier against Skeletor. It's like, you kind of get pushed around a whole bunch, but eventually, the one final push that you have, or somewhat final push that you have, is just seemingly somewhat unstoppable.
Yeah, the Hellborns all actually being activated to the best of their ability, all attacking in a clumped up Vanguard army with some Magmadons and Gaunts and Fruits on the front line to help them out. I mean, it really has worked out. It was his own SimCity, honestly, that was really choking out so much of his DPS when they were battling in the very middle of the map, and that just started to change as they went different avenues. Probe probably pretty frustrated. He certainly had a chance to win this game, but now his production is close to being camped. He actually still is mining off to the right side, even on this base, although it will only be for so much longer. But there we go. Probe will tap out.
GG's, what a game by a laser. Again, that ability to sort of sit back and say, hey, I can absorb this, I can take this. First fight for him, the first bigger fight, didn't really go his way, but he just rebounded by taking every base on his side of the map. And even then, there was a couple fights that did not look pretty for him, and then just Probe trying to get across the other side, lose momentum, and that's going to be where it all comes down to in the end.
The laser's final push really looking quite strong. Different compositions, not nearly as many weavers, but still kind of the same idea, which is survive, defend, survive, and then expand and just take the map with static defense. And then he gets to, I guess, what he perceives as the best possible late game army. And once it gets its perfect layering, its good concave, we can see that it is pretty freaking good. I'll see if things change on a new map. Top right, it is a laser.
In the bottom left-hand side, our Vanguard player down a game. It is Probe. That's the first game he dropped all day, and a laser now up by 1 as they fight over the first place seeding of this group.
Yeah. Yeah, not sure how the seeding's looking for the other portions, I guess, like the final bracket, I suppose, but maybe that first seed will impact his ability to advance drastically. Maybe he still gets put up against a very intimidating Stormgate player.
I'm excited, man. I really am interested to see what the matchups are tomorrow. Like, see who's going to end up playing against who, and just try and see if there's going to be any storylines. See if there's any underdogs that might I feel good about after watching today's games and so on. It'll be exciting to see. Obviously, playoffs playing out tomorrow and Sunday, so do not miss out on those. Yeah, fun couple days of Stormgate action.
Yeah, similar amount of content as well, I want to say. Tomorrow we're going to have the latter half be best of fives, if I recall correctly. But still a lot of Stormgate because of that, actually.
Maybe some less 3-minute Infernal versus Infernal games. Had a guess.
There were longer than 5-minute ones earlier today. I swear. We just got all the 5-minute ones.
Yeah, I know. We just got the Dark Infernal one.
Try not to, beat him when he's down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, Dark's made many people feel the way he did today, so...
Oh, that is an excellent point. This is actually the bully being finally bullied, so... Actually, there was probably a stronger story I guess we could have told with a Laser versus Dark as far as their history in StarCraft, but there's just really no reason to. It's so different, and the games are so fast anyway, it just didn't matter.
Yeah. It would have been a story if it became this close epic thing, but we kind of felt, especially going into that one, we already kind of knew where it was likely going to go, right? We'd already had a taste of it, so...
Yeah. Oh, anyway, a Laser, I mean, both of them... Wait, no, not both of them doing the same thing. A Laser is going for the expansion, but it is Probe going for some earlier aggression. He's got the doggos running around taking the resource camps. He is eventually going to expand, but yeah, he just fast expanded last game, right? I'm not crazy.
Yeah, they expanded both pretty quickly. Put the expansion down straight away.
Yeah, he definitely did. Yeah. But now just the dogs will take care of the camps. Maybe a little bit of harassment as well, and you still get a very fast expansion thanks to the mass build. What's a better phrase for that?
I'm with you. I understand.
Whatever the Warcraft people say for humans.
So we are going to see dogs are going to run forward. Gaunts do not last long against dogs, so they're going to jump in. The first Gaunts are in some trouble. The Imps actually have to pull into this as well. How well can our dogs do? We're running out of dogs, and unfortunately that spawns a whole bunch of extra fiends. That does not feel like a good fight at all from Probe, who was later to expand, has now given a Laser a bunch of fiends to tank for his Gaunts coming across the map. That seems kind of terrifying.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the decision was for that one. I guess he just really thought that more Imps at the very least would go down, but I'm not even sure that many went down.
Well, that really wasn't great.
Any?
Yeah, I think he killed a couple Gaunts, but even that, I assume he just thought he was going to kill more Gaunts more quickly, which if that's the case, then yeah, then maybe it snowballs in a different direction. Instead, now we knock down a chicken, and uh-oh, Lance is in the middle of the map. They are going to get caught as well. One of them already surrounded. Remember, every unit that dies becomes a fiend as well with those Gaunts just kind of infesting, right? So then you get yourself another couple of units to help the surround continue and to keep the momentum moving forward. So not only are you losing units, but your opponent is gaining units. And now we're going to have Bob's going to have to try and get into some action here as he start up the habitat, but that's going to take a while to be ready.
It is very difficult to actually kill Vanguard. I mean, both players, actually, both factions. It's pretty difficult to actually get the killing blow, but certainly when it comes to getting ahead, I mean, you can still account for that. And if that is just being able to take the map, that's still pretty good. Still being able to take the vision camps, the health camps to fall back on, and of course the resource camps if they are available.
Health camp is huge, right? So many of these units are low.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good point.
That's a great set of heals.
Yeah. So many units for a Laser thanks to that infest.
It's actually crazy infest. It's so good. You can see these Lancers, well...
Nope!
Yeah, I was going to say, the moment they get surrounded, it's trouble already, right? So you got to be super careful here as Probe. That's a lot of Gaunts. I mean, I get it. Like, the Lancers going to maybe jump in a little bit, but, like, these are 4 Lancers, man. Like, I'm seeing a different fight to what Probe's seeing right now.
Yeah, I was a little surprised, but I guess initially about half of his Gaunts weren't involved, and they were vulnerable. So, didn't want to take the very first fight. The very first round he could have gotten. And then the next one, still very scared of, I guess, losing his Gaunt mass. So, Not eager to take a battle if he doesn't have to. He's continuing to expand, and Probe is once again going to fall behind. I mean, last game, it felt like he really just could not punish a Laser's greed enough. And then the actual compositions is... They played out in two ways, right, depending on how they actually engaged. But initially, Laser got away with a lot of expanding. Probe, not able to do as much as he would like with the... not the Vulcans, the Hornets. And then now we're not even seeing Hornets at all. Vision cam going to be taken by Probe on Laser's side of the map, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah. Just knocks it out so that he can't be seen kind of moving around as much, right? But overall, there's still just so much control currently here for Laser. This army just looks huge already. Like, you look at like 4 Lancers moving around and it's like, welcome to the Gauntlands. There's just so much. Of course, the Exos back at home. The transition is coming up from Probe, so he's getting ready, but I can't help but feel if the Laser finds a fight, this is going to be a big deal.
I suppose it would be even nicer if a Laser could find a defensive fight. Probe thinks that he has have an opportunity. You know, Laser doesn't seem to be searching for one. Out on the map or on the offensive. Taking care of more camps, opening up. Maybe we're getting a little bit of buffer here, sorry guys. Opening up the Therium. I don't know, maybe that's just me actually.
Yeah. Crowdstones. Just gonna start up this defense. I mean, this is a mode where the Laser's a little out of position, but he has the speed, and you gotta be so careful about that, right? If those Fiends get up in front, they could absolutely gather wrap around and then give you the chance for those Gaunts to just clean up, and again, that's where it gets dangerous. But I like that Probe's at least finding the confidence. Get back out onto the front of the map, be able to poke around a little bit, and just hold some positions.
Mm-hmm. I mean, a Laser just must feel very, very confident in the mid to late game, right? Because this just seems to be his plan every single time. Even if he does get a little bit of a head start, doesn't want to go ahead and try and take like a large amount of map control. He took his side of the map in his camps, yes, but not trying to be the one that applies all the pressure. It is still Probe doing it, but into a very large and increasingly better Infernal army. Now that the Magmadons have been added in, you got to be wary of their trample. And the Gaunts actually a little more on the forefront there, do get taken down, and we have the micro between the two. This is where, as the Infernal player, you have to be very careful about being dragged into the microable Exos, and that's what a Laser is so cautious about. Just that Probe didn't have a critical mass a while ago. Now he obviously does, and he is using it to great advantage.
I was gonna say these Magmadons need to get some trampling done, but they are not getting in reach, and now they are giving themselves up. The Exos are putting some work in. One final Lancer at the front is shielded. That's tanked a bunch of shots. Finally, the Hellborn gets taken down as well, so great opportunity for Probe as he gets a lot out of this. These units are squishy, they're low HP, but for the moment they're surviving. A new Hellborn gets a shot off, and that might be enough dissuasion to get Probe to back away for now.
Yeah. Of course, you want to clump up to micro them the best to your capability, but then that clumping up makes the Hellborn way more effective. A top bar ability coming in for the Infernal, kind of signaling that a Laser is eager to take the fight even further if Probe gives him the opportunity. Probe not eager to do so. He doesn't have healing, so a lot of them are red and obviously infested as well, so they would all help turn the tide there in favor of a Laser if he were to continue. Health Camp, certainly a good goal for this army at this time. I assume Medtechs will be on the way soon enough as Probe is finally on his own 3 bases, but a Laser... I mean, he's taking a very forward 4th base that is still protected by the forest.
Yep, that base goes down. And that is going to be one of those things. It's very difficult to get into that base, right? And like really jump on it, which is been something that Pro has been happy to do. Move armies around, jump on locations. That's not going to be something you can do on that bottom right location. So I think that's one that Lizzo's right to take. And obviously the next base along from here really almost becomes either the bottom corner or the central base. So this is where this map gets a little bit more chaotic. And you're kind of constantly being pushed towards one another throughout the course of this. So see what the plans become. If we get that far, I mean, Probe's still pushing around looking for a fight, but I feel like he's also just one step away from taking a fight that could be very deadly for him.
Right, yeah. On even a shorter map, a Laser style of play, the defense build up, push the stack defense forward. I mean, is once again intimidating, but even faster pacing, I suppose. And if he takes the middle base, of course, that's going to be very devastating to Probe's chances. Middle base going to be denied, however. Probe's been scouting that pretty reliably with the top bar scout. And I think he did see that the forest was being destroyed, so he knew that was being built. He's not going to let that happen just willy-nilly. It might eventually happen for a laser. Just, he's going to force the issue. But Probe's going to try and keep him off that base as long as possible. But now we got the Doom drop coming in. Actually, the trample. Magmadon's didn't get on top of the bobs, but a fight might ensue here. It's through a choke, however, and Probe doesn't really want to engage through that.
No, it's a difficult place to fight into. We've seen that position be kind of wild throughout the day. And sometimes if you get through it initially, it's fine, but just getting through initially is not necessarily easy. A drop could have been really, really annoying to deal with, but just the Magmadon's dropping down the wrong side, a bit frustrating. How are you going to open this space up as a laser? He'd rather have the ability to kind of jump through from his base onto an army, not have to deal with the fact that if his opponent pushes through initially, then he maybe gets into the odd position. So a bit of a different idea to maybe the expectation, as we do see those Exos are going to start finding some shots, going to the front. Not ideal. Magmadons need to step it up, but again, you're chasing into those very microable units, and you're asking for trouble. If you aren't gonna be careful, there's gonna be Magmadons at the front. Gonna start thinking about when it's gonna come and be time to go stomp, and they're gonna stomp through now. That at least forces the micro back. We're gonna drop the spellcast as the Magmadons from the flank on the Doombringer are gonna come through. That is the trampling we're looking for. Now you get slowed down. Now we close the gap, and the opportunity arises here as we get some Hellborn shots off as well, and a laser is able to take one hell of a fight.
Yeah, I saw that Doombringer coming to the backside, and I was like, that is absolutely genius. Now, Probe was still able to slither through and evacuate back onto that very microable position, which a laser's army as is doesn't want to be chasing into, but that was pretty freaking sick. And as far as a laser tearing down the trees here, I think he's just going to continue to leapfrog forward some of these Shroud Stones, right? Potentially even bridging the Shroud Stones, defending his 4th base and the 5th base that is the middle and is, of course, also a double base. So once a laser gets that potential wall of static defense up, it feels like he's going to be impenetrable. I'm not sure what Probe can do at that point, or if Probe even knows what he can do at that point, Does he start adding in those Atlas as it becomes more of a siege warfare? Are they really better than what a laser has anyway? Or does he try and start going for backstab tactics because the left side of the map has really been not used by a laser? I mean, I'm not sure which one he's thinking of, but it is heading in that direction. You do not want to let a laser get all those Shroud Stones up and have this really powerful army.
No, you really do not. As we drop the mapping creep called mapping shroud right now, we got ourselves the Doombringer trying to look around the left side. It's going to get jumped on though. The Exos drop onto it. We are going to see the Magmadon's going to trample, and we do go through, stunning up. There's just no follow-up with the main army. It's too far away. Those units were going to go down anyway, so at least we made the most of it. Good choice made by a laser. Takes that chance. We do clean out the vision cap at the very least, and of course a laser is holding the middle of the map, and what a huge base this is to hold onto. Look at the just absolute foundations of economy that a laser can build upon from this position.
Yeah, it's just, he's gonna have so much tag defense. Probe can still take the corner bases, arguably. Even the bottom right one the laser's trying to take right now. He could probably contest that a little bit more, but this map is getting so condensed. If Probe's army was thinking it could win out in mobility, that's getting less and less likely as the game goes on. And even then, I'm not sure mobility would win out anyway. Because we've seen a laser now against 2 different Vanguard players be able to weather the mobility storm, if you will, and then win with the one-punch army, which he is once again looking to do. Some of his army kind of getting sidetracked, so not the best starts, but once it actually gets on top of Probe, and Probe's back on like his own base, for instance, we're getting increasingly closer to that. It's going to be worse news for Probe.
Yeah, Probe is running out of places to run, but X is going to get a good start to this fight. You see the Atlas drops are still doing well, though, blowing up a couple of brutes up front. Of course, this army of laser would love to try and find a way to, again, find the engagement, but Atlas drops are going to, again, make it so that it's not easily done. I'm trying to get even more of those Shroud Stones up, so just building those all over the place. As we still have on the bottom side, Probe making a bit of a push through, and those towers do not last very long at all. Here we go. Is this going to be the push forward? We've got Magmadons kind of closing the gap. It's not going to be enough, and this time we get away. Magmadons from the backside again, though. Here comes the trampling, and it gives you once again that closing of the distance for the rest of the army to have a chance. And this time, Probe doesn't lose everything, but he loses a good chunk of the front lines.
I mean, his army was so speedy. Like, that was once again a really cool move there from a laser, but Probe's speed boost there. really helping out his Exos and good control over the Atlas too to still save that and even going back on the aggression. I mean, it's cool stuff. It really is, but is it going to be enough as a Laser is also taking so many bases? He's going to be able to rebuild some of these, you know, worse than expected engagements, but not even that bad, arguably. And again, continuing to expand to the bottom right, something that Probe would love to deny, because there's not even any Shroud Stones to the bottom right now. He could deny it, but he's so focused on surviving in the middle of the map. You cannot blame him for that. Does jump on the opportunity to take care of a Hellborn. That is very nice. A Laser not actually wanting to engage right now. The layering of his army isn't quite correct. A little bit awkward, too, as he's forced to trample more trees to actually make this better. But now the Shroud Stones are up as well. And Probe can't take those down quickly enough alongside the rest of a Laser's army.
Yep. No, that's gonna be tough. We actually have that top left base coming online. That's a bit of a fun one, as we are gonna have again Magmadon's looking to trample forward, only catching the edge of the Exos, but it's enough for a couple of kills. As Atlas is at least trying to again push this back, and some of the Magmadons unfortunately getting caught in those shots are gonna be feeling the pain. As we just back it up, we give it a bit of space. A Laser definitely commanding, but difficult to find the finishing touches, right? Difficult to find, like, you know, what you need to kind of push off of your location and truly into the Vanguard player to close this out.
Yeah, absolutely. It is difficult to actually end the game here. Probe still not quite discovering the bottom right base. Yes, I think he has a couple of units that Bob's actually going to expand there. So we got both corner bases being contested. Again, a Laser could do the Flame On ability and even take out the Bobs of his opponent very quickly, I suspect, but just doesn't want to use it or doesn't remember it. Either one, I'm not sure. He is so well acquainted with this game, I just figured he doesn't feel like it is worth it. Likes to use them for the Shroud Stones, but whatever, right the way it goes. Still a Laser trying to find that one perfect engagement. Now has the concave really set up. Ooh, trampling up to the top left. That is nicely done. And trampling on top of the main arm. Set up and trying to help to the best of their ability. And as long as they're not overwhelmed, which they certainly will not be, they will help tremendously. Lots of AoE damage going through there. Again, a Laser unable to find that finishing kill.
Yep, unable to, again, just find the one fight that's going to really overwhelm. But, I mean, he's still in such a good spot. There's a couple of fiends that are going to go clean up the top left-hand side. The battle for that corner base does endure. Obviously, in the bottom right, it's also a base situation. Taking turns to mine. As, yeah, apparently that's what this game's coming down to. It's so funny that no one feels like they've got the opportunity to, well, okay, there's a bunch of towers.
There we go.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that's one way to blast your way through this position and make sure it's yours.
Yeah, just like suddenly 7 go down. I was like, oh, well, I'm always wondering, you know, what are the banks of either player, right? And I'm like, oh no, is a Laser actually starting to lose too many expensive units? Is he falling behind? No, apparently not. Totally fine. Rebuilding buildings, no problem. Rebuilding his army, no problem. He does still have more bases than his opponent and so much mining thanks to that middle of the map. And he's about to have the corner bases too. He will take care of them once those Shroud Stones are up. More coming down on the offensive as well. A Laser going to take the engagement while he can. Trampling coming forward, but really not getting into range of the Exos. The Atlas helping to take down those frontline units, and the Hellborns never getting the most drastic shots that they possibly can. Kite is the way to go, and then once the Magmadons are gone, you can jump on top of whatever is left, hopefully. At least this time for a Laser, he was able to break through enough to kill the Atlases. Something he didn't do last time.
Yeah, those Atlases just were smacking, as we do have some fiends elsewhere putting some work in, so they're going to do very well for themselves as Probe has lost the top left base, losing out the bottom right. I mean, that felt like Laser lost pretty much everything, but again, we don't really know the backs of the players, and I do worry that Probe just doesn't have mining top left, bottom right, or middle that a Laser does have, so it feels like if anyone can rebuild and recover from a fight like that, it probably is a Laser with the setup he's got. Yeah, Probe even losing that base on the left-hand side is one that a Laser's not had trouble, you know, keeping on his own side of the map. So when you keep that in mind, that is the big problem. That is the issue, I think, right here, is that eventually Probe just doesn't replace his army where a Laser can.
I guess some of the Atlases weren't involved in the fight to begin with. They did come over here to harass, but then maybe they should have been on the front line. Hard to say, especially if they design it. That thing is speedy. Good lord. But yeah, they temporarily stopped the Laser from mining, but it is temporarily, and the Laser, I think, just has imps to spare. So they're becoming buildings. They're going back to mining. No problem. And that base will eventually be taken. That means that Probe not only doesn't have any fresh bases to mine from, his initial bases are running out. Literally, he will be out of cash flow.
Yeah, you just look at the Laser's army. It's like he just lost everything a few moments ago, did he not? And yet here we are, But, you know, look at all this, it's like, oh, that's a lot of tech units. Hellborns and Magmadons are back. We've got the Gorns and the Brutes here. We got everything that you need. There's not just like, oh, I was able to rebuild this part but nothing else. No, he was able to get everything back online. He's got towers in the front once again, and these are going to help him to hold the position. He just needs to find a way to, again, take these fights without losing out on everything. We've got the Dragon to help out here as well. It's going to be a good AoE here in this battle as it comes in, gets a couple of casts off, and we are going to start taking the fight from the left side especially, but I feel like those Hellborns are very much so in the front. And Magmadon's getting some trampling done on this left side as well. The Dragon comes back in. The Medtechs are healing whatever they can. The Atlas in the center is unfortunately not going to last much longer. So there goes the big AoE of the Vanguard player as a laser will continue through. And it looks as though he's finally getting the fight that will clean out. Probe is out of here. And a laser is going to take it 2-0.
A laser proving to be the better player today, at least, will top the group 4-0 in score, 9-1 in maps, or 5-0. And Probe will be 4-1.
All right, we're going to bring our host back in here to talk through everything we've been seeing in the last little while. It's been a hot few minutes, but it's been some good ones.
It has. We've seen some crazy games, some fantastic games. I think, first of all, you know, because we want to try to keep it a little bit condensed, we're going pretty long into the day now. Let's speed run Dark's games because they kind of speed ran themselves. Dark versus Alaze, I think, can just be summarized as games done quickly, an 8-minute series. But I know, ZG, there was something, especially in this series between Dark and Skillus, that we saw there. The low ground Hellborn drop.
The low ground. Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about here.
Mhm.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't mention it because the game was just, you know, it was over and Dark lost anyway. But that actually was illegal. That was against the rules.
Yeah.
That was not supposed to be abused.
So the admin checked in and Skillus was like, he was a good lad about it because both of them eliminated that stage. Like, no, just have the fun with it, have a good time. But maybe we should focus on something a little bit tighter here, Wardy. The final series, I think it definitely, especially game 1, delivered an absolute slobber knocker. Game 2 of what we just saw, though, I think I put down on my notes that opening play with the dogs. You know, we have a term for that in MOBAs. It's called walking down mid. Quite a throwaway of an early opportunity there by Probe. Do you feel like it was maybe the big difference in that game?
It definitely felt like from that point on, Laser never really had to look back, right? You know, he takes down those dogs, he has control, and he didn't necessarily have to push through and do everything right then and there. He took so many camps, and you got to admit that from that point on, right? Just the Laser was super fast to expand. He felt no fear any longer, and so he just overtook the map. And that's one thing I think was very true of this last game, where it was simply just the map was overtaken by a Laser start to finish, and even though Probe had some good fights, the overarching macro of Laser was just going to be too much to overcome. And of course, the foundations of that were built on a very unsuccessful start.
And ZG, I think the final games we saw there are probably going to eclipse the last 5, really. I think we want to focus in on Probe and the Laser here because I think going in this, a lot of people like Probe, the early game, the mid game, seems really clean. But it starts to feel like what we saw shining through here from a Laser is how he performs in that late game where it's less about a build order and more about how you feel the map.
Yeah, that's actually going to be a dilemma for a lot of players. Like, well, maybe not Infernal versus. It's going to be a dilemma for a lot of Vanguard players to actually figure out how to defeat that late game situation. Because obviously, it's not just the army, but also the amount of static defense that a laser builds up. And it's probably just not something that they practice a lot against. Now, this is me totally just making something up potentially. But as I said, it seems like Stormgate has revolved way more around some of the early and mid points. If late games happen, I don't think they're always happening with the mass like Weavers in that one game or the mass Hellborn. Well, not really mass, but you know, a lot of Hellborn and then a lot of static defense. This must be a rarer game to play against. So then a laser has the benefit of that being the one that's only doing it consistently. So that's going to be the real pickle going forward.
I think what was impressive there, Woody, is the way that he played the macro game, right? Because admittedly, I'd say Probe took some phenomenal fights there, right? For a while, like the Atlases were holding on. The Sentinels came out. I think that was the first game we saw Sentinels actually whipped out. They looked like they might be the answer to this. Do you think that maybe Probe has the right idea, but he just failed to play the map wide enough?
Yeah, I think some of his fights were really good, and you could see the struggle to kind of engage into that Vanguard army. But there was still trades going on. As long as there's trades, you need money, right? And I think even, you know, if a laser is going to take the middle of the map, then go to the top left, go to the bottom right, right? Take those corner bases yourself because a laser got everything. It wasn't just the middle of the map. The middle gives him a lot of control. But maybe if you start pushing up top left and bottom right, you start to split a little bit. Maybe you can turn that into Converge or something. Not sure what overall the plan is, but you can't just let him win the middle and win the corners. You've got to contend somewhere because otherwise you're going to run out of money. Like, the bases don't last as long in this map because there's not as many. They become hotly contested much sooner.
Well, we've had some exciting series today, folks. I mean, round out thoughts here. I want to know, going to the main event. This is the point where I think we've got ZG, we've got you back tomorrow. I think, Woody, this is your final shift. But, feel free to throw your bias in there. If you had to kind of declare someone as we get ready for the tournament to take it, who would you dub your likely king? We'll start with ZG.
Well, I'm still gonna go with Parting, actually. I mean, he didn't play today. We haven't seen him play at all, but apparently because he's just hiding strategies and practicing hardcore for Stormgate. So I'm not even sure anyone's been able to do that. Like, many of them have put in hours, but to actually stop streaming and totally focus and also be the innovator from the get-go. As soon as this guy got his hands on the game, he was a master at it. Like, I'm gonna go with him, but then I guess as a second choice, a laser. A laser does have a strategy that seems that people are going to have to put their heads together to figure out if they can't defeat him in the early and mid game.
Yeah, I could see where you come from there. Maybe, Woody, you feel that kind of sentiment, like, to kind of give a little bit more context on what ZG's saying there. Parting,
Yeah.
obviously, seems to be secret mode. I know Lucifer and Vortex have been playing Age of Empires 4 at the same time. And a laser did just take the 4th spot from Kiwian on the ladder.
Yeah, I think that's what's really interesting, right? Because, naturally you kind of got to, well, he qualified in the most difficult way, right? Parting, Kyrian, Lucifer, and Vortex from the ladder qualifier. So those guys have got to be your favorites. But then you look at this Katowice qualifier. If there's one guy that could be up there and have qualified through the ladder, if it wasn't for last week, out of all the Katowice participants, it probably would have been a laser, right? So a laser probably has the strongest kind of resume, I guess, in the event so far, and in Stormgate right now, to maybe be a contender to kind of go away and take it away from those favorites who kind of came through the ladder qualifier. I think Parting, obviously, absolutely the favorite overall, but yeah, I mean, Laser definitely has something going. We've got to see someone kind of really come and challenge him, I think.
Well, I seem to see some alignment here in terms of who we're actually favoring. It was a pleasure to have you both on the cast. I think we're going to let you get some well-earned rest now. Some amazing series. Appreciate the costs. But we'll let you get on with the evening and get rested up for a weekend full of Stormgate.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so what have we got left to do? Well, it turns out we've been working really hard, really quick behind the scenes. We have already figured out the seeding. So I think the next thing to do is show the standing of the brackets to let you know what the final results here were for the Katowice qualifier. Of course, that final series is really to tell us who was going to be the top dog at the end of the day. And it does end up coming out with a laser in the end. That series was the difference. But Probe always guaranteed you a first or second here. Killers and Clem, of course, making it through somewhat cozily. Skillus was nibbling in some circumstances, but I don't want to talk about the bottom there. Dark, you know what? He gave us an entertaining few games. I hope we are going to see more of him. I think the way it was got described quite well is maybe this is the beginning of an anime story arc, okay? Like, this is just episode 1. He's expected to be a scrub. He's expected to get beaten down by the local bully. But one day, hopefully soon in the future, we'll see Dark come back and strike back. Who knows? Maybe in the next Stormgate tournament. Maybe it'll be an EGC one. But I think what it is important to do now is to let people know what the standings are going to be in terms of what the matchups for the main event are going to be. Based on the seeding here, Laser and Probe did get top seedings, so they're going to match up against some of our top dogs in terms of the people who qualified off of the ladder and also our top qualifiers and open qualifiers. So I can tell you folks that, well, let's get some of the known out of the way. People mentioned Parting. We're going to have Parting versus Crowloo on that top side. That is going to be an Infernal versus Infernal matchup. We've got Probe, who's going to be up against Snockstar, one of our top rankers out of the qualifiers, for a little bit of I versus V. We are going to have quite a few Infernal players looking to eliminate each other, but that tends to happen when you only end up with 5 Vanguard players making it through. Night Phoenix versus Hydra. I think I've seen them play a little bit in some small tournaments. It looks hype. Kiwian versus Kel is going to be another interesting one. I think if I had to choose one that I am definitely eyeballs fully fixated on, though, it's going to be a Laser versus Exostrike for that first round. Don't worry, though, folks. All these games will be covered tomorrow. That's right. Tomorrow, we are going to have best of 3s, a round of 16. We are going to have potentially a maximum of 44 games played tomorrow, as we'll be casting both of the round of 16 as well as the quarterfinals, which means you're going to want to make sure that you're parked in, ready to watch the action. It will You'll see some familiar faces from the casting crew. You'll also see some new ones because we've got 2 days full of action. And I have heard rumors of maybe something to slot in between the semi-finals and the grand finals on Sunday. But it has been a long day. We've been going for over 9 hours. Hopefully you've enjoyed the show and hopefully you've had some entertainment. My advice as we get ready for the weekend, make sure you subscribe to the channel. What did I just say to you? I said 44 games on a Saturday, and then potentially we've got an extra 23 games, maybe 24, 25, depending on how much we're doing for a show match on the Sunday. That's good bang for buck, and I wouldn't want any ads to get in the way. Shout out to everyone who's tuned in, and shout out to all the community support. We've been seeing a bunch of people come through. Been seeing loads of people from different scenes. I noticed a lot of names from Age of Empires 4. Noticed some StarCraft people. Warcraft is hanging out. I love that we're able to do this. Really big shout out to EGCTV for putting this together and making sure that they create a qualifier that managed to get players from every major RTS that we know of at the moment into this main event. But folks, that is going to be it for today. Once again, 3 p.m. GMT tomorrow and Sunday. Mark in your calendar. I'll be back here to introduce you all to our main event of the first major Stormgate tournament. You don't want to miss it. I'll see you there. For now, go have some fun with Nathanius, one of our casters from the Open Qualifier weekend. I'm sure he's got some amazing strategies in mind. Probably a lot more Atlases than we even saw in this tournament. But I'll see you all tomorrow, bright and early, for some of you anyway. It's late for the Australians, at least, for more action on EGC TV. Diddly.